House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 690 to Chapter 760. After a while, Ewing got together with a few of her waitresses who were on good terms with her. Hearing Ewing say that she wanted to know more about Yang Yi, the girls started talking at once. Yang Yi? I know him. He's a couple with that Murphy. I know that too. He sang a lot of songs. No, he wrote a lot of songs. He even sang some of them himself. What song did he sing? Oh. Yes, Life in Full Bloom. This song has been very popular recently. Did he write novels? I don't know. I don't pay much attention to books. I think he did. I remember somewhere saying that he started off as a novel writer. No, I'm just a songwriter. Ewing was confused by them. She had to change the question, what do you think of him? Does he keep his word? Such a big star should keep his word, right? I think it's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Sister Ing, what are you talking about? Do you still know Yang Yi? The waitress who asked this question had a gossipy look on her face. She was probably guessing if Ewing had a relationship with Yang Yi, or if Yu Ying's ex-husband was Yang Yi. Don't underestimate a girl's ability to gossip. Their imagination was too rich. Seeing the girl's eyes burning with the fire of gossip, Ewing guessed their thoughts. She smiled and waved her hand, explaining, how could that be? How would I know Yang Yi? Didn't I buy a storybook for my daughter yesterday? The boss recommended it. The girls nodded their heads. That book was written by Yang Yi. There was a piece of paper in it. Ewing said, telling them about the small advertisement she saw and her doubts. So it's like that. But I don't know if it's true or not. But no one had heard of this fund. I think it's possible. Sister Ing, let me help you check on the internet. Now, anything can be found on the internet. A girl took out her phone and excitedly opened the web. She searched the name of the fund that Ewing mentioned and Yang Yi's name. A lot of related information and reports popped up. Hey, the Limit Challenge. The Life in Full Bloom that I told you about is the theme song of this show. A girl beside him said happily. Perhaps the Ultimate Challenge had bought advertising space under the keyword Yang Yi. The first few search results were all very selective. Pull it down and take a look. Ewing actually knew how to use a cell phone. She was not so outdated, so she went over to take a look and also directed. She found a link that read, Yang Yi appeared at the Children's Book Author Support Fund, claiming that every parent is the best storyteller. Open this, and let me see, Ewing said. The link pointed to a video of the fund's press conference. There was only one video, and it was taken by the reporter himself. But in this video, Ewing saw Yang Yi's appearance for the first time, a man so tall that he did not look like a writer. The reporter who took the video asked Yang Yi, wanting to know his original intention for starting the fund. I'm not a professional children's book author, you know. Yang Yi, who was on the stage, said seriously, although the storybooks I wrote are quite popular, they're still very popular. The reporters below the stage laughed for a while. Some entertainment reporters who came to Yang Yi shouted, you're a singer and songwriter. However, the reporters in the literature section were not happy. One of them could not help but stand up and argue, Yang Yi is famous for writing novels. Soldier's Assault, Drawing Sword, Prison Break, as well as suspense and mystery novels like Relieving Grocery Store and Night Walk. Who can match his achievements? Thank you for your praise. Yang Yi stopped their quarrel and smiled. The original intention of writing Xishi's bedtime stories and several other children's books is also for my daughter, Xishi. I tell her stories, and she likes to listen to them. She also likes to take these stories to the kindergarten to communicate with her classmates. I seemed to think that the stories I told were not bad, so I decided to write them down and let the publisher sell them for me to see the reactions of other children. I didn't expect to receive many letters from children saying that they liked the stories I told. Really, thank you very much for your favor. You have the purest taste in the world. I'm honored to be liked by you. Yang Yi said seriously. There was applause from the audience. At that moment, Ewing, who was watching the video, was also attracted by Yang Yi's narrative. She remembered that when she used to tell stories to Yu Xiaowei, her daughter also listened attentively. Last year, a friend from Sweden, who is also Xixi's father, told me that in Sweden, many children start reading from an early age. No matter how busy the parents are, they will take time out to read with their children before going to bed. Xianxia talked about the change in his thinking and the scene when he went to the bookstore with Xixi to look for books. It is because I found that there is no way to find suitable books for Xixi to read, and I don't want my second child to encounter the same situation. So, I hope to be able to use this fund to find more children's book writers. I want them to create more stories suitable for children to read so that more children can read happily in the process of growing up and enjoy reading with their parents. Xianxi's words made Yuing fall into deep thought. Xianxia was not finished yet. In Sweden, children of every age have books that they can read. However, in the domestic market, all children's books are about the same. There are more words than pictures. Children who can read at the age of 7 or 8 may be able to read them, but children who can't read at the age of 4 or 5 may not be interested. Children of younger ages prefer colorful pictures, and simple words can be gradually aroused with the help of their parents to identify these words. What our country lacks in the field of children's books is not only picture books, but also interesting stories. The plots of the stories that we already have are very adult, and they lack fantasy elements that can stimulate children's imagination. Xianxia said, "This is also why the main target of my fund is young parents, not professional children's book writers. Because every parent is the best storyteller, because you know what your child needs. You also know what kind of language to describe it in so that children will like it more. Of course, I don't exclude professional authors. As long as they can also conceive and create from a child's point of view, we will also support them." Later, Xianxia also answered a few questions, including some details of the support. We are now supporting content creators. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to make picture books. In Sahara Publishing, we have already recruited many artists to prepare the stories you create and sketch the pictures you imagine in your heart. I can promise you that the adaptation of these picture books will be carried out according to the normal process. Sahara Publishing will not be greedy for any copyright income that the original author deserves, Xianxia said. What we are doing is just a platform for everyone to display their talents. From the interview video, Yuing also learned that in addition to the support fund, Sahara Publishing would also regularly hold some free training classes to teach the parents who signed the contract to write and help them improve their creative ability. It seemed that everything was beautiful. Yuing was a little moved, but was it really like what the video said? Yuing was still worried that this tall man might just be a liar who said beautiful words. P.S. There is a loophole in this chapter. When driving the RV, other passengers must sit properly and fasten their seatbelts. Xiaohan was careless. Please ignore it and pay attention to traffic safety. Huiqiu, Gusu and Jiangqing were next to each other, and it only took 2 to 3 hours to drive there. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to ask for leave from Xixi in advance. He rushed there early on Friday. Yang Huan went there first with the program crew. She was still a newcomer in the entertainment industry, so she couldn't put on airs in front of the seniors. Even though the 6 of them had become good friends after 2 episodes of the program. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xianxia drove the RV and appeared near the Springfield kindergarten. When school was over, he got out of the car to pick up Xixi. Xiangxi's father is here. Mr. Mu greeted and asked Xianxia to come to the class. From this year onwards, the Springfield kindergarten upgraded the protection of the children. In the past, the parents were crowded in the yard, waiting for the children to come down from upstairs. Now, the parents had to be led in one by the head teacher to pick up their children. There were also 2 teachers in the classroom to calm the restless children. Although it was a little cumbersome, it had to be said that it was safer and more orderly. It prevented some bad guys from sneaking in and taking the children away in the chaos. Papa. Xixi found that her father was the first to come in today. She was so happy that she immediately jumped up from her seat and threw herself into her father's arms. Xianxia smiled and picked up the little girl. He kissed her cold little face and said, "Are you ready? We're going on a trip." Hee hee. Hee hee. The little girl was so happy that she could only laugh. At this moment, Xixi's friends couldn't hold back anymore. Chen Shiyun stood up and said, "Uncle Xianxia, Xixi said that you're going to drive a big car for a trip, right?" Yang Luoqi also stood up, pulled Yang Yi's clothes, and whispered, she said that it's as big as a house. Nan Zhaoyu and Lu Weisha looked at Yang Yi, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lan Xian was also curious, but she probably just wanted to join in the fun. Her family also had a large RV, which was much more luxurious than Yang Yi's. Looking at these curious eyes, Yang Yi pondered for a moment and said with a smile, do you want to come and take a look? After a while, Yang Yi took the little guys and their parents to the RV for a tour. Murphy, who was taking care of the kids in the RV, was caught off guard when she saw such a grand scene. So beautiful! Nan Zhaoyu exclaimed. It's not just beautiful, it's super beautiful. She proudly showed her friends around. In addition to visiting the bedroom with a double bed, she also took her father's hand and asked him to show everyone how to press a button to make the two sofas in the dining room automatically put together into a bed. This miraculous scene caused the little fellows to cry out in surprise. Fortunately, if it weren't for the parents, who smiled bitterly like Murphy, who persuaded the little guys to leave, they might have wanted to stay and travel with Xi. After sending off the little guests who came to visit, Yang Yi could finally drive the RV and set off with his family. Are we going to eat first, or should we drive first and eat after we reach Gusu City? Yang Yi asked. Drive first, drive first. Xi was very excited sitting in the RV. She didn't have to stay in the child safety seat and could run freely. This RV was really fun. Murphy also laughed and said, I'm not hungry yet. Let's go to Gusu City and see if there are any good restaurants there. Since we're going on a trip, we have to experience something different. Okay. Honorable madams and ladies, as you wish. Yang Yi shouted humorously and drove in the direction of the highway. Yang Yi was concentrating on driving. After all, this was a huge vehicle that was almost as big as a truck. Murphy didn't dare to disturb Yang Yi. She took Xi and Tong to play on the big bed in the bedroom. The RV's performance was very good. Even when it was moving, the bumps were not obvious. Therefore, Murphy was at ease and put Tong in a prone position on the bed. The little guy liked it too. This was because he could learn to prop up his body and turn his little head to have a better view. Moreover, there was an older sister who liked to imitate him, lying on her stomach and looking at him. Hee hee. Little brother, look at big sister. She used her elbows to move closer to Tong. Under Tong's curious gaze, she leaned over and bumped her head against Tong. She didn't use much force and just pressed their foreheads together. Then, the two pairs of big eyes looked at each other. Perhaps little rascal thought this was very funny. He chuckled, his eyes turning into crescents, and two dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth. Hee hee, little brother is so funny. She saw that she had made her little brother laugh, so she also laughed happily. She even excitedly kissed Tong's forehead. Tong didn't have enough strength. After a while, he had to lie down and rest for a while. However, the little guy was still a little unsatisfied. He stretched out his little hand and reached for his sister. Yeah. The little guy let out a childish cry. It's big sister. She giggled. Yang Yi and Murphy often taught Tong to say daddy and mommy. Of course, there were still a few months before Tong could say daddy and mommy. However, as parents, even if they knew that it was impossible for their child to learn how to say daddy and mommy, who wouldn't be tired of repeating it over and over again, she also followed her parents and taught Tong to say big sister. After a while, Tong propped himself up again. Perhaps he had inherited the excellent genes of the Yang family. The little guy was very strong and energetic. However, his sister didn't want to play bullfight with him this time. Little brother, look at big sister. She excitedly climbed to the end of the bed. Tong was very interested in his sister, so his eyes followed her. Xi, what are you doing? Murphy asked when she saw her daughter's actions. She was looking after the two children. I'm going to do a somersault for little brother. Cici had already bent her head. Her long hair was like a bottle of ink that had been knocked over, creating a black satin-like small lake on the bed. Then move a little to the right. Don't kick Tong. Murphy saw this and hurriedly put her hands on Tong's head to protect him. Fortunately, the bed was very big. She somersaulted under her little brother's gaze. Her hair was messy as she climbed up. The little girl couldn't wait to look at her little brother. Tong Tong just watched curiously and didn't react. Murphy hugged the little guy in her arms so that he could watch from a comfortable position. She even imitated the tone of a child and said, "Big sister, can you perform one more time? I haven't seen it yet." She looked at her mom and laughed happily. "Mom, I'm not little brother anymore." Of course, she still enthusiastically continued to roll and perform for her little brother. Tong Tong didn't know why, but he also smiled and waved his little hands. He seemed to want to play with his big sister. Unfortunately, he was still too young. Amidst the laughter, the limousine drove into the beautiful Gusu City. In this world, Gusu City also had many beautiful gardens. However, it was already night time. Xianxia didn't have time to look at the beautiful historical city after nightfall. He had to take his family out for dinner and settle down at the hotel. She was already complaining that she was hungry. Early in the morning in Gusu City, the bright sunlight shone through the green leaves in the courtyard, sprinkling light spots the size of coins. There was a clear canal under the small arched bridge that flowed slowly. If it wasn't for the noise from the crowd that destroyed the tranquility of this place, it would have been a beautiful picture. "Do you have more walkie-talkies as backup?" Xianxia walked to the camp of the program crew, pointed at the walkie-talkies that Ren Lian and the others were holding, and asked, "If you do, give me 2. Xianxia was comforting Xi, who wanted to play with her father. Today's program recording didn't start at 4 in the morning, so when the little girl woke up, she stuck to her father, which was a bit difficult to deal with. As a matter of fact, Xianxia saw that Xi was very interested in the walkie-talkies of the program crew, so he ran over to ask for one. There were still a lot of walkie-talkies, so Ren Lian asked the staff to give 2 to Xianxia and even taught Xianxia how to use them. "I know how to use them. Just tell me which channel is free. Don't let Xi sneak in and delay your work." Xianxia laughed. "It's okay. The channel we use is encrypted. If you use this walkie-talkie, you won't be able to enter without entering the password," Ren Lian said. Thus, Xianxia took the 2 walkie-talkies back, adjusted them, and handed one to Xi and the other to Murphy. "Hey, hey, hey." Murphy followed Xianxia's instructions and pressed the intercom button to talk to Xi. "Xi, can you hear me?" Xi was curiously looking at the walkie-talkie. When she heard her mother's voice coming from the walkie-talkie, the little girl suddenly cried out in surprise. "Press here, you can also talk to your mother," Xianxia instructed. The little girl studied it with great interest. She played with her mother, and her dependence on her father was greatly reduced. After giving some instructions to his absent-minded daughter, Xianxia could finally go and record the show. Of course, he was worried that Murphy wouldn't be able to take care of her, so he also instructed the people left behind by the production team to help take care of Xi. Then, he turned around and left. "Everyone, welcome to the beautiful Gusu City. Today, we have 2 guests who will challenge the limits with you." After the recording of the first and second episodes, the program team realized that it was meaningless to let Shanghai TV station's famous host, Dong Wei, participate in the introduction of the rules of the game. Moreover, it was easy to steal the limelight. It was better to let Yan Tao, who was not famous and did not have a strong presence, say some necessary lines behind the camera. This was an adjustment that the production team had made to Xianxia's original plan after their own research. They wanted to see the effects of this episode's recording. "Really?" Yuan Yan and the other 6 members cried out in surprise. Among them, Jia Yuchen was the most enthusiastic. He said with a smile, "After 2 episodes, we finally have a new guest. Quick, tell us, is it a beauty? I'm tired of playing with these men all day long." In fact, they knew who the guests were. They had all met them yesterday, and Xianxia had even gone to have supper with them. However, these guys' acting skills were top-notch, and they had completely fooled the audience. "Look at you." Dan Hongkui laughed. "How did Xiao Huan become a man? Isn't she a beauty too?" "Yeah, in the first episode, old Jia called her a beauty every day." Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkui both mocked Yang Huan. "I think Brother Yuchen is saying that Sister Huan is a tough woman, and she's not a woman." Guozi also laughed. Yang Huan made a gesture of wanting to hit someone, and Guizi quickly hid behind Jia Yuchen. Although he still looked chubby, his body was much stronger. Perhaps it was because of Ding Xiong's training with him. Actually, I also see Yang Huan as a brother. Don't hit her. I'm praising you. I'm saying that you're as good as a man, and I respect you so much that I'm willing to treat you as a brother. Zhu Jia said, shaking his head. Although he was rambling, he was also mocking Yang Huan. However, Yang Huan didn't get it. She even smiled with satisfaction. Brother. Jia is really good with words. Compared to the previous 2 episodes, the 3 juniors were much better. In the past, it was the 3 old foxes who spoke. Other than Zhu Jia, Yang Huan and Guizi didn't dare to speak. Now, the 2 of them had joined in, especially Guizi, who was a chatterbox. The 6 members' beautiful expectations were destined to be dashed, because when the 2 guests, Yang Yi and Geng Sha, appeared, they could only be disappointed. Why are they guys? And they're both guys. Yang Huan was also very disappointed. Only when Yang Yi stared at her did her expression change. She ran over with a smile to please him. Brother, why are you here? Of course, these were just some performances that they used to warm up the audience. As guests, Yang Yi and Geng Sha were very important. There was no need to mention Yang Yi. Geng Sha was the lead actor of the popular TV series Assault of the Soldiers. Now, everyone in the country knew this silly Susan duo. It could be said that he was even more popular than Yang Yi. After the bickering, it was time for the grouping. The director divided the 6 members and 2 guests into 2 groups. One group is the SWAT team, which is composed of Yuan Yen, Dan Hongkue, Yang Huan, and Geng Sha. The other group is the fugitive team, which is composed of Jia Yuchen, Guizi, Zhu Jia, and Yang Yi. Yan Tao said. Why? Guizi saw that the situation was not good. With 2 old foxes on the opposite side, how could he play? He quickly stood out and shouted, I played the role of a policeman in the movie. Geng Sha is the fugitive. Why is he in the SWAT team, and I'm in the fugitive team? Zhu Jia and Jia Yuchen looked at each other and surrounded the little fatty. They twisted their hands and rubbed their faces, laughing. Guizi, you want to be a traitor because you see that the other side is strong, right? Geng Sha was surprised to see these guys together. Yuan Yen smiled and said to him, Geng Sha, you've never seen a show like this, right? Nope. Geng Sha shook his head honestly. You'll get used to it. Dan Hongkue came over and said. He and Yuan Yen both laughed. Of course, they deliberately talked to Geng Sha to help him get more screen time. Although the show was designed by Yang Yi was the same as Geng Sha. They were both newcomers to variety shows. Geng Sha had at least appeared in variety shows because of Soldier's Assault, but Yang Yi was really a young lady who had been on a sedan chair, a first. Seeing Yang Yi standing there and watching others play, his newbie appearance was completely exposed. Of course, Yang Yi did not care too much about whether he could appear on screen more often. After the grouping was settled, Yan Tao read out the new rules. Now, please enter the 2 houses behind you and choose your respective team leader. Please note that the captain has the ability to save the eliminated teammates by completing the challenge game. Once the captain is eliminated, the team members will never be able to be revived. Whether it was real or fake, there was a burst of exclamation from both sides. This means that we have to eliminate the other team's captain first. Yuan Yen said, hitting the nail on the head. Our chances of winning are very high. How do we eliminate the opponent? Zhu Jia asked curiously. Yan Tao did not speak, but asked someone to take out 2 suitcases specially made for the extreme challenge and handed them to the SWAT team and the fugitive team. When they opened the suitcases, the members under the camera let out a burst of exclamation. It turned out that the suitcases were filled with pistols. It had to be said that the props were made with a lot of effort, as they looked just like the real thing. There were also separate magazines. Yang Yi saw the problem, but he could not help but go forward and weigh it. It was light, as expected. It was a fake gun with a plastic shell. Not only was it a fake gun, but it was also a special water gun. According to Yan Tao's introduction, the water gun needed a magazine, which was a container for water. However, the capacity was very small, and one magazine could only be fired twice. Because the SWAT team and the fugitive team had different identities, each member of the SWAT team had 2 magazines, while the fugitive team only had 1. This isn't fair. Guozi and Zhu Jia ran over and grabbed Yan Tao's hand, crying out in grievance. It's okay. It's okay. Jia Yuchen pulled Guozi and Zhu Jia back. He winked and said, Are you stupid? If the water in the magazine is used up, you can reload it. What does Gusu City lack the most? Yeah. What Gusu City doesn't lack the least is water. Guozi patted his head and said with a smile. Yang Yi creased his eyebrows and said, You can reload it? I don't think it's that simple. Just then, a stream of water shot over. Yang Yi did not try to dodge it, so the water splashed onto him. He looked over and saw Guozi holding a water gun. The first shot hit Yang Yi, and the second shot hit Guozi. Ah! Guozi screamed. What are you doing? Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkue from the SWAT team exclaimed. I'm testing the gun. So that's how it is. It's quite fun. Yang Huan said with a smile. She even blew at the muzzle of the gun handsomely. Just like in the movies, it seemed like her water gun could even emit smoke. Xiao Huan, you've wasted a magazine. Yuan Yan said, exasperated at her failure to meet his expectations. Ah? Really? Yang Huan looked at Yan Tao in surprise. The competition hasn't started yet, right? The competition hasn't started yet, but the recording has already started, Yan Tao said meaningfully. Director, she didn't know. Can you forgive her this once? Dan Hongkue begged. Give her another magazine. Look at Guozi and Yang Yi. What's so special about them? Yan Tao kept them in suspense. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they all exclaimed, Oh, oh. It turned out that there was a purple mark on Yang Yi and Guozi's clothes. This is a magazine filled with a special dye. Only by hitting the opponent with this dye can the opponent be eliminated. Yan Tao paused and said, Because the production is limited, there are only so many magazines. Don't waste them. Yang Huan was dumbfounded, and the SWAT team groaned. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. Yang Yi said with a smile. How could this show allow you to break the rules so easily? Luckily I didn't move, or I would have run out of bullets. Zhu Jia, who had wanted to try the gun, retracted his hand nervously and said. You must have done it on purpose. It's just a little dye. How could the production be limited? Yang Huan was still complaining, and wanted to beg Yan Tao to replenish her magazine. Please go to your houses as soon as possible to choose your team leader and check your mission card. The team that has finished changing can go to the next mission location earlier. Yan Tao was not moved. Hearing Yan Tao's words, Jia Yuchen, Zhu Jia, and Guozi quickly said to Yang Yi, Quick, quick, let's go and choose our team leader. Xiao Huan, let's go. Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkue had no choice but to persuade Yang Huan and drag Geng Sha, who did not know how to cooperate, into their houses. After 2 episodes of the challenge, the 6 members were able to figure out some of the routines of the program crew. Some rules were alive and could be broken at will, or they could find a shortcut to circumvent them. Some rules were dead, like time, therefore, it was a race against time. Jia Yuchen, Zhu Jia, Guozi, and Yang Yi were the first to enter the fugitive team's house. It was a small house called Kuzuju in this modern imitation of Gusu Garden. Who should we choose as the team leader? After some teasing, Jia Yuchen went straight to the point. He winked at Zhu Jia and pointed at himself narcissistically. I choose Yang Yi, brother Yang. Guozi raised his hand and said, Because this program is brother Yang's idea. I think with brother Yang's command, we can win. Yeah. Zhu Jia nodded. Don't. I really don't know the plot and gameplay of this episode. Yang Yi smiled and said, The first 2 episodes were designed by me. But after that, it was handed over to the scriptwriter. This time, they even kept me in the dark, so I didn't know anything at all. That was the truth. So it was you who designed it. You made me so miserable in the first 2 episodes. Jia Yuchen rushed up and grabbed Yang Yi's neck angrily. Of course, he didn't use any force. Yang Yi cooperated and made an expression of being strangled. His head tilted and his tongue stuck out. After that, they continued to discuss who to choose as the team leader. I think we should choose Brother Yang. If we are eliminated, we can only wait for the team leader to complete the mission to save us. Guizi said, Brother Yang is good at fighting. He should be the best among us. If we want to complete those challenge games, we have to rely on Brother Yang. In this team, Jia Yuchen was responsible for being funny and Zhu Jia was responsible for dragging them down. Neither of them could be counted on. Guizi, who had not become the genius brain of Little Fox, could only be everyone's analyst. Jia Yuchen originally wanted to fight for the position of team leader, but when he thought about how many challenges he had to complete in order to save people, he rolled his eyes and agreed with Guizi's decision with a smile. I don't have a problem either, but Brother Yang, who do you think will be the captain of the SWAT team? Zhu Jia asked in a timely manner. He was trying to give Yang Yi some screen time. At this moment, in the Wamiai restaurant next door, 4 members of the SWAT team were also discussing this issue. Dan Hongkue thought it was Jia Yuchen. I think it's Yang Yi. He's very powerful. They'll definitely choose him. Yang Huan said. During the recording of the show, it was better not to try to curry favor with others. Little Gung, what do you think? Yuan Yan also took care of Geng Sha. Now that Geng Sha had joined in, he said shyly, I also think it's Brother Yang. He's the most familiar with this show. It's basically confirmed that Yang Yi will be the captain. Yuan Yan concluded. He said, look, it's so easy to guess. Now that you've chosen me as the captain, they'll definitely guess it. My suggestion is that we change to another person and let Yang Huan be the captain. This is because they'll also think that old Dan and I are the most cunning in our team, so we're the most likely candidates to be the captain. They'll probably focus fire on us first. So, Yang Huan, if you're the captain, you can seize the opportunity to escape and complete the mission to save us. Why don't we let Geng Sha be the captain? Geng Sha and the others won't be able to guess it. Yang Huan said. That's fine too. Little Geng, can you do it? Yuan Yan asked. Geng Sha showed a great sense of responsibility. He straightened his legs and chest and said, I promise to complete the mission. Haha. Haha. Don't be like this, don't be like this. We're not filming Soldier's Assault. Dan Hongkue was amused by this honest kid. But I don't know how to do it. Geng Sha scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It's okay, we'll teach you. Yang Huan said with concern. At this moment, the cell phones on the table suddenly rang. These were the props given to them by the program team. Ever since the broadcast of Shanghai TV station, not only had Extreme Selection received a lot of sponsorship money, but they had also been provided with props by these manufacturers. For example, the cars and cell phones that they would be using for the upcoming mission were all provided by car brand sponsors and cell phone brand sponsors. The cell phones were even the latest smartphones. Yuan Yan and the others skillfully turned on their cell phones and watched the mission instructions. It was a video of a man in black. The main thing was to tell them that a batch of priceless gold had been transported into the vault of the International Bank. However, a group of fugitives had their eyes on it. Yuan Yan and the others needed to get rid of all the fugitives before the fugitives stole the gold. Among the fugitives, there's an undercover agent from the police. Please find him before the fugitives notice, complete the secret signal, and bring him back safely. Yang Huan said, the secret signal is, give me a reason not to kill you. The other party's answer should be, I didn't have a choice in the past. Now, I just want to be a good person. Dan Hongkue immediately fell in love with this line. He repeated it over and over again. This line is quite interesting. Interesting. That's easy. When we're chasing after the fugitives, we can ask him this. Can't we? Yuan Yan laughed. If his answer is wrong, we'll shoot. Yang Huan said. Hey, since there's an undercover agent in the fugitives, do you think there's an undercover agent in our SWAT team as well? Dan Hongkue asked. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. They looked at each other as if they were examining something. Hey, don't look at me. How can I be a spy? This is my first time on the show. I don't know anything, Geng Sha scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Xianxia can be ruled out. If he's a spy, he'll be exposed too easily, Yang Huan said. I think you're a spy. Dan Hongkue stared at Yang Huan and laughed. Just now, you wasted your bullets for no reason. Hey, brother Dan, I didn't waste my bullets for no reason. I was testing my gun. Who knew that this show would be so stingy and refuse to give me more bullets? Yang Huan said, feeling wronged. I can swear that if I'm a spy, I won't have a smooth year, Yuan Yen said as he raised his hand. Note 1, I can also swear that if I'm a spy, I won't have a smooth year. Dan Hongkue hesitated and raised his hand as well. Then, everyone looked at Yang Huan. If I'm a spy, I won't have a smooth year either, Xianxia said quickly. If I'm a spy, I won't have a smooth year either. Yang Huan pouted and said. Yuan Yen had been observing everyone's expression, but he couldn't see anything wrong. He said, then it's possible that there's no spy in our SWAT team. Only the fugitives have our undercover agent. The mission card was handed over. It asked the members of the SWAT team to change their equipment and go to Gusu City's Cold Mountain Temple and Stone Lion Forest to chase after the fugitives or steal the key. There were 6 locations in total, but the SWAT team would only decrypt 2 new locations every half an hour. In comparison, the fugitives had 6 complete locations. As long as they were lucky enough, they might be able to get ahead of the SWAT team and not be caught. We'll be divided into 2 groups. I'll be with the captain, Xianxia, and you'll be with Yang Huan. Although the captain was Xianxia, the command was given to the resourceful Yuan Yen. The marvelous mathematician said clearly, we'll go to these 2 locations separately. If we see anyone from the fugitives, we'll chase after them. If not, we'll look for information. Just as they hurried to change their equipment, Dan Hongkue walked into the changing room that the program team had arranged for him. However, he saw the man in black sitting behind the table, waiting for him. Dan Hongkue was a smart person. How could he not know what was going to happen next? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, do you have to do this? You waited for me to make the oath before doing this? The more Dan Hongkue spoke, the more annoyed he became. He pretended to be angry and said, did you do this on purpose? Did you choose me because I'm not the captain? However, the man in black showed him a video that had just been filmed. It turned out that when Yen Tao was explaining the rules, 2 signs had been placed in front of him. On them were the names of the 2 teams of spies. This had been confirmed in advance, but they had deliberately not informed the 2 spies in advance. Of course, the video that Dan Hongkue watched did not record the names of the undercover fugitives. Dan Hongkue only saw his own. Fine. Spies it is. What do I need to do? Dan Hongkue resigned himself to fate. The man in black handed him a mission card, and Dan Hongkue read it aloud, find the spy in the fugitive team and kill him. Find an opportunity to contact the fugitive team and help the fugitive team achieve the final victory. Dan Hongkue was also an old fox. He read the content that was not written on the mission card. The undercover fugitives on the opposite side should have a similar mission. In other words, I can't rashly expose my identity before I know who the undercover fugitives are. After a while, Dan Hongkue finished changing. They were all wearing the special police uniform. However, their original bulletproof vests had been replaced with white vests. This way, the dyeing was even more obvious. Why are you so slow? Yuan Yen complained. He didn't know that his teammate, who had just made the oath, had changed his mind. On Yang Yi's side, the director also played the same trick. Before changing clothes, the undercover didn't know that they were undercover, so Yang Yi couldn't see any flaws at all. This made him wonder if there were no spies on his side. The fugitive team didn't speculate for a long time like the SWAT team. Because Yang Yi was the captain and commander, they were quickly divided into 2 groups. After quickly changing, they drove away. Yang Yi and Zhu Jia were in one group, while Jia Yuchan and Guozi were in the other group. Under the guidance of the staff, they slipped out of the back door and went to their chosen destinations. Brother Yang, I'm so happy. I can go on a mission with you, you know? Zhu Jia consciously sat in the driver's seat and chatted with Yang Yi while driving. Is that so? Tell me, why? Yang Yi laughed. Since they were recording a program, he had to take Jujia's words. It was like a crosstalk where one person teased and the other praised. You're my idol. When I was in the same company with Sister Faye, I didn't feel it. Later, I gradually found out that the songs you write are so good. You can master any kind of music style. In my opinion, you're the number one in my heart. Jujia praised Yang Yi for a long time. Well, don't put me on such a high pedestal. There are many powerful seniors in the industry. You have to learn from them. Yang Yi patted Jujia's shoulder and changed the topic. We're going to Xianxia ancient town now, right? Well, yes. Jujia nodded. Then you've driven past. Yang Yi had just searched the map. With his ability, he remembered every intersection clearly. It was just that he was negligent just now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, we should have just turned right at the intersection. Now that you've driven past, we'll have to take a big detour. Ah? Jujia was dumbfounded. They pulled over, and Yang Yi bent down to find the GPS on the car's control panel. He set a destination for Jujia. With the GPS's guidance, Jujia shouldn't go the wrong way. It had to be said that car navigation was a new thing that was only introduced last year. Even the map software on mobile phones did not have this function. If this was not a new car provided by the sponsor, they would not have a navigation system in their car. Yang Yi didn't know either. The executive director, who was sitting behind the car with the cameraman, reminded them. It just so happened that it could also be used for product placement. However, what Yang Yi didn't notice was that while he was fiddling with the camera, Jujia, who was sitting up straight, was looking at the camera lens in front of him with a sad face. He put his hands together and begged for forgiveness. So, Jujia was the undercover agent of the fugitive team. Just now, he had deliberately led Yang Yi on a detour. It had to be said that acting undercover in front of Yang Yi put a lot of pressure on Jujia. He was afraid that he would be caught and beaten up. Brother Yang, let me tell you, although our program was designed by you, some of the essence is still understood by people like us who have really played it. After Jujia finished praying, he continued to chat with Yang Yi. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we win or not. What's the most important thing? What's the most important thing? Yang Yi was very curious and raised his head. The most important thing is to appear on screen. Jujia laughed. Even if we lose the challenge, as long as we get more screen time, we will definitely be happier than those who win. Is this a hint? The cameraman behind them recorded Jujia's sly expression. But the problem is, if I am eliminated early, then I will go to jail. How will I get any screen time? Yang Yi sat up, straightened up, and asked doubtfully. That's right, Jujia didn't think of this. He was a little stunned and didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, he was still a little witty. He immediately smiled and said, that's easy. Let's get some screen time for ourselves. Jujia took out his mobile phone and wanted to take a selfie with Yang Yi. The two big men gathered together to take a selfie. Jujia also put up a pouting and raised eyebrows, a girl's photo pose. Yang Yi couldn't pose so enchanting. He could only smile and put up two fingers, a classic photo pose. Brother Yang, later I will send a micro-broadcast. Hey, I can finally take a selfie with my idol. I'm really happy. Jujia took a selfie and sent a micro-broadcast. All of a sudden, the two sponsors' advertisements were inserted. However, Yang Yi could hear a hint of nervousness in his happy voice. Especially when Yang Yi asked Jujia about it just now, this guy's expression had changed and revealed a flaw. After all, Jujia was not like those three old foxes. He didn't have perfect acting skills. Moreover, Yang Yi had a pair of fiery eyes. His little trick was seen through by Yang Yi. Why was Jujia nervous? And deliberately stalling for time, Yang Yi had already guessed the answer. They got back on the road. Since they drove at the wrong intersection, there was no need to take a big detour. They continued to drive forward and turned at the next intersection. Yang Yi took out his pistol from his back and fiddled with it in his hand. He took out the magazine in his pocket, put it in, and took it out. Jujia, do you think my water gun can eliminate people if it hits them? Yang Yi asked. Jujia didn't doubt him. He said honestly, yes, but there are only 2 bullets. Our opponent has more bullets than us. Brother Yang, you have to use it sparingly. Yang Yi hesitated whether to kill this damn spy first. However, it was a little inconvenient to drive now. I'm good at this thing. Let me tell you, I guarantee that one shot will kill one person, and there will be no waste. Yang Yi laughed. But, if you don't hit their captain can still revive the eliminated people. Zhu Jia said, in the end, we won't have enough bullets. That's right. Yang Yi had an idea. He said, then give me your magazine. Ah? It's a waste for you to take it. You can't hit accurately. It's best if you can be my shield. If you die, I can revive you. Then I have enough ammunition. If I hit accurately, I can eliminate more opponents. Yang Yi said, don't hesitate. Give it to me quickly. Zhu Jia hesitantly handed the pistol to Yang Yi. The only thing he wanted to do now was not to arouse Yang Yi's suspicion. Yang Yi took out the magazine, stuffed it in his pocket, and returned the empty gun to Zhu Jia. You take the shell. If necessary, you can scare others. Brother, then I'll rely on you to protect me. Zhu Jia said. No problem. I'm your captain. If I don't protect you, who will protect you? Yang Yi said with a smile. Since the ammunition has been collected, Yang Yi was not in a hurry to kill Zhu Jia. He put away his gun and let Zhu Jia continue to drive for him. It took more than 10 minutes to get to Xianxia ancient town. Yang Yi took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it unconsciously. Although he was recording a program, he was a father after all. He couldn't leave everything and play wholeheartedly. Now that he was idle in the car, he thought of Murphy and Xi, who were with the production team. Was Murphy okay? She took care of Dewa and Erwa. It should be very hard for her, right? He didn't know if Xi would still make a fuss. Yang Yi was a little worried that the little girl would start to talk about her father again after the novelty of the walkie-talkie faded. There was also Tong Tong. It was the first time she went out since she was born. He didn't know if she could adapt. Brother Yang, what are you thinking about? Zhu Jia didn't want the car to become quiet, so he started to ask again. I'm thinking, can we call other people's numbers other than our team members? Yang Yi said. Yes. But we have to know the other party's phone number. The contact list inside was prepared by the production team in advance. Only the few of us have the phone number. For example, Teacher Yuan's phone number isn't in there, Zhu Jia said. I'm talking about calling other people, such as the phone number you remember. Yang Yi didn't beat around the bush and said, didn't Murphy and the child come to Gusu? I want to call them and see how they're doing. Oh. Zhu Jia suddenly understood. He smiled and said, yes, Brother Yang. This is a normal phone and a normal SIM card. The wireless walkie-talkie was indeed a new toy for Xi. The little girl was having a lot of fun playing with it. Yang Yi had only been out for less than an hour, so she was still interested in it. Xi held the walkie-talkie and ran back to her RV with a string of pleasant laughter. Even the little assistant who was taking care of her couldn't keep up with her. Mom, can you hear me? Xi pressed the walkie-talkie and said loudly, as if she was worried that if her voice was too low, the wireless transmission skill would not be enough. I hear you. Murphy responded with interest, where are you now? Xi heard her mother's voice from so far away. She was pleasantly surprised and felt that the walkie-talkie was more and more fun. The little girl jumped onto the bed and lay on her stomach like Tong Tong. She crossed her feet in stockings and talked to her mother while shaking them. I'm in the car. Mom, how can you still hear me? Xi asked curiously. Because we are using the walkie-talkie. If we are not far away, we can hear you. Murphy's voice came over. Then, can Papa hear me? Cece suddenly had an idea. He can't hear you because your Papa didn't bring the walkie-talkie. He is working. Cece pouted slightly. Although it wasn't to the point of being unhappy, she still felt a little regretful. She was happy with a little regret. Murphy was worried that Xi would be sad, so she said, but your brother is here. Your brother can hear you. Do you want to talk to your brother? She suddenly became interested. In order to talk to her brother, she rolled over and sat up. She held the walkie-talkie with her two small hands and couldn't wait to press the button. "Hello, brother, can you hear me? Sister is talking to you." The little girl's voice was full of joy and lightness. It was like a moving melody that echoed in the car. At this moment, Murphy placed her walkie-talkie in front of Tong Tong. Tong Tong was actually curious about this new and strange world. The little guy was looking around when something suddenly reached over. There was also a strange sound. The little guy was stunned and stared blankly at the walkie-talkie in his mother's hand. Murphy waited for a while, then picked up the walkie-talkie again and said to Xianxia, "Little brother may not have heard it. You have to talk to him more." Xianxia's voice continued to come out of the walkie-talkie. However, when Murphy put the walkie-talkie to Tong Tong again, the little girl was not happy. Perhaps it was because the black surface of the walkie-talkie did not fit Tong Tong's taste, but he waved his hand and hid it as if he wanted to push it away. "Little brother doesn't seem to like walkie-talkies." Murphy helplessly put away the walkie-talkie and said to Xianxia, Yeah. At this moment, Tong Tong seemed to be very happy. He opened his mouth and shouted twice in his mother's arms. "I heard it. I heard little brother talking." Xianxia shouted in surprise. However, Xianxia soon heard her mother's voice. "Wait a minute. Mommy has to answer a phone call. I don't know who is calling." After a while, Murphy smiled and said to Xianxia through the walkie-talkie, "Your father is calling. Come and talk to him quickly." Don't come over. I want to talk to Papa through the walkie-talkie." Xianxia was much more interested in the walkie-talkie than the phone. Murphy had to press the walkie-talkie and turn on the speaker so that Xianxia and Xianxia could talk through the walkie-talkie. In the car, Xianxia waited for his daughter's voice. "Hello, Papa. Can you hear me?" Although the little girl's voice was a little distorted because of the walkie-talkie and the phone, it was still sweet and lively. "I can hear you, Xianxia. Can you hear me?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Mommy said that you want to talk to me through the walkie-talkie from afar." "That's very good. I can hear you, The little girl smiled happily after being praised. "Daddy is recording a program, which means he is in the middle of a competition. Therefore, he might not be able to accompany you today. You have to listen to Mommy and play with Mommy, okay?" Xianxia said. "Okay. I'm very obedient." Xianxia's voice was soft and sweet. Although it was a little distorted, it was still very pleasant to hear. "Okay. You can tell Daddy to do your best." Xianxia smiled and said, "Daddy doesn't have much time left. I have to go to the competition. Otherwise, I won't be able to win." "Go, Papa," the little girl said cleverly. Of course, as her daddy's loyal little fan, she was free to express herself. "Papa, you are the best. You will definitely win, right?" "Yes, Daddy will definitely win." Xianxia gave his daughter a positive answer. "Okay, that's it. Daddy loves you. I love you too." The little girl's voice was so sweet that it could kill people. Xianxia smiled and put down the phone. Then, he said to Zhu Jia, who was next to him, meaningfully, "I have no choice. For my daughter, I will definitely win this batch of gold." "Yes, we will definitely win." Zhu Jia didn't know that Xianxia had already seen through his identity. He even waved his fist excitedly with Xianxia, shouting as if to encourage him. Finally, they arrived at the typical Jiangnan water town of Qianxiao ancient town. "Wow, it's so beautiful." As soon as he got out of the car, Zhu Jia couldn't help but exclaim. He rushed to the nearest bridge and stood on the arch bridge and looked down. Thousand Bridges ancient town, as the name implied, was an ancient town with many bridges. It was traversed by a long and narrow river. Ancient people who were full of wisdom built houses and bridges around the river and lake. It also formed the interesting architectural pattern where one could see the river through the window and take a boat when going out. Of course, it didn't mean that they had to take a boat. These ancient bridges still connected various rivers that were not very wide. The small boat swayed through the river and constantly passed through the arches of the small bridges. It was a special kind of fun. Even Xianxia felt that this Thousand Bridges ancient town was very beautiful. Not only the river, but the trees on both sides of the river were verdant and lush, making this small town even more tranquil. Looking at it, one would feel comfortable. Brother Yang, I think you can bring Sister Fei and Shishi here to play tomorrow, Jujia said excitedly. That's a good idea. Yang smiled and said, I'm here to take the lead. They still had to find clues about the vault key. However, when Yang Yi and Zhu Jia were about to leave, Zhu Jia suddenly said, Brother Yang, are you thirsty? I'll buy you a bottle of water. Why do you want to buy water? Yang Yi asked. Just as Zhu Jia was nervous, Yang Yi smiled and said, there is water everywhere. Do you still want to buy water? It turned out to be a joke. Zhu Jia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He scratched his head and said with a smile, how can this water be drunk? Yang Yi didn't stop him. He asked Zhu Jia to go to the small shop next to him to buy water. He looked around, then pulled the cameraman aside and began to talk to himself in front of the camera. I can now be sure that Zhu Jia is the spy among the four of us. This guy's acting is too bad. He deliberately said that he was going to buy water. It should be to inform the SWAT team. Yang Yi smiled. He gestured in the air with his hand and said, you should add subtitles here in the post-production, the calculation ability that makes the director tremble. Later, the post-production was really added, and Yan Tao and the others were very naughty. They kept the video of Yang Yi's narcissism. However, I'm now hesitating whether to eliminate him first. Yang Yi sighed and said as if he was deeply immersed in the role, after all, we are brothers who have done great things together, brothers who have been through life and death together, brothers who are willing to take bullets for each other. But, as a brother, how can he betray us? Yang Yi also began to integrate into the show. He was very excited for a while and indecisive for a while. I still want to give him a chance. I hope he can change his mind. On the other side, Zhu Jia was also in a dilemma. He used the excuse of buying water to inform the SWAT team. How can I? Big brother Yang is fighting for this batch of gold for his daughter, fighting for the victory of the competition. If I betray him, I will feel very guilty. This guy said to himself. However, undercover, after all, is undercover. Zhu Jia repeated the classic line, then gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I'm undercover. I have no choice. He looked at the camera and told the executive director the information he wanted to report to the SWAT team. Thousand Bridges ancient town. Beep beep beep. Not long after, the SWAT team's cell phone rang. There are no hints at all. Isn't this too difficult? Looking for information on a key in a town, we don't even know what the information looks like. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhu Jia returned with water and the two of them prepared to look for clues. However, after asking the executive director, they did not get any hints. The two of them were dumbfounded and Zhu Jia could not help but complain. Let's look for it as we walk. Yang Yi was also frowning, but he patted Zhu Jia's shoulder and comforted him. After walking for a while, Yang Yi and the rest were still confused. They did not know where to start. Moreover, it was troublesome to wander around the town, there were many bridges. After walking for a while, they had to cross the bridge again and again. Their progress was slow. If it was a normal trip, it would be fine. They could slowly walk around the town, empty themselves, and relax their body and mind. However, they were filming a show now. Many tourists saw the camera and surrounded them. When they saw Zhu Jia and Yang Yi filming the show, the tourists who recognized the two of them shouted excitedly. They even took out their phones to take photos with them. Luckily, the production team hired the town's security guards to help stop the tourists who wanted to squeeze in. They only allowed them to film from afar. However, they could not go on like this. Zhu Jia looked around and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, Brother Yang, why don't we take a boat? A boat? Sure. Yang Yi agreed with a smile. After negotiating with the boatman, they sat on the boat under the bridge. The boat was very small. When they stepped on it, it shook a little. Zhu Jia was a little scared. He sat upright on the stool and looked straight ahead. Yang Yi was very calm. However, when he saw Zhu Jia's expression, he could not help but laugh. What are you afraid of? The grandfather who drives the boat must have worked on the boat for dozens of years, right? 40 years. The skinny boatman laughed. That's right. With 40 years of technology, are you still worried that the boat will capsize? Xianxia pushed Xianxia mischievously. He was so scared that he screamed. After teasing Xianxia, Xianxia leaned against the side of the boat and enjoyed it with his eyes closed. This gentle rocking was actually very comfortable for people who were not afraid of water. However, this posture made him realize that there was something wrong. Eh? Xianxia stood up and pulled out the flagpole from the ship. The boatman did not stop them. Instead, he looked forward and continued to row his oar. Big brother Yang, why did you pull out their flag? Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia unfolded the flag for Xianxia to see. The Extreme Challenge logo was printed on the corner of the flag. This is a hint. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised as he continued, but it's written on it, what the old woman says makes sense. What does that mean? There was an inexplicable sentence on the flag that made people scratch their heads in confusion. Let me think. Xianxia rubbed his chin and pondered. Xianxia muttered to himself, how come I didn't notice it just now? It's so out of place for that sentence to appear on the ship's flag. It must be a hint. Xianxia's brain worked quickly and he smiled. However, Xianxia did not intend to give the answer directly. He said to Xianxia, what the old woman says makes sense. What was the previous sentence? What the old man says makes sense, what the old woman says makes sense. Xianxia read it out. Then why isn't the previous sentence there? Xianxia smiled and said, could it be because only the old woman is right, and the old man is wrong? The old man is wrong, why is he wrong? Because the wife is always right? No, because the old man did something wrong and made a mistake. Xianxia smiled confidently and said, the husband made a mistake. Fuchai, where was the capital of the Wu kingdom during the spring and autumn period? Xianxia slapped his thigh and said excitedly, yes. In Gusu. It's Fuchai. We just passed by Fuchai's sword cleansing pool. To think that the program team was actually playing such a trick. On the way back, Xianxia and Xianxia sighed. Brother Yang, you are still the best. You can even guess such a difficult riddle. After returning to Fuchai's sword cleansing pool, Xianxia and Xianxia searched for a while. Soon, they found a box in a bush. It was a specially made suitcase. After opening it, there was a card inside. However, there was a number written on it, 25. What does 25 mean? Xianxia was dumbfounded. I don't know. Let's continue to look for other clues. Maybe when we put all the clues together, we will have the answer. Xianxia said. Xianxia was a little anxious. He wanted to wait for the SWAT team's reinforcements. He said hesitantly, Brother Yang, why don't we study the map first and see where we should search? Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia and said, no need. Let's get in the car first. As we drive out, I will study where to go. It's too dangerous to stay at the place where the clues are hidden. Xianxia was afraid that he would be exposed, so he could only listen obediently. However, plans could never keep up with changes. When Xianxia and the rest were about to leave for the next key location, Enrui Temple, Jia Yuchen and Guazi's team received bad news. Guazi was eliminated. What's going on? After a while, Jia Yuchen, who had escaped from danger, called Xianxia and told him that they had encountered the SWAT team in the Stone Lion Forest. Guazi was ambushed by Dan Hongkue and Guazi beside the car. Guazi died heroically, and Jia Yuchen escaped in the chaos. Brother Yuchen, don't worry. How many shots did they fire? Xianxia asked calmly. Did you fire? I didn't. I don't know. Jia Yuchen didn't remember. He only cared about escaping. Then did you find any clues? Xianxia continued to ask. We found it. It was because we found it that we were ambushed. The card inside had the number 6 written on it, and there was no other information, Jia Yuchen said. But the box was with Xiaogua, so it's very likely that old Dan and the rest know about it now. Jia Yuchen escaped and left the car behind. However, Xianxia didn't go to pick him up. Instead, he asked Jia Yuchen to go to the wetland park to look for the next clue. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Jia said weakly, "Brother Yang, why do you think the SWAT team ambushed Brother Yuchen and Xiaogua? How did Brother Yuchen escape? Could he be a spy on our side?" Yang Yi knew that Zhu Jia was trying to sow discord and divert his suspicion. However, Yang Yi wasn't sure if Jia Yuchen was reliable. After all, the program team might have more than one spy. "Don't worry, I didn't tell him about our clues," Yang Yi said. "But now, we still have to work together. Whether Brother Yuchen is a spy or not, we'll find out later. Now, I have to go back to the starting point to do the mission and save Xiaogua. So, I'll leave the car with you. You continue to look for clues at Enrui Temple," Yang Yi said solemnly, grabbing Zhu Jia's shoulder. "Jia, can I trust you?" Zhu Jia was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Then, you have to work hard and find clues. Then, call me and tell me." Yang Yi patted Zhu Jia's shoulder and encouraged him. Zhu Jia was so touched that he was about to cry. He nodded vigorously, not knowing if he was acting or not. Yang Yi had no other choice. He could only hope that Zhu Jia would at least tell him about the clues. Taking a taxi back to the base, Yang Yi just greeted Murphy and urged Ren Min to tell him the content of the challenge game. He had to rescue Guozi as soon as possible and continue to search for clues as soon as possible. Time was running out, and at the same time, the SWAT team was getting closer and closer. "Please take a seat." Ren Min had already prepared for the filming. However, out of Yang Yi's expectations, Ren Min only asked Yang Yi to sit at an ancient-style desk in the middle of the room. What's so mysterious about it? Yang Yi suspiciously went over and sat down. The table was empty, there was nothing there. At this moment, she came over with a walkie-talkie. She heard that her father was back, so she stood beside her mother and watched her father record the program. "What's Papa doing?" She asked curiously. "Shoo." Murphy signaled the little girl to keep quiet and watch quietly. "Since you're in Gusu, you have to know about Gusu snacks. Gusu snacks are one of the 4 major snacks in China. Today, we'll introduce you to a few of Gusu's specialties. Please serve the dishes." Ren Min waved his hand. A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a cheongsam, walked in with a bamboo basket. It was true that Gusu City produced beauties. In his previous life, Gusu City had produced beauties like Qin Yuan and Dong Xiaowan, who could bring disaster to the country. The woman who served the dishes was also beautiful. Her charming and graceful appearance immediately attracted the attention of the men present. However, the more beautiful it was, the more Yang Yi sat up straight. Why? His wife and children were watching beside him. Even if he wouldn't dare to look. When he heard what Ren Min said just now, Yang Yi had already guessed the gameplay of the game. Wasn't it just remembering the order of serving the dishes? Yang Yi had also taught them the tricks that they were tired of playing in Running Man. That's it? They wanted to test their chefs. The lady served the dishes. Yang Yi's gaze was on the dishes as he listened to Ren Min's words. Gusu's specialties: pan-fried mantou, longevity peach bun, phoenix tail shumai, jujube sesame cake, sweet potato with osmanthus sugar, warm bean candy porridge. Yang Yi laughed in his heart. He understood. Although Ren Min read it out smoothly, in reality, the order of serving the dishes was not exactly the same. There were a few that were reversed. It was a form of interference. However, Yang Yi was still confident because he had a good memory. He had already memorized it. "Do I finish all of them next?" Yang Yi asked deliberately. "No. Next, please put all the dishes back into the bamboo basket," Ren Min said. At this moment, the lady had already disappeared. "What's the order?" Yang Yi asked cautiously. "Do I have to keep the dishes according to the order she served them? Or do I have to keep the dishes according to the order she served them? What do I have to do to be considered a success?" However, to Yang Yi's surprise, Ren Min shook his head and said, "Neither. The reason you have to keep the dishes is that you have to vacate the table. We will give you a pen and paper. You have to draw the features of the waiter who served you the dishes in 10 minutes. Ah. Yang Yi was dumbfounded. To be honest, even if he only caught a glimpse of her in the crowd, Yang Yi would still have an impression of her if he met her again a few days later. Subconsciously, he would feel a trace of danger. These were some of the basic skills that he relied on to survive in his previous life. What's more, that Gusu beauty was indeed a little stunning. Even if Yang Yi only took a few glances at her at the beginning, he still sat upright and did not dare to look sideways. However, the first few glances were enough to leave a basic impression in Yang Yi's mind. Therefore, it was not difficult for Yang Yi to draw the appearance of the waiter who served the dishes. The difficult part was to draw it in front of Murphy. Can we change the topic? Yang Yi asked hesitantly. Obviously, this was impossible. Ren Lian had told him that if he failed the challenge, Guozi would be locked up for an hour. After an hour, Yang Yi could accept a new challenge to save his teammates. You guys. You're deliberately torturing me. Yang Yi pointed at Ren Lian and the group of scriptwriters, who were snickering at the side, and shook his head with a bitter smile. These guys must know that I can draw, so they deliberately set this topic. After all, in the books that Yang Yi had published, there were many illustrations, especially Prison Break. Time passed by minute. Ren Lian had kindly reminded Yang Yi that 3 minutes had passed. There were only 7 minutes left. There's no other way. Yang Yi scratched his head, turned around, and bowed to Mo Fei in an exaggerated manner, the effect of the show, and said helplessly, "My dear wife, please forgive me." She was watching her father with great interest. When she heard her father say, "Please forgive me," the little girl could not help but tug at her mother's clothes and ask, "Mom, what is Papa talking about? Did he do something disobedient?" Murphy smiled. She lowered her head, patted Xianxia on the shoulder, and said, "No, your Papa is joking." As he spoke, Yang Yi returned to his seat in front of the table with a serious and solemn look on his face. The smile on his face disappeared and his entire aura seemed to have changed in an instant. He held a pencil and drew on the sketch paper on the table. His strokes were smooth and confident. There was no pause at all, just like a master. The cameraman standing behind Yang Yi had a look of surprise on his face. The people around him who had been laughing and laughing were now staring as if they were looking at a miracle. Of course, most of the people who couldn't see Yang Yi's painting were curious about the reactions of others. They were curious about what had happened. Before 10 minutes had passed, Yang Yi had already finished painting. He showed his painting to the camera and Renmin. Here, there would be a series of exclamations in the post-production. Of course, there were also mixed exclamations at the scene. It was more than just a likeness. Yang Yi's drawing was comparable to the works of the artists in the square who specialized in sketching people. The beauty just now, together with her Chong Sam, became a pencil sketch, vivid and lifelike, vivid on the paper. Was it so amazing? Renmin was dumbfounded. She felt that the audience must have thought that she had colluded with Yang Yi. The painting you drew, Renmin hesitated and said, the general image of the character has been drawn, but some features are missing, such as the mole on her left eyebrow. There are also elements that you added yourself, such as the bamboo basket in her hand, which has become an oil paper umbrella. At this time, the TV should be showing the picture and the fixed picture when the beauty Gusu came in just now. The outline of the face, the hairstyle, and the style of the clothes were exactly the same. Yang Yi's painting was amazing. Even in comparison, Yang Yi's painting was more beautiful. The classic beauty sketched with only a few strokes was more attractive than the beauty with heavy makeup. In contrast, director Ren Min's nitpicking words were somewhat difficult to accept. Yang Yi was so angry that he laughed and said discontentedly, I was only looking at the order of the dishes being served. How could I have noticed the mole on her eyebrow? No, I've drawn so well. Why can't I pass? You can randomly pick someone to draw her. If the person can draw better than me, then I'll lose, okay? Ren Min was deliberately teasing Yang Yi for the effect of the show. She then changed the topic and said with a smile, of course, in addition to these flaws, you have restored 80% of the beauty's features, so this game challenge is considered a success. Yang Yi got the key to unlock the prison door of Guozi, who had been escorted back. He held the key and complained to the camera discontentedly, how can you torture the guests like this? Let me tell you, I'm really risking my life to draw. In order to cooperate with Yang Yi's performance, a scene of Murphy and her children mingling in the crowd of the director group was edited. They were watching Yang Yi draw with a smile. After getting the key, Yang Yi was not in a hurry to save Guozi. He walked to the side of his wife and children. She watched the whole process. She happily held her father's hand, jumped, and couldn't wait to ask, "Papa, did you win?" "Yes, I won this round, but there are still many games. Papa will continue to challenge. Only by winning in the end can I really win," Xianxia said to his daughter with a smile. "Papa is the best. Papa will really win." The little girl raised her head and giggled. Although she couldn't fully understand what her father meant, it didn't matter. She was full of confidence in her father. "Of course." Xianxia smiled and rubbed his daughter's little head. At this time, he finally had time to talk to Murphy. However, the whispers between husband and wife couldn't be heard by others. Xianxia took off the fluffy microphone that was clipped to his collar and whispered into Mofei's crystal-clear ear, "I swear, I really didn't dare to look at it carefully just now." "I know." Murphy also whispered in Xianxia's ear, "But you haven't drawn it for me yet." Turning around, Xianxia saw Murphy's slightly pouted mouth. He knew that his wife was jealous. However, it wasn't too serious. Murphy's eyes were bright with a trace of a smile. She wasn't very angry. She was quite satisfied with Xianxia's look just now. However, when Xianxia was able to draw it, and it was so beautiful, Murphy was a little surprised and a little jealous. "I'll draw it for you when we go back. I'll draw it for you whatever you want," Xianxia whispered in Murphy's ear again. After comforting Murphy and Xianxia continued to record the show. He found Guozi, who was locked in the prison, and rescued Guozi, who was in tears and snot. Because all of Guozi's equipment, gun, mobile phone, car, had been taken away, the two of them formed a temporary team and drove a new car to the Cold Mountain Temple to look for clues of the key. On the way, Xianxia asked Guozi, "How many shots did they shoot you? How many did you shoot?" Guozi's memory was not bad, but he was too timid. "Brother Dan shot once, but he missed. Sister Juan shot twice, but the last shot hit me. I didn't shoot, why didn't you shoot back?" Xianxia said resentfully, "This is great. The other person fired 3 shots to eliminate you, but you still gave the other person 2 bullets. Xianxia calculated. Now, Dan Hongkue should have 3 bullets, and Yang Huan should be out of bullets. You should give her your magazine, which has 2 bullets, and the other 2 should be complete. I have 4 bullets now. Give me Zhu Jie's. We should be able to fight against a team," Xianxia said to Guozi. Guozi said enthusiastically, "Brother Yang, I'll be your shield. After all, I'm eliminated. You can still save me." Xianxia smiled. "That's what Zhu Jie said to me just now." Speaking of Zhu Jie arrived. Just then, Zhu Jie called Xianxia. "Brother, did you save Xiaogua?" "Yes, I did." "Did you find any clues in Enrui Temple?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, it says AACC. I don't know what it means," Zhu Jie said with hesitation. "Continue to look for other clues. If you find them, we should be able to piece together a complete clue," Xianxia said. "Go to the wetland park now and meet up with Brother Yuchen. He doesn't have a car, so it's inconvenient." "Okay, brother, where are you going?" Zhu Jie asked casually. Xianxia hesitated and said, "We're going to White Horse Stream." Hearing this, Guozi looked over in surprise. "Okay, keep in touch, brother. We'll definitely win." Zhu Jie hung up the phone. "Why did you say we are going to the White Horse Stream? Didn't you say we're going to Cold Mountain Temple?" Guozi asked in confusion. Xianxia smiled calmly and said, "Take a guess." Guozi was a genius, so he reacted quickly. He said in surprise, "Is Brother Jie a spy?" Xianxia nodded. Wow. Wow. Amazing." Guozi praised. "Brother Yang, you purposely leaked the wrong information to the special police team. In order to catch you, they'll definitely go to White Horse Stream. Then, we'll be safe when we go to Cold Mountain Temple." This was equivalent to making Zhu Jie a double agent. Guozi really admired the scheming of these old foxes. Although he was smart, he wasn't as smart as these guys, Guozi said in admiration. "Brother Yang, you and Teacher Yuan have to compete again. It's all because of the oracle." However, was it really as smooth as Xianxia's plan? The SWAT team also had an old fox, Yuan Yan. After he and Geng Sha failed to find anything in Xianxia ancient town, they received a call from Dan Hongkui and Yang Huan. They learned that Guozi had been eliminated and that Jia Yuchen had escaped. The other team that went to Xianxiao ancient town should be Yang Yi and Zhu Jia. Yuan Yan analyzed. They told us to go to Xianxiao ancient town. Captain, I guessed that Yang Yi was the captain of the fugitive team. Now it seems that I was right. Zhu Jia is the least likely to be the captain of the fugitive team. Then would he be like us and choose Zhu Jia, who is the least likely to be the captain? Let Brother Yang protect him? Geng Sha asked, puzzled. Xiaogua is not our spy, and Jia Yuchen did not want to contact our people. This means that he is not a spy. If Zhu Jia is the captain and Yang Yi is the spy, do you think that Yang Yi, who is so powerful, could not delay Zhu Jia and let them escape so easily? Yuan Yan smiled gently. At this moment, the marvelous mathematician put on his sunglasses as if he was possessed by Detective Conan. He said, there is only one possibility. Yang Yi is the captain, and Zhu Jia is the spy who gave the information. If I am not wrong, Zhu Jia's undercover skills are too bad, and he has been suspected by Yang Yi. The SWAT team later received the information of the second batch of clues that they had unlocked, as well as the information about White Horse Ravine provided by Zhu Jia. The marvelous mathematician Yuan Yan analyzed accurately. Zhu Jia's identity may have been exposed, so the information he provided is doubtful. However, we can't ignore White Horse Ravine, because we can't be sure if the information is wrong. On the other end of the phone, Dan Hongkui said, in addition to White Horse Ravine, we have 2 more locations that we have not been to. One is the Cold Mountain Temple that you returned from halfway there, and the other is the new wetland park. What should we do? The second batch of unlocked locations were the wetland park and Xianxiao ancient town, which they knew in advance. In other words, apart from Enrui Temple, which had been explored by Zhu Jia, the SWAT team already knew the other 5 locations. Yuan Yan stroked his chin and said, how about this? Most of the fugitives are acting alone. For example, Old Xia, who escaped. Geng Sha and I will go to White Horse Ravine to find out what is going on. You and Yang Huan will go to one place each. Be careful. If you meet a lone fugitive, you can try to eliminate him. If you meet a large group of fugitives, retreat quickly. Right now, we only have one clue that we snatched. Yang Yi and Guozi arrived at the Cold Mountain Temple. On the way, Guozi talked about the history of the Cold Mountain Temple, which surprised Yang Yi. As mentioned before, the history of this world changed after the 3 kingdoms. In other words, there was no such thing as the Tang dynasty. However, in the history of Buddhism, there was still a famous monk called Han Shanzi who lived in seclusion here. Later, people called this temple the Cold Mountain Temple. The stories of the 2 worlds complemented each other, as if the temple was covered with a layer of mythical color. Of course, Han Shanzi was lucky not to be blown away by the wings of the butterfly, but Zhang Jihe and his knight mooring at Maple Bridge never appeared in this world again. However, there was no shortage of literati in this world. In this temple, there were still many famous people who left behind inscriptions. There were poetry steles that were widely known, and there were also Buddhist steles that showed calligraphy. Yang Yi was filled with emotions, but now was not the time to think about these things. He had to find the clues of the key to the vault hidden in the Cold Mountain Temple with Guozi. The whole Cold Mountain Temple is about 13,000 square meters, which is about 20 acres. How are we going to find it? Guozi asked. You know this? Yang Yi was a little surprised. No, it is written in this brochure. Guozi was a little embarrassed as he took out a folded brochure that he had just received at the door. Let's first find something with the Extreme Challenge logo. That should be the clue. Yang Yi said. Guozi was also very quick-witted. He clenched his fist and laughed. I also have an idea. Brother Yang, we can see where there is a camera. There must be something there. It was like this in the previous 2 episodes. Yang Yi was surprised and patted Guozi and said, you can do it. Before, they said that you were only 1 step away from becoming a fox. I think in a few episodes, you can arm wrestle with those 2 old foxes. After teasing, Yang Yi and Guozi went to look for clues together. Originally, it was more convenient for the two of them to look for clues separately, but after all, Guozi was unarmed. If he was caught, he would be a meal on someone else's plate. However, Yang Yi and Guozi thought that they would have to spend a lot of effort to find the clue. In the end, they found it not long after. In the big bell tower, a monk was already waiting for them. On the table was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Of course, the front of the table was also pasted with the Extreme Challenge logo. Paper and brush again. Don't tell me you want us to draw again? Guozi asked in surprise. Yang Yi had a headache and said, brush painting? I don't know how to do that. Writing calligraphy is more like it. Of course, what kind of request was this? Yang Yi still had to consult the monk who received them. He put his palms together and respectfully asked, Master, may I ask what we need to do for you to give us the clue? The monk smiled gently and pointed at the big bell. He said, Benefactor, recently, the temple wants to rebuild the plaque, but the abbot hopes to extract the writings of the ancient people who wrote the Buddhist scriptures. So, please help us find the 3 words Cold Mountain Temple on the bell and copy them on paper. If you can fulfill our wish, the clue of the key will be the temple's reward. It sounded simple, but Guozi was dumbfounded. The big bell in the big bell tower was more than 8 meters tall. The main inscription on the bell was the Mahayana Dharma Lotus Sutra, which had a total of more than 70,000 words. If they climbed the spiral staircase to find it, how long would it take? Note 1, brute force definitely wouldn't work. The program team definitely didn't set up such a big problem to trap him here. There must be a shortcut. Yang Yi rubbed his chin and walked around the bell tower in deep thought. He asked for the brochure that Guozi had given him earlier. He patted Guozi's shoulder and pointed at the Mahayana Dharma Lotus Sutra. He smiled and said, We definitely can't find it directly. Take out your phone and find the sutra online. Then, search for the location of the 3 words. That way, we can estimate the approximate location of the words on the bell. That way, it will be easy to deduce. Brother Yang, you're also an old fox. Guozi patted his head and exclaimed in admiration, Why didn't I think of this method? Of course, even so, Yang Yi and Guozi still spent about 20 minutes to find the 3 words. They each took a picture of it with their phones and had Yang Yi copy it on paper. Master, we're done. Please give us the clue. Guozi excitedly pointed at the paper with the ink still wet and asked the monk to verify it. The monk didn't make things difficult for Yang Yi and the others. He smiled and took out a suitcase specially made for the limit challenge. Guozi excitedly opened it. There was a new clue written on the paper card inside. Hongdu Hotel. This should be the location of the key. We can't let the SWAT team know about this. Yang Yi whispered to Guozi. We have to unify our statements. No matter who gets caught, we have to tell others that the clue we got is 2AC Hotel. That was where they were staying. Guozi quickly nodded. He watched as Yang Yi tore the clue card into pieces and threw half of it into the trash can. He put the other half in his pocket and prepared to throw it away outside. The worship on his face was indescribable. The future fox had learned another trick. Master, thank you. We have to go. Guozi bid farewell to the monk. Benefactor, please take care. The monk was still smiling peacefully. Hey, wait. Yang Yi suddenly stopped Guozi. Brother Yang, do you have any other clues? Guozi asked in surprise. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and turned to the monk. Master, do you have any more paper? I don't know why, but when I came to Gusu City and the Cold Mountain Temple, I felt very close. In this quiet temple, I suddenly thought of a poem and wanted to write it down for you. The monk looked at Yang Yi in surprise. However, out of recognition of Yang Yi's calligraphy just now, he still smiled kindly and took out a new piece of paper. If Mr. Yang is willing to leave behind your calligraphy, it would be the temple's honor. Under the surprised gaze of Guozi and the excited gaze of several cameramen and executive director, Yang Yi wrote a 7-word ancient poem on the paper. Night at the Maple Bridge. The moon sets, the crows cry and the frost fill the sky. Fishing and fire sleep in the river. Cold Mountain Temple outside Gusu City. The bell rings in the middle of the night. Amazing. Even people who didn't know how to appreciate ancient poetry would be amazed by the first line of the poem. What's more, there were two people here who knew it, Guozi and the monk. The monk was even more proficient in ancient poetry. He watched Xianxia finish writing and read it carefully and repeatedly. The calmness of the past had disappeared. Surprise broke his cultivation, and he couldn't help but show it on his face. Good poem, good poem. However, Xianxia, who had finished writing the poem, hesitated for a moment. He picked up the pen again and signed, Xianxia. Who is Xianxia? This time everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't it Xianxia? This poem was read by someone when I was working in Gusu City. They said it was written by Xianxia, but later I couldn't find his name. Xianxia explained, but this poem is really beautiful. I think the Cold Mountain Temple needs this poem, so I gave it to you on behalf of Xianxia. This was indeed the reason why Xianxia wrote Night at the Maple Bridge. He felt that it was rare for the Cold Mountain Temple to appear in this world. Without this poem, the Cold Mountain Temple would pale in comparison. However, Xianxia didn't want to write his name. Of course, it wasn't because of any psychological burden. It was just that he felt that there was no benefit in writing his name. Copying an ancient poem from thousands of years ago, copying a poem that could make him famous in the ancient literature world, was meaningless to Xianxia. He didn't lack fame or money. On the contrary, because his attainment in ancient poetry was not high, writing his name would only bring him endless trouble. It was better to push it to Xianxia, who they couldn't find. Leaving behind a poem that couldn't find its owner, Xianxia didn't care about the monk anymore. He and Guozi patted their butts and left. However, outside the Cold Mountain Temple, they met Dan Hongkue, who had been waiting for them for a long time. Guozi became nervous. Could it be that it was the exact same scenario as when he was eliminated? Was he going to be ambushed by the SWAT team? Not long after, Yuan Yan and Geng Sha, who were at the White Horse Stream, received the notice that Dan Hongkue had been eliminated. Yuan Yan patted his thigh and said, I knew it. We fell for the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. No one had been to the White Horse Stream, but Yang Huan had already sent news that Jia Yuchen and Zhu Jia had been found at the wetland park. Xianxia has already rescued Guozi. They didn't go to the White Horse Stream, but to the Cold Mountain Temple. Yuan Yan touched his chin and said, Zhu Jia's identity has been exposed. What should we do next? Geng Sha asked worriedly. He had already immersed himself in the game. Get Yang Huan to withdraw. Yuan Yan made up his mind. Zhu Jia is still undercover, but the fugitive team doesn't know that we already know that they know that Zhu Jia is an undercover. So, we have to let them continue to think that we don't know that they know that Zhu Jia is an undercover. We can't let them know that we already know that Zhu Jia is an undercover. This series of knowing and not knowing made Geng Sha dizzy. Even the subtitles team had to spend a lot of effort to add special subtitles for Yuan Yan. Just as Yuan Yan was about to come up with a new strategy, his phone rang. The Man in Black's video appeared again, and he provided a new message. Please go to the Gusu Culture Exhibition Hall immediately. Get the hint of the police's undercover identity before the fugitive team. The Man in Black's message was also sent to the SWAT team. Like this. Yuan Yan instructed Yang Huan over the phone, Xiao Huan, go to the exhibition hall. It'll be best if you can destroy the information before they do. If you can't, try to do this. Get rid of Xianxia. As long as we eliminate Xianxia, we'll have a chance of winning. It doesn't matter even if you die together with him because Geng Sha and I are at the base camp. After reviving old Dan, we can revive you. Yuan Yan wanted to send Geng Sha over mainly because he was worried that there would be an ambush in the headquarters. Yang Huan was not as indecisive as other women. She said straightforwardly, understood. Then I'll leave my resurrection to you. After hanging up the phone, Geng Sha asked in confusion, what if Yang Huan can't kill Brother Yang, and they can get the information of the spy? It's fine. We already know Zhu Jia is the spy. I got Zhu Jia's number from Yang Huan. Send him a message and ask him to tell us what he knows, Yuan Yan said. Yang Huan had Zhu Jia's number because she had Guozi's pistol, ammunition, and mobile phone. Geng Sha nodded and said, I understand. But how can we save him later? Yuan Yan's kind face showed a cruel smile. There's no other way. Some people have to be sacrificed on the path of justice. Xianxia has completed his mission, so he can die. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Yuan Yan in horror, as if he was watching a demon king rise. Haha. I'm just kidding. Yuan Yan's face changed again, and he returned to his usual self. He smiled and said, Xianxia. You're really as honest as Susan Duo. Even if Xianxia is eliminated, you're still there, aren't you? As the captain, you can revive him. Xianxia then remembered his ability and scratched his head in embarrassment. Back at Yang Yi's side, he gave some orders, and then rushed to the exhibition hall with Guozi. The message they received was to destroy the identity of the spy in the police's hands. It had to be said that Yang Yi and Guozi's superbrains were very efficient when put together. They quickly solved the puzzle and found 2 sets of identity information. They destroyed them directly. Even Yang Yi himself couldn't piece them together. All that's left is to wait for Brother Yuchen to get the information about White Horse Ravine. Guozi let out a sigh of relief and said, No, we can't wait. It's very likely that Teacher Yuan has already searched the White Horse Ravine, so we have to go to the Hongdu building first. With the 5 clues we've already obtained, we'll see if we can get the key. Yang Yi led Guozi out of the exhibition hall and walked towards the parking lot. But when they walked to their car, Yang Yi felt that something was wrong. Wait. Yang Yi pulled Guozi back. Guozi was now very experienced in fighting. He subconsciously turned his head and looked around. He pointed to the vicinity of his car and said, Brother Yang, there are photographers and staff there. There must be an ambush. Yang Yi could see more clearly than him. From the number of photographers and the shadows, he could already guess how many people there were. And, someone's ponytail was exposed. Yang Yi saw a familiar figure through the car window. Xiaogua, hide. Yang Yi smiled calmly and said, There's only Huan Huan there. I can deal with her. Don't get hurt. I'll have to go back to the base camp to save you. Guozi quickly hid. Yang Yi took out his pistol, but after a moment of hesitation, he put it behind his back. Yang Yi felt that he did not need to waste too much ammunition on Yang Huan. Moreover, he did not need to shoot first. It would be good to play with Yang Huan and let her appear on camera more often. Yang Yi walked to Yang Huan's position and kept a safe distance. He laughed and said, Huan Huan, come out. You can use this trick once. Brother Shan used it twice and we saw through it. You want to use it a 3rd time? Yang Huan, who was hiding behind the car, opened her eyes wide and whispered to the camera, I knew it. My brother used to be a soldier. He's too hard to deal with. Still not coming out? Yang Yi said again when he saw that there was no movement. But before he could finish, a water jet shot out. Yang Yi calmly hid behind the car next to him. The water jet missed. Easy. You won't be able to hit him, right? Yang Yi smiled as he looked at Yang Huan. Brother. You're a bully. Yang Huan was very picky in front of Yang Yi. For the first time in the 3 episodes, she acted like a spoiled child. She stomped her feet and shouted, You used to be a soldier. You're stronger than me. How can you bully me like this? Since you know that I'm not easy to deal with, why did you come? Don't you know that there are 2 of us? Yang Yi smiled. As long as you're eliminated, that's enough. You're the team leader. Mr. Yuan guessed it a long time ago. Yang Huan said, Even if I die, I can still be resurrected. But if you're eliminated, no one in your group can be resurrected. Mr. Yuan is so powerful? Yang Yi asked in surprise, How did he guess it? When did he guess it? I guessed it from the beginning. You're the team leader, except for you. Yang Huan said. She suddenly raised her gun and fired a water jet at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had long been on guard against Yang Huan's move. The moment Yang Huan raised his hand, he immediately turned and leaped, dodging Yang Huan's fatal blow. Hee, Huan Huan, are you out of bullets? Yang Yi said with a smile, You snatched a magazine from little Gua, and you've already shot it out. You should be out of bullets now, right? Yang Huan stomped her feet angrily and said unwillingly, That's impossible. I must have hit you. Although you dodged it, it still grazed your neck. How could it be? Yang Yi turned around confidently and said, if you don't believe me, you can see that it's not stained, right? Yang Huan shouted, wait, there's some on the back of your neck. If you don't believe me, you can turn around and let the judge take a look. Every executive director was also a judge. Yang Yi thought that since Yang Huan was so insistent, he might as well let the judge take a look so that she would give up. Anyway, Yang Yi believed that he had dodged it. He had dodged it too quickly. With Yang Huan's skills, how could she have hit him? Here, here. Yang Huan stood behind Yang Yi and pointed at the back of Yang Yi's neck. But when the judge came over to take a look, Yang Yi heard a light click. Although it was not obvious in the noisy chatter, Yang Yi, who had his back to Yang Huan, felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped forward and looked back, only to see Yang Huan shooting at him with his gun. What's going on? Why does she still have bullets? Yang Yi was shocked. He didn't have time to think and quickly dodged another shot from Yang Huan. This time, she really did not have any more. Yang Yi was still worried and went forward to grab Yang Huan's gun. How is that possible? Where did you get a second magazine? Yang Yi asked with a frown. Yang Huan did not care that her gun was stolen. She laughed as if her evil plan had worked. Haha, brother, you're eliminated. That's impossible. I dodged it. And how do you have a second magazine? Yang Yi insisted, but his tone was not as firm as before. At this time, the judge came up again. He pulled Yang Yi's clothes, hesitated, and announced, Yang Yi, eliminated. Yang Yi was dumbfounded. Wait. This was not how the script was supposed to go. How did he get eliminated? According to Guizi, Yang Huan only had one magazine. If she went to the wetland park, she should have only 2 bullets. How could she still have bullets to ambush him? In the base camp, a group of people stood in a row, smiling as they watched Yang Yi and Yang Huan get out of the car one after another. Yuan Yan took the lead in applauding. He, Geng Sha, and Dan Hongkue, who had been rescued, welcomed Yang Huan, who had defeated Yang Yi, as if they were heroes. Shi, who came to join in the fun, clapped her hands after seeing everyone applauding and cheering. She jumped up and down happily, as if her father had won. When Yang Yi got out of the car and closed the door, the little girl ran over happily and threw herself into her father's arms. What are you so happy about? Yang Yi picked up his daughter, pinched her little nose, and asked with a smile. Papa, did you win? Cici asked joyfully in her father's arms. Looking at her little body twisting, it was as if she couldn't wait for everyone to share her happiness. Papa didn't win. Papa lost. Shi, Papa is sorry. Papa is so sad. Yang Yi didn't lie, but pretended to be sad, and put his head under Shishi's neck. Tickled by her father's hair, Shishi couldn't help giggling. She had forgotten that failure should be sad. The little girl reached out and pressed her father's head, and said with a smile, Oh, Papa, don't be like this. What should I do? Papa didn't win. Sorry to disappoint you. Yang Yi pursed his lips deliberately. Well. She supported her cheeks with her hands, tilted her little head and thought for a while. Then she said obediently, then we can win next time. In fact, this was what Yang Yi had told her before. Last year, the little girl and Lan Xian lost the game, and Yang Yi told her to win next time. He didn't expect that she still remembered. There won't be a next time. Dad has been eliminated, so I can't continue the competition. Yang Yi sighed, looking a little lonely. Yuan Yan and the others were looking at the father and daughter. They were very curious about what Shishi would say to comfort her father. Just now, Shishi's first response had already made them feel quite amazed. Shishi was also a little distressed. She didn't know how to respond. He would win it back the next time, but there would be no next time. What should he do? Shishi hugged her father's neck and kissed his face. Then she said in a clear voice, Papa, I will love you. What did that mean? What did you say? You mean, if Daddy loses, you will still love Daddy, right? Yang Yi was a little unsure. The little girl nodded and then said seriously, Yes, I will always love Papa. Oh. The guys next to them all cried out enviously. They were all warmed by Shishi's sensibility, really, except for Yuan Yan, who also had a cotton-padded jacket. The others couldn't help but think, can you give me a dozen girls like this? Although Yang Yi was teasing his daughter at first, he was also moved later. He couldn't help kissing her smooth little face and said softly, "Thank you, Shi." Daddy also understands that winning or losing is not important. What's important is that I can always have you, mommy, and brother together. As the team leader, Yang Yi was eliminated, and he was really going to be punished. However, according to the rules, he was going to be locked up in the prison, but this prison was a little lawless. Yang Yi was sitting comfortably on a folding beach chair with Tong Tong, who had just woken up, in his arms. He was playing with the little guy with a smile on his face. She even took a box of yogurt for her father. This box was for her father, and she also drank a box of yogurt for herself. Shi, why didn't you give your auntie a box of yogurt? Yang Huan looked at Yang Yi enviously and said to Shi. Originally, Geng Sha wanted to resurrect Yang Huan, but he didn't expect that the second challenge would be exactly the same as the one that Yang Yi had done. Geng Sha was too embarrassed to even look at the beautiful girl, let alone draw. Even if he could see her clearly, he didn't know how to draw. Therefore, Yang Huan could only stay in the prison for another hour, and the SWAT team decided to stay in the base camp and wait for the fugitives to show up. This was because they had gotten the clue from Zhu Jia's message that the base camp was where the key was hidden. However, the numbers were too strange, and they couldn't figure it out at all. So, they decided to wait. Don't give it to her. Cici, let me tell you, it's your little aunt. She's too cunning and eliminated your father. Yang Yi said very narrowly. Cuckoo. She blinked her big eyes and sucked on the yogurt while looking at her father in confusion. She didn't understand the grudges between the adults. Murphy asked curiously, how did Huan eliminate you? Yang Huan quickly explained her great achievement to Murphy. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, I played a trick with my brother. I filled the empty magazine with water, and the 2 bullets that I shot at my brother were actually water. It couldn't eliminate my brother, but it was used to confuse him. Teacher Yuan thought that my brother would calculate the number of bullets I had. However, he was too careless and thought that I had used up all my bullets. Then, I changed the magazine to a real one and shot him twice. Looking at her beaming with joy as she gestured to shoot with her 2 hands with a smug look, Yang Yi really wanted to beat this girl up just like when they were young. Don't be so smug. It was all Teacher Yuan's idea. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to beat me. Yang Yi snorted. Just now, Yang Yi had figured out that it was Yuan Yen who had taught him to fill the empty magazine with water. Yang Huan made a face at Yang Yi. I didn't know your show could be played like this. Murphy was dumbfounded by their scheming. Yeah. Sister-in-law, isn't it interesting? Are you coming? You can ask Director Yen and Director Ren to invite you. Yang Huan said excitedly. No, I won't be able to beat you. Murphy shook her head. At this moment, Yuan Yen stroked his chin and walked over with Geng Sha and Dan Hongkue. Yang Yi, did you do something? Why didn't Xiaogua and the others appear? In fact, Yuan Yen had already guessed it, but he didn't confirm it. Teacher Yuan, I didn't guess what you divined, but you didn't guess what I divined either. Yang Yi smugly smiled and gently shook little Hua's arm. Teacher Yuan, I didn't guess what you divined, but you didn't guess what I divined either. In fact, Yang Yi didn't need to say anything. When Yuan Yen saw Yang Yi's smile, he knew what was going on. He sighed and said, just as I expected. Did you control Zhu Jia, or did you eliminate him? I did. Yang Yi shrugged and smiled. With Jia Yuchen here, Zhu Jia can't run away. Moreover, his bullets have been confiscated by me. So the fake information was sent by you guys? Yuan Yen asked with a frown. To be exact, only the clues about the key were sent by Jia Yuchen. We can't let Zhu Jia leak any more information to you. Yang Yi smiled. As for the information you received earlier, it was what I wanted you to know. Yang Yi's words had a deeper meaning. The information he revealed was actually a secret signal from his spy in the police force. He couldn't let Yuan Yen know that there was a spy among them. Good, Yang Yi, you just said that you lost and made us wait here for so long in vain. Yuan Yen sighed. No wonder they didn't appear. Xiaogua and the others must have gotten the key, right? In order to put on a show, Yang even teased his daughter to make Yuan Yan and the others lower their guard. Director Ren, if my teammates get the key, it'll be considered my win, right? Yang Yi turned to ask Ren Min with a smug look on his face. You need to get the key, go to the vault, and get the gold ingot to win, Ren Min said. Where's the vault? Yang Yi was a little nervous. Why wasn't it over yet? There will be information next to the key. That's soon. Anyway, the SWAT team doesn't know the specific location. Yang Yi was relieved. He crossed his legs and put his hand on his daughter's shoulder. He smiled and said, Shishi, Daddy might still have a chance to win. Really? Shishi didn't understand what the adults said, but she understood the last sentence her father said. The little girl asked in surprise. Yang Yi, don't be so happy. Yuan Yan waved his hand and interrupted Yang Yi's boasting to his daughter. Yuan Yan said meaningfully, do you still remember how you lured us away from the mountain and arranged for us to go to the White Horse Ravine? We got a lead there, but we never told you. What is it? Yang Yi was a little uneasy. Don't touch the red button. Yuan Yan said unhurriedly. He kept her in suspense with the last sentence. What do you mean? Yang Yi was confused. Very soon, he knew what it meant. Suddenly, the SWAT team's phone rang. It was another video from the man in black. Red alert. The fugitives have obtained the key to the vault. Please head to the Gusu Silk Memorial Hall immediately to eliminate all fugitives and protect the gold ingot. To Yang Yi's surprise, Yuan Yan stood up and said with a smile, Yang Yi, the only clue we have that you don't is this, be careful of the red button. Touching it will trigger an alarm and inform us of the vault's location. Yang Huan hadn't been revived, so she had to stay in the base. Before Dan Hongkui left, he comforted her. Don't worry, Xiao Huan. We'll carry out your wish and win the competition. It's fine. If you win, I win too. Yang Huan said excitedly. Mr. Yuan, Brother Dan, Brother Gung, you can do it. Frowning, Yang Yi asked Ren Min in confusion, isn't this White Horse Ravine clue a little too ridiculous? Is it only for the SWAT team? Since they didn't have to continue recording, Ren Min explained to Yang Yi, this clue works both ways. If the SWAT team gets the key to the vault in the end, they'll press this button, and the fugitives will be informed of the location of the vault. That was to say, neither team would tell the other team about this clue, in case the key didn't end up in their hands, and the two teams were destined to fight each other. After Ren Min left, Yang Huan said to Yang Yi with a smile, Bro, we won. It's 3v2, and we can catch them by surprise. However, Yang Yi smiled meaningfully. Yang Huan looked at his big brother in fear. How did his honest big brother become as talkative as Teacher Yuan? Was there going to be a twist? At this moment, she didn't care about the adults' competition. She squeezed into her father's beach chair. Fortunately, the chair was of good quality and didn't collapse. Yang Yi hugged little Momo, who was lying in his arms and looking at him curiously with one hand, and held Cece's waist with the other to prevent her from falling. He calmly waited for the final result. Cece, later, if Uncle Dan Hongkue, Uncle Xiaogua, or Uncle Jia Yuchen wins, it means that your father won in the end and we've won the entire competition. The people in the base camp were waiting for the final contestants to return. Yang Yi was also bored and was whispering to his daughter. She was a little confused. But, Papa, you have already lost. Winning or losing part of the race doesn't mean winning or losing the race. The one who has the last laugh is the ultimate winner. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he saw the confusion in his daughter's eyes and knew that the little girl couldn't understand these principles. But he still had a way. Yang Yi jumped up and took a sketch pen and paper from the table next to him. He drew an oval track and a group of people running on it. With only a few strokes, Yang Yi could draw a vivid picture. He even outlined the shadows of the people running on the track and the numbers on their clothes. If this race is the same as before, and you lose the race, then you really lose. But we still have the relay race, and there will be other kids competing with you here and here. Yang Yi smiled and drew a few more pictures on the paper. Let me make an assumption. Xian Air is the first runner, Qin Shiyun is the second runner, Chi-Chi is the third runner, and you are the last runner. She sat beside her father and listened carefully. Her big eyes were curiously looking at her father's drawing. But at this time, the little girl was a little confused. But there are still Lu Weisha and Nan Zhaoyu. It doesn't matter. Papa is just giving an example. You can also say that there are still the 5th and 6th runners. Anyway, when you are competing with other kids, you have to finish all the runners to win, right? Right? Yang said with a smile. The little girl nodded, but he didn't know if she really understood. If in the first section, Xi and Air didn't run fast enough and arrived at Chen Shiyun's place much slower than the others, would you think you lost? Yang asked softly. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, we still have to run. Yeah. There were still 5 people behind him. We haven't finished running yet, how can you say you lost? Yang laughed. Maybe Chen Shiyun ran faster, or maybe you ran faster. I can run super fast. She thought that her father was praising her, so she happily stuck out her chest and said, Papa, I can run faster than Wang Shichuan. That's right. When it comes to you, you'll suddenly be able to surpass the others. Then, in the end, the 6 of you will be the fastest and the first to reach the finish line. At that time, won't you guys win in the end? Yang laughed. She couldn't hold back her excitement. She jumped down from the chair next to her father, pulled her father's arm and jumped up and down. She was as happy as a little sparrow. Papa, yes, we won. Children were really easy to coax. Yang only gave an example, but she was talking with joy, as if it was a real race and she and her friends had won the final victory. Yang waited for her excitement to fade a little before he continued, so what does this mean? If you fall behind in the beginning, don't be sad and don't give up. Keep working hard, because you may still be able to surpass your opponents and win the race. The one who laughs last is the ultimate winner, don't you think so? Cece nodded as she looked at her father, not fully understanding his words. Yang smiled and touched her little head. In fact, Yang didn't expect Shishi to understand now, but at least she could remember, and there would be a day when she would understand. Knowing how to persist was an excellent quality. Finally, the contestants who had gone to the finals returned. Yuan Yan and Jia Yuchen, the 2 big shots, each held a suitcase containing the mission rewards. They placed the suitcases on the table together. However, they and the others all had smiles on their faces and did not reply to the question of who had won or lost. Guess, who won in the end, the fugitive team who got the key first, or the special police team who chased after them? Yan Tao, the guy who deserved to be beaten, even kept them guessing. Later, an unofficial survey was made. The most unpopular person in the show was filled in by many viewers as the director who nagged every day. It was not unreasonable. Fortunately, the members hadn't become old foxes yet. Yang Huan and Zhu Jia, who was later escorted to the cage, actively cooperated with Yan Tao's performance. We must win. Look at the marks on Xiao Guozi's body, as if he was used as a target. Yang Huan said with a smile, pointing at Guozi, who had several stains on his body. There is a mole in the special police team. Zhu Jia said, I think if the mole is not solved, the fugitive team may win. This fellow even had a smug look on his face as he spoke. If the fugitive team wins, why are you so happy? You are undercover, which means that your real identity is a special police officer. Dan Hongkue smiled and said, only when the special police team wins, you win. Ah? Zhu Jia was still confused. You haven't guessed who the mole is, have you? Yuan Yan smiled and said. Zhu Jia shook his head in shame. This time, it was not an act. He really didn't know who it was. Don't keep us guessing. Hurry up and announce the answer. Did the special police team win, or did brother Dan Hongkue make a comeback? Yang Yi said with a smile, after that, we have to go eat. We got up early in the morning to record the show. Everyone is hungry. Yang Yi felt a little suspenseful. When Yuan Yan and the others left, they didn't give Dan Hongkue extra guns, although they still had a lot of bullets. In order to fool Yuan Yan and make him believe that Dan Hongkue was a special police officer, Dan Hongkue asked Yang Yi to send him to prison. He also had the last bullet clip on his body. Brother Dan Hongkue? Brother Dan is the mole? Zhu Jia was still slow to realize. Dan Hongkue and Yuan Yan looked at each other. They pulled Xianxia and decided to turn around at the same time. Indeed, as expected, Dan Hongkui was still clean, but Yuan Yen and Xianxia had 2 stains on their backs. Old Dan is still the best actor. Yuan Yen, who had been turned around in the end, said with a sigh, after we eliminated Little Gua and Old Xia, Old Dan said that since we were already here, why not open the vault and see what Gold Nugget looked like. In the end, when we opened the vault, he secretly picked up Little Gua's gun and shot us twice. This is called the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Dan Hongkui smiled. Teacher Yuan, you didn't expect this, right? In the past, you were the oriole. Today, it's your turn to be the mantis. I have to admit that. At first, I thought that we had a good chance of winning, with our intelligence and Xiao Huan's and Xia's skills. But I didn't expect that you would be on Yang Yi's side. As the saying goes, the devil is 10. As a result, Yang Yi's side had the advantage in intelligence. After all, Yang Yi had Yang Yi, Dan Hongkui, and Guozi, who were all smart people. But we still won valiantly. As the captain, I wanted to claim Gold Nugget in the end, but I failed miserably in the middle. I was too careless. Thinking that, Yang Yi was upset. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone easy on Yang Huan. He wanted to earn more screen time for her, but in the end, he had been set up by her. It's okay. We'll win again next time. Yang Huan waved her arms and shouted in high spirits, using Xishi's words. The show came to an end amidst laughter and cheers. Everyone started to take off the wires of the microphones. When they handed them to the director, Ren Min said with a smile, "Don't you want to look at those gold nuggets? Those are real mission rewards." There's gold? Yang Yi was curious. They gathered around, but Yuan Yen frowned and said, "It can't be gold, right? I weighed it before, and the weight was wrong." Yang Yi picked up a gold nugget and weighed it in his hand. He also felt that it wasn't a gold nugget and couldn't even be considered metal. But it made sense. How could the crew have the money to buy 2 suitcases of gold nuggets? However, Yang Yi's nose twitched. He put the gold nugget under his nose and smelled it. Then he smiled. If I'm not wrong, this should be chocolate. Yang Yi used his strength and broke the gold nugget and the wrapping paper on the outside in half, revealing the black and white chocolate inside. Chocolate? Guozi said in surprise. This is good stuff. But you can't eat it. I promised Sister Ding Xiang to supervise you. This thing is too high in calories. Yang Huan said, looking at Guozi warily. Ding Xiang didn't come to Gusu. She went back to Jiangqing for a few days while Guozi was shooting the show. She helped Guozi apply for leave from school. For Guozi, skipping classes for a month wouldn't affect his grades. However, he still needed to talk to the school about his attendance. Guozi said angrily, "No, I'm just looking." With 2 suitcases of chocolates, no one would be able to finish them. Moreover, most of the celebrities needed to control their figures, so they couldn't just eat and drink as they pleased. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to leave 1 piece for Yang Yi and 1 piece for Yuan Yen. The rest of the chocolates were shared with the staff who had worked hard all day. Xishi, look what I got for you. Yang Yi smiled and brought a gold nugget back to the girl. The shiny gold nugget was still very attractive to girls. Cici didn't care what it was, and jumped over in joy and hugged it. Is it good? Yang Yi asked with a smile as he brought a small piece of chocolate for Xishi. Murphy didn't eat chocolate either, mainly because she was worried that she would get fat. Of course, she jokingly said that she was worried that Tong Tong would drink chocolate milk. She still wanted to bite off Cece's piece of chocolate. The little girl ate until the corner of her mouth was smeared with traces of black chocolate. When she heard her father's question, her eyes were smiling as she said with her mouth full, "Delicious. You can take this to kindergarten and share it with your classmates." Yang Yi shook the gold nugget in his hand. She now knew that it was chocolate. But I still want to eat. She hesitated. You can't eat so much. Also, if you have good things, shouldn't you share them with your friends? Yang Yi smiled and said, if you want to eat more in the future, I can buy more for you. For children, sharing had to be based on their own satisfaction. Only then would they be willing to share. Ever since she learned how to share, she rarely gave her things against her will. Xianxia would always give priority to her needs. Therefore, even if the girl was asked to share, she was still in a good mood and didn't throw a tantrum. Therefore, after hearing her father's words, she nodded obediently. After recording the show on Saturday, Xianxia and the others spent a day in Gusu on Sunday before returning home. However, their whereabouts were photographed by passers-by and posted online. There were photos of them having breakfast in a famous restaurant and being surrounded by onlookers. There were also photos of them sitting on a boat in Xianxia ancient town and greeting fans. After all, when they were recording the show on Saturday, many people exposed the photos of Yuan Yan and the others recording the show in Gusu on Weibo. On Sunday, tourists or locals who were still in Gusu paid special attention to the people around them. Even though Xianxia and Mo Fei had disguised themselves, they were still recognized repeatedly. Although Xianxia and his family suffered a lot during their trip in Gusu, Xianxia and Murphy were still very friendly. Some netizens excitedly said that they saw Xianxia and Murphy in Xianxia ancient town. She and their little son were very beautiful and cute. Then, to thank the fans for their enthusiasm, Murphy sang a cappella on the boat, "I came across the ocean to see you." This song was requested by fans at the scene and was also one of Murphy's representative works. Netizens sighed with emotion and said, "Murphy is indeed a famous singer. She sang so well live. It's a pity that she forgot to record it." The photos and stories of these netizens were compiled and organized by some gossip broadcasters and became more interesting. Of course, Xianxia and Murphy, the inseparable couple, were also praised. "You guys really know how to pick the time to travel." On Monday, after Xianxia sent Shi to kindergarten, he went to the studio with Murphy to record a song. Mo Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh and tease them. "How was it? Did you have fun yesterday?" "Don't mention it." Mo Fei sighed and said, "It's difficult to walk. Every time we walk, we are blocked. Except for the boat in Xianxiao ancient town where we can sit and play for a while, and in the cold mountain temple, there is a kind-hearted monk who knows Xianxia and found us a path that few people use to play." Murphy still didn't know why the monk was so friendly to Xianxia. "Next time we go out to play, let's do it secretly and pick a time when everyone is at work." Xianxia laughed, "Or we can go to a place where no one knows us, like overseas." After Mo Xiaowan finished chatting with them, she started to talk about business. "You guys had fun going out to play. Now, many fans are asking you guys on micro-broadcasting when Murphy will release a new song, when will she make a comeback, and Xianxia, when will you release your new book? They can't wait." These questions had been repeatedly asked by fans recently, and some fans even called the studio. Mo Xiaowan felt that they should give a positive response instead of leaving them hanging. "Now, we are going to release the song Love of a Lifetime, but Murphy is not satisfied with her version, so it will take some time. Tell the fans that it will be released in early March," Xianxia said. Murphy nodded. She really needed some time to think about it. This song not only made Grandpa Hu cry, but also made Murphy cry. She was very serious about this song. Of course, which song was she not serious about? "What about your novel?" Mo Xiaowan asked. Xianxia hesitated for a while. Regarding his novel, he had not released it for a long time. After Tong Tong was born, he had been very busy. Also, he had to do the ultimate challenge to promote his movie. Of course, he also had some selfish reasons. After he rewrote Journey to the West, the reaction he received was relatively dull. It was not even comparable to Cece's bedtime stories. This made Xianxia feel a little confused. He also wanted to release the new book later to see if there was a possibility of Journey to the West coming back to life. But it was true that the sales of Journey to the West were very average. Was it because in this world, Chinese Buddhism was not as popular as it was in Xianxia's previous world, or was it because Xianxia destroyed the original novel after he rewrote it himself? This was Xianxia's first big setback after he came to this world. Of course, Xianxia was not satisfied. He still wanted to save this masterpiece from his previous world. If he destroyed a masterpiece, he would be ashamed to face Elder Wu Qingzhen. He would feel uneasy, but he still had to put his new book on the schedule. If he did not release a new book, he would be letting down the loyal fans like Mu Yuqing. Xianxia pondered for a while and said to Mo Xiaowan, the new book will be released in late March. I will ask the publishing company to speed up the release. In Springfield Kindergarten, the teachers were teaching the children mathematics. In the previous few semesters, the children could basically count numbers and learned some simple addition and subtraction problems. For example, adding and subtracting numbers within 10 digits could be solved by counting their fingers. What was interesting was that the educational philosophy of Springfield Kindergarten was not to instill the rules of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in advance and let the children memorize them. Instead, they wanted to inspire the children's logical thinking through some interesting mathematical phenomena. For this question, let's invite student Xianxia up to help the teacher answer it for everyone, okay? Teacher Mu looked at Xishi with a smile and said, okay. When the little girl was called by the teacher, her face was full of joy and excitement. She immediately stood up from the small stool and ran to the teacher's side. Cici behaved as if she was going to receive a little red flower. The other children also looked envious. Only a few naughty children, such as Wang Shijuan, who had never been able to concentrate, looked indifferent. Why was he so happy when he was called by the teacher? Why was Nan Zhaoyu, who raised his hand high but was not called by the teacher, so unhappy when he could only pout? It could only be said that Teacher Mu's mathematics class was indeed very interesting and deeply liked by the children. Teacher Mu asked the other children to pay attention to the question. The question was, how many times does a mother have to cut a rope into 5 pieces to succeed? 5 times. Most of the children didn't use their brains to think, so they started to chatter away. For example, when Wang Shijuan heard others say 5 times, he jumped up from his chair, stretched out a palm, and shouted, 5 times. In fact, there were a few people who said 6 times, 4 times, and 3 times. No one knew what they were thinking, but under the influence of the voices of the majority, they changed their words 5 times. Xianxia, what do you think? Teacher Mu waited for the noise of the children to stop. She smiled and bent down to ask Xishi, is it 5 times? Not 5 times. Xishi shook her head. Why not 5 times? Teacher Mu was a little surprised. She thought that Xishi knew the answer. However, the little girl giggled. She stood beside Teacher Mu and said with a smile, because if it was 5 times, Teacher Mu, you would have said that we got it right. But you didn't say it. Teacher Mu couldn't help but be surprised by this reason. She didn't expect Cici to have such observational skills, moreover, what he said was absolutely right. Teacher Mu did like to deliberately mystify things when he was giving an answer. Although opportunistic methods could achieve some goals, this was not what the teachers wanted to impart to the children. Mr. Mu first praised Xishi for her meticulous observation, then drew a line on the small blackboard. Mr. Mu used a magnetic blackboard, and the chalk was water-soluble dust-free chalk, which was better for the children's health. After Mr. Mu finished drawing the long white line, he said to the children, for example, this is a line that mommy wants to cut, okay? Then, the blackboard eraser in Shishi's hand is the scissors in mommy's hand. If we erase a little bit like this, we can cut it open. Mr. Mu handed the blackboard eraser to Shishi and taught her how to draw. Then, he encouraged her, come, Shishi, try and see how many times you have to cut it into 5 sections. Slow down, Cici liked this segment the most. She could cooperate with the teacher to do experiments. Lu Weisha, Yang Luachi, and the others in the audience looked envious. The little girl happily picked up the blackboard eraser and used the corner of the eraser to erase the line that the teacher had just drawn. How many sections are you at now? Mr. Mu asked. 2 sections. Shishi raised her head and answered quickly. This little problem could not stump the smart Shishi. Continue. Stop when you reach 5 sections, Mr. Mu encouraged. Shishi understood very quickly. When she reached the 4th section, she stopped. However, the little girl was still a little hesitant. How many sections are you at now? Mr. Mu asked. Shishi started counting. The little girl's voice was as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate. She counted clearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it 5 sections? Mr. Mu asked with a smile. The children below the stage were not willing to be left out. They scrambled to call out 5 sections. Shishi also nodded. However, after the little girl nodded, she hesitated and asked the question in her heart, "But, Mr. Moo, I only cut it 4 times." The little girl was puzzled and amazed. Why did he only cut it 4 times? Teacher Moo explained with a smile, "When we usually give the children fruits to eat, if we want to share a watermelon with 2 children, do we have to cut it in the middle? Then, if you want to divide it among the 4 children, do you have to cut each of the 2 halves of the watermelon once after cutting it once, for a total of 3 cuts?" Usually, Teacher Moo cut watermelons like this. Sometimes, the greedy children would be stopped by Teacher Kai and Teacher Shin. They would drool from afar as they watched Teacher Moo cut watermelons. At this moment, they all reacted quickly and shouted in response. Then it was easy to understand. Teacher Moo then used the principle of cutting a watermelon to explain the principle of cutting a rope into 5 sections. However, it was different from the other questions. The answer to this question was open, and there was more than one answer. Teacher Moo smiled and said, "Although I can cut a rope into 5 pieces after 4 tries, in order to save energy and time, I only need to cut 1 rope into 5 pieces." He only needed to cut it once. The children who reacted quickly had already cried out. The children who reacted slower still looked at the teacher in a daze. What is the teacher talking about? She belonged to the former, but she did not cry out in surprise. She was very surprised. Didn't he need to cut it 4 times? Why did the teacher say that he only needed to cut it once? At this moment, the little girl's mind was filled with a thirst for knowledge. She looked up at Teacher Moo with her big, watery eyes, unwilling to blink. It was as if she was waiting for Teacher Moo to perform a miracle. Teacher Moo did not let She return to her seat. At this moment, she really took out a long red plastic packaging rope and said with a smile, She, I need you to do me a favor now." "Okay." The little girl agreed readily. Teacher Moo asked She to hold the packaging rope and fold it twice. Then, she held both ends in her hands. "Now, I'm going to cut it from the middle." Teacher Moo asked She to hold the packaging rope sideways. This way, the scissors could be seen by the other children without facing She. However, when She saw the bright scissors between her 2 small hands, she could not help but whisper to Teacher Moo, "Teacher, I'm scared, don't be afraid. I'll be very careful." Teacher Moo comforted She softly. At this moment, it was really the moment to witness a miracle. Even the naughtiest Wang Shijuan did not care about making noise at this moment. She nervously looked at Teacher Moo's scissors. With a click, the scissors cut the packaging rope in Shi's hands. Teacher Moo was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, she first put away the scissors, which were very dangerous to children, and locked it. Then, she took out a handful of colorful magnets and asked Shi to count how many pieces of packaging rope were in her hands. In order to let the other children see the result of counting more directly, Teacher Moo also asked Shi to pass 1 piece of packaging rope to her after she finished counting. She used magnets to attach the packaging rope to the magnetic blackboard. 1, 2, 3. She counted. However, she was not the only one counting. The other children also shouted excitedly. It was as if they were also looking forward to a miracle. When she finally counted to the 5th piece, Shi's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. She spread out her empty hands and said in surprise and joy, "There's no more." "Is it the 5th piece?" Teacher Moo asked with a smile. "It's the 5th piece. It's amazing." Chen Shiryun, who was below, could not wait to shout with the other children. She also nodded. However, she soon discovered something. The little girl pointed at the packaging rope on the blackboard and said, "But, teacher, the rope and this one are too short." After folding and cutting from the middle, of course, the lengths were different. Some were very long, and some were very short. "It's okay. Because our problem is, Mom, how can we cut it into 5 pieces? We don't need 5 pieces that are exactly the same length. Therefore, we only need to cut it once to cut it into 5 pieces. It's still possible." Teacher Moo had a headache facing Shi's observation ability. She could only explain it in this way. Why was it cut into 5 pieces in 1 cut? Miss Moo did not explain. Instead, she gave the children some space to think. She even gave each child a wrapping rope and asked them to study it on their little table. When they returned home, with the help of their parents, they could study whether they could cut the wrapping rope into 5 strips using different cutting times. In the afternoon, Yang Yi brought Shishi back. The little girl could not wait to tell her father the new knowledge she had learned today. "This is very good," Yang Yi said with a smile. "Tonight, Dad and you will study it together. It's not just 1 or 4 times. There are many possibilities in between. Moreover, let's look at how to fold it so that we can cut the rope into 5 pieces of rope that are about the same length as possible." Okay. The little girl nodded eagerly. However, in the evening, not only Yang Yi and Shishi were studying the rope, but Xianxia also joined in. Lance Hao Kai went to Jinling City's Wuqing County to help Yang Yi buy land. He was on a business trip for a long time and was not at home. Yang Yi had to help guide Xianxia in her studies. Of course, when the 2 little girls got together to play and learn, they became more interested. You need to cut a watermelon with 1 cut because a watermelon is relatively big. But for an apple, you can cut it into 2 halves with 1 cut. The 2 halves are put together, and then you can cut it into 4 pieces with another cut. When Yang Yi was guiding the 2 little girls to play with the folding rope, Murphy was also holding Tong Tong and watching with a smile. "Sister, hurry up and learn. Once you've learned it, you can teach me when I grow up, okay?" Murphy lifted Tong Tong up vertically so that he could lean against her and sit in her arms. Then, she shook the little guy's little hand and said in the tone of Tong Tong's character. When she heard it, she raised her head and looked from the rope in her hands to her little brother. "Hee, then Mom, am I little brother's teacher?" The little girl laughed happily and asked with great interest. Mu Yuqing put down his phone and smiled with satisfaction. Originally, he and many other book fans were prepared to angrily change the way they addressed Yang Yi from Yang Dada to Yang Gij. This guy, after his wife got pregnant, the speed of his book release was not as fast as before. Moreover, he even started to play variety shows. Wasn't this throwing a large group of book fans aside and ignoring them? Fortunately, Micro-Broadcasting, Yang Yi and Murphy's studio, sent out a reply on behalf of Yang Yi that his new book would be released in late March. Only then did Mu Yuqing's anger dissipate. This news was told to Mu Yuqing by an intern in the department that Mu Yuqing was in charge of. Although this kid had just graduated from university, he was unbelievably smart. He jumped up and down all day long, trying to figure out everyone's thoughts. Especially after he found out about Mu Yuqing's preferences, he ran to Mu Yuqing's office every day and tried his best to show off. Although Mu Yuqing was quite wary of such people who liked to curry favor for personal gain, he had to admit that this kid did indeed understand Mu Yuqing's context. He picked some words that Mu Yuqing liked to hear, so Mu Yuqing didn't have any temper with him. "Boss, March is going to be very lively. In addition to books, Yang Yi is going to release songs. The episode of The Ultimate Challenge that he participated in a few days ago should be broadcast in March. Then, there's a movie called The Fugitive. Yang Yi wrote the script and is also the lead. This movie will also be released on March 1st. The intern observed his expression and saw that Mu Yuqing was in a good mood, so he continued to fawn on him. "Boss, do you want me to buy you a movie ticket?" Mu Yuqing waved his hand and said, "No need. I haven't decided when to watch it." After the kid left, Mu Yuqing picked up his phone and searched for The Ultimate Challenge and The Fugitive that the intern had mentioned. He really did not pay much attention to what was happening in the entertainment industry. However, he had heard about it because someone had discussed it on Yang Yi's personal website. The Ultimate Challenge will be broadcast tomorrow night? The first episode? Do you want to watch it? Mu Yuqing was a little hesitant. He didn't really like watching variety shows, but he could watch movies. From the recent publicity of Micro-Broadcasting, it was said that Yang Yi's daughter would also appear in the movie. Mu Yuqing was even more enthusiastic about donating a movie ticket. Although he didn't really like variety shows, it was still a variety show created by Yang Yi after all. Mu Yuqing felt that he still had to show his support. At least in the first episode, he could join in the fun and increase Yang Yi's popularity. Of course, apart from these two, Mu Yuqing was more interested in the drama, Prison Break. Prison Break was filmed and broadcast at the same time in America, with 1 episode a week. However, after it premiered in early January, within a few weeks, the show had become extremely popular in America, especially in February, when the 7th episode was broadcast. In the previous episode, there was a prison riot, and the perverted and creepy teabag discovered Michael's prison escape plan. Lincoln was about to be murdered. Many of the mysteries were left unresolved in the 7th episode. Therefore, the episode reached 38 million viewers and set a new record for television ratings in America in the past 8 years. The explosive news after the broadcast of these foreign dramas did not spread in America. The media in America was more concerned about the phenomenal viewership ratings of Soldier's Assault. Mu Yuqing only saw the American people's love for the show through some of the foreign reports translated by some enthusiastic fans. He also saw some of the reports praising Yang Yi, the author and screenwriter. This made Mu Yuqing and the other fans feel proud and depressed at the same time. Why were they depressed? Because they had no choice but to listen to others say that it was good. They couldn't see it with their own eyes. Although Prison Break was popular, America's video websites and television stations might still be on the fence. Even if they were already talking about importing the show, who knew when they would be able to see it in America after the various procedures were completed? After all, the internet in this world was not the same as in Yang Yi's previous world. It was still monitored by copyright organizations. It was not that there was no piracy, but that it was difficult for ordinary people to access. Coupled with the strong copyright awareness of citizens, there was a lack of soil for piracy to flourish. Mu Yuqing could ask for resources from some hackers he was familiar with, but he was also unwilling to watch pirated movies. He felt that it was an insult to the author's hard work. However, it really made his heart itch unbearably. He wanted to see how Michael would face all kinds of difficulties. He wanted to see how Teabag would act as a pervert to the bone. I should ask Yang Dada to help and try to import Prison Break as soon as possible. Mu Yuqing suddenly had an idea. He decided to post a post on Yang Yi's personal website to appeal for more support. He wanted to let Yang Yi see the voices of the fans of Prison Break. In Shanghai, Guozi did not have any night scenes to shoot today. However, the scenes he had to shoot during the day were not simple. There were many scenes that required him to fight with the supporting characters. The shirt that the little fatty wore under his suit was wet and dry. In this early spring, when it was warm and then cold, this was not a good feeling. Fortunately, when he returned to his residence, Ding Xiang, who came back early, had already prepared a hot meal for him. After the meal, the two of them read and did homework together. Although he did not have to go to class after taking leave, he still had to do the homework for the big classes. This would be counted in his regular time. At around 9 o'clock, Ding Xiang looked at her watch, closed her book, patted Guozi, and said, "Let's go for a run." Although there were still many things that Ding Xiang did not understand about being an agent, she was already considered a qualified assistant. This month in Shanghai, Ding Xiang helped Guozi arrange his life in an orderly manner. Even when Guozi started filming, it was difficult to tell the exact time. However, under Ding Xiang's request, Guozi still led a healthier life than before. For example, now, Guozi had added a night run arrangement. During the time between 9 and 10 o'clock, Guozi used to stay at his residence to play games or go out for supper with friends. However, now he needed to jog for half an hour or walk for half an hour, unless it was raining or he had to film a night scene. Of course, Guozi was lazy by nature. Now, he did not forget to slack off. "Can I rest tonight? Can I run tomorrow? I'm really tired from filming today. Look, my arm is still a little swollen. I was hit." "Your arm is a little swollen, not your leg. I'll give you a massage when we get back." Ding Xiang looked at his arm and pulled Guozi up from the sofa. She laughed and said, "Okay, don't slack off. The sooner you finish running, the sooner you can go to bed." Guozi knew that Ding Xiang would say that. He sighed and struggled to get up from the sofa. Because he was tired, his body was still a little sore. He did not lie. However, exercise had to be persevered. Guozi had gradually gotten used to this arrangement. Although he said that he did not want to run, he did not have much resistance in his heart. After changing clothes and shoes, Ding Xiang and Guozi set off. There were many people who ran at night in Shanghai, especially the route that Ding Xiang and Guozi chose. It was a famous night run route near their residence, along the Wusong River. Along the way, the view was wide and they could see many famous buildings along the river. The night view was even more spectacular. The buildings along the river and in the distance, the bright and dim lights of the Bund, were like a symphony in the city. It was beautiful. In the night run, many couples were in pairs. In the beginning, Guozi was still joking that these couples came out for a night run to torture the singles. However, after jogging for more than 10 minutes, he did not have time to talk. He could only breathe heavily and walk with heavy steps. Today was indeed a little tiring. Guozi gradually slowed down and could not keep up with Ding Xiang's pace. He could only look at Ding Xiang's healthy, lively, and soft back from behind. Of course, Ding Xiang would not leave him behind. Seeing that Guozi was left behind, she also slowed down her pace and slowly kept pace with Guozi. How about I rest first? Guozi said weakly. He could not rest. If he rested in this state, he would not be able to run anymore. Ding Xiang encouraged him. Come on, don't think about resting. Keep going. Run for more than 10 minutes. Little Gua, you can do it. Listening to Ding Xiang's slightly panting encouragement, Guozi gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. He could not let Ding Xiang, who took care of him, down. Guozi was already as slow as a tortoise when he reached the end of the run. He was panting like a cow, and his legs were as heavy as lead. Every step he took was extremely heavy. However, he still managed to display an astonishing amount of perseverance and persevered until the last second of the 30 minutes. It was only when Ding Xiang shouted for him to stop that his limbs went soft. He lowered his head and wanted to collapse onto the stone chair beside him. At this moment, he wanted to complain, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. There was only a stop signal in his head. You can't sit down. You have to walk slowly and recover. Ding Xiang hurriedly pulled Guozi. Sitting down immediately after running would hinder the blood flow of the lower limbs and affect blood circulation. This was very harmful to the body. However, in order to support this heavy body, Ding Xiang hugged Guozi's arm. Fortunately, she was also a girl who was born with great strength. Her small body contained a lot of energy. Guozi's weight of more than 190 pounds, he had already lost a lot of weight from the previous 200 pounds, was actually supported by Ding Xiang. With Ding Xiang's support, Guozi walked 2 steps weakly. His panting gradually found a rhythm. As he panted, he said weakly, "Sigh, I'm so tired. I can't run anymore." This guy was also the son of an official and a rich man. Although he wasn't as bad as those people, he wasn't someone who could bear hardships and endure hardships. Whenever he had an opportunity, he would complain like a child. Fortunately, Ding Xiang was patient and didn't throw him down. She even coaxed him like a child. Okay, we won't run today. Walk for a while and we'll take a taxi back. You've already performed very well today. Persevere until the end and continue to work hard. You'll definitely be able to slim down. As they walked, Guozi's brain gradually regained a bit of consciousness. However, he gradually stopped talking. His cheeks were burning and seemed to have turned red. There was a warm current surging in his heart. Of course, Ding Xiang couldn't find Guozi's strangeness in the middle of the night. Even if she saw Guozi blushing, because Guozi had just finished running, she wouldn't feel strange. Guozi was the only one who noticed it. His arm was in Ding Xiang's embrace, and he was pressing against Ding Xiang's chest. The two mounds were separated by layers of clothing, and through the pressure of his arm, the soft feeling was transmitted into his mind. It was the first time he had been in such close contact with a woman. Guozi couldn't help but feel a little thirsty and flushed. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. There were also some messy thoughts in his mind that he couldn't bear to say. However, this situation did not last long. Ding Xiang discovered it herself. She thought that Guozi was still tired and did not notice it. In a panic, she chose to secretly change the position of supporting Guozi to reduce the ambiguous contact. Regarding this, Ding Xiang felt very embarrassed, as if she had done something wrong. After Ding Xiang separated from him for a while, Guozi actually felt a little lost. However, the turmoil in his heart from earlier actually helped him recover some of his energy. After walking for a while, Guozi was embarrassed to let Ding Xiang support him so hard. The two of them walked slowly and rested side by side. Along the way, the two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't speak much. They just walked side by the side of the Wusong River like the other couples on the jogging route, looking at the night scenery by the river that was like fireworks. Under this somewhat romantic scenery, Guozi didn't realize that a trace of affection had quietly grown. "Alright, before class ends, I'll ask you a fun question, okay?" Teacher Mu looked at the children from the podium with a smile. "Okay." Shi and the other children responded happily and enthusiastically. "Right now, we have 7 little lambs playing hide and seek. We have already found 3 of them. How many more have we not found?" Teacher Mu asked the question as he drew 7 little lambs on the blackboard. This question was very interesting, and the children all gave their own answers at the same time. However, this time, Teacher Mu asked Nan Jiaoyu to come up and answer with the teacher. She put down her little hand regretfully. However, the little girl still looked at the teacher attentively. She longed for more knowledge and to broaden her thinking under the teacher's guidance. Nan Jiaoyu was actually very smart. Not only did the little boy know how to recite poems, but he was also taught by an old father. He had already been arranged to learn a lot of primary school knowledge, especially when there were many math problems that children didn't know how to do. He could quickly solve them. After Nan Jiaoyu stood up, he puffed out his chest and raised his head. His voice wasn't loud, but he said confidently, "Teacher, I know. There are 4 little lambs. 7 minus 3 equals 4. Nan Jiaoyu is so awesome." Lu Weisha didn't have much talent in math. She stood beside Shi and muttered enviously. Shi was slower than Nan Jiaoyu. However, she also admired Nan Jiaoyu, so she nodded at Lu Weisha. However, Teacher Mu's question wasn't just a simple math problem. It was also a brain teaser question. Teacher Mu pointed at the blackboard and circled 3 little lambs with a piece of chalk. Then, he circled another little lamb and explained to the children. Finally, the children understood that the 7 little lambs were playing hide and seek. This meant that one of the lambs was responsible for finding them. Then, it found 3 lambs, so there were only 3 left, so that's how it is. Shi felt that it was extremely fun. The little girl couldn't help but twist in her chair. After class, Shi, who was chatting and playing with her little friends, suddenly remembered something. The little girl left her little friends and ran to the teacher's side. She tugged at Teacher Mu's clothes, raised her little head and shouted, "Teacher Mu, Teacher Mu. What's wrong?" "Xianxia." Teacher Mu squatted down and asked gently. "Teacher Mu, can I borrow your blackboard?" Shi's big eyes were filled with pious expectation. "Sure. However, teacher, can I ask why you want to borrow teacher's blackboard?" Teacher Mu asked with a smile. "I want to bring the blackboard home, but the big blackboard is too heavy. I can't carry it. My papa is very strong. I asked my papa to bring it home." The little girl was very happy to get Teacher Mu's approval. She tried her best to describe her idea to Teacher Mu. "Are you going to take it home to draw?" Teacher Mu couldn't help but ask. "Hee, not drawing. I'm drawing on paper. My papa is also drawing on paper." She shook her little head and said happily, "Mom asked me to teach my little brother, so I want the big blackboard." Finally, they got to the point. Teacher Mu smiled and said, "So you want to teach your little brother, so you want to write on the blackboard like a teacher to teach your little brother, right?" Cici nodded vigorously, yes. Teacher Mu was about to praise Shi for being sensible, but on second thought, there seemed to be something wrong. Didn't Yang Yi's family have their second child born at the end of last year? In the afternoon, Yang Yi went to the kindergarten to pick up Shi. When the little girl saw her father coming in, she happily pulled her father to the corner of the classroom. She pointed to the blackboard on the side and said to her father, "Papa, take this home." At that time, Yang Yi was a little confused. Why did he have to take away the teacher's teaching materials? Teacher Mu followed them. She explained to Yang Yi about Shi's request today and said with a smile, "I thought Shi was referring to a relative's child, but after asking her, it didn't seem to be the case. So Shi wants to teach a child who is only a few months old?" Shi was listening to Teacher Mu's words. She blinked her eyes in confusion and said, "A little brother is a little brother. So that's how it is." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He explained to Teacher Mu, the day before yesterday, her mother joked that she should study hard and teach her little brother when she learned something. We didn't expect her to take it seriously. She didn't mention this request yesterday because Teacher Mu didn't teach the children yesterday. It was Teacher Shen who taught the children English and Teacher Kai who taught them to draw, so she forgot about it. The little girl didn't think that her idea was cute. Instead, she said happily, "Papa, I'm sister's teacher." Seeing this beautiful and obedient little girl happy, Teacher Mu was reluctant to expose her. "So I agreed to lend it to her, but you have to return it to me tomorrow." Teacher Mu said with a smile, "Otherwise, I won't be able to teach you." The little girl obediently stood beside her father and nodded. "Teacher Mu, I won't take your blackboard back," Xianxia said, which surprised Teacher Mu. She also anxiously frowned her beautiful little eyebrows. However, Xianxia didn't want to use the kindergarten's blackboard because he wanted to dampen Shi's enthusiasm. Before his daughter could question him anxiously, Xianxia patted her little head and said with a smile, Shi, since you want a blackboard, Daddy will take you to buy a more interesting one, okay?" Shi was pleasantly surprised. She took her father's hand and asked expectantly, "Really? Papa, what's a more fun blackboard?" "The more fun blackboard is that you can hold it in your hand and scribble on it casually with a pen. Then, there's something below that you can pull to erase the writing on it. It's as if it's turned white. Then, you can write again without dirtying your hands." Xianxia nodded gratefully to Teacher Mu. Then, he took Shi's little hand and led her out. He was talking about a magnetic drawing board. When painting, fine magnetic powder was sucked up by a magnetic pen, and the effect of electrostatic force would make the fine magnetic powder stay on the grid behind the drawing board. The principle of erasing was the same as the principle of painting. "Haha, it's so fun." The little girl was very interested in her father's description. She walked beside her father with a small school bag and said, "Then, Papa, let's go and buy it." "Okay, let's go home after we buy it," Xianxia said with a smile. The laughter of the father and daughter echoed softly in the corridor. Obviously, Xianxia didn't intend to correct Shi's wrong judgment, nor did he intend to tell Shi, Tong is so young that he can't understand what you are saying to him. Besides, it was obvious that Cici was treating this so-called class as a game. Usually, when she played house with Lan Xian, those little dolls wouldn't move or speak, right? Since Shi was so interested in it, as long as it was not something bad, Xianxia was willing to let her try and explore the beauty of this world. Jin Yuan, an ordinary enterprise employee in Jiang City, usually liked to watch movies and TV. He could be regarded as a fan of Dan Hongkue, but he was not the kind of fan who chased after stars. He liked Dan Hongkue. On one hand, Dan Hongkue's roles were very successful and memorable. On the other hand, it was also because Dan Hongkue was picky about the script and not the role. Even if he acted in a supporting role, the plot was quite outstanding. At least, it was a carefully conceived script, not a commercial blockbuster. However, he turned on the TV tonight to watch the variety show, The Limit Challenge, that Dan Hongkue took part in. Why would such a man who was focused on the film industry participate in a variety show? Jin Yuan was very curious. He didn't pay attention to the rumors that The Limit Challenge plagiarized the High Energy Challenge. He simply wanted to know what kind of charm this show had to be able to invite big shots like Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, and Yuan Yan. Jin Yuan had also seen a report saying that China Star Productions had spent more than 50 million to hire these hosts. Dan Hongkue's net worth was the highest. After all, he was a super movie king. It was said that his remuneration alone was as high as 20 million. Jia Yuchen's remuneration was also around 18 million. Yuan Yan's was slightly less, 15 million. It had to be mentioned that although this news was not complete, it was very close to the real data. If the first season was like this, the second season would be even better. But from Jin Yuan's point of view, although money was indispensable, money alone was not enough to invite these three big shots who cherished their reputation. There must be something special about the ultimate challenge. This was the answer Jin Yuan wanted to find out when he turned on the TV today. I want a life in full bloom, like flying in the vast sky, like walking through the boundless wilderness. It wasn't 10 o'clock yet, and between the commercials of the TV program, there was a program preview. Every time Jin Yuan heard Dan Hongkue and the others sing this song, he felt his blood boil, and the curiosity in his heart increased by a point. Finally, the show was broadcast. At the start, the director brought the cameraman into a girl's hotel room and even took pictures of her sleeping posture. This made Jin Yuan's jaw drop. However, very soon, Yang Huan threw a pillow at the cameraman. Her fierce reaction and nimble skills left a deep impression on everyone. It wasn't that no one knew who Yang Huan was. There were already rumors that Yang Huan was Yang Yi's sister. However, today's show was destined to make people remember this girl who wasn't spoiled, but was even a little wild. Of course, at the start, Jin Yuan and the rest of the audience didn't understand what the show was doing. Why were they filming the members waking each other up one after another? However, very soon, the fast-paced The Limit Challenge entered a time race. Jin Yuan finally saw a real reality show. There were only rules and no script. It was like playing a game where the members had to fight on their own. No one knew who would win or lose until the very last moment. Jin Yuan was gradually mesmerized by the show. He even forgot that he was only there for Dan Hongkue. Dan Hongkue, who was humorous and had a lot of tricks when talking to others, was interesting. However, the other members had their own unique charm. The cunning and astute divine mathematician Yuan Yan's ability to calculate was truly breathtaking. Jia Yuchen loved to show off. Under his mature appearance, he had a funny heart. When he was pleased with himself, there would always be some farce. Zhu Jia was silly, but he knew the tricks of variety shows. He was funny and had a good attitude. Even though he was treated like a pig by Jia Yuchen, he still joked with Jia Yuchen. The two of them were like football commentators when they talked about the fight between Yuan Yan and Yang Huan, which made Jin Yuan and the rest of the audience laugh. Yang Huan overturned Jin Yuan's understanding of women. She had great skills and was even more hardworking than the male members. With her around, it was like a unique and beautiful scenery on the TV screen. A girl like her might not be the best choice for a girlfriend or wife. She was valiant and had a good figure. She was very popular with men. Guozi was the member that surprised Jin Yuan the most. At first, he didn't think highly of Guozi. He thought that his chubby body would be a burden to the 6 members of the Limit Challenge, but gradually, Jin Yuan was convinced by Guozi's terrifying IQ. He realized that this little fatty was the only one other than Dan Hongkue who could compete with the clairvoyant. Even though Dan Hongkue was cunning, his prediction abilities were far from the clairvoyance, but the little fatty could, especially after the start of the second phase. Yang Huan and Dan Hongkue became the main force and went out to find the mission target. Guozi also went out to find the mission target, but he was more of a backup role. With the help of the latter, Guozi counted the information that Yang Huan and Dan Hongkue sent him. It was like a map had appeared in his mind. He didn't need to write anything down. He described the distribution of every point with his mouth and helped Yang Huan and Dan Hongkue organize the order of attack. This miraculous performance made Jin Yuan dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? With this IQ, he couldn't be acting, right? Jin Yuan didn't think that Guozi was acting, so he continued to watch. Jin Yuan, who was already addicted to the variety show, suddenly felt that Yang Huan's team was invincible. Why did he say that? Compared to Yuan Yan, Guozi only lacked rich life experience. As for Dan Hongkue, compared to Yuan Yan, he lacked some calculation ability. When Guozi and Dan Hongkue were together, they were a strengthened version of Yuan Yan. They had Yang Huan, who was the best among the 6, and Yuan Yan had to bring along 2 people who were enthusiastic about the competition but often made a fool of themselves. On paper, Yang Huan's team should be able to win the competition. The show entered the commercial break, but Jin Yuan couldn't wait for it to end. He felt that the show wasn't any worse than those high IQ crime movies. It was so exciting. There were many audience members who had the same thoughts as Jin Yuan. However, there was someone who didn't think so. He was about to vomit blood. In fact, as early as the beginning of the month when the Limit Challenge leaked some photos taken by passers-by, the people from Xianxia Productions understood that the Limit Challenge could not possibly be a plagiarized version of the High Energy Challenge. Even the manager of Xianxia Productions, Luo Jinting, gave up on the idea of competing with China Star Productions. However, he was still more cunning and let people continue to hype up the news of the limit challenge plagiarizing the high energy challenge. After all, the celebrity lineup was there and its popularity was high. The high energy challenge's ratings kept dropping, so it was good to ride on other people's popularity. However, Hu Sheng still hoped that he would be lucky and did not give up. That night, Hu Sheng hesitated for a long time. After pressing the buttons, he switched to Shanghai TV station to watch the limit challenge. However, when he saw the time chase battle start, Hu Sheng knew that he had lost completely. Variety shows could be played like this. With the novel game mode and the celebrities' outstanding performances, Hu Sheng was not an ignorant audience. He was an experienced variety show director in the industry. He could easily tell the difference between the limit challenge and high energy challenge. However, the more exciting the limit challenge was, the more depressed Hu Sheng felt. This show was destined to break the current structure of television shows and refresh the audience and producers' understanding. However, he was so close to such an epic-making show, but now he was so far away from it. Hu Sheng thought of Ren Min, who used to be his assistant, who was now one of the executive directors of the Limit Challenge. Needless to say, she would also follow this show and her value and status would rise. As for himself, if he did not accept the offer from Xianxia Productions and stayed in China Star Productions, he would also receive such glory, right? No. He was one level higher than Ren Min. He and Yan Tao should be the executive director. It would not be Ren Min's turn to show off. Yes, show off. Ren Min and his old colleagues who looked at him strangely when he left. While they were excited, they were probably celebrating and mocking him for being short-sighted, right? Hu Sheng really wanted to vomit blood when he thought of this. Yang Yi and Murphy were also watching the premiere of the Limit Challenge. That night, although Yang Yi bought the magnetic sketchpad for Xi did not rush to teach her brother as she had said. The little girl had a strong interest in the magnetic drawing board and the magnetic brush. A magnetic paintbrush that was neither a crayon nor a colored pen could not write anywhere else, but it could actually write on a magnetic drawing board. Moreover, the thing below that could erase all traces with a pull was even more amazing. After Xi came back, she was addicted to playing with the drawing board and drawing with great interest. Yang Yi didn't understand why Xi's interest in drawing with the magnetic drawing board was several times greater than usual. Anyway, the little girl played until 9 o'clock until she was tired and went to bed. She didn't even have time to teach her brother. Now that the two little ones were asleep, the two older ones were still watching TV. Murphy was even more engrossed in the show than Yang Yi. She snuggled into the crook of Yang Yi's arm and stared intently at the television. In the middle of the commercial, she couldn't help but ask Yang Yi, who won in the end? Did Huan Huan's team win in the end? Like Jing Yuan, Murphy also felt that Yang Huan's team should win, perhaps because the editing of the show showed that Yang Huan's team had a great advantage. However, as the show went on, the rhythm of the camera switching and the intensity of the plot became more and more heartbreaking. Yang Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Spoilers are not fun. You will know when you continue watching." "Hey, you." Mo Fei patted Yang Yi's shoulder reproachfully, but the commercial was over and the show continued, so Mo Fei quickly turned her head away. The final result was really a big reversal. Guozi had calculated very accurately. The three of them had enough time and survived to the end. Moreover, he had used the card that reduced the time of one of the opponents. Yuan Yan, who had calculated well, had to give up Jia Yuchen, who had the least time and was the furthest away, and give time to Zhu Jia, who was the closest to the last task point. However, Guozi and Dan Hongkue did not expect that the program team had set a trap at the last task point. They needed everyone to gather at the final battle stage before they could press the last button. Yang Huan had the best stamina. Guozi had asked Yang Huan to deal with the second last task. However, before Yang Huan could come back, she found that she could not deal with the second task. Yuan Yan and Zhu Jia, who were guarding the last task point, rushed out. Not counting Jia Yuchen, Yuan Yan's team was all together. In the end, Yuan Yan, who did not expect to make a comeback, pressed the last button before Yang Huan and won the final victory. Mo Fei was speechless. She was supporting her sister-in-law. "Can't you let Huan Huan win once?" Murphy said to Yang Yi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Huan Huan is so miserable. She worked so hard, but she did not win even once." She was also referring to the episode that Yang Yi and the others had recorded in Gusu City last Saturday. This is the charm of this program. Yang Yi smiled. We can't control the plot. We can only let the members express themselves freely. That's why they're doing their best to win. That's why the show is realistic and exciting. Furthermore, every episode has different expectations. This is something that can't be written in a script. What about Huan in the future? Will she keep losing? Teacher Yuan and Brother Dan are too cunning. Huan is not as scheming as them. Murphy said worriedly. When we were recording last week, Zhu Jia told me that it doesn't matter if she wins or not. The most important thing is to appear on screen. Yang Yi said, although Huan may not win the challenge, it doesn't mean that she can't win either. As long as she keeps performing like this, the audience will still like her. Believe me, no one will lose in this program. When Yang Yi and Murphy were discussing the plot of the episode that had just finished, Yun Yangfeng, who was guarding Magic City TV station, called Yang Yi excitedly. How much? Calm down, tell me slowly, Yang Yi said with a smile. 208. The peak viewership reached 208. Yun Yangfeng repeated. What kind of result is this? Yang Yi did not quite understand. Director Yang, congratulations. Your first episode has broken the viewership record of Magic City Satellite TV's Wednesday at 10 p.m. variety show. Cui Jilin snatched the phone from Yun Yangfeng and said with a laugh. Vice President Cui was also very concerned about the viewership of this program. After all, she had tried her best to introduce this program. She would be able to benefit from its success too. Yun Yangfeng's excitement did not stop there. He remembered that the president had promised that as long as the Limit Challenge broke the record, the next season of the Limit Challenge would be broadcasted during prime time. Although China Star Productions had sold 2 of their ace programs, they had created a new gold mine for themselves. Viewership ratings were one of the criteria for the producers to measure their success. Of course, the most important criteria was the reputation of the audience. Yang Yi and the others did not know about it in the middle of the night, but Mu Yuqing, who was far away in Yangqing, felt it very deeply. Wednesday night was usually quite busy. Mu Yuqing was at a critical point in a project, and the entire department was working overtime. He only returned home after 10 p.m. Mu Yuqing did not want to watch TV at first. It was not complete anyway, so he might as well watch it or wait for the episode to be uploaded. However, he felt a little hungry after returning home so late, so he turned on the TV while eating instant noodles. He glanced at it a few times out of boredom and went to take a shower after finishing his noodles. Who knew that after a few glances, he would dive right in and could not pull himself out. It's so exciting. Mu Yuqing could not help but sigh after watching it. It's really Yang Dada's creativity. It's like Prison Break, endless and unpredictable. Mu Yuqing felt that it was not enough and needed to share it with others. Therefore, he did not take a shower in the middle of the night. Instead, he took out his phone, logged into SNS, and opened the Yang Yi fan group that he often hung out with. Unexpectedly, many people in the group were discussing this show. Is it really that good? Most of the fans did not have the habit of watching TV. They were confused by the commotion and could not help but ask. It's good. I strongly recommend it to you. Mu Yuqing quickly answered a fan's question. Even old Mu was exposed. Old Mu, did you watch it too? The messages were flooding in quickly. I watched half of it. I worked overtime tonight and came home late, Mu Yuqing replied. Where should I start? Yuan Yan went to snatch Yang Huan's time. Then you have to watch the beginning. It's also very exciting. It's a pity to miss it. Many people expressed. The part where Jia Yuchen was ambushed at the pig farm was too funny. Old Mu, you definitely did not see it. Mu Yuqing quickly shouted, no spoilers. If you tell me, why should I watch it? My heart is itching from listening to you guys. Usually, I don't watch variety shows. A bookstore owner who was a fan of the book came out and said with a smile. Old one, it's okay if you don't watch variety shows. I don't watch variety shows either. But I think The Limit Challenge is really unique. It's a celebrity reality show. It's really good. Mu Yuqing was very familiar with the other party and quickly typed a line of words. Of course, Mu Yuqing was still not satisfied. He continued to send messages. The program designed by Yang Dada is indeed different. There's suspense, action, reasoning, scheming against each other, and stupid teammates trapping each other. It's almost as good as a blockbuster movie. Then I have to take a look. When will it be rebroadcast? Old Wan asked excitedly. Mu Yuqing didn't know about this, but soon, a fan who knew about it told them, it's going to be replayed at 2 p.m. tomorrow or on Saturday. You can watch it on demand on Tuku's video website. The next day, many media outlets began to write articles about the extreme challenge that had been broadcast the previous night. After all, there was a film emperor, a TV emperor, and a very popular teacher Yuan. This program had not even been broadcast yet, and the reporters were already thinking about it. Other than a few media outlets, most of the reports were praising the extreme challenge. The extreme challenge's first broadcast breaks a record. New reality show is well received. A new mode, the extreme challenge wins the high energy challenge. Shanghai TV stations bet succeeds. The extreme challenge may lead to a new trend in variety shows. Reality shows can be played like this? The extreme challenge's first broadcast is a hit. Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, Yuan Yan, the three giants meet in a reality show. Of course, the traditional media's reports were all serious. The internet media's reports on the extreme challenge were more interesting. It was a battle of headlines. Other than Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, Yuan Yan, and Zhu Jia, these are the two faces you need to know about the extreme challenge. What will happen when film emperor Dan Hongkue is pounced on by a young girl? With film emperor's acting skills, Jia Yuchen perfectly tricked Zhu Jia, but the genius fatty was set up by an old fox. Is it the distortion of human nature, or the fall of morality? Getting to know Yang Huan again, even film emperor is in awe. This kind of overwhelming coverage made the ultimate challenge completely popular. Even if it was a rerun on Thursday afternoon, many people still came over to watch it on their televisions after hearing about it. However, it was worth mentioning that the popularity of the show did not draw too much attention from the media behind the scenes. This was different from when Yang Yi's name was mentioned repeatedly during the preparation period. Now, everyone was talking about the 6 members who performed very well in the show. Not only did Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, Yuan Yan, and Zhu Jia receive a lot of attention, but Yang Huan and Guozi, who were previously unknown, also received a lot of praise from the media. Micro-broadcasting's fans skyrocketed overnight, on Thursday afternoon, in order to ride on this hot topic. Some gossip media outlets actively dug up the video of Guozi's interview with Jiangnan TV 2 years ago. They revealed that Guozi was Jiangnan province's top scorer in science 2 years ago. Guozi had acted and sung in fairy tales, which was nothing new. However, this guy was actually the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Many of the audience members who had fallen in love with Guozi because of the limit challenge finally understood why Guozi had such a heaven-defying IQ. It turned out that the production team did not deliberately let Guozi act. A top scorer in the college entrance examination who was about 16 years old at that time had a very high IQ. This video also exposed Guozi's youthful frivolity. This guy was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but not only did he not apply for Beihua University, which many candidates dreamed of, but he also applied for Jiangqing Media University, which had rejected him before. He even said it to the camera. Although Guozi in the video was a little arrogant, unexpectedly, this video did not have a negative impact on him. Instead, it made more people like Guozi. They liked this little fatty who was honest and persistent in pursuing his dreams. Do you look up at the moon, or do you lower your head and pick up a sixpence? Guozi gave up a bright future that many people could only dream of and chose to pursue a vague dream. It had to be said that even if they felt it was a pity and did not think that this little fatty could become the best actor, Guozi's attitude was still worthy of respect and affection. Yang Huan also gained fans. Previously, Yang Huan was widely criticized for being Yang Yi's biological sister. Even though the crew of Drawing Sword had already proven her identity as an actress, she was still selected for the Extreme Challenge. She was even selected for the Drawing Sword crew and was widely criticized for her role as Shouqin. Before the show was broadcast, Many people scolded Yang Huan online, saying that she relied on her connections to get to where she was and looking down on her. In the film academy, Yang Huan also received strange looks from many of her classmates. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to get closer to Yang Yi by pursuing Yang Huan. Yang Huan was well aware of this and was not affected too much. However, the people of the Yang family were very strong and had a tenacity in their bones. Even if she was a girl, she was not willing to be crushed by the pressure easily. Even if Ding Xiang was not by her side to talk to, Yang Huan was still holding back her energy and wanted to break through the door to show those who looked down on her. However, she did not expect that after one episode, many people would change their view of Yang Huan. Even if they still labeled her as Yang Yi's sister, Yang Huan attracted a wave of fans with her valiant and heroic appearance, nimble skills, and brutal fighting spirit. Yang Huan's popularity was not obvious enough, but there were still some nosy reporters who used Yang Huan to cause trouble for Li Manman. Li Manman, who was about to get her hair done, was blocked by reporters outside her company. Li Manman, the netizens commented that you only know how to act coquettishly on variety shows and are not as good as Yang Huan from The Extreme Challenge. What do you think? The reporter asked slyly. The Extreme Challenge again. Yang Huan again. Li Manman watched it last night and was so envious that she could not sleep at night. They really touched the pot that did not boil. Li Manman was cursing in her heart, but she could only force a smile on her face. Every variety show has different requirements. I can only say that each variety show is wonderful in its own way. Li Manman, if you participated in The Extreme Challenge, would you do better than Yang Huan? Another reporter also dug a hole for Li Manman. This assumption is not valid. Why would The Extreme Challenge invite me? Don't you think so? Li Manman deliberately looked at the reporter with a reproachful look, which made the reporter's bones melt. However, the reporter next to them was secretly happy. He had already thought of how to write an eye-catching report for Li Manman's answer. The title would be Li Manman Hints, There's an Inside Story in Selecting Guests, Yang Yi Will Not Choose Me. After all, the magnetic sketchpad was not as fun as a real paintbrush. She played with the sketchpad for the whole night. Her interest in the sketchpad gradually died down. She finally remembered her little brother, whom she had forgotten all about. The next night, Miss Shishi was going to teach her little brother a lesson, therefore, the whole family helped the little girl set up the classroom in the living room. Yang Yi turned off the TV and brought over a stool. He clipped the edge of the stool and made a simple stand for Shishi's magnetic sketchpad. Murphy took out yogurt and a box of pudding from the fridge. She was going to reward Shishi, who was going to finish her lesson later. However, Cece's interest at the moment was all focused on imitating Teacher Mu. She had no intention of eating. Mom, little brother has to sit up. The teacher said that we have to sit on the stool and listen in class. We can't be disobedient, Shishi pouted and pointed at Tong Tong, who was placed on the carpet by her mother. Tong Tong had no idea what was happening outside. It was his first time touching the carpet in the living room. Yang Yi cleaned it regularly, so it was not dirty. It was soft and comfortable. The little guy skillfully propped up half of his body and opened his head to explore the world. At this moment, Xiao Guai walked past them with his tail erect. Tong Tong's eyes were attracted by the fat blue creature. He grinned. Unfortunately, Tong Tong could only prop himself up, but could not crawl. He could only look at Xiao Guai, but could not play with him. Xiao Guai walked away leisurely. He did not know that he had just escaped a disaster. Little brother doesn't know how to sit. He's still young. Murphy said. She was a little disappointed, but she did not dwell on it too much. After her father finished setting up, Ms. Shishi's lesson began. Little brother, look here. As a teacher, Shishi was not very competent. She turned around to draw on the magnetic drawing board after saying that to her brother. She did not notice that Tong Tong was not looking at her at all. Murphy had no choice but to pick up Tong Tong and lay him down so that he could face his sister. However, Tong Tong's little head involuntarily turned away. His gaze was still following the cat, who jumped down from the cat tree and ran to the carpet to stretch. Meow. Dao Dao was much nicer to children. After noticing Tong Tong's gaze, she opened her eyes and looked into Tong Tong's eyes. She called out softly, Tong Tong was not afraid. He was very familiar with all the pets in the house. Hearing the cat's meow, the little guy even raised his little dimples and grinned. However, Duo only cried out once. The cold meow queen, Dao, was not interested in playing with Tong Tong. She turned around and snuggled into Murphy's arms. This used to be Tong Tong's special spot. Now that it was empty, Dao could rub herself in it. She even raised her little head and looked at the mistress, as if she was expecting something. Murphy scratched the back of Dao's head. Dao immediately felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes. Fortunately, little Sasaku wasn't left out. Steamed Bun, who was watching everything from the corner, saw an opportunity and ran over while wagging his tail. He went to Sasaku's side. Baozi liked Tong Tong very much. He had watched Tong Tong grow up. However, Tong Tong was usually in the arms of the big masters, so Baozi could not get close to him. Baozi, who was already more than a year old, was already a big dog. He was carefully taken care of by the Yang family. Baozi's slender legs, fluffy tail, strong body, and glossy yellow fur were as good-looking as those foreign dogs. Of course, Baozi had grown up, but he was still that timid and shy fellow. He ran to Tong Tong's side and wagged his tail. He did not know how to play with this little fellow. His gaze was evasive, as if he was very embarrassed. Tong Tong raised his head to look at Baozi. It was not clear whether he felt that it was too tiring or that Baozi was playing with him. He barked twice excitedly. Baozi finally found a good solution. He lay down, put his head on his forelegs, and docilely stuck to Tong Tong. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong raised a trembling hand and placed it on Baozi's body. Then, he laid his whole body on Baozi. Oh! This is much more comfortable. Tong Tong could use Baozi to support himself effortlessly. The little fellow immediately beamed with joy and enjoyed his new position. Baozi raised his eyes, but his personality was better than Meow Dodo's. He was not angry at all when Tong Tong laid on his body. He quietly supported his little master. Honey, look. Murphy saw this scene and was very happy. She could not help but share it with Xianxia. Cece was drawing very seriously. She drew fat sheep with long horns one after another on the magnetic drawing board. They didn't look alike, but they looked very similar. The little girl didn't know that little Momo behind her wasn't paying attention to her and was even playing with her. Finally, she finished drawing 7 sheep. She looked at her drawing with satisfaction. Then, she turned around and said to Tong Tong, "Little brother, this is what my teacher told us. There are 7 sheep playing hide-and-seek. Then, we found 3 sheep. How many sheep are missing?" However, Tong Tong did not look at his sister. "Momo, your sister is talking to you." Murphy was worried that she would be embarrassed and unhappy. She carried Dodo to one side and then picked up Tong Tong, who was lying on Baozi's body, and let him lie in her arms. Because she was facing her older sister, Xianxia finally looked at her older sister. Of course, the little boy couldn't answer the question, so Murphy played the role of the student for him. She shook the little boy's little hand with a smile and said, "Sister, if I don't understand it yet, can you tell me how to solve this problem?" "Haha. Sure." Cece smiled happily. Being able to interact with someone was like playing house, and it became interesting. The little girl circled the 3 lambs and pointed at a lamb outside the circle. While trying to recall what Teacher Mu had taught her, she said without turning her head, "Actually, it's a lamb that's looking for someone. It found these 3 lambs, so there are only 3 left." Perhaps it was because the color of the magnetic drawing board was not good, but Tong Tong was not interested in it. He turned his head away and looked at Baozi, who was next to him, with a smile on his face. It was as if he was still thinking about the soft and warm dog meat cushion. Actually, you can use a different way of thinking to solve the problem. Xianxia was happy to guide Xixi. He moved over and took Xixi's magnetic drawing board. He pointed at the sheep and said with a smile, "You can think of it as Chi-Chi. This is Xian Air, Chen Shiyun, Lu Weisha, and Nan Jiaoyu. This is you, and this is Momo, right?" Yes. Xixi's attention was focused on the new way of thinking that her father had given her. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity. "Now we are playing hide-and-seek. You are in charge of finding people. You have found your brother, Nanjiaoyu, and Lu Weisha. Who else is there? How many people have you not found? Yang Yi asked with a smile. There are still Chi-Chi, Xianxia, and Shiyun. Shi said happily. There are 3 of them. Yes. This is called the substitution method. Yang Yi said with a smile. Sometimes, you can use addition and subtraction to solve problems, but sometimes, you can use examples in your life to solve problems. You will find that your thinking is clearer, and complicated problems will become simpler. She could not understand the last part of her father's words. However, the first part was already very interesting. The new way of thinking provided by her father seemed to have opened the door to a new world for her. However, unlike the good student Shi, Tong Tong did not seem to have any interest in learning. Later, when Shi explained a new problem to him, the little boy actually became sleepy. While his sister and teacher were talking, his eyelids drooped in his mother's arms. Look at your son. Murphy whispered to Yang Yi in amusement. Yang Yi turned his head to look. The little boy was so sleepy that his head was drooping. However, perhaps because of Murphy's words, he could not help but open his sleepy eyes. He looked at his father with a pure and cute smile. However, after a while, his smile gradually disappeared. His mother changed her position and he fell asleep sweetly. My brother is not going to class. She said regretfully. She had just finished her new painting when she realized this. Yang Yi patted Steamed Bun, who was sitting beside Murphy and looking as serious as a little guard. It's okay. You can continue. Even if my brother is not listening, Mom and Dad are still listening. And look, Steamed Bun is also listening seriously. Okay then. She smiled cheerfully. The little girl was still not satisfied with cosplay. She felt that being Steamed Bun's teacher was also very interesting. It's over, it's over. Murphy whispered into Yang Yi's ear. Your son will definitely be a bad student who doesn't like to go to class. He will sleep as soon as class starts. Haha. Yang Yi knew that Murphy was joking, but he still could not help but laugh. On March 1st, The Fugitive was released. Nationwide, its showtimes were not high and it was ranked at the back of all the movies released at the same time. However, during the movie's off-season, it was a hot topic. It was in the top 3 most reported by the media. The main leads were Yang Yi, Geng Sha, and Guozi in a supporting role. Although they were not very famous during filming, now, Yang Yi aside, Geng Sha was already the 3rd most talked about person in the country. Guozi was also a new artist who had just made a name for himself in The Ultimate Challenge. Of course, this movie was not viewed favorably. Yang Yi and Geng Sha had never acted in a movie before and were already the main leads. Guozi had only acted in a short movie before and could not even be considered to have acted in a movie. With this kind of cast, could they make a good movie? Even though many media outlets were paying attention to The Fugitive, there were even more people waiting to see Yang Yi make a fool of himself. This movie was written, invested in, and starred by Yang Yi. Would it cause Yang Yi, who had created miracles time and time again, to suffer a painful Waterloo? Moreover, it was rumored that Yang Yi's and Murphy's daughter would be used in the movie. The reporters were eager to prove that Yang Yi's nepotism was a mistake. As for the new director, Du Yuanlei, she was completely ignored. The attendance rate for the premiere was the same as the showtimes. It was not high. This was because people who liked to watch movies either went for the few famous directors or the familiar faces of famous movie actors in the promotional videos. This kind of movie without a big investment, a famous director, or a big-name actor obviously could not attract passers-by fans. Those who were able to watch the movie on the first day, other than Yang Yi's hardcore fans, were just some curious people. The box office on the first day is only 4.01 million. The next day, in a coffee shop on the corner, Du Yuanlei, who had just finished a phone call, read out the box office data to everyone. She had a sleepless night and her face was full of regret and fatigue. This box office data was not considered low. There were many films that did not even reach the bottom, but it was not considered high either. In the box office of the day, it was ranked 6th. Not to mention the ones in the middle, the number 1 film, Fortuitous Encounter, had already been released for 14 days, and the box office for that day was still more than 73 million, firmly in first place. The difference between the first place and the sixth place was obvious. It was no wonder that Lei was filled with unwillingness. I think it's mainly because of the disparity in the showtimes. The showtimes for Fortuitous Encounter are as high as 26%. How many times more is it than ours? If we can also have 26% of the showtimes, I think we can also have a box office of tens of millions. Wang Chao curled his lips and said indignantly. It's not just the difference in the showtimes. Our investment and cast lineup can't be compared to others. I think it's already very good to have a box office of more than 4 million. Zhu Liang said with a smile, look at Fate in the Starry Sky Reflections, which is claimed to be a sci-fi romance film with an investment of 200 million. Didn't it also flop in the premiere? Now the box office for one day is only a little more than 1 million. It's estimated that we can't even recoup the cost when it's taken down. Hey, can't you say something good? Long and I said angrily, actually, 4 million is already very good, okay? It's only the first day of the premiere, and our first film can get more than 4 million at the box office. It's at least a passing or even a good result. And I don't blame them. I'm not satisfied either. Brother Yang's script is really good. Maybe I didn't shoot it well enough and couldn't reflect the feelings in it more deeply. Lei blamed herself. Sister Lei, did we recoup the cost? Lu Xiaoshu, who was holding a guitar and watching their discussion, asked curiously. He was a movie novice. Miao Chuan pulled Lu Xiaoshu aside and said, don't interrupt. It's only the first day of the box office. But 4 million isn't a small amount. Lu Xiaoshu asked in confusion. 4 million. If we want to deduct 5% of the movie's special fund, 3% of the tax, and 2% of the copyright protection fund, we have to pay for it. We also have to split it with the theater chain, distribution company, and other stakeholders. Wang Chao explained to him, in the end, Brother Yang should be able to get about 1 million. Our film's production cost isn't high. It's about 5 million. Originally, we didn't need so much. It's just that Brother Yang's requirements are more meticulous. However, the publicity cost before the movie is released is not small. Think about it. Other than dealing with the media, micro-broadcasting, and so on, Brother Yang and Gung Sha have chosen to do publicity for our film. These are all huge expenses. Of course, Extreme Selection is also their own program, so it will be cheaper. However, there will be more publicity activities later on. Adding all these together, the publicity cost is no less than 5 million. I even think that with Sister Xiaochuan's arrangement, it might be more than 10 million. Wang Chao did the calculations, and Lu Xiaoshu was dumbfounded. In other words, the film has to be released for more than half a month before we can recoup the cost? Lu Xiaoshu took a deep breath and asked. How can the box office calculation be as simple as multiplication and division? While they were talking, Yang Yi and Murphy also arrived. Murphy's arrival with Tong Tong immediately swept away the somewhat depressing atmosphere in the coffee shop. The cute baby became the center of everyone's attention, especially the girls. Even Du Yuanlei, who was depressed just now, at this moment, went over to play with Tong Tong. Looking at his big round eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. What are you guys talking about? Yang Yi smiled, patted Lu Xiaoshu's shoulder and said. Lu Xiaoshu and Wang Chao talked at once about the box office problems. Little Du, come here. Yang Yi waved his hand and called Du Yuanlei and the others over. Then he said, Xiaowan also told me about the box office. 4 million. This is a good start. Everyone quieted down and quietly listened to Yang Yi's words. Actually, I don't care about the box office. After all, this is our first film. It's an important opportunity to hone our team. Even if we lose money, I don't care. So, little Du, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Yang Yi changed the thread of discussion and said, but after knowing that the box office is 4 million on the first day, I suddenly feel that our film may be a success. Why? Because we are a group of newbies, but the box office is 4 million on the first day. This is amazing. Du Yuanlei also wanted to explain that the box office was not high and was worried about the future. Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The box office on the first day doesn't mean anything. What you should see are the comments from the audience on the internet. I read a lot before coming here." "What did the audience say?" "Xiaoshu, read it for everyone." Lu Xiaoshu inexplicably took Yang Yi's mobile phone and began to read the comments on it. "Looking at the name of the film, I thought it was a crime film. I was wrong. This is a comedy film in the guise of a crime." The whole process was funny, and the appearance of the little girl brought an unforgettable warmth to the film. Until now, I still remember the soft long hair of the little girl. There were a lot of funny points in the movie. The most memorable one was when Geng Sha was robbing a bank. Geng Sha really played the role of an idiot to the fullest. Especially when the bank clerk came out from behind the counter, the whole theater was laughing. Yang Yi played the role of Rudy, a writer and singer acting in a film and playing the lead role. Can you believe it? Yang Yi vividly portrays the coldness of the criminal, and the tender interaction between him and the little girl is also heart-wrenching. It's hard to believe that this is his first time acting in a movie. I came to watch the film because of Boss Yang's name, but I didn't expect it to be a rare masterpiece. Today, I watched Destiny with my girlfriend. Objectively speaking, The Fugitive is not worse than Destiny at all. Of course, there were also negative comments. Some felt that the gunfight scene was too simple, and some felt that the portrayal of the police was too bad. There were so many people but they couldn't catch two clumsy fugitives, but overall, positive comments had the upper hand. The audience's reputation is very important. Don't just look at the box office. Now that you've heard Xiaoshu's comments, do you have more confidence in yourself? Yang Yi laughed. "If the reputation can be maintained well, our box office won't just be 4 million. Lu Xiaoshu chimed in and laughed, "I think so too. Chuan and I haven't seen this film, but after reading the comments, we really want to go to the theater to watch it." Yuanlei was just hit by the box office before. How could she not understand Yang Yi's logic? However, she wasn't very excited. Instead, she said seriously, "The negative comments are right. I don't have enough control of the gunfight scene, and I don't have enough control of the action scenes. There are still many areas to improve. I will continue to study and learn." Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and laughed, "Do you want to learn these? I can help you contact director Chen Fengchen and let you learn from him for a while." Yuanlei asked in surprise, "Really? That shouldn't be a problem." Yang Yi laughed, and so did everyone else. The atmosphere in the coffee shop returned to its usual positive atmosphere. After they finished talking about the film, Murphy said excitedly to Lu Xiaoshu and the others, "Xiaoshu, Chuan, Teacher Jean said that you guys have recently written a good song. Can you sing it for us?" It was fate that brought people together in the coffee shop at the corner of the street. People with dreams got to know each other here. After a short stay, they started to run towards their own futures. Just as Yang Yi said, The Fugitive's daily box office wouldn't just be 4 million. Indeed, after it was released, the box office increased every day due to its good reputation. However, the increase wasn't huge. After all, the accumulation and explosion of reputation still required time and an opportunity. The media's coverage of The Fugitive didn't decrease. Many film critics gave good reviews and recommended the audience to watch it. However, it seemed that someone was deliberately doing public relations. Many media outlets used the box office data and the weak gunfight scene in the movie to criticize the movie, resulting in a strange situation where both praise and blame were mixed. This kind of negative report wasn't one-sided, but half true and half false. It was hard to figure out what was going on. Although industry insiders could see the problem, the audience couldn't. It more or less affected the publicity of The Fugitive. Mo Xiaowan even asked someone to investigate this matter, but the mastermind behind the scenes hid very well. It was even a trap set up through several layers of middlemen. Mo Xiaowan could only helplessly give up the investigation. It could be that other movies are suppressing our showtimes. It could also be that Global Pictures, which had conflicts with us before. With Su Zhongwei's background and connections, it's not impossible for him to do something like this. Mo Xiaowan could only give such a speculation. Yang Yi didn't do anything. He was waiting for the opportunity to come. The release of The Fugitive had a big impact on Xixi. This young actress had a good reputation among the audience who had watched the movie. Moreover, her parents had special identities. Naturally, the reporters wanted to follow up on Xianxia. Xianxia protected Xianxia very well. Springfield Kindergarten also strictly monitored outsiders, so the reporters couldn't get in touch with Xianxia. However, the pervasive reporters still got some photos of the children at kindergarten activities from some parents. Through interviews with some parents, they learned that Xiaxia's personality was completely different from Wang Mai, who she played in the movie. This information was slightly processed by the reporters and became one breaking news after another. There were even reporters who made up stories to attract more attention. It was as if they had really seen Xianxia on set. They praised her acting skills to the heavens. This is a talented young actress who's not even 6 years old. If it was any other news, Xianxia wouldn't have bothered to respond. However, this news made Xianxia vigilant. Although Xianxia wouldn't see it, Xianxia didn't want his daughter to fall heavily after being praised by others. After Imo Xiaochuan's reminder, Xianxia used his micro-broadcasting, Xiaxia's family chef, to send out a long micro-broadcast. Let me formally introduce our family's little cotton-padded jacket, Xianxia. She's a lively and lovely little girl. Like other children, she's full of curiosity about the world and likes to listen to her father tell her stories. She's optimistic and cheerful and has many good friends in kindergarten. She's kind and gentle and likes to help others. She gets along well with the cats and puppies at home. She's even full of love when she treats the little goldfish. However, I hope everyone doesn't misunderstand. Xiaxia's just a very ordinary child. She's not a professional actress, let alone a talented young actress. Xianxia was able to play Wang Mai well not because she has a lot of talent in acting, but because there were too many enthusiastic adults on set who helped her. There was teacher Xianxia who kindly guided her, Geng Sha who specially made adjustments for her, and director Du Yuanlei who patiently explained the scene to her and didn't get angry at her NGs. Filming is just a new experience for Xianxia. It's a special and interesting experience in life. Murphy and I don't want her to continue on the path of acting. In fact, she's just like other children now. What she needs is to play to her heart's content and enjoy a beautiful childhood. Then, she can gradually learn and understand the world. When she grows up, she can choose the path she wants to take. Murphy and I don't have high expectations for the children, and we won't use grades as the standard to measure a child's growth. We only hope that she and her brother can first be healthy, second be happy, and third be as successful as possible. But most importantly, they have to know that they're ordinary people. Under this micro-broadcasting, there was also a photo of Xiaxia's face that Xianxia was willing to give out for the first time. The first photo was of Xiaxia smiling happily while eating cake. The second photo was of Xiaxia holding a card camera to take a picture of the little goldfish in the fish tank. The third photo was of the little girl wearing a piggy costume. Finally, there was a photo of the set. In it, Xiaxia was wearing Wang Mai's student costume. She was in the arms of old master Xianxia, smiling happily. Xianxia didn't know how big of an impact his micro-broadcasting had had. Xiaxia's fans, who had originally liked Xiaxia, felt sorry for her when they saw her sad and pitiful appearance in the movie. Now that they saw Xiaxia's daily photos, they felt relieved, but their love for her had increased by a little. The sad Wang Mai had a special quality that made people want to dote on her, and the innocent Xiaxia in her daily life made people want to dote on her even more. Xiaxia's charm was irresistible. Not only did the adults like such a little girl, but they also wanted such a kind and beautiful daughter who loved to smile. Some young people who didn't have children were also attracted by Xiaxia's cuteness. Under Xiaxia's micro-broadcasting, it was unknown who started it, but more and more people jokingly called him father-in-law. Father-in-law, you have to take good care of my wife. It's raining in Jiangqing. Don't let her catch a cold. Father-in-law, why are my wife's legs so thin? Is it because you don't feed her enough? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Father-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Father-in-law, when my Xiaxia's hair reaches her waist, I'll bring millions of betrothal money to marry her, okay? Although it was just a group of netizens teasing, the embryonic form of the nation's father-in-law could be seen. The media's reports also followed up, especially the last paragraph of Xiaxia's micro-broadcasting, which was quoted by the media. Although they were still talking about Xiaxia, the media's interest in Xiaxia had unknowingly shifted to the reporting of Xianxia and Murphy's way of educating their children. They looked for clues from Yang Yi and Murphy's daily microbroadcasting and analyzed Yang Yi and Murphy's way of educating their children. After this paragraph was reported by the media, many parents also paid attention to it. The more they read, the more they felt that it made sense. Some people regarded it as a Bible, and some people began to reflect on their own way of educating their children. Of course, these external influences were almost invisible to Xianxia. Xianxia could feel the change in her unexpected popularity. She could feel the strange gazes from the parents and the curiosity of the children in the kindergarten towards her. For example, on this day, Wang Xijuan, who rarely spoke to Xianxia, suddenly ran over and looked at Xianxia strangely. She then asked, "Xianxia, my mom said that you've become a big star, right?" "What's a big star?" Lu Weixia asked. It was the first time that she had heard this word in Chinese. "Hey, you're a foreigner, you don't know anything." Wang Xijuan said proudly, "Let me tell you. A big star is very famous people, and they will even appear on TV. My dad said that I'm not a big star." Xianxia said to Wang Xijuan seriously. But you're very famous." Wang Xijuan scratched her head and said, "My mom asked me and my sister to play with you." Wang Xiyin said unwillingly, "I don't want to play with Xianxia." It wasn't a big conflict, but children had their own social circles. "Then we don't want to play with you either," Chen Shiyun shouted. "Then forget it." Wang Xijuan ran away, as if she didn't take it seriously at all, and it was just a task that her mom had given her. This made Xianxia very confused. When she came back at night, she asked her father, "Why do people say that I'm a big star? Wang Xijuan doesn't want to play with me, but her mom asked her to play with me?" "People say that because they have a misunderstanding. They think that you're very good at acting in movies, so they say that. But Uncle Gua has also acted in movies. You, Chen Shiyun, and Xianxia have also acted in movies. Will you call them big stars?" Yang Yi said with a smile. "No, I won't. Big stars don't sound nice." The little girl shook her head and said innocently, "I also don't like them calling me big stars. I'm Xianxia." "That's right. But we can't stop others from talking, right? We just need to know that we're still us. Dad is still Dad, Xianxia is still Xianxia, and Xianxia is still Xianxia. Dad loves Xianxia, and Xianxia and Xianxia are still good friends. Everything is still the same as before, right?" Yang Yi said with a smile. "Hee, yes." The little girl smiled sweetly. She liked what her father said, but subconsciously, she didn't like Wang Xijuan's tone. "Then it's fine. Don't care about what others say, we just need to be ourselves." Yang Yi patted his daughter's head lovingly. Fortunately, these effects were minimal, and Yang Yi could help Xianxia slowly adapt to these changes. Life was always full of changes. Being afraid of changes and cowering would not solve the problem. Yang Yi wanted his daughter to learn to be herself in the midst of changes. There was no grand press conference, only a little mention on microbroadcasting. After Yang Yi and Murphy's two versions of Love of a Lifetime were completed on March 7, they quietly landed on major music websites. However, after the song was released, the sales were not as hot as usual, and there was even a feeling of coolness. This was not because the promotion was not enough, but because the song was placed in the Cantonese section. Other than the fans who spoke Cantonese, who chose to buy the single without hesitation, the fans in other regions, except for the hardcore ones, all stopped in their tracks. Even if some passerby fans hesitated and bought the song, without any background story, they were confused. Even if the melody was moving, they felt that they had lost out, and the evaluation they gave was suddenly not very high. However, the fans who could understand and had some life experience still gave the song a very high evaluation. To buy or not to buy? Many people were watching. Looking at the different rhetoric in the comments, the onlookers flinched. However, the media engaged in the music industry have been in high spirits. The songs written by Yang Yi can't even squeeze into the top 50 sales, which is a very rare thing. Li Shijian, a professional music critic, was hired to write a music review column in Voice of China. Although with the development of the internet, the audience of music review columns in traditional media has been much smaller, Voice of China magazine has actively improved and also cooperated with the company's Tianjai music website. Music news and music review articles and print media will also be uploaded to the internet for fans to read. Therefore, Xianxia, who has unique insights and analysis in music and is sophisticated in writing, still has a lot of fans, and most of the fans are similar to Xianxia's style of music. From reading Xianxia's column, they can find the music they like. On this day, Xianxia received an invitation from the editor-in-chief, asking him to comment on Yang Yi's new song Love of a Lifetime. Of course, the editor-in-chief had some bad intentions. He hoped that Xianxia could analyze the reason why Yang Yi's new song was not popular, which would make it convenient for them to make a big fuss in the news module. "I'll listen to it first." Xianxia responded indifferently. Xianxia's impression of Yang Yi was still very good. In the past, Xianxia gave high praise to songs such as Listen to the Sea and Coming Across the Sea to See You. What kind of song would this Love of a Lifetime be? It can't be a love song, right? To be honest, Xianxia was a little tired of listening to Yang Yi and Murphy sing love songs. Sweet songs couldn't express the kind of unforgettable feelings like Listen to the Sea, but before making a judgment, Xianxia cleared his mind and forgot who Yang Yi was, who Murphy was, and the songs they had sung before. Then, he started to listen to the music. The first song that Xianxia listened to was Yang Yi's version, which was similar to the one that Yang Yi had sung for his grandfather. The accompaniment was very pure, and it was a simple guitar solo. But just from the prelude, Xianxia could tell something. It didn't sound like a normal pop tune. The charming and gentle string notes seemed to have a bit of an exotic flavor. Slow, very slow. The melody of this song should have a sad tone. Xianxia was energized. Then, Yang Yi's singing came. Although the Cantonese lyrics made Xianxia frown slightly. He could understand some Cantonese, but after all, he was not an authentic native speaker of Cantonese. It was a bit difficult to listen to it now. However, Yang Yi's singing was refreshing to Xianxia. It was not popular at all, and it was not retro at all. Perhaps it was more appropriate to describe it as old and melancholy. Xianxia had never heard this kind of singing before. It was very unique, but it was unique and not abrupt. Xianxia was very comfortable listening to it, especially the singing that was low and sometimes high. When it was low, it made people feel confused, and when it was high, it made people feel like they were in a barren wilderness. A sense of desolation arose spontaneously. The sea of bitterness turns up love and hate. It's hard to escape fate in the world. Xianxia felt as if his heart was pierced by a sky full of arrows. There was a kind of powerless sorrow. He did not seem to have the time to think carefully about the meaning of the lyrics. Just Yang Yi's singing was enough to make Xianxia fall into it. After listening to the song, Xianxia found that his eyes were a little wet. However, he still did not understand what the song was about. After 3 hours, Xianxia took off his headphones. However, he flipped through the pages that were full of notes. He did not intend to write a music review immediately. Xianxia could not wait to pick up his phone and make a call. "Old Pooh, are you asleep? If you are not, quickly get up. I recommend you to listen to a song. No, 2 songs. 2 singing styles of the same song. It's not a Mandarin song. It's your Cantonese song. Even I, a person who does not speak Cantonese, think it's good. Quickly come and give it a try." Yang Yi wrote it. Yes. The Yang Yi who wrote Better Not See and Bicycle. Both versions are very good. I didn't expect that Mo Fei can sing Cantonese songs, and she can sing them so well. But I prefer Yang Yi's version. It's not that Murphy's is not good. Her accompaniment is richer, and her singing is tactful enough. But Yang Yi's version is very special. It's the first time I've seen a guitar solo and a singing style. You'll know when you listen to it. It's absolutely good. In addition to looking for Old Pooh, Xianxia also recommended it to several familiar music critics in Harbor City. He was so excited that he picked up the pen and wrote his own music review in the middle of the night. However, his editor-in-chief was obviously going to be disappointed. The Cantonese songs were not well received. In fact, Yang Yi and Murphy were psychologically prepared. So although many media were laughing at them, Yang Yi and Murphy did not care. Their lives were not affected. It was another weekend. During breakfast, Xianxia held a small spoon and asked with interest, "Papa, where are we going to play today?" Xianxia asked with a smile, "Where do you want to go?" Just when the little girl was thinking, Murphy suddenly gave a suggestion, "Xianxia, do you like dancing? Why don't you go to the studio with me today to practice dancing? I can teach you how to dance." Tong Tong was born at the end of November last year. Now Murphy had been giving birth naturally for nearly 4 months. Her body had recovered very well, and simple jogging to lose weight was no longer able to meet her needs. So a few days ago, after the doctor confirmed that she could dance, Fei couldn't wait to take out the dancing shoes and clothes that she had bought a month ago. "Okay." The little girl's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. She giggled and said, "Mama, I really like dancing. Then I can dance 2 dances and 3 dances. Teacher Shen taught us how to dance. Chi-Chi and I are the best at dancing." As she spoke, Xianxia became more energetic. She looked at Murphy expectantly and said, "Mom, can we ask Chi-Chi to dance with us? And Xianxia, Lu Weisha." She even started counting. This little girl, as she grew up, talked about her friends more and more. Although Xianxia was willing to play with her parents now, when she grew up in her teens or 20s, puberty and rebellious, would she still be willing to accompany her parents? Of course, this would be a long time in the future. But when she thought about it occasionally, it was still a little sad. Murphy looked at Xianxia helplessly and smiled bitterly. However, Murphy still agreed to her daughter's request. Anyway, the studio built for them was very big. It was enough for this group of children to dance wildly in it, but after a few rounds of phone calls, only Lu Weisha's mother, Marilla, agreed. Lan Xian was brought by her mother to Jinling City to reunite with Boss Lan this weekend. Yang Luoqi, who was the best dancer, had to go to tutoring class today. Chen Shiyun and Nan Zhaoyu's parents were not free, so they could only apologize to Xianxia. Luckily, at least there was still Lu Weisha. Although Xianxia felt sorry, she didn't feel too sorry. When Phoebe's studio was first set up, Xianxia had provided sufficient funds to allow Mo Shaowan to do whatever she wanted. Therefore, this average-sized 4-story building was fully equipped with all the necessary equipment. If Xianxia had been the one to design this dance studio, he definitely would not have thought of this. However, Mo Shaowan knew that Murphy liked to dance, so she had already prepared everything, clap clap clap. After turning on the lights, heating, and ventilation, the bright and clean dance studio was presented to Xianxia and the others. It seemed that there were people who came here regularly to clean the place. After Xianxia followed her parents into the dance studio, she could not help but run to the innermost part of the room and cried out excitedly, "What a big mirror!" Her black leather boots squeaked as she stepped on the wooden floor. However, the little girl only cared about going to the mirror and holding on to the long railing used to press her legs. She looked at herself in the mirror with joy. The little girl in the mirror was so beautiful, her braided hair was tied up like a bohemian hairband. The rest of her soft, thick hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, touching the lace skirt at her waist. Her hair was beautiful, and she was even more beautiful. Her face had the golden ratio, and her cheeks still had a little baby fat. When she smiled, she was like a small, delicate, and pure jasmine flower blooming. The white, fluffy skirt made the little girl look like a little angel without wings. However, this beauty did not last long. The little girl made a face at herself in the mirror, and then looked at her father and mother in the mirror. She giggled, and her bell-like laughter echoed in the big dance studio. "Come over here and change your shoes. You can't wear shoes like that in the dance studio." Murphy was still very strict. She scolded her as she changed her shoes. Xianxia ran over to change into her dancing shoes and took off her jacket. She finally looked like a little dancer. Murphy dressed Xianxia in a full set of dance attire, which made her look like a ballerina. The sleeves were dark purple with velvet sleeves. The dress suddenly turned light purple at the chest and gradually transitioned to pure white at the waist. The fluffy skirt was also propped up like a ballet dress, but it didn't hang down softly. This was also Xiaxia's favorite part. She felt as if she had grown wings with these. Below the skirt, the thin, close-fitting pantyhose was connected to her feet, revealing Xiaxia's slender calves that were usually covered by her clothes. If the little girl really stood on her tiptoes like a ballet dancer, she might really be able to perfectly interpret the magical concept of all legs below the neck. Mo-Fei and Cece were wearing the same parent-child dance costumes. Of course, Mo-Fei's figure was too good. Although in her opinion, after giving birth to the second child, Mo-Fei's waist was a little thicker. After all, Mo-Fei was tall and slim, and her long legs did not show any signs of weight gain. On the contrary, her curvaceous figure was stretched tight by the tight dance attire, making her look like the devil. Xianxia watched from the back and felt a little restless. However, since the two children were here, he could only forget about any bold ideas. After changing his shoes, Xianxia sat at the back and had no intention of dancing. He picked up Tong Tong, who was in the pram beside him, and pointed at the reflection in the mirror to tease Tong Tong. The little boy was a little confused when he saw himself in the mirror for the first time. Of course, there was nothing special about the little boy with a round head and round eyes in the mirror. The little boy probably would not guess that it was him, nor would he think too much about it. However, when he looked up, he saw that the person holding the little boy in the mirror looked exactly the same as the person holding his father. Tong Tong stared blankly at his father in the mirror for a while. Then, he turned his head in confusion, looked at his father beside him, and then looked back again. He did not understand why there were two fathers. Of course, the little boy's mind was not that detailed, so all his confusion was still in a hazy and chaotic state. This is a mirror. The mirror will reflect you. Xianxia intimately whispered in the little boy's ear, leaning his head against the little boy's head and rubbing it gently. Tong Tong's little mouth was slightly open, and his little pink tongue was clearly visible. He curiously reached out his little hand and scratched his father's face. Of course, this scratch was soft and weak. Murphy and Xianxia had already started playing. First, Murphy asked Xianxia to dance the dance that she had learned in kindergarten, and Murphy played the beat for her. 1-2-2, 2-2-2-2, 3-2-2-2. Xianxia was a little shy when she started dancing, especially when she saw herself dancing in the mirror. After a while, the little girl was so shy that her little face was dyed with a blush. Hee hee. She ran to her mother's side, hugged her mother's waist, and bashfully jumped in. Don't be shy. You dance very well. Murphy said with a smile. No, no. The little girl giggled, raised her little head, and shook it like a rattledrum. Mom, dance. Murphy wanted to set an example, so she smiled and said, okay. Mom, dance. You have to learn from her. Murphy turned around and asked Xianxia to take out the dance music cassette that she had prepared. She stuffed it into the equipment hanging on the wall, and after a while, the melody of the music started to play. This was a dance music that was a little like High School Musical, with a lively melody and a passionate drum beat. Just by listening to it, one would have the urge to twist and turn. With the rise and fall of the melody, Murphy, who was not shy at all, really started to dance like the young people in High School Musical. Of course, it was not a very intense street dance. Although the range of movements was big, it was also very simple. Waving hands, turning, twisting waist, these were very sparse and ordinary dance movements, but when paired with the light dance steps, it gave people a feeling of vitality and a sense of youthfulness. It was also Xianxia's ignorance that Murphy's dance was indeed a dance from a movie that was popular all over the world more than 10 years ago. It was born from the elements of street dance and dance dramas, and after it became popular in the movie, many young people rushed to imitate it. At this moment, Murphy, who was already in her 30s, was dancing the dance that she liked in the past. With every frown and smile, it was as if she had returned to the time when she was 15 or 16 years old. At that time, Murphy was in her prime, youthful and lively. Xianxia was stunned, and Xianxia was also watching with great interest. How could the little girl stay still? She was bouncing around and unconsciously twisting and turning with her mother, but she could not keep up with her movements. Tong Tong also had a reaction, but he was not looking at his mother who was dancing. The little guy was still looking at the world in the mirror, but his ears were listening to the dance music that was reverberating in the dance studio. The passionate drum beat made Tong Tong, who had listened to countless kinds of music when he was a fetus, stretch his eyebrows, reveal his little dimples, and open his little mouth to smile. As if the smile was not enough, the little guy's hands continued to sway as if he was intoxicated by the energetic dance music. If Xianxia was not looking at his beautiful wife, but at his son, he might have noticed that Tong Tong's little hands were unconsciously moving to the rhythm of the dance music. After Murphy finished dancing, she was slightly out of breath. After all, after being pregnant, she had not exercised much for more than a year. She turned around to get some water from her bag and saw Xianxia, who was sitting there staring straight at her. "Come and dance, too. Don't just sit there." Murphy chuckled and said in annoyance. "You can play with Xixi, right?" Xianxia held Tong Tong and said with a wry smile. "I have to take care of Hua Hua." He was not very interested in dancing. Moreover, he had not danced for a long time. If he danced badly, wouldn't it be shameful? How could he affect Xixi's omnipotent, glorious, and magnificent image of him? Just leave him in the crib. Anyway, there's no one else here. Moreover, we can hear everything clearly. Murphy giggled as she pulled Xianxia's arm and said, "Come and play with us. Moreover, I don't believe that you didn't learn how to dance when you learned so many musical instruments when you were in the army." "Hee, Papa, let's dance together. Let's dance together." The little girl also ran over to join in the fun. She danced beside her father and shouted with a smile. Xianxia did not want to dampen the spirits of Murphy and Xixi. He carried Tong Tong, who was a little confused by the fun, into the crib, stood up, spread out his hands, and helplessly said, "Okay, but I have to tell you that I didn't learn many kinds of dance before. It was mainly social dance. Indeed, they didn't learn to pick up girls. It was just to make it easier for them to go in and out of some big occasions and hide their identity. Dance for us." Murphy laughed as she took out Xianxia's SLR camera from her bag. "Why do you want to use this?" Xianxia felt that something was wrong. "Take a picture. In the future, when Hua Hua grows up, you can tell him that when you were young, Daddy and Mommy went to dance." Murphy said excitedly. "Forget about it. I still need a dance partner. Social dance can't be done alone." "How weird would that be?" Xianxia said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Murphy could only regretfully put down the SLR camera. However, Xixi was interested. She ran over and picked it up. The little girl looked delicate, but her strength was not small. She picked up the heavy SLR camera. "Hee, Papa, let me do it, okay?" The little girl had already learned how to use this DSLR from her father. She said sweetly, but her head was lowered. She looked at the DSLR and operated it with some difficulty, mainly because Xixi's hands were too small. Murphy guessed Xianxia's thoughts and joked, "Do you regret teaching Xixi how to take photos?" Since that was the case, Xianxia pulled himself together and danced with 120% concentration. He couldn't let his daughter look down on him. Although there was no accompaniment, Murphy was able to sing the beat in a low voice. Da, 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 da. Although it was the first time the two danced together, they cooperated very well. Xianxia stepped forward with his left foot, and Murphy stepped back with her right foot. The next Xianxia stepped forward with his right foot, and Murphy stepped back with her left foot. They walked straight up as if they were following each other like a shadow. The two were tied together with a rope. In fact, Xianxia and Murphy were also a little surprised. Murphy was even worried that Xianxia didn't know how to dance, so she wanted to slow down a little to cooperate with him. However, she didn't expect the two to cooperate so perfectly. This feeling of tacit understanding was wonderful. Murphy raised her head and couldn't help but look at Xianxia's face. Xianxia also lowered his head and looked at Murphy affectionately. At this moment, because of the tacit understanding, the love in the two's eyes became more mellow and rich like wine. Of course, with a little movement of the shoulders and elbows, it might be even more perfect. Murphy felt that Xianxia had completed the rapid transition from being unfamiliar to proficient. She stared into Xianxia's eyes, and the movement of her shoulders increased a little. Her hips also gently twisted, as if she had integrated the soul of Lampard's dance into the slow dance. Murphy, who had a hot body to begin with, was now twisting rhythmically, which made the surrounding temperature rise by a lot. Xianxia understood Murphy's meaning. He gently held Murphy's hand, and the movement of his upper body also increased. He catered to Murphy's rhythm, vividly displaying his elegance. The two's tacit understanding of the dance brought out the taste of happiness. The most interesting part was the next turn. Yang Yi took steady steps, and at the same time as Murphy, he turned his hands and body together. Then, with a tacit understanding, they looked at Xianxia, who was holding the SLR camera and watching with great interest, forgetting to take photos. Although Xianxia didn't know how to appreciate dancing, she still felt that the tacit understanding between her parents was very interesting. However, when her parents finished, they suddenly turned their heads to her, which surprised the little girl. Looking at her surprised and confused big eyes, Yang Yi and Murphy laughed and let go of each other's hands. Yang Yi even walked over and took the SLR camera from his daughter's hands with a smile. "Papa, why did you and Mom suddenly look at me?" The little girl came back to her senses, and only then did she realize that her parents were just teasing her, so she shouted unwillingly. "We didn't suddenly look at you. That was when we finished." Murphy fooled her. "What do you think of our dance?" Yang Yi patted Xianxia's soft long hair on the back of her shoulder and asked. "It's super good. It's even better than Mr. Shin's." Xianxia took her father's hand and said with a smile. "Do you want to learn?" Yang Yi said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and her head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Xianxia, you also need to drink some water." Murphy was tired, so she rested for a while and fed Tong Tong, who was hungry. When she heard that Xianxia wanted to learn ballroom dancing from Yang Yi, she said, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you some new dances later. Don't dance the dance that we just did. If you're interested, you can learn that kind of dance when you grow up, but for now, you should learn some young people's dances from me." Murphy also knew these traditional dances, but that was only because she learned them from Zhou Mingyu when she was a child. Murphy herself didn't like them very much. Traditional dances were not like popular dances. They were more used in formal occasions, and those formal occasions were exactly what Murphy didn't like. Murphy liked the personality and vitality of popular dances, as well as the endless creativity. "Mom, what are young people's dances?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Young people's dances are street dances, jazz dances, and so on." Murphy hugged Tong Tong and smiled. "Mom will show you later. You'll definitely like it." Seeing Murphy talking to Xianxia, Yang Yi was somewhat unconvinced. How could he let Xianxia think that Daddy's dances were old dances? Daddy can dance very well too. Ahem, Xianxia, in fact, Daddy can also dance street dances. Yang Yi felt that he had to show off his skills. Murphy looked at Yang Yi in surprise. She was a little unsure whether Yang Yi was pretending to be fat or pretending to be weak. Of course, Murphy felt that the latter was more likely. How could she not know Yang Yi? His favorite thing to do was to pretend that he didn't know anything, but in fact, he knew everything. "Papa, what is street dance?" Xianxia was like a little fangirl. After throwing down the kettle, she giggled, moved to her father's side, and asked enthusiastically. "How should I describe street dance?" "It's just a random street dance. There are many kinds of street dances." Yang Yi didn't know how to explain. If he really pretended to be weak, Murphy would accept it. Who asked this enigmatic and charming man to keep her under his control? Murphy also looked at Yang Yi expectantly and said, "Dance for me and Xianxia." "You didn't say that you knew street dance just now." Yang Yi really didn't know how to street dance, but he had seen other people doing street dance. He didn't know how to do complicated dance, and it was too late to learn it now. However, Yang Yi thought that because of his physical advantage, there was a kind of street dance that he could do. Was street dancing difficult? Perhaps it was more difficult for people with uncoordinated bodies and a lack of rhythm to learn. But Yang Yi was different. If he really wanted to learn street dancing, with his body coordination, it should be a piece of cake, but because he was not very interested in dancing before, he did not learn it. But now that he was going to perform a street dance for Xianxia and Murphy, Yang Yi could only bite the bullet and do it. Fortunately, he knew what to do. If he couldn't do other things on the spot, he might be able to do a robot dance. Strictly speaking, the general category of robot dance could not be used to describe the dance Yang Yi was going to perform. It was more accurate to say that it was a robot dance. Space dance was cool, but it required very complicated footwork. Yang Yi had not studied it before. But it was just a robot dance. For Yang Yi, who was an expert who could perfectly control every muscle and every joint in his body, it should be easier to control. Yang Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The muscles under his clothes were trembling in an inconspicuous manner. He also twisted his arms and waist, and soon finished warming up. Murphy looked at Yang Yi's movements and secretly guessed what kind of dance Yang Yi was going to do. Her curiosity was getting stronger and stronger. "Papa, you can do it. Papa, you can do it." The king of support, Xianxia, appeared. Again. She excitedly jumped beside her father, and her fluffy skirt swayed gently with her jump. "Ready. Xianxia, you have to open your eyes and don't miss a single detail." Yang Yi pretended to exaggerate and teased Xianxia with a smile. He stood in front of Xianxia loosely and did not have any posture to dance. Xianxia did not pay attention to it. She thought that her father was still joking with her. The little girl giggled and blinked her big eyes in front of her father. She was very naughty. But without any warning, Yang Yi's head suddenly hung down. His shoulders and waist seemed to have lost the support of his spine. They hung down softly as if they were going to fall to the ground at any time. Xianxia did not know what was going on. She looked on in surprise. Murphy could not help but exclaim. She was frightened by Yang Yi's state. Then, Murphy saw Yang Yi stiffly twisting the front half of his right arm like a robot. When the rest of his body remained motionless, she understood what kind of dance Yang Yi was doing. Robot dance also existed in this world. At this time, it would be better if there was a rusty sound. Mofei imagined these accompaniments by herself. She saw that Yang Yi seemed to have found his bones one by one, stiffly swinging his arms one after another, and then turning his face to the side and smiling strangely and evilly at her and Cici. "Hell, world," Yang Yi said in an electronic voice. Cici was a little dazed. It was only when her father said this that she couldn't help but turn her head and run to her mother. She didn't say that she was afraid, but the little girl timidly burrowed into her mother's arms and squeezed together with her brother. But she could not help but be curious. She turned her little head and looked at her father. She giggled and said to her mom, "Mom, Papa's words are so strange, just like Lu Weisha. Your papa is doing a robot dance." Murphy smiled and explained to her daughter, "Don't you think he looks like a robot?" She blinked her big clear eyes. She saw her father turn around like a robot. His steps were as stiff and slow as his swinging hands. 1 step, 2 steps, he walked slowly. It was very magical. Yes. The little girl was no longer afraid. She was fascinated. The climax was when Yang Yi was about to enter hibernation again. His head drooped down, but his 2 arms seemed to be nailed. With his elbow joint as a fulcrum, his 2 forearms seemed to be broken, hanging down and swinging with the wind. Wow! Murphy could not help but praise. She felt that Yang Yi's dance was really good. Although the connection of each section was very stiff and the combination of movements was not carefully choreographed, the essence of the robot dance was perfectly reflected. At this moment, he was not a human, but a real robot. And it was an old-fashioned, clumsy robot. "Papa is so amazing." She also shouted with her mother. Her eyes seemed to be blooming with little stars as she looked at her father with infatuation. However, it was a pity that although Yang Yi performed the robot dance, he still could not become Xixi's dance instructor. The robot dance he performed was not suitable for Xixi, who was still in the growing stage. However, Yang Yi, who had shown off in front of his daughter, was also satisfied and stepped back to focus on being a stay-at-home dad for Tong Tong. Of course, Yang Yi also secretly wondered if he should also figure out a space dance that had not appeared in this world yet. MJ's space dance was the truly cool one. If he jumped in front of his daughter, he might be able to gain another round of adoration from her, right? Yang Yi's imagination ran wild. However, he did not expect that his mission today was not over yet. After a while, Lu Weisha came with her mother. David was said to be busy with the transfer of his position in the company and could not come today. But it did not matter. The key was that Lu Weisha could come and play with Xixi. As soon as the 2 little girls met, they huddled together excitedly and talked. After a while, Xixi, with a bright smile, took Lu Weisha's hand and ran to her father's side. "Papa. I told Lu Weisha that my papa could dance like a robot." Then, Lu Weisha said she also wanted to see it. "Papa, can you dance for her again?" For Xixi, the most magical thing today was her father's dance. Of course, she could not wait to tell her little friends. Looking at his daughter's expectant eyes, how could Yang Yi be willing to refuse? After playing in the dance studio for a whole day, she came back in the evening. The little girl was also tired, so she went to bed early. However, Tong Tong was in high spirits. Maybe it was because he listened to a lot of dance music in the dance studio today that made him excited. After taking a bath, the little boy played with his parents in bed until 10 o'clock. The little boy did not feel sleepy until Murphy fed him milk. Tong Tong, who finally fell asleep, was carried back to the crib and covered him with a quilt. Murphy took off her pajamas, leaving only her light pink bikini underwear on. She got into bed and squeezed to Yang Yi, who was reading a book. As soon as Yang Yi put down the book, she hugged Yang Yi's thick arm and gently stroked Yang Yi's palm with her fingers. She said softly, "Darling, are you tired from dancing today?" Yang Yi's heart was moved. He wrapped Murphy's soft hands in his big hands and said with a smile, "How can I be tired? I was worried that you were tired." Murphy did not respond to Yang Yi's words. Instead, she gently rubbed Yang Yi's cheek with her forehead. "I feel so happy to dance with you today. I will never forget this tacit understanding in my life." "You like the ballroom dance we did? Don't tell me you don't like my dance?" Yang Yi chuckled. Murphy thought that Yang Yi was unromantic and said angrily, "Your mechanical dance is also okay. But don't you think that the tacit understanding we had when we danced together was very beautiful? So, do you like a gentle gentleman tonight? Or a strong and powerful robot?" Yang Yi said in Murphy's ear. His hot breath immediately dyed Murphy's sparkling earlobes and white cheeks red. That depends on how strong. Murphy's breath was in disorder. "You can try." Yang Yi suddenly lifted the quilt and hugged Murphy. He held her legs with both hands and pressed them against the wall. "Ah!" The room was filled with exclamations. There was progress in the adaptation of the fairy tale, and this time, it was not some shell company that wanted to cheat him of the copyright. According to Lu Benji's introduction over the phone, this animation company called Mantis Shrimp was very sincere. Not only was the price generous, but they were also willing to compromise on the peripheral copyright. For this reason, Yang Yi decided to spare a day to meet the boss, producer, and other team members of Mantis Shrimp's team at the publishing house. Speaking of which, Mantis Shrimp was a domestic animation company. When Yang Yi first heard about it, he subconsciously wanted to reject the deal. However, after some investigation, he found that the Chinese animation industry in this world was not weak. Perhaps it was because of the complete copyright protection, the domestic animation industry was developing very well. There were endless talents and studios to draw comics. For example, when Yang Yi asked Lu Benji to recruit artists to set up a picture book department, it took less than a week for more than 40 artists to be hired. The core of the animation industry was not the artists, but the technology. Yang Yi used to watch children's animation with Shishi. After watching real animated movies and serialized anime series, he realized that the Chinese animation industry was not worse than Japan in Yang Yi's previous life. Of course, the animation industry was similar to the movie industry. There were big animation companies and small animation companies. There were excellent animation works, and there were also a lot of bad movies that filled the market. According to the investigation, the scale of Mantis Shrimp could only be considered average. However, their works were not bad. They maintained 1 or 2 new works every year, and their box office and reputation were always high. They were strong contenders for the annual Best Animated Feature Film Award. That was why Lu Benji tried his best to change Yang Yi's prejudice against domestic animation. That was why Yang Yi was willing to come to the publishing company. Ewing only had 1 day off a week. Because she was in the F&B industry, she could not take a break on weekends. She usually chose to take a break on Mondays. However, Ewing was on holiday today. She did not rest at home. After sending Yu Xiaowei to school, she took the bus to Tingshan district with her bag. "Hello, how can I help you?" Ewing had just walked into the office building of Sahara Publishing when a receptionist noticed her. She looked at Ewing and asked with a smile. "Hello, I'm here to submit my book today. Didn't your publishing house set up a children's book author support fund?" Ewing said with the same smile. In fact, receptionists were also considered to be in the service industry. Ewing and the other party were considered to be in the same line of work. Although Ewing was calm now, she was actually a little nervous. She took out a stack of papers from her bag. Her hand was a little tight on the papers, but the receptionist couldn't see these details. Yes, Ewing had come to submit her article. After her discussion with her colleagues, she had a preliminary understanding of Xianxia and Sahara Publishing House. She could roughly judge that the advertisement in the book was not the kind of brainless scam similar to text message scams. Although she still wasn't sure, Ewing was eager to get the support money. That way, she would have the money to buy a better house for her mother and daughter and improve their lives. In fact, she even longed to be like Xianxia, who was described in a certain article, turning from a poor mother to a famous author. If she could become a full-time author one day, Ewing would have more time to accompany her daughter as she grew up. Therefore, for the past 2 weeks, after Ewing came back from work, she thought about her story and wrote the outline and the first 3 chapters according to the requirements of the advertisement. It was very tiring to go to work. When she came back, she still had to lie in front of her desk and write under the dim light. Ewing had been sleeping in bed for the past 2 weeks. The combination of physical and mental fatigue made her a little overwhelmed. Ewing was only so nervous because she had high hopes for him. "You want to submit your book to the Children's Book Author Support Fund?" the receptionist asked in surprise. "Of course, that's not a problem. However, you can send it through express mail, Sahara Express, or even email it directly to our mailbox. There's no need for you to come to Xianxia in person." Ewing quickly told the receptionist that she was also from Xianxia. She held her handwritten manuscript and said embarrassedly, "And I think it's more sincere to come here in person. There are some questions that I would like to consult the editors of the foundation." The receptionist didn't make things difficult for Ewing. She smiled and said, "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll help you ask which editor can receive you. The foundation was set up by our boss. Everything is handled by us. Therefore, the editor of our publishing house is also the editor of the foundation." After a while, a bald middle-aged man with a kind attitude came out. He shook hands with Ewing and said, "Hello, I'm Wen Xiefeng, the editor of Sahara Publishing House." Wen Xiefeng heard that Ewing had some questions in addition to the submission. He asked the receptionist to book a small conference room for him. He and Ewing sat down and talked in detail. "Actually, a lot of authors called to consult about your questions some time ago." After listening to Ewing's question, Wen Xiefeng said with a smile, "First of all, I have to clarify that this foundation is a private support fund set up by our boss. The purpose is, of course, to allow more excellent children's books to emerge. Therefore, we don't operate this support fund with the selfish intention of seizing the creativity of new authors or the copyright. When reviewing the manuscript, we also use the outline and the content of the first 3 chapters you provided as the object of inspection. If it's really an excellent work, we will provide financial support. After that, there will be some corresponding free writing training. We can even help you make your work into a picture book and help you expand the market. I believe you already know all these. Why did I say that you don't have to worry about your creativity being stolen?" Wen Xiefeng smiled and said, "Because we don't know if you have registered the copyright for your work. In principle, we encourage authors to register the copyright first before submitting to us. Even if you don't understand or forget to register the copyright, after we approve it, we will remind you to find a lawyer to register the copyright first. Then we will sign the support contract." With the protection of the copyright organization, Ewing really didn't have to worry about these problems. "Then what are your criteria for reviewing the manuscript? Do you think I can get support money for this manuscript?" Ewing asked nervously. "Whether you can or cannot, I can't tell you yet. Because for the same manuscript, we will arrange for 5 editors to take turns reviewing it. If more than half of the editors think it's okay, then the manuscript will be handed to our deputy editor and chief editor. Of course, at this time, after the review of the 5 editors, as long as the work doesn't have any major problems, you can get 10,000 support money. The deputy editor has the right to decide between 10,000 and 30,000 support money. If your work wants to get 40,000 to 50,000 support money, then you have to go through the review of our chief editor and chief editor." Wen Xiefeng explained. "So strict?" Ewing showed a surprised look. Why does it feel more difficult than the college entrance examination? When Xianxia smiled and said, isn't this also being responsible for you authors? The rules are clear, and the responsibilities are clear, to prevent some excellent works from being buried. Ying, who was afraid of exams since she was a child, felt a lot of psychological pressure. She was a little breathless and had to take a breather. So, Ying excused herself to go to the bathroom and came out to the corridor to breathe in the fresh air. Just when she reached the corner of the corridor, Ying heard the conversation between the two men. I'm basically satisfied with Mantis Shrimp's conditions, but you can ask them if it's possible for us to participate in the investment. Or if their boss agrees, I can invest in Mantis Shrimp. Xianxia smiled as he patted Lu Benji's shoulder. The second possibility is less likely. Mantis Shrimp's boss is rich and doesn't lack money. Lu Benji pondered and said, but let's give it a try. I'll get the negotiation team to talk to them. And, if it's really not possible, then I won't force it. Xianxia smiled and said, oh right, have you read the new book I sent you some time ago? What do you think? Boss, there's only one word, shocking. Lu Benji joked. Bullshit, that's only one word. Really, I feel that your level of writing is getting higher and higher. Lu Benji flattered without leaving a trace. When I first started reading this book, I thought it was a work similar to Prison Break when I saw the prison. But as I read on, I felt that it was more like Journey in the White Night or Relieving Grocery Store. It depicts human nature so deeply. No, it's not just that. Lu Benji said excitedly, it's more about people's desire for freedom. It's about the spirit of freedom that can never be erased from one setback after another. However, Xianxia frowned and pressed Lu Benji to stop him from continuing. He then turned to look at the corner of the corridor. Who's eavesdropping there? Xianxia stared at the corner and asked in a low voice. Although it wasn't a secret, being eavesdropped was still a very unpleasant thing. I'm sorry. A woman's voice was heard. Then, Ying, who was wearing a suit, walked out from the corner in embarrassment. Which department are you from? Who told you to skip work and come here to eavesdrop? Lu Benji, an honest man, was a little embarrassed and angry at the moment. Such a big mess had happened in front of his boss. If someone were to pursue the matter, it would be his fault for not being strict enough. Ying was a little scared, but she didn't put herself in a lowly position. She pursed her lips and said, I'm not a staff member of the publishing house. I'm here to submit a manuscript today, an author. I want to apply for a children's book author support fund. If you want to submit a manuscript, you should go to the editorial department. Why are you here? Lu Benji asked suspiciously. Ying had to tell Lu Benji and Xianxia the reason why she was there. She said hesitantly, I just came out to use the bathroom. I didn't expect to hear you guys talking. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that I saw Xianxia here, and I wanted to ask him some questions. In fact, Ying didn't even think about asking Xianxia the questions that she was worried about. How did she know that she would have the chance to meet Xianxia? It was just that when she heard Xianxia and Xiangyi's conversation, she stopped. Now, she could only brace herself and use the questions that she had asked and received answers to as an excuse. Xiangyi's face was a little better. When he heard that the other party was an author who came to submit a manuscript, and it seemed that she was a young married mother, he became a lot more amiable. What do you want to ask me? That's right, Mr. Yang. I want to know, this support fund that you set up, is it really to help us authors who have some of our own stories? Ying was nervous and didn't know that there were some problems with her wording. Xianxia didn't care. He smiled and said, of course not. I have my own selfish motives. When I was interviewed before, I said that I hope that there will be more children's books in the market. Excellent works will appear. You are also a mother, right? Then you should be able to understand my thoughts. I want my daughter and my son to have books that are suitable for them to read when they grow up, so that their interest in reading can be fulfilled. When Ying heard Xiangyi's sincere answer, she was already relieved. At this moment, she was completely relieved. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Actually, I was a little worried that it was a false advertisement at first, because I am After Ewing breathed a sigh of relief, she excitedly told Yang Yi and Lu Benji about her journey from hesitation to courage to try these days. Ewing had also suppressed it for more than 2 weeks, and today she found a chance to vent it out. Yang Yi didn't interrupt. He listened patiently and said, "Ms. Yu, we admire your courage. We understand that you must have put in a lot of effort in this process. It's not easy. However, our support fund won't be decided by me alone. I hope that it can really play its role and let more excellent children's books emerge. So, on our editorial side, there will be a fair and just approval process. I can't interfere with the approval results." Speaking of this, Lu Benji also nodded to Yang Yi. Ewing saw that Yang Yi and the others misunderstood. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I didn't mean that. Editor Wen Xiefeng has already told me this. I'm willing to follow the process. It's better to be fair." That's right. For Ewing, she was just looking forward to a real opportunity. She wasn't trying to get in through the back door. If she was such an unprincipled person, she would probably go out with some rich guests to drink and have fun. "Ms. Yu, you're from Jiangqing, right?" Lu Benji interrupted and asked. "My daughter and I have settled down in Jiangqing," Ewing said quickly. "Since you're in Jiangqing, that's easy." Lu Benji smiled and said, "Since Ms. Yu is so interested in children's literature, you can come to our place on Friday afternoon. Every Saturday, we will arrange for editors to teach some new authors for free. We also provide an opportunity for everyone to interact with each other. Regardless of whether you have passed the final approval, you can still participate." Friday afternoon. Ewing was happy at first, but she hesitated when she thought of the time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "I know. Thank you. I'll definitely come and learn when I'm free. Good luck. I wish you success." Yang Yi didn't take it to heart. He shook hands with Ewing and encouraged this young mother. Then, he left with Lu Benji. In the blink of an eye, The Fugitive had been screening for more than 10 days. Due to its good reputation, its daily box office continued to increase. Although the increase was not huge, it had already reached more than 20 million, placing it in third place. Originally, the cinema had only given The Fugitive 8% of the showtimes. Now, they had quietly increased it to 15%. After all, although they were constrained by favors, who would say no to money in the face of benefits, the current results of The Fugitive were already considered good. There were already media outlets predicting that The Fugitive's box office would exceed 100 million before it was finished. However, they had still underestimated The Fugitive's potential. Many movie fans had not even seen The Fugitive yet. Like Jin Yuan, he was considered a veteran movie fan. In his opinion, good movies rarely screened during the off-season. The real seasons for box office sales were the New Year's and summer holidays. Of course, there were also a few small climaxes during the long holidays. During this time, the cinemas were crowded with big movies, and the audience was also crowded together. In the off-season, the audience was busy with work, and there were fewer good movies. Jin Yuan usually only watched the most popular movies, such as the box office #1 Destined Adventure or The Fugitive. He didn't even bother to look at the movie posters. However, Jin Yuan did not go home after work. Instead, he appeared in the cinema and bought a movie ticket for The Fugitive. It all started with the Ultimate Challenge the night before. Jin Yuan had originally watched the Ultimate Challenge because of Dan Hongkue, but after the other 5 people became fans of the show in the first episode, Jin Yuan became obsessed with the show. Almost every episode, he had to stay in front of the TV, waiting to see how the 2 old foxes, Yuan Yan and Dan Hongkue, would toy with the other 4 members. The 3rd episode aired the night before. Jin Yuan even bought some sunflower seeds and tuned to Shanghai TV station on time. There's a guest this episode? Hey, isn't that Susan Duo? When Jin Yuan saw Yang Yi and Geng Sha appear, he recognized Geng Sha at first glance. Then, after the introduction, he found out that Yang Yi was the designer of the Ultimate Challenge. Jin Yuan wasn't that interested in music. He had heard of Yang Yi before, but he didn't know him. So, at the beginning, he didn't have much interest in the movie The Fugitive, which was played by Yang Yi, Geng Sha, and Guo Ziyi. The grouping of the SWAT team and the Fugitive team surprised Jin Yuan. Why were Dan Hongkue and Yuan Yan in the same group? If that was the case, how were the others supposed to play? The editing of the show was, of course, not carried out according to the progress of the overall story. Yan Tao and Xianxia had evilly hidden the part where Dan Hongkui was chosen as the mole. Even some of the things he secretly did for the fugitive team were edited out and left for the end. This made the audience unable to determine Dan Hongkui's identity. They only knew that there was a mole in the fugitive team, and that was Zhu Jia. Jin Yuan looked at the TV. Yang Yi didn't notice it at first, but when he found out that Zhu Jia was a big idiot, he decided to beat him at his own game and use Zhu Jia to mislead the SWAT team. This scene made him dumbfounded. You can play like this? Of course, the episode where Yang Yi was punished at the headquarters in order to save Guozi made Jin Yuan laugh out loud. While admiring Yang Yi's memory and drawing skills, he was also impressed by the show's bad taste. Yan Tao and the others even boldly edited Murphy, who was watching the show, into the show, telling the audience that Yang Yi's wife was just beside him. Poor Yang Yi, I'm afraid he'll have to kneel on the washboard when he goes back tonight. Jin Yuan and many others thought so. Then, Yang Yi calmly commanded and set up a trap. Compared to Yuan Yan's sharp eyes, it formed a sharp contrast. Jin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, there's still someone in this world who can compete with Yuan Yan? Yes, seeing this, Jin Yuan felt that this episode was destined to be a showdown between Yang Yi and Yuan Yan. Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi's IQ PK, however, when Jin Yuan saw Yang Yi fail miserably in front of his sister, he was amused and angry. Of course, he also admired the show's authenticity. Yang Yi's elimination had made the show less exciting, and the final showdown between the two old foxes had become nothing more than a bubble. However, Jin Yuan wanted to watch a reality show that was real, not a script written for him by those writers. After Yang Yi was eliminated, Jin Yuan felt that the fugitive team was going to lose. However, he didn't expect Yuan Yan to fall into the trap set by Yang Yi before he was eliminated. Seeing Yuan Yan and Yang Yi's verbal exchange in prison, Jin Yuan felt that Yang Yi hadn't been eliminated yet, and that he was still in control. However, there was a twist in the plot. Yuan Yan had a trick up his sleeve. They could go to the final mission location to snipe the remaining two members of the fugitive team. It looked like the fugitive team was going to lose. Jin Yuan felt that it was a pity. However, he saw that the crew wasn't in a hurry to show the final showdown. Instead, they showed Yang Yi in prison, leisurely holding the two children and talking to Yang Huan. Could there be a twist? Jin Yuan didn't know what to think until the end, when Dan Hongkui picked up the gun that Guozi dropped and eliminated Yuan Yan and Geng Sha as a mole. It turned out that Dan Hongkui was the hidden big boss. No wonder he purposely allowed himself to be captured by Yang Yi. No wonder he wasn't as proactive as Guozi when he was dealing with Guozi. No wonder he purposely didn't chase after him and let Jia Yuchen go. A lot of things that didn't make sense before now made sense. Of course, after watching this episode, Jin Yuan was completely a fan of Yang Yi. A fugitive with a high IQ was no worse than Yuan Yan. Jin Yuan felt that he should support the movie that Yang Yi and the others were promoting. So, Jin Yuan went to the cinema. Like many other viewers, he wanted to see what the movie was all about. After the movie started, Jin Yuan was surprised to see Yang Yi appear on screen. This was because the Yang Yi in the movie was a little old and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was completely different from the wise and young Yang Yi on TV. He has some acting skills after all. With this thought in mind, Jin Yuan watched as Rudy was sent to the bank by police officer Du Jiang. At this moment, he realized that police officer Du Jiang was played by Guozi. He had also put on old makeup. Xiaoguo's acting is not bad, but perhaps it would be more suitable for Jia Yuchen to play this role. Then, a series of things happened at the bank, which made Jin Yuan dumbfounded. Geng Sha's clumsy performance during the bank robbery made people convulse with laughter, especially when the short special actor, teacher Sha Huayan, appeared from behind the counter. He tried his best to jump on the ground, trying to grab the luggage that was hanging on the lampstand. The contrast was too great, but Jin Yuan was also worried about Yang Yi's Ludi. This guy was innocent, the rest of the story was smoother. Ludi was tricked by Wang Li, and the two of them escaped the police's pursuit. Then, Wang Li brought Ludi to the vet. The movie's plot was full of humor. Jin Yuan did not find it boring, and there was laughter in the cinema from time to time. Until Wang Mai appeared, Jin Yuan recognized her. This little girl, wasn't she the daughter that Yang Yi was carrying in the show yesterday? how did she become Gengxia's daughter? Also, how did the originally lively and cute little girl become an introverted, autistic and pitiful little girl? Of course, this was just a movie. However, just like the rest of the audience, when Jin Yuan saw Cici, who had long, smooth hair and was dressed in a neat school uniform, he could not help but fall in love with this little girl with a melancholy gaze and tightly closed lips. The most classic scene in the movie was when Ludi, who was played by Yang Yi, collapsed in the abandoned factory. Shi, who was played by Wang Mai, watched from behind for a while, then walked over timidly. Wang Mai looked at Ludi, who was lying on the ground with a pale face. Then, she curled up in front of Ludi and lay down. Oh! Jin Yuan could not help but exclaim, just like the rest of the audience. The scene of Wang Mai, who was wearing a clean school uniform and lying on the dirty ground, was too heart-wrenching. Of course, this scene was too loving. Jin Yuan, who was a big man, could not help but feel that his heart was about to melt. After watching the movie, Jin Yuan's mind kept replaying the scene. After he walked out, he found a fast food restaurant and could not help but pick up his phone to post a movie review online, recommending this unpopular masterpiece. Then, he saw a movie review that was highly recommended. Did you really understand the ending of this movie? This fan told everyone that this movie had elements that they needed to pay attention to. Not only was there the beloved Wang Mai, there was also a series of funny scenes where Ludi was tricked by Wang Li. There should also be Yang Yi's meticulous design of the script. There were many details that needed to be scrutinized, but the most important one was the ending of the movie. This fan said that at first, he also thought that this story would have a tragic ending. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that there was a deeper meaning to it. Wang Li was caught by the real robbers and police officer Du Jiang appeared again. For his daughter, Wang Li might have redeemed himself by doing good deeds, and Du Jiang might have finally understood Ludi's difficulties. Therefore, the ending that Yang Yi did not completely reveal should be a good one. Wang Mai did not need to follow her father to the end of the world. Jin Yuan looked at the analysis of this movie review and suddenly felt that he should go back and buy another movie ticket to watch this movie again. Finally, The Fugitive ushered in its popularity and box office explosion. After the latest episode was aired, The Fugitive's box office exploded. Within 2 days, its daily box office doubled and was second only to the big production Destiny. Destiny had been in theaters for almost a month, so its box office potential was exhausted. When the weekend came, The Fugitive overtook Destiny and took first place with more than 50 million yuan in the box office. This time, the proud filmmakers finally took this movie seriously for the first time. The media reported on The Fugitive's counterattack, and with the good reputation it had accumulated, more people who heard about the movie for the first time were finally willing to go to the cinema to watch it. Even during the off-season, even during the working week, The Fugitive was able to maintain a high box office and firmly ranked first. However, The Fugitive's quiet popularity also made the two actors, Gengxia and Guozi, walk into the eyes of many directors. Yang Yi did not know about Gengxia, but on Guozi's side, it was said that Ding Xiang had to help him deal with many audition invitations every day. Of course, Guozi was still filming Fat Agent, a movie that he starred in, so he could not adjust his schedule for the time being. Ding Xiang and Guozi were both smart people, so they did not let the popularity get to their heads. They carefully selected the scripts and rejected the ones that were not suitable. Ding Xiang would help Guozi negotiate with the producers to postpone the audition for the suitable scripts. As one of the main actors, Yang Yi was also targeted by many directors. However, he did not plan to continue filming, so they were all rejected by Mo Shaowan. However, compared to Shi, Yang Yi, Gengxia, and Guozi were not considered popular. The long-haired, well-behaved, and melancholy little girl in the movie was liked by everyone. Whether the audience liked the movie or not, they could not resist Shishi's charm. This could be seen from the increasing number of fans calling Yang Yi father-in-law on microbroadcasting. At first, Yang Yi did not care. He was a little puzzled. If you like a little girl character, shouldn't you treat her as your daughter or sister? Why do you all treat her as your wife? For this reason, Yang Yi even jokingly replied, "Little brats who call me father-in-law, this old man's butcher knife has already been sharpened." Unexpectedly, there were even more people calling him father-in-law now. This hot trend made him appear on microbroadcasting's hot search. Of course, no matter how much Xianxia cared, he couldn't do anything to these people. After all, their mouths were on other people's bodies. She also received many invitations for movies and TV shows. She even received invitations for variety shows. Even Murphy's good friend, Sister Luo Xian, jokingly wanted to invite Xixi to appear on Jixin interview. Of course, Xianxia would not agree. He wanted his daughter to stay away from the entertainment industry for the time being and let Xixi's popularity in the media drop. Therefore, all the invitations were turned down. In Xixi's eyes, the little girl had no idea that she already had a lot of enthusiastic fans. She was still an ordinary kindergarten student. Every day, she happily went to kindergarten to play with her friends. Then, every day, she would come back happily to play with her parents and brother. Today, it was another Friday. In the afternoon, Xianxia picked up Xixi from kindergarten. The little girl was holding an envelope from her teacher. "Mom, this is for you." As her father was busy watering the garden in the yard, Xixi went back to the house by herself and happily stuffed the envelope into her mother's hands. "What is this?" Murphy asked curiously. "The teacher gave this to Mom and Papa. Papa said that we can't read other people's letters." Although Xixi said so, she still clung to the armrest of the sofa and hung half of her body on it. She mischievously jumped up and down and looked at the envelope in her mother's hands with her big eyes. Obviously, she was also eager to know the contents of the envelope. Murphy thought that Xixi was being naughty in kindergarten and that it was a complaint letter from the teacher. However, after opening it, Murphy could not help but read it aloud. "Dear Dad and Mom, in our daily life, do you also have a lot of old and discarded items that you don't know how to deal with, such as beautiful packaging boxes, last year's old calendars, small toys that children are tired of playing with, and so on? In fact, many old and discarded items can be made into beautiful handicrafts as long as they are slightly processed. This is not only environmentally friendly and economical, but also can let children develop good habits of being thrifty and simple and caring for the environment from a young age. So, please collect the old and discarded items at home with your children. Next Monday afternoon, we will hold a parent-child activity with the theme of turning waste into treasure, low carbon and environmental protection. Let's make handicrafts with old and discarded items as materials." "So that's it," Xixi listened to her mother and understood. The little girl smiled and said, "I know, Mom, Teacher Kai is very awesome." She drew a very strange picture. "It's not a picture, it's a shoe, and the shoe is like a person. It has eyes and a big mouth." Xixi was a little short of vocabulary to describe a handicraft painting out of thin air, but the little girl still tried her best to describe it. She gesticulated with her hands and feet and was very serious. "This is hair made from shoelaces, and it even flew up, hee hee." Although she did not know what Xixi was talking about, Murphy could not help but laugh when she saw how funny it was and how happy she herself was. Teacher Kai said that it was a shoe that was not worn, so she made use of the waste. Finally, the little girl echoed the theme and finished. It was rare that she learned the phrase "making use of waste" from her teacher. "Then what kind of handicrafts are we going to make? How much waste do we need? What kind of waste do we need?" Murphy asked. At this moment, Xixi was at her wit's end. She blinked her big eyes innocently and said, "I don't know either." Why did she ask Xixi? Xixi was a child. If Xixi knew how to complain, she would definitely say so. "Your papa throws away all the waste items in the house, so we don't know where to find the waste items in the house," Murphy said helplessly. Indeed, with Xianxia, a quasi-obsessive-compulsive patient, their villa was the cleanest. "Then what should we do?" Xixi supported herself on the armrest of the sofa. Like her mother, she rested her chin on her hand and began to worry. However, the definition of waste items was very vague. Xianxia came back from watering the flower bed outside. After hearing Murphy talk about the task given by the kindergarten, he said with a smile, "There are, who said that there aren't? There are 2 pairs of shoes that I can't wear anymore. I didn't throw them away. This is a waste item, right? Today, we received a few express delivery boxes from Sahara Express. This is also a waste item. There is also a milk powder can. We can also clean this can after we pour out the milk powder." "Wow, Dad is so awesome." Xixi looked at her father with admiration. She felt that her father could solve any problem. Her father was really omnipotent. Xianxia glanced at his daughter's big eyes and continued proudly, She, there is also the yogurt box that you finished. Although I threw away the previous ones, there is still tomorrow's and the day after tomorrow's, right? It was just a waste item. If he really couldn't find it, Xianxia could go to the coffee shop or Yang Huan's house and find a lot of waste items. On Saturday morning, the rainy Jiangqing welcomed a rare sunny weekend. The weather was surprisingly good. The white clouds were like torn cotton candy, and a few thin pieces floated lazily under the light blue sky. The warm sunlight shone brightly on the ground, as if everything was covered in a layer of luster. The grass and leaves in the courtyard were emerald green, and the flower beds that had just been planted a month ago were colorful. Even the windows of the villa were like glass that refracted the colorful light. With such good weather, it was only natural for people to be in a good mood. Haha, Papa, I want to wash my shoes too. Shishi's sweet laughter came from the open door. All the doors and windows of the villa were open today. Usually, when the heater was on, the doors and windows were closed. Although there was air exchange, the air was turbid after a long time. Moreover, the continuous spring rain had also produced some damp mildew. Today was a good day for cleaning, so Xianxia and Murphy opened all the doors and windows to get some fresh air. Passing by the loyal steamed stuffed bun at the door, they saw a little girl running happily. Shishi's dress today was very interesting. She wore her pink water boots with cartoon patterns on them, and she wore light yellow rubber gloves loosely on her hands. The rubber gloves were for adults, and Xianxia bought them according to his size. For Shishi, they were a little too big, and the mouth of the gloves almost covered her elbows. However, Shishi didn't care at all. She raised her 2 forearms to prevent them from falling down. Even so, the little girl ran happily to her father like the wind. Aren't you going to help your mother clean the sheets and quilt to wash? Papa doesn't need your help here. Xianxia said with a smile. He was brushing his shoes. At first, he only wanted to brush the 2 pairs of shoes that Xiaotang could not wear. Later, he simply took the other washable shoes in the house and washed them, taking advantage of the good weather to dry them. Mom said that she wanted to use the washing machine, so she didn't need my help. Then he gave me this. Shishi happily waved her little hand and showed her father the rubber gloves she was wearing. Xianxia saw that his daughter was so eager to help, so he didn't refuse. He took a small stool for Shishi to sit on, and then the father and daughter squatted in the toilet to scrub their shoes. Grab the heels of your shoes and brush the soles. Once you rinse them with water, the dirt will be gone. Xianxia demonstrated to his daughter. Shishi looked at her father's operation with her big bright eyes, and she imitated him. The little girl picked up a pair of her mother's slippers with one hand and gripped the long handle of the brush awkwardly with the other. She started brushing with difficulty. Don't you think it'll be easier to control them if you grab them here? Xianxia realized that Shishi was different from him. The little girl's hands were not as long, and she was not as nimble when using the brush. Therefore, he taught her how to hold the middle of the handle. Shishi started brushing her mother's slippers again, but this time, she realized that it wasn't as strenuous as before. The little girl couldn't help but turn her head in surprise and said to her father, "It's true." Xianxia took the hose and rinsed it on his daughter's shoes. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Right? Daddy will tell you a fun story, okay?" "Okay." Shishi replied happily. Shishi stopped what she was doing because she wanted to listen to her father's story. She held the slippers in one hand and the brush in the other, but she looked at her father curiously. Xianxia turned off the hose and said, "A long, long time ago, there was a man who wanted to go out of the city with a long flagpole. When he passed by the city gate, he realized that his flagpole was too long and couldn't pass through the gate. What should he do?" Xianxia told the story. In order to describe it more vividly, he used a brush and a plastic bucket as an analogy. The long brush was the flagpole, and the opening of the plastic bucket was the city gate. Therefore, looking at her father's gestures and the brush stuck in the opening of the plastic bucket, although she didn't really understand what the city gate was like, she still had a general impression of the gate and the plastic bucket. The little girl giggled. She grabbed her brush and stuck it into the bucket vertically. She said, "I can put it in like this." "That's right." Yang Yi snapped his fingers and praised, Shi, you're too smart. Shi smiled embarrassedly. Yang Yi continued, but that man was stupid. He didn't think that he could bring the flagpole out by changing the angle. He sat there and sulked. Later, an old man came. When he heard about this, he told the man that he could cut the flagpole and then bring it out. She saw her father gesturing in the middle of the brush. Her brain was very flexible, and she immediately formed a corresponding image. She said in surprise, that's possible. Well, it's not wrong to do that, because the flagpoles at that time were all made of bamboo. But there's a problem. Yang Yi said, after the flagpole is cut, it can't be used as a flagpole. If the brush is broken, it won't be as useful as before. She was a little confused by her father's reversal. She looked at him in confusion. Then what should we do? So, it's good to use the method you just said. You can bring the flagpole out of the city gate in good condition. Yang Yi said with a smile, this story tells us that there are many ways to deal with a problem. We should be flexible and learn to find the most energy-efficient way to solve the problem. It's like if you feel that holding the brush like this isn't useful, you can change the way you hold it. There must be a way that suits you. Isn't that right? She understood this time. She replied sweetly, yes. He continued to scrub the shoes. The little girl felt that the slipper she had just washed was clean, so she changed to the other slipper. Seeing this, Yang Yi quietly reached over and took the slipper that she had just put down. He started to scrub it again. Yang Yi felt that it was already very rare that she was willing to help her parents. He didn't want to use his strict standards to scare away his daughter's enthusiasm. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Yi took Shi to the yard with the cleaned shoes and other old things that they were going to bring to the kindergarten to dry. The father and daughter were busy when Steamed Bun, who was sunbathing at the side, suddenly stood up. However, he sniffed with his nose and slowly lay down again, but his eyes were still looking towards the yard gate. After a while, Lan Caokai's chubby figure appeared at the gate. Accompanying him was Lan Xian's cheerful call, Shi. Xian. The little girl turned her head in surprise. The two young ladies gathered together and naturally started to chat and laugh as they played. With a companion, she didn't have time to help her father with his work. Boss Lan, who lived like a princess, had a nanny at home and didn't do any household chores herself. At this time, she was also standing beside Yang Yi, watching Yang Yi hang the shoes on the clothes rack while chatting with Yang Yi. There was already a substantial breakthrough in the negotiations for the piece of land in Jinling City. Both sides had reached an agreement on the price, and only the final signing was left. It had to be said that Lan Caokai was very capable in the area of real estate. In the few months that Lan Caokai was in Jinling City, not only did he negotiate with the Wuchang County government for the piece of land that Yang Yi wanted, he also negotiated for a few hundred mu of construction land that hadn't been requisitioned yet. Lan Caokai told Yang Yi that even if he couldn't use the land for the amusement park, he could use it for commercial development. He could build shopping malls and hotels around the amusement park, rent them out, and sell them. He could make a lot of money. Of course, he was still waiting for the submission of the report, the approval of the Jiangnan Provincial Department, and the final signing. Lan Caokai came back this time because he wanted to take some time to attend his daughter's parent-child activity. You didn't come here today to ask me for old things, did you? Yang Yi looked at Lan Caokai vigilantly. This guy realized that he was very good at educating his children. He often left Lan Xian here, and asked Yang Yi to tutor Lan Xian for some math homework. Sometimes, Yang Yi really wanted to ask him, is Xian your daughter or my daughter? Of course, this was just a joke. Yang Yi and Lan Caokai's families had a good relationship. Yang Yi could be considered Lan Xian's godfather. It was just that Yang Yi and Lan Caokai weren't religious, so they didn't have the habit of calling each other strange names. Lan Caokai said with a smile, we don't need old things. Our family has asked Grandma Wu to clean up a batch. But by the way, on Monday, after you finish Shi's handicrafts, don't forget to come and help Xian, or we can do it together. You know I don't have any talent in handicrafts. Then what did you want to talk to me about? Yang Yi asked curiously. About the school. Xian and Shi will go to primary school in the second half of the year. Should we also consider which primary school to choose for our children? Lan Xiaokai really had something important to talk to Yang Yi. Yang Yi had never thought about choosing a school for Xixi. He had never been to a school in his previous life. In this life, although Yang Yi had studied in high school, he had never thought about choosing a school. Yang Yi had studied in the village school when he was in primary school. After that, he had studied in the town. His grades had been worse than Yang Huan's, so Yang Yi had been able to study in the county high school. Of course, he had joined the army halfway through his studies. But now, Lan Xiaokai was telling him where to go to primary school. For parents like them, this was a question that was worth researching. It was just like choosing a kindergarten. Every school was of a different standard and had different characteristics. Your sister-in-law originally wanted to send her to Harbor City. The schools in Harbor City are really good. Lan Xiaokai said. Not Harbor City. She will study in Jiang City. Yang Yi shook his head decisively. To be honest, after Lan Xiaokai's introduction, Yang Yi had roughly understood his own standards. The schools were good, but Yang Yi didn't care how good the schools were. Therefore, in Yang Yi's opinion, there was no need to send Xixi to Harbor City. Their home was in Jiang City, and it was enough for them to study in Jiang City. I knew you would think like this. Lan Xiaokai laughed and said, I also told your sister-in-law that you are willing to leave Xianxia in Harbor City, where she is not familiar with anyone. Then, your sister-in-law and I thought that Xixi and Xianxia's relationship is very good. So, we might as well let them go to primary school together. The two children will have company. Lan Xiaokai didn't just say that. He also waved his hand to call Lan Xian and Xixi over. He said with a smile, Xixi, if you and Xian go to primary school together, you will be in the same class. What do you think? Hearing this, Xixi asked in confusion, I'm in the same class as Xian. What Uncle Lan means is that you're about to graduate from kindergarten. When you go to primary school, Uncle Lan will arrange for you to be in the same class so that you can continue to be classmates. Yang Yi explained with a smile. I want to be with Xixi. Lan Xian obviously didn't quite understand. She inexplicably felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly shouted. Hee, yes, I want to be with Xian. Xixi understood, but she was affected by Lan Xian's emotions. She hugged Lan Xian and called out happily. Look, how close are the two kids? Lan Xiaokai tried to tempt Yang Yi. Actually, Lan Xiaokai didn't need to prove it. Yang Yi was also very happy to see Xixi and Lan Xian, two good friends, go to school and grow up together. Letting the two little guys continue to play, Yang Yi and Lan Xiaokai went back to the living room to continue chatting. What good choices do you have? Tell me about them, Yang Yi said to Lan Xiaokai with a smile. Murphy came over with a teapot and sat beside Yang Yi. She poured tea for Yang Yi and Lan Xiaokai. She had already finished her chores long ago. The sheets were still being washed in the washing machine, so she wasn't in a hurry. Look, you're a big man. You didn't even hire a nanny. What did you do to a big celebrity? Lan Xiaokai said jokingly. Murphy, this is my first time drinking tea brewed by a celebrity. I can tell. Big brother Lan is indirectly saying that I was too lazy in the past and didn't even know how to brew tea. Murphy said with a smile. In the past, Murphy really didn't know how to brew tea, or rather, she didn't want to learn. But now, in order to lose weight, she followed Yang Yi's advice and drank tea often to clear her stomach, so she learned how to brew tea herself. After she learned, she even proudly told Yang Yi how easy it was. Haha, I'm just kidding. But you really don't have a nanny in your house. That's a bit bad. Lan Xiaokai said, do you want to hire a nanny? I can introduce one to you. It's better for someone familiar to be your nanny. No need to trouble Big Brother Lan. Actually, if we really wanted to hire a nanny, when I lived in Binhai, I had a nanny I was familiar with. Murphy was referring to Auntie Zhu. She smiled and said, but we still feel that we should give Xixi a more thrifty environment. We don't want her to live a life where she has to stretch out her hand and open her mouth. That way, she'll develop bad habits. Of course, the cleaning work in Yang Yi's house was not entirely done by them. They still hired a professional villa cleaning company to come to the villa once a week to do a big cleaning, as well as trimming the grass and shrubs in the yard, cleaning the swimming pool, and so on. With so much work, if they finished it themselves, they wouldn't have time to care about other things. Lan Xiaokai nodded in agreement with Murphy's point of view. However, they had no choice but to have a nanny in their house. Otherwise, there would be no one to cook for them. That's why I want to let Xianxia and Xixi go to school together. Lan Xiaokai smiled and said, "Isn't there a saying that one is marked by the company one keeps?" After chatting for a while, Lan Xiaokai took out his mobile phone, but he had to put on his glasses first. Then, he swiped and found some information about private schools that his secretary had sent him. He introduced them to Xianxia and Murphy. Shuijing Primary School. This is the nearest private primary school near us. It's near the villa area. A few of the boss's children are studying in this school. But I have never asked if it's good. Edmund Primary School. It's a Sino-foreign joint venture private primary school. Although it's a Sino-foreign joint venture, my acquaintances told me that the school's environment is too bad. It's mainly because it's small. There are only 2 teaching buildings and a playground. I don't recommend you to consider this school. Huijia Primary School. This old school has a good reputation. You have to go through an interview to get into this school. Both parents and children have to go through the interview to get into this school. Even someone of my status can't get in through the back door. Don't you think it's amazing? But it's true that many people say this school is good. But it's in Wuhu district, which is in the old city area. It's a bit far. Also, the threshold is too low for us. It's a bit degrading. Let's not consider this school first. This school's name was quite nice. When Lan Xiaokai showed Xianxia and the rest the photos, Murphy looked at them with interest. Your sister-in-law and I are very interested in this school. It's Jiangqing Wang Mansion School. Lan Xiaokai smiled. Let's not talk about this school's background. Its teaching staff is definitely the best. The teachers there are all special teachers from the top public schools in the country. And it's not just a primary school. It teaches from elementary school to high school. As long as you're willing, it can teach all the way until your child goes to university. The school's environment is not bad. It's on the other side of Tingshan district. It's near a mountain and a river. There are a few football fields. I've been there before. It's as beautiful as a paradise. Lan Xiaokai said with admiration. And not just anyone can go to this school. Its annual tuition is 200,000. 200,000? Murphy couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, to Murphy, 200,000 was just a number. But she found it strange. It was just a primary school. Why was the tuition so high? What did the children read there? Were they books made of gold? Lan Xiaokai understood Murphy's confusion. He smiled and said, "That's normal. Aristocratic schools have very high tuition fees. Otherwise, why would I say that Huijia Primary School's threshold is too low? Huijia is indeed very good. But its annual tuition fee is only about 20,000. Children from ordinary families can also go there. Wang Mansion is different. The children who study there are either rich or respectable. Many of the famous business people in Jiangqing that I know also have their children studying in Wang Mansion. If Xixi and Xianxia study in Wang Mansion, it's a good way for them to accumulate connections." Hearing Lan Xiaokai's words, Xianxia frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Lan Xiaokai spent a lot of time introducing Wang Mansion School. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to talk about other private primary schools. Lan Xiaokai's secretary had indeed done his best to search for many excellent private primary schools in Jiangqing for his boss to choose from. It's useless for us to talk too much now. Brother Yang, on Monday, will participate in the children's parent-child activities. On Tuesday, you'll come with me to do a field trip. How about that? Murphy, are you going? If you're going, I'll bring your sister-in-law along too. You two can accompany each other. Lan Xiaokai said with a smile. Lan Xiaokai was indeed more interested in Wang Mansion School. However, he didn't say anything definite. Boss Lan was a smart man. Moreover, his intelligence lay in his ability to read people. He knew that Yang Yi was good at teaching children. Moreover, he trusted Yang Yi's foresight. This could be seen from his business investments. Rather than letting Lan Cao Kai make the decision himself, it was better to ask for Yang Yi's opinion. If he followed Yang Yi, they could quietly make a fortune together in business. They would also be less worried about their children's education. Take Lan Xian for example. After meeting Xixi, how much better was her personality? In the past, Lan Xian was a spoiled little princess. Although she was very kind, she had a bad temper. Now, she was much gentler and knew how to share and be grateful. As for the school his daughter was going to study in the future, regardless of whether it was an elite primary school or not, Yang Yi felt that it was necessary to do a field trip. Therefore, he and Murphy looked at each other and nodded. On Monday, Yang Yi and Murphy went out together to participate in Xixi's kindergarten's parent-child activity. Murphy had always wanted to participate in her daughter's activities. However, most of the time, she could only watch Yang Yi go and envy him from behind. It was either because she had not been exposed by the media back then and was worried that her identity would cause trouble for her daughter's normal life, or because she was pregnant and it was inconvenient. She could only watch from the sidelines. In fact, Murphy had received an invitation from the kindergarten last year to tell the children about her road to fame. It was just like the speech Yang Yi gave when she was still in middle class. Murphy was very willing to tell stories in front of her daughter and her classmates. However, she was already several months pregnant at that time and could only decline. This time, Murphy wanted to go to the parent-child activity organized by Springfield Kindergarten. Now that she was already a big star, what was there to worry about? Yang Yi was carefree. He had a new book launch today, but he threw all the work to Sahara Publishing House. He did not care at all and threw himself into the production of handicrafts. Of course, Yang Yi knew that his book story was exciting and it was expected that it would become popular. Even if it did not become popular, his ultimate goal was not to write a book. In the future, it would be made into a movie and it would naturally shine. Mu Yuqing was queuing up again. What are you buying today? What else could it be? Yang Yi's new book is on the market today. Of course, I'm buying his book. Aren't you? Hee. It was Monday when he had to go to work, but Mu Yuqing took half a day off and went to a shopping mall near his home early. He queued up in front of the bookstore of Love to Read, waiting to buy Yang Yi's new book. In fact, Mu Yuqing was also crazy. He had already ordered the book online in advance, but he still liked to queue up at the bookstore. Perhaps it was because he had a good experience queuing up last time, so he wanted to do it again. Although waiting in line at the entrance of the bookstore was tiring, Mu Yuqing liked this feeling. He could hear the whispers of the readers in front of him and hear them praise Yang Yi. As a die-hard fan, Mu Yuqing also felt honored. Then again, looking at this big bookstore now, Mu Yuqing remembered that under Yang Yi's personal page, there was a post that an insider had made. It was said that when Yang Yi's two books, Soldier Assault and Drawing Sword, were sold physically, chain bookstores such as Love Reading, Book Bar, and Book Pavilion looked down on the works of this newbie web author. Later, both Soldier Assault and Drawing Sword were sold out and became one of the best sellers of the year. Naturally, these major bookstore chains regretted it. The insider was an employee of the promotion department of the Book Bar chain bookstore who had already left. He vividly described how his department manager sighed at that time. Of course, this was all in the past. Now, almost every book by Yang Yi could squeeze into the bestseller list. He had become synonymous with quality and sales. The major bookstore chains that would not go against money would naturally not look down on Yang Yi. Instead, they actively cooperated with Sahara Publishing and placed Yang Yi's books in the most conspicuous position. Now, Mu Yuqing walked into Love Reading bookstore and picked up Yang Yi's new work from the mountain of books stacked in the large open space inside the main entrance. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. But why is this book so thin? Mu Yuqing pinched the hardcover book that was probably only about 100 pages after removing the thickness of the cover. He muttered a little. The Shawshank Redemption. Is this a novella? After paying the bill at the front desk, Mu Yuqing found a coffee shop, opened the plastic film, and couldn't wait to read it. I guess there are people like me in every provincial prison and national prison in China. When he saw the opening, Mu Yuqing was dumbfounded. How could it be a first-person narrative? But, prison again, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Could this be a prison break story again? Mu Yuqing felt that he really loved Prison Break. After Yang Yi, countless people followed the trend and wrote similar prison break stories on Kaiwachani's network, but none of them could write a good story. Mu Yuqing felt that with Yang Yi's work in front of him, other people's works, he really couldn't continue reading. The Shawshank Redemption, could it be Yang Yi's new prison novel? Could it surpass the classic Prison Break? Mu Yuqing read on with such anticipation. The name, The Shawshank Redemption, at first made Mu Yuqing think that Shawshank should be the name of the protagonist, but not long after, he was at a loss. The protagonist in the first-person narrative was called Fu Rueda, and the real protagonist in the story he narrated was called Andy. The damn prison's name was Shawshank. Why was the name of the book Shawshank Redemption? And not Andy's Redemption or Fu Rueda's Redemption? Mu Yuqing read the book very quickly. Yes, although he read it very carefully, the book was not very long, and the plot progressed very quickly. The pace was tight, the concept was tight, and there was no filler. When Yang Yi rewrote this book, a story that he liked very much in his previous life, he combined the original novel and the movie. The content was slightly increased, but it was still within a reasonable range. Mu Yuqing didn't know how long he read, but it definitely didn't take long. He was almost at the end of the book. He saw that on the night when Fu Rueda thought he was going to commit suicide, Andy suddenly seemed to evaporate into thin air and disappeared from Shawshank Prison. Mu Yuqing was shocked, especially when he saw the warden inadvertently discover the hole that Andy had spent nearly 20 years digging. Mu Yuqing finally understood. It was a prison break, Mu Yuqing was convinced. Although he had a faint premonition when he saw Andy and Fu Rueda buying a small hammer in the book, when he saw what Andy did in Shawshank Prison, he felt that this person wouldn't break out of prison. He didn't expect Andy to have such a meticulous and long-term plan. Mu Yuqing vaguely understood why Yang Yi wanted to use Fu Rueda's perspective to write the whole story. Only in this way could the suddenness and unexpected nature of the matter be vividly reflected. If the readers knew everything from God's perspective, then the story might become tacky. Wait, why do I feel that a prison break is tacky? Mu Yuqing was shocked. He realized that he had unknowingly replaced Prison Break in his heart with this unremarkable novel. The story that happened at the end of Shawshank Redemption still tugged at Mu Yuqing's heartstrings, but at this moment, Mu Yuqing remembered Andy's escape even more deeply. After Mu Yuqing closed the book, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Although there was a lot of reluctance, after reading such a book, Mu Yuqing felt a sense of satisfaction after an orgasm. Such a story was like a mole in his heart that could not be removed and would always be blocked there. It was also like a pot of fragrant tea that left a lasting aftertaste. Mu Yuqing couldn't help but turn on his mobile phone and find the group of book friends to see what they thought after reading the book. In order not to reveal spoilers, someone set up a small discussion group to chat after reading the book. After Mu Yuqing joined, he saw a group of people shouting excitedly. A work of the gods, an absolute work of the gods. With this book by Master Yang Yi, I'm afraid no one in the literary world will dare to question his status. Xiongdi, did you eat Master Yang Yi's Journey in the White Night and Relieving Grocery Store? There's also Soldier's Assault, Drawing Sword, and so on. Aren't those books also works of the gods? It's different. I think the depth of thought expressed in Shawshank Redemption is a level higher. I agree with that. Look at the sentences in Master Yang's book. It really makes my scalp tingle. The book friend could not help but select and type, some birds are destined not to be locked in a cage. Every feather of theirs shines with the glory of freedom. Is there? When I saw this sentence, I felt like jumping off a dozen floors. I want to fly, I want to be free. Haha, the person above is crazy. I also have a sentence here, these walls are interesting. When you first enter prison, you hate the high walls around you. Slowly, you get used to living in them. Eventually, you find yourself having to rely on them to survive. This is called institutionalization. There's also this. Fear makes you a prisoner, hope makes you free. Wait, I remember there's another paragraph. That's right. This I, too, have once endured a long, lonely night, thinking about all sorts of things by myself. Time was as slow as a knife. That was the longest night of my life. After reading it, I feel that many of the sentences in this book are as beautiful as poems. My favorite is this sentence, the strong save themselves, the saints save others. Damn, when I saw this sentence, I wanted to copy it down and make it my life's motto. Looking at their chat, Mu Yuqing suddenly realized that he had been so focused on the development of the story that he had missed out on so many wonderful details. Old Mu, you finished reading it too? Hurry up and tell us your thoughts. Someone called out to him. I finished reading it, but I still don't think it's enough. Mu Yuqing emotionally typed a line of words and replied, after reading what you guys are talking about, I think I have to read it again. I won't get tired of reading a good book a few times. Old Mu, I'll go with you and read it again. At this time, at the Springfield Kindergarten's parent-child activity site, the small square warmed by the sun was already very lively. Adults and children gathered around their respective tables, busy making their own handicrafts. Because they could play with their parents, the children were all very excited. Even if they didn't have any work to do, they were running around and shouting. What a lively scene, at Yang Yi's table, because Lan Caokai shamelessly asked the teacher, the two families finally sat together. Of course, Yang Yi had to come up with an idea. What should they build? It depends on the materials, what is suitable for, and how far can it be made, Yang Yi said, rubbing his chin as he walked around the table and looked at the old things piled high on it. After a while, Yang Yi had an idea. He took out a large used plastic oil bottle, the kind you can buy in the supermarket for a barrel of peanut oil, and a mineral water bottle. He said, we also have old wires, ropes, and clothes hangers. We can make an old-fashioned well. Lan Caokai was very knowledgeable and quick-witted. When Murphy and Wu Jingjing were a little confused, he immediately understood. You mean the old-fashioned wells in the countryside? Yes, they used a winch and a bucket to draw water. Yang Yi gestured and smiled. This oil bottle, remove the logo, and it's transparent. We can use this to make a well. We can show the children how people used this old-fashioned well to get underground drinking water. This is not easy. Lan Caokai said with emotion. Can you do it? I don't even know how this thing is made. I've only seen it a few times, but I've never touched it. Who still uses a well nowadays? Don't tell me, my hometown used to use this. After I changed the water pump last year, it became more convenient. Yang Yi took over. It's okay, I'm familiar with this. I'll do it. At this time, the two girls who went to chat with neighbors came back. However, the two girls seemed to be chasing each other. She hugged her father's arm and giggled as she hid behind him. She messed around with Lan Xian for a while before she remembered to share the information she had obtained with everyone. She was wearing a neat knitted sweater and a knee-length skirt. Her hair was tied up in cute braids. She gestured with her hands excitedly and said, Papa, Uncle Lan, Chi-Chi's family wants to build a big house. Then Lu Weisha and her mom want to build a big boat that can sail in the water. Good idea, let's build a house. Lan Caokai snapped his fingers. He was inspired by Shi's information. He smiled and said, we have so many cardboard boxes. We can make a house out of them. Uncle Lan, you know how to build houses too? She asked in surprise. At this time, Lan Xian was unhappy. She said loudly, my father is the best at building houses. The house you're living in was also built by my father. Lan Caokai smiled wryly at Yang Yi. He reached out to pat Lan Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, that's right, this is indeed my father's specialty. However, you have to keep a low profile. Don't let others hear you. What if others learn it? Lan Xian's eyes widened. The little girl immediately covered her mouth and looked left and right, as if really worried that others would eavesdrop and learn it secretly. She was also smiling happily. She whispered with Lan Xian. The two girls even made a shushing gesture at each other, and then they giggled to each other. With the division of labor, things were much easier. Boss Lan focused on building houses, while Yang Yi wanted to build his winnower's well. What are we going to do? Murphy asked from the side. Tong Tong was placed on the pram beside her. The ceiling could block out the bright sun. The little fellow was half lying on his back, looking at the pattern on the ceiling of the pram. Sometimes, he would tilt his head to look at his mother beside him. From time to time, she and other big sisters would run over to play with him. He was not lonely at all. Right now, he was grinning and kicking his little legs. He was in a good mood. Hearing that Murphy also wanted to help, Xianxia put down the mineral water bottle and plastic oil bottle. He picked up a delivery box and gestured. Smiling, he said, "Right now, we need the frame of a well. You and Xianxia cut open that delivery box. That is, open the side facing the well. Then, dig a small hole here. The size should be big enough for my mineral water bottle to go straight up and down." Murphy nodded, satisfied. "I'll do it with Mom." Xianxia heard her father's arrangements and jumped back happily. "I want to help too." Seeing that her little friend was not going to explore with her, Xianxia couldn't help but follow over. She stood in front of Xianxia and the others. Boss Lan was jealous and called out, "Hey, Xianxia, your father is here. You're not even helping your father, but running over to help someone else. Really, I've raised you for nothing." "Alright then, I'm going to help my father." Xianxia ran back in a silly manner. Wu Jingjing was convulsing with laughter at the side. She was amused by her husband and daughter, this pair of buffoons. "Be careful. Knives and scissors, put them back in this box after you're done using them. Xianxia, be careful too. Don't touch these sharp objects." Murphy and Xianxia began to focus on cutting up the delivery box. Xianxia watched for a while before giving them some instructions. He then went to work on his own well with peace of mind. It wasn't difficult to cut open the 2 plastic bottles. The important thing was to pay attention to the edges. Xianxia was worried that they would cut the children's hands, so he first used sandpaper to grind them. Seeing that the results weren't ideal, he found Lan Cao Kai, who was a smoker, and took a lighter from him. He used the fire to slightly burn the edges of the plastic bottles. This way, the bottles became much rounder. The bottom of a mineral water bottle wasn't used to make a water bucket. The opening of a mineral water bottle was bigger than the bottom, so Xianxia used the head. After cutting it, Xianxia used the wire of the drying rack to make a handle for the water bucket. It wasn't easy to twist the handle in small places, but who asked Xianxia to have extraordinary strength? Xianxia wrapped the remaining drying rack with wires to increase friction. Using old shoelaces, he made a pulley. As long as he turned the handle of the pulley, he could use the physics principles of axles and levers to lift the water bucket from the well. Xianxia had a clearer picture in his mind, so he was faster. Murphy and the other girls were even faster. After trimming the frame of the well, they were still not satisfied. Under Murphy's lead, Xianxia followed her mother, picked up a crayon, and started to draw on the well. Good heavens. Originally, Xianxia only wanted to make an old-fashioned well. Now, with the help of 2 women who loved beauty, this well would probably become the new favorite of the fashion industry. It was red, purple, pink, bright yellow, and so on. It also reflected the feelings of a young girl. Xianxia looked at it for a while and smiled helplessly. He found 2 old clamps and used them as the support for the pulley. After Xianxia and Murphy finished drawing, he began to assemble it. Papa, what else do I have to do?" The little girl was having fun. She didn't want to just sit there and watch, so she asked eagerly. Xianxia turned his head and saw Xixi's expectant eyes. Although Murphy didn't say anything, she had the same enthusiastic eyes as Xianxia. He smiled helplessly, pondered for a while, and said, "You 2 make 2 stickers. One is a well, and the other is a pulley. Make it look better. This way, when we show it to others, it will be more intuitive." "Okay." Murphy happily answered. She even rushed in front of her daughter. "Xianxia, what did you and your dad do?" Xianxia finished assembling the well and was pasting the instructions that Xianxia and Murphy had made. Young Luochi was probably bored watching her parents build the house, so she sneaked over. She was attracted by the colorful thing from afar, so she came over curiously and squeezed beside Xianxia to take a look. "This is a well, my grandpa's well," Xianxia said sweetly. "But what is a well?" Young Luochi, who had grown up in the city, didn't understand. Xianxia couldn't answer this question. Xianxia, who had finished sticking the stickers on both sides, helped his daughter out of her predicament. He smiled and said, "A long time ago, when there was no running water, if people wanted to drink water, they had to dig a deep well in the ground to get clean water from the ground. Our well was made to simulate an old-fashioned well. Yang Luoqi finally understood, but she still looked at this new thing curiously. After taking care of Tong Tong and wiping his drool, Murphy turned around and poked Yang Yi. She said with interest, "Can you simulate how to draw water? I haven't seen how it works yet." Yang Yi saw that Lan Xian had also come over and Shi and Yang Luoqi were looking at him eagerly. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse and nodded with a smile. He first filled the plastic oil bottle that was used as the well with water. The oil bottle wasn't small, so it took a few bottles of mineral water to fill half of the water level. "Look carefully. We're going to use this bucket to draw the water out of the well." Yang Yi shook the bucket made of inverted mineral water bottles and gestured to the children. In order to see clearly, Shi, Lan Xian, and Yang Luoqi all moved to the front and looked in through the open side of the delivery box. At this moment, the three of them were bursting with curiosity, so they only cared about watching and didn't have the time to talk. The three of them pursed their lips tightly, and their 6 obsidian-like beautiful eyes stared closely, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail. Yang Yi shook the handle of the winch and lowered the bucket. Because the bottom of the bucket was smaller than the opening of the bucket, it wouldn't float straight on the water surface after it was lowered. Some of the clear well water had already flowed in along the edge of the bucket. "If you're afraid that the water won't come in, we can swing the rope left and right. But this is a technical job, so it's not easy to master." Yang Yi let go of the handle and shook his shoelaces. This was indeed not easy. Yang Yi tried a few times before he could swing the bucket properly. Of course, by this time, the bucket was almost full. Yang Luoqi, on the other hand, stood there quietly and watched. Cici and Lan Xian, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel that it was quite fun. Cici was fidgeting around, eager to try, and Lan Xian couldn't wait to get started. Of course, she didn't dare to act recklessly. She just couldn't help but touch the handle of the winch. Yang Yi saw it and didn't blame her. Instead, he encouraged Lan Xian to do it. "The water is full. Now you can pull it up. Xian, try it. Turn it in this direction and pull the bucket up." After successfully pulling up a bucket of water from the well, Lan Xian was overjoyed. She turned around and was about to tell Lan Zhou Kai. She also jumped around excitedly. She held her father's arm and chattered with him about her feelings. "It's really possible. Papa, I think it's super fun." Yang Yi smiled and poured the water in the bucket back into the well, restoring it to its original state. Then he asked, "Okay, who wants to try?" "Me. Me." She raised her hand happily. "Me too." Yang Luoqi was also beaming at this moment. The shy little girl was not nervous in front of Yang Yi's uncle. Hearing this, Lan Xian didn't have time to finish talking to her father. She quickly turned back, raised her hand and shouted, "I want to play too." "Xian, you already played with it just now." Cici pouted her small mouth, somewhat unhappy. Murphy was worried that the little guys would quarrel because of this small matter, so she quickly comforted them. "Chi-Chi has to go back to help her papa and mom later. Let Chi-Chi play first, okay? Then Chi-Chi will be the second. Xian just played half of it. You will be the third. But it doesn't matter. Our well is here. You can play at any time, right?" Murphy's gentle arrangement was acceptable to Shi and Lan Xian. The two little girls eagerly watched Yang Luoqi's operation. However, although Yang Luoqi was the first to play, she was unfamiliar with the operation and couldn't handle the bucket well. Shi and Lan Xian enthusiastically surrounded her and helped her. In the end, it turned into a scene of the three little girls working together to draw water. "Don't you want to play?" Yang Yi watched for a while, then turned to look at Murphy and asked with a smile. He felt that Murphy was also very interested in this handicraft, which could be seen from her performance just now. "Even if you want to play, you can't compete with the children." Murphy's tone changed and said with some pride, "Moreover, after today's activity, aren't you going to take it home?" "When I get home, I'll play as long as I want." Yang Yi couldn't help laughing. The activity here also attracted the other children. Chen Shiyun, Lu Weisha, Nan Zhaoyu, and other children were all rushing over. They had a strong interest in the well that Shi and her father had made. Yang Yi encouraged Shi to take over and explain the theory of the well to the other children. Although the little girl was stumbling, and there were many parts where she didn't use the right words or didn't explain clearly, at least she was brave enough to try. Xianxia and Murphy were very happy to see this scene. Of course, they weren't idle either. After Lan Xiaokai finished his house, Murphy and Wu Jingjing took the remaining materials and skillfully cut and decorated the house made of cardboard boxes. The most amazing thing was still an old tong tong shoe on the roof. It was like a stroke of genius, filling the house with a mysterious and artistic touch. "Big brother Lan, your house is very sturdy," Murphy said with a smile as she glued the shoe to Wu Jingjing. "Of course," Lan Xiaokai said with a smile to Murphy. He even winked at Xianxia and said, "Why don't you see whose delivery box you're using?" Sahara Express, showing the customers care from the details. Of course, there was still a small accident on Xixi's side. A little boy used too much force and broke the support of the pulley. This accident almost made Xixi cry, and Lan Xian even ran over to complain to Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia stepped forward bravely and used tape to fix the support. The little girl wiped her tears, and her eyes were red. Only then did the rain clear up, and she returned to her previous cheerful self. It had to be said that every family was very serious about making handicrafts out of old materials today. After all, it was a parent-child activity, so the parents and children all had a lot of fun. Xianxia took some time to walk around with Xixi and saw a lot of creative works. The simplest and most interesting one was a family using long wooden clips, buttons, rubber bands, and straws cut into sections to make a small four-wheeled car, although this four-wheeled car didn't look special because it used different buttons, and the four wheels were of different sizes and colors. It was still a very interesting idea. In the end, Xixi and Lan Xian went up happily and showed off the well and big house that they and their parents had made in front of everyone. They were even awarded the technological handicraft Big Red Flower by Teacher Mu. After coming down, the two little girls were very excited. Their little chests puffed out, and they wanted their parents to see their big red flower. Xianxia knew that every child had received a big red flower. Teacher Mu had come up with a variety of ways to commend the children, saying that they were very special, but what did it matter? In a parent-child activity, the parents and children were all happy. Then, the children gained joy and glory from their work. In their little minds, the seeds of diligence and frugality were planted. That was enough. Like Xianxia and Murphy, there weren't many parents who could participate in their child's parent-child activities. Many parents still needed to go to work, so at most, they would send one of them to attend. And if the scope was broadened to society, some people would be so busy that they could only let their elderly parents attend their child's school activities. Yuying was like this. She had already changed shifts with the assistant foreman because the teacher arranged for Yu Xiaowei to participate in the school's poetry recitation competition. However, the assistant foreman suddenly caught a cold and couldn't come. She could only come back and replace her and couldn't cheer for her daughter. Although she let her mother go on her behalf, Yuying still felt very guilty. She was looking forward to getting off work quickly so that she could go home and apologize to her daughter. Of course, Yuying didn't bring her personal emotions to work. She still had a warm smile on her face as she commanded the waiters in the lobby. As usual, the restaurant maintained an orderly state of service. "Sister Ing, didn't you mention that Xianxia last month?" Finally, when it was time to get off work, Yuying was changing her shoes in the changing room when a waitress came over and said, "Anne, what's wrong?" Yuying asked puzzledly. "Nothing, my boyfriend saw that I mentioned him last time and went to check it out. He's going to take me to see his movie tonight. I heard it's very good." The waitress smiled. "Are you showing off your love in front of Sister Ing who has been single for many years?" Yuying smiled as she rubbed the waitress's bangs and said angrily. "No, we also heard that Xianxia has a book on the market today. It's just that we don't like to read. However, I don't know if Sister Ing would like it, so I'm just telling you." The waitress smiled and ran away. Yuying shook her head, picked up her bag, and quickly walked out. She had indeed been studying Xianxi's fairy tales recently to learn Xianxi's writing style. However, this didn't mean that she was willing to spend money to buy books. Right now, Yu Xiaowei hadn't finished reading the first part of Xixi's bedtime story, so Yuying wasn't in a hurry to buy the second part. When she returned home, it was brightly lit again. Before Yuying went to take a shower, she asked Yu Xiaowei about her performance in the poetry recitation competition today. I only got the second prize. Yu Xiaowei turned around and went to the room to take out a thin certificate and a notebook as a reward, and said in a low voice. She lowered her head as if she felt that she had let down her mother's expectations. Second prize is already very impressive. When I was studying, I didn't even get an award. Ewing was gratified and comforted her with heartache. Keep up the good work, keep working hard. Yu Xiaowei nodded obediently. At this time, Yu Ying's mother handed over a thick letter. She looked at Ewing strangely and said, someone sent a letter to the post office today. Who sent it to you? Although it was signed by a publishing company, Yu Ying's mother felt that there was some hope. In the eyes of the people of her era, letters were used to convey emotions. They were clearly in the same city, so why did they have to send a letter? Ewing didn't tell her mother that she was trying to submit a manuscript to a publisher, so her mother misunderstood and thought that a man was sending Ewing a love letter. Yu Xiaowei also looked curiously at the thing in her mother's hand. Ewing didn't know that her mother had misunderstood. When she saw the sender's signature on the envelope, she was stunned. Her right hand that was holding the letter trembled slightly. Of course, Ewing didn't know what this letter meant. Was it a pass? Or was it a rejection? Ewing was worried that the latter was more likely because how long had it been since she submitted the manuscript? A week? 2 weeks? Didn't they say that the efficiency of these publishing companies was very low? That's why there was a reply so quickly, right? Mom, what is this? Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but ask. It's a letter. Ewing came back to her senses and said vaguely while opening it. Ewing still had some hope that she could face it bravely. Ms. Ewing, congratulations. Seeing the first few words, Yu Ying's head buzzed and became blank. Is this a success? Yu Ying's whole body was trembling. She even felt that her mouth was dry and her thoughts seemed to have stopped. What's wrong? Her mother saw that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, is it from that bastard? Ewing slowly came back to her senses. Looking at her mother's anxious face and her daughter's worried eyes, she felt warm in her heart. She focused again and looked at the letter just now. That's right. The main idea of the letter was to tell her that her outline and work had been approved, and the support fund approved her. It wasn't 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, or 40,000, but a whole 50,000 yuan. After that, it was mainly to inform her to sign a contract with the publishing company. If she wasn't from Jiangqing, she could contact the publishing company to reimburse her travel expenses. There was another thick stack of documents in the attached letter. It was a sample contract. Ewing finally understood why the other party had to send a letter. Of course, if she had a computer and provided an email, there would be no need to send a letter. Actually, Ewing only saw the latter part of the letter later. When she saw the amount of support she received, Ewing was so excited that she hugged her daughter. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Her mother asked anxiously. Ewing raised her head. Her face was already covered in tears. She reached out and hugged her mother and daughter together. Unable to control herself, she sobbed, Mom, I did it. I really did it. Of course, Ewing was still worried that she didn't get the money. After being excited for an entire night, she called the assistant manager who stood her up yesterday and asked her to help cover for her. She nervously boarded the bus and went to Sahara Publishing in Tingshan District to sign the contract. The person who received her was still editor Wen Xiefeng. Before signing the contract, Wen Xiefeng carefully explained the details of the contract to Ewing, including the rights and responsibilities of both parties. After signing the contract, Ewing was brought to the finance department by Wen Xiefeng. The finance staff directly arranged for the foundation's account to transfer the money to her bank account through online banking. 50,000 yuan. Ewing, who had opened a text message, received the notification that the huge stone in her heart had been lifted. Our chief editor would like to meet you. Is it convenient for you, Ms. Yu? Wen Xiefeng asked with a smile when he saw Yu Ying's tense brows loosen. The one who wanted to meet Ewing was Lu Benji. Of course, before meeting Ewing, he didn't know who this name represented. It's actually you. Lu Benji was a little surprised when he saw Ewing. Subsequently, Liu Benji commented on the outline and story outline of Yu Ying's work. He gave a high evaluation of Yu Ying's story. You used the perspective of a rag doll to describe the series of adventures it went through after it escaped from its young master, as well as its growth in the process. This idea is very novel and interesting. In the opinion of our editorial department, if you can write it and write it well, it will be a very wonderful children's book. Ewing was a little flattered and asked, "Does Mr. Xianxia think so too?" Mr. Xianxia? Liu Benji was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about how he has the time to come to the publishing house to participate in the review. Moreover, didn't Mr. Yang already tell you that he won't interfere with the foundation's selection?" "I thought it was just a casual remark," Ewing said embarrassedly. "Of course not, Mr. Yang has always been a man of his words," Liu Benji said seriously. Of course, Liu Benji didn't call Ewing over to praise her. He pointed out that when Ewing submitted the manuscript, the first 3 chapters weren't written well. There were a lot of flaws in the writing style. These 3 chapters will definitely need to be rewritten, but I hope that you don't rush to rewrite them. Instead, you should listen to a few of our experienced senior editors' writing classes and study the works of Mr. Xianxia or other people. It won't be too late to write them then," Liu Benji said excitedly. He even got up and took out a complete set of Xianxia's works from the cabinet. However, he only picked out the fairy tales written by Xianxia and handed them to Ewing. "These books are for you. I hope they will be helpful to you." Ewing didn't expect that she would be able to own Xianxia's works without buying them. Moreover, Liu Benji gave her a hardcover book that Ewing couldn't bear to buy. What Ewing bought herself was just a simple paperback book. "Thank you, Chief Editor Liu." This time, Ewing was really touched by Sahara Publishing House's concern. Not only did they give her financial support, but they also allowed her to attend classes and even gave her books for her to study. How could a publishing house be so considerate? "Don't thank me. If you can create a wonderful work, our publishing house will also be proud of you." Liu Benji smiled. However, he put on a serious face and said, "Madam Yu, in the end, I still hope that you can understand that the original intention of our support fund is to hope that more wonderful children's literature will emerge from the Chinese literary world, as well as more outstanding children's literature writers." Ewing was briefly stunned before she listened seriously. "Although the financial support fund for you might be a huge income for your current life, I hope that you can look further ahead. But I hope that you can set your sights further and work hard to write your work well. Our publishing house has a complete supply chain waiting to support the release of your work. Adaptation of a picture book or even an anime adaptation in the future is possible, as long as your work is exciting enough." Liu Benji said slowly, "This 50,000 yen financial support fund is really too little compared to your future income." Liu Benji would talk to every recipient of the 50,000 yen financial support fund, and his purpose was obvious. Xianxia didn't think it through. He thought that he could realize his ideas by giving money, but there were still many short-sighted people in this world. It was inevitable that there would be authors who would disappear after taking the money. Although the publishing house could still take back their ideas as compensation, that would be the opposite of Xianxia's purpose. Liu Benji talked to them one by one, hoping that he wouldn't see such an unpleasant situation happen. Ewing understood. She wasn't stupid. She nodded seriously and said, "Chief Editor Liu, don't worry. I will work hard. I won't lose the watermelon for the sesame." Just as Liu Benji had said, Xianxia was busy with many things, so how could he have the time to care about the trivial matters of Sahara Publishing? At this moment, he was also busy with an important matter, choosing a primary school for his daughter. A luxurious sedan slightly longer than a normal car slowly came to a stop on the street in front of Wangfu School. However, it was now around 11 o'clock, nearing the time for school to end in the morning. The luxurious cars outside the gates were already in a long queue, so it could only park a little further away. In the car, Lan Caokai was talking to Xianxia. "You don't like Shuijing Primary School, and Edmond Primary School is too bad. Alright, now that we're looking at Wangfu School, I'm sure both of us will be satisfied." In the morning, starting from Shuijing Primary School, which was the closest to the villa district, Xianxia and the others had already looked at 2 schools. There were indeed many areas they were dissatisfied with. Other than being a little closer, Shuijing Primary School had no other good points. While Edmond Primary School was just as Lan Cao Kai had said before, the campus was very narrow, not giving much space for the children to move around. Wangfu School was the third school they looked at. Yang Yi was unconcerned with Lan Cao Kai's praise, saying calmly, "Let's look first." Leaving the bodyguard cum chauffeur in the car, Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi got out of the car together and walked towards Wangfu School. This school was indeed as Lan Zhou Kai had said. It was strictly managed, with high walls and a thick, cold gate. It was like a prison standing in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai ran into a problem at the gates. The gate guard was not like the other schools, letting them pass after hearing that they were parents here for an inspection. He sized up Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi for a while, and then asked them to wait for a while before calling to inform the school authorities. After that, the school's customer service manager came over to attend to them. However, Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi still had to register, including their ID cards, at the gate guard's office. Lan Cao Kai very casually signed his name on the registration book, but when she heard that he had to deposit his identity card, Boss Lan was displeased. Finally, she said impatiently, "Why is your Royal Family Academy so troublesome? Is this ID card something that can be casually used? If I give it to you, can you bear the responsibility if I lose a few $100 million?" Yang Yi didn't say anything. He stood behind Lan Cao Kai and looked at him quietly. Of course, personal information couldn't be leaked. When the manager heard Lan Cao Kai's words, he was a little surprised. Of course, he didn't dare to provoke Lan Cao Kai. He glanced at Lan Cao Kai's name and hurriedly comforted Lan Cao Kai. He told him to calm down and that he had to report to his superior. Lan Cao Kai's name still had an effect. Very quickly, it was clear that the school had already sent someone to investigate. Not long after, the vice principal of Wangfu School, a capable middle-aged woman, hurried over. "Mr. Lan, I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. The people below don't know the rules." This vice principal called Chen Kui apologized and thanked him profusely. "You don't need to deposit your identity card?" Lan Cao Kai put on airs and said with a displeased expression. "Of course not. You are our Jiangqing City's business card, who doesn't know you? If I ask for your identity card, I'll be laughed at." Chen Kui smiled apologetically. "He doesn't need it either?" Lan Cao Kai gave her a thumbs up and pointed behind him at Yang Yi. "No need, your bodyguard is also trustworthy," said Chen Kui quickly. Instantly, Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi were both stunned. "Bodyguard, whose bodyguard?" After a while, Yang Yi saw Lan Cao Kai turn his head and smile mockingly. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Lan Cao Kai turned his head and couldn't help but laugh. I'm dying of laughter. "You said he's my bodyguard." Actually, he really did look like one. Yang Yi was tall and muscular. His muscles also bulged his clothes. He was indeed the template of a bodyguard. If he didn't wear casual clothes and changed into a black suit with a pair of black sunglasses, then he would look even more like one. Moreover, Yang Yi stood behind Lan Cao Kai and didn't say anything, quietly watching the show. In other people's eyes, Lan Cao Kai was a big boss with a net worth of billions. It was normal for him to have a bodyguard with him. Chen Kui was a little confused by Lan Cao Kai's laughter. After she figured out Yang Yi's identity, she apologized to Yang Yi with sweat all over her head. Finally, it was over. Chen Kui personally brought Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi to inspect the school. It had to be said that an aristocratic school with a tuition fee of 200,000 was indeed different. The scale of the campus was like a small university. It had a library, sports field, swimming pool, badminton hall, etc. It was all set up according to the standards of a university. When Yang Yi saw the library building, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Jiangchuan's library was just like this, right? With such a tuition fee, how many people in Jiangqing are qualified to send their children to school? Yang Yi couldn't help but ask this question. Chen Kui smiled and said, "There are a lot of people. Jiangqing doesn't lack rich people. By the way, Mr. Yang, you're from the entertainment industry. You should know that in Jiangqing's Binhai district, there are still many celebrities living there. However, they will also send their children to the Wangfu to study, even though Binhai and Tingshan are still a little far away. Many parents are busy with work. Most of the time, they don't have time to accompany their children. Our school starts from the first grade of primary school. You can rest assured that our dormitory is just like a hotel. It's luxurious and comfortable. It's a single room. There are professionals to help clean and wash clothes. If you come to visit your children, you can stay with them for a few days. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. We will send our children to school. They're so young. They don't need to stay in the dormitory. Of course, this depends on the needs of your parents. The school will try its best to satisfy all of your needs," Chen Kuei said with a smile. Along the way, Chen Kuei kept bragging about her school's teachers and management. She made the Wangfu school sound very good. This was nothing. Xianxia had received a lot of information from Lan Caokai before. He trusted his own eyes more. Chen Kuei mainly brought Xianxia and Lan Caokai to inspect the primary school. But even so, Xianxia still saw a few boys with dyed hair running around. One of them even had a mohawk. This made Xianxia frown. "Your school allows them to dye their hair?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. As a parent, sometimes he would find that he had become picky. Even though Xianxia didn't care about others dyeing their hair and making it into all kinds of strange hairstyles, which was very common in the entertainment circle, when it came to his daughter, Xianxia rejected these outliers. He didn't even want his daughter to come into contact with this kind of culture. The school pays attention to individualization. The students have some personal demands and individualized performance. We won't interfere too much. This is the management spirit we learned from foreign private schools, Chen Kuei said. At this time, Xianxia had some doubts. The problem began to gradually reveal itself. Not long after, Xianxia saw some students playing with their phones in the corridor. In order to make it easier for the children to contact their parents, we won't prohibit the children from carrying communication devices. Chen Kuei noticed Xianxia's gaze and quickly explained, "Of course, when the teacher is in class, the children have to listen carefully. They can't use their phones." Xianxia didn't say anything. He looked at the 3 teaching buildings in the high school from afar and fell into deep thought. Of course, to be able to attract so many rich people to send their children here, Wangfu School wasn't completely useless. After that, Vice Principal Chen Kuei brought Lan Caokai and Xianxia to visit the interest clubs of the students. Basketball, football, cycling, and other sports clubs, Go, Chinese chess, and other card clubs, music clubs, and even many other small clubs. Although it was class time and there were no students in the clubs, there were still many photos in the yearbooks of some of the clubs. It could be seen that each of these children was more youthful than the other, and they were full of energy in their hobbies. After each of them achieved glory, for example, Wangfu School's basketball team won the Jiangnan Province High School League Championship, their faces were brimming with smiles, and it looked very exciting. For every interest club, we will hire a professional coach to guide them. This way, every child can really learn something from playing. Chen Kuei saw Lan Caokai's interest and hurriedly explained. Lan Caokai and Xianxia also visited the international department of Wangfu School. In fact, 80% of the students here didn't take the national college entrance examination. The education they received was oriented towards international affairs. Xianxia couldn't help but be bewitched by Chen Kuei's exaggerated explanation. He felt that the education in China was a little dogmatic, and their education model was very humane. Under our education, the admission rate of our students is 100%. Even if some students still want to go to a domestic school, but their college entrance examination results aren't ideal. But it doesn't matter, we have double insurance. Before that, they also took the American and European exams, and they will eventually be admitted to a foreign university, Chen Kuei said proudly. So, among the students who took the college entrance examination, how many of them were admitted to a key university? Xianxia finally calmed down and asked a question that hit the nail on the head. Although he said that he wouldn't measure his daughter's life achievements by her grades, Xianxia still hoped that she could spontaneously and willingly learn from a group of good students, whether it was the content in the textbooks or the humanities and sciences that she was interested in. Xianxia's question stumped Chen Kuei. She stuttered for a while before saying, "Actually, studying abroad is equivalent to gilding. It's more valuable than studying in China." Xianxia and Lan Caokai came out of Wangfu School and got into the car. Only then did Yang Yi smile gently and say to Lan Cao Kai, "Big brother Lan, after seeing it, do you still think this Wang Fu school is good?" Lan Cao Kai was a little hesitant. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's indeed a little different from what I imagined. However, Wang's mansion school is right. Foreign universities are indeed better than domestic ones. Look at the world rankings." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm talking about its management, personalized management." "What kind of management is this?" "They don't care if students dye their hair or play with their phones in school. You might not have seen it just now, but I saw someone smoking on the rooftop of the high school." Yang Yi's eyesight was indeed good. At this moment, he had even noticed something. He pursed his lips and gestured for Lan Cao Kai to look out the window. Right now, it was noon after school. The luxury cars outside Wang Fu School were starting to get restless. However, other than a group of primary school students, there were also many tall middle and high school students. The older students were in twos and threes, with boys and girls mixed together. Of course, at the school gates, their behavior was not particularly out of line. However, the direction Yang Yi was pointing in was already at the end of the street. A high school girl wearing Wang Fu School's uniform was hugging and kissing a boy who was also wearing the same uniform, and then reluctantly leaving. Actually, it was not surprising for high school students to fall in love. However, when looking at the problem from the perspective of a father, many things had to be taken seriously. Lan Cao Kai's face also darkened. Wang Fu School's disadvantage is that it does not have strict management. Yang Yi hit the nail on the head. It's also an elite school. Although Shiwejing's school has only been established for a short time and the teaching staff is weak, in terms of management, it is much better than Wang Fu School. How would they dare to care? Lan Cao Kai was now standing on Yang Yi's side. He shook his head and said meaningfully, "How would they bear to care? These students earn 200,000 a year. In addition, high school, middle school, and primary school students from 6 to 18 years old are placed together." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't think this is a good thing. For example, the high school couple just now. In the eyes of the ignorant primary school students, their performance might be a cool role model worth imitating." This was what Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai did not want to see. Lan Cao Kai had previously liked Wang Fu School, mainly because of its high threshold, rich students, and international standards. However, now it seemed that Wang Fu School did indeed have a serious flaw. At noon, they went back to eat and rest. In the afternoon, Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai continued their inspection. After looking at two private schools in Tingshan district, Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai finally came to the old district of Jiang City, Huijia Primary School in Wuhu district. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, Huijia Primary School, which charged 20 to 30,000 a year, was also an elite school. However, in the eyes of the big boss, Lan Cao Kai, the standard was a little low. However, Huijia Primary School had a good reputation. Although there was no national exam like the college entrance examination, it was said that the children from this school were fought over by many famous high schools. It was worth mentioning here that Yang Yi heard from Guozi, who came back from filming The Fat Agent, that Huijia Primary School was Guozi's alma mater. Therefore, Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai also came because of the school's reputation. However, this time, Lan Cao Kai did not put on airs like he did at Wang Fu School. Huijia Primary School's management was very strict. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, the guards knew that they were parents who came to inspect the school, so they sent someone to receive them. They only needed to make a simple registration and did not ask for any documents to be used as collateral. Boss Lan also saved the trouble of revealing his identity. The person who received Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai was a young female teacher from Huijia Primary School. She brought Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi to tour the school grounds. Along the way, Yang Yi saw many children in neat Huijia Primary School uniforms running around happily. "How is the management of your school?" After Lan Cao Kai's experience at Wang Fu School, his train of thought had changed very quickly. He interrupted the female teacher's description of the school's history and asked straightforwardly, "If I want to entrust my child to your school, I don't want her to come into contact with those bad students who have bad habits in society. I don't want her to dye her hair and swear. Do you understand what I mean?" The female teacher smiled and said, "I understand, Mr. Lan." The management of our school is divided into two types. The first type is systematic management. The school has clear rules and regulations that require students not to dye their hair or wear fancy accessories. They are also not allowed to fight, bully others, and other bad habits. The systematic management is supervised and punished by the teachers in the moral education department. The other type is outside the system. It is managed by our teachers and form teachers. Through reasonable persuasion and guidance, we will guide the children to develop a positive, kind, and optimistic personality. Just like you said, those students who have bad habits and refuse to change despite repeated warnings, our teachers in the moral education department will logically and legally dissuade them or expel them according to the contract signed between their parents and the school when they enter the school. We will not let them stay and affect the other children. Xianxia was not just listening to the other's description. He was also observing, looking left and right, trying to find some clues from the children's behavior. However, Xianxia still did not find anything that made him unhappy. It was not as if there were no children quarreling. In the distant third-floor corridor, two senior primary school students were talking about something with red-faced faces. However, Xianxia felt that quarreling was still normal and acceptable behavior. Is there some kind of activity going on here? Xianxia looked at the banner hanging outside the school's small auditorium with interest. Peeking in from the entrance, Xianxia could see the figures of many students and parents. Oh, it's like this. Our Xianxia primary school holds a different theme at the end of every month. For example, last month's theme was music. Activities such as singing competitions and musical performances were held in the small auditorium. But this month's theme is humanities. We have reading activities and poetry recitation competitions. Next month, it will be natural sciences and a scientific modeling competition. These activities can stimulate the students' interest in independent learning outside of school. It also allows students with different specialties to have ample space to display their full potential. The female teacher saw that Xianxia was interested and took the initiative to invite him. Today's event is a poetry recitation competition for the senior students. Do you want to go in and take a look? Xianxia and Xianxia did not have any objections. They went in and watched for a while. Although the children's competition was somewhat exaggerated and unnatural, it was clear that they had indeed prepared for a long time. The enthusiasm they displayed made Xianxia and Xianxia unable to help but smile as they watched. In terms of nurturing children's interests, Xianxia Primary School and Wangfu School were tied. Both schools used different methods, but each had its own exciting aspects. I heard that in order to enroll in your school, I have to pass an interview. Xianxia asked after they came out. Yes, because there are many families who apply to Xianxia Primary School every year, and our Xianxia Primary School also hopes to ensure the quality of our school. Just like the problem that Mr. Lan was worried about before, we hope to screen out some students who may cause other parents concerns from the beginning and create a good environment for the children. Therefore, we have to arrange such an interview at the end of May. Speaking of this, the female teacher became a little serious. Although it was said that education was non-discriminatory, and Xianxia Primary School did not accept students with bad conduct, which would inevitably cause some people to criticize it, this was a matter of opinion. Moreover, Xianxia Primary School was a private school, so it naturally could make its own choice. Students and parents have to go through our interview separately. Of course, this interview is only a moral examination, especially for our children. We will not ask them what they learned in kindergarten, because we will teach them in school. However, we hope that the students and their parents who study in Xianxia Primary School have good morals and education. This is more in line with our teaching philosophy, the female teacher said. After the inspection of Xianxia Primary School, it was almost time for Springfield Kindergarten to be let out. Xianxia and Xianxia took the car back. What do you think? Xianxia Primary School. Xianxia was obviously a little tempted. It was not only because of the female teacher's exaggerated praise, but also because Xianxia could see the vitality of this school from his own observation. He could also see the positive energy from the smiles on the faces of the students. This was the scene that he hoped to see when she was a student. Xianxia sighed and said, "Bro, do you know what I am most afraid of in my life? Exams?" Xianxia laughed. Xianxia looked up at a 45-degree angle to the sky and choked on his tears. He said bitterly, I thought that after becoming a boss, I would be the only one who could test others, and I wouldn't have to take exams. For Xianxia, what's wrong with facing it bravely this time? Xianxia laughed. What if you don't pass? How embarrassing would that be? Boss Lan was very conflicted. Although Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai preferred Huijia Primary School, there were many other private primary schools in Jiangqing. Moreover, there was still a long time before Shishi and Lan Xian graduated, so the two families had yet to settle down. As Lan Cao Kai had to rush back to Jinling City, the two decided to change the time to continue the inspection. However, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was April, when the trees were blooming. In April in Jiangnan, the spring rain was like smoke, the flowers were blooming, and the sparrows were chirping. It was as if they had dodged the last bit of the winter chill, lazily spreading out a poetic picture. Many things happened at the end of March and the beginning of April. First of all, they were extremely picky. There was nothing to be picky about in terms of the program. Yang Yi did not participate in the next few episodes, but the quality was still very high. It had to be said that under the protection of copyright, the entertainment industry in this world was very developed. The quality and ability of the employees were also much higher than those in Yang Yi's previous life. Even without Yang Yi's planning, the planning staff of China Star Productions could still do this program well. They filled in their own endless imagination on the framework given by Yang Yi, tormenting the 6 extremely picky stars with all kinds of fancy tricks. Don't think that after these wily old foxes figured out the gameplay of the program, they could easily handle it. The directing team and planning staff were also fighting a battle of wits and courage with them. For example, in the process of finding clues for the mission, Dan Hongkue liked to look for cameras and photographers. Places with such arrangements usually had clues. Later, the program team put in a lot of effort and resources to set up such arrangements in places where there were no clues. It was a mixture of truth and falsehood to confuse these old foxes and make their thoughts of taking advantage of loopholes fall through. It was also such a battle of wits and courage that made the program more exciting. The ratings also kept rising. In the early April episode, the extremely high ratings had already broken the ratings record of Shanghai TV stations' variety shows. However, in the episode where Yang Yi appeared, the influence of the poem he wrote at the Cold Mountain Temple was only gradually reflected at the end of March. Most of the audience only felt that Yang Yi's poem was written with good calligraphy. The poem was recited quite smoothly. Although it was not written by him, it was still a solid act. Perhaps some college student who majored in Chinese copied the poem with interest and brought it to school for his professor to appreciate. Only then did the poem gradually enter the field of vision of the big shots in the poetry and ancient literature circles. The night mooring at Maple Bridge that has been passed down for thousands of years is naturally not as simple as the words flow smoothly in the eyes of ordinary people like me. The first 2 sentences are short, but Mom wrote 6 images that are on the verge of coming out: the falling moon, the weeping crow, the sky full of frost, the river, the fishing fire, and the sleepless man. Although the last 2 sentences have fewer images, it successfully creates a kind of ethereal mood. The sound of the midnight bell reflects the depth, tranquility, and solitude of the night, completely sublimating the traveler's melancholy. Of course, the old professors in the ancient literature and ancient poetry circles had analyzed this poem in more detail. There were even people who compared the description of the chimes in the night to many other poems. They found that this poem was still the best. The appearance of night mooring at Maple Bridge caused the poetry world to go into a frenzy. Perhaps many people thought that this was a poem written by a modern person. Even if it was not written in recent years, it was a work of nearly 100 years. Therefore, they took great pleasure in evaluating it. Some sighed, and some were critical. However, no one questioned Yang Yi's claim on the television program that he did not write the poem. It was indeed impossible, for a young boy, no matter how high his literary attainment was, how could he write such an ancient poem that was both artistic and poetic? How could he write such a deep and concise melancholy? They even imagined Zhang Ji's appearance, an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, unrecognized talent, hidden in the city. They even launched a search for Zhang Ji. Later, many people tried to impersonate him, but they were all exposed by these critical scholars. The search was left unfinished. The calligraphy world also gained popularity. They felt that Yang Yi's calligraphy was terrible. It was indeed incomparable to a professional calligrapher. They organized several groups of people to rewrite Night Mooring at Maple Bridge at Gusuhanshan Temple. They even had people carve a stone tablet and send it over. The cunning monk did not refuse anyone, but he still kept Yang Yi's original work. He even secretly asked a master to carve it into a stone tablet. Perhaps, he, with his great wisdom, had seen through all of this. The Cantonese song sung by Yang Yi and Murphy was praised by the musicians and became a small hit. Yang Yi's version squeezed into the top 20 sales, but that was all. After all, it was a Cantonese song. It was very difficult for it to become popular in mainland China. However, a film company in Hong Kong made a big production wuxia film. The original novel was very famous. The male and female lead were entangled in love. In the end, the female lead sadly died like Ling Er in The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Only then did the male lead regret. They wanted to use Yang Yi's song as an interlude. After Yang Yi understood the plot, he did not object and authorized them. At the end of March, Murphy's Fairy Tale Town received a lot of attention. It squeezed into the top 10 sales as soon as it was released. Although it was still far from first place, this song performed much better than other Cantonese songs. It also received a lot of fans' love. At the beginning of April, Yang Yi sent 2 new songs to Xianxia, who was still in Hong Kong. This time, according to Tianxiang's request, Yang Yi sent Xianxia Chinese songs. Xianxia was preparing to enter the mainland market. These songs were very important to him. There was a small interlude. Xianxia tactfully and bitterly asked why Yang Yi did not give him a high-pitched song like Listen to the Sea. Yang Yi had a song that was very suitable for Xianxia, but he felt that it was not the time to give it to Xianxia. The sales of The Shawshank Redemption had always been good. Because of Yang Yi's fame, the book had squeezed into the bestseller list on the first day it was released and had never fallen off. However, the reviews of the readers were a bit polarized. After all, it was a first-person novel. Most Chinese readers did not like first-person narration. They felt that reading it was awkward. And a large number of people liked the book. Even if they felt that reading it was awkward, the readers who understood the book still gave it a very high evaluation. It had to be said that there were still many people in the entertainment industry who had a discerning eye. In less than a week after The Shawshank Redemption was released, someone approached Sahara Publishing House to buy the movie rights of this book. However, Yang Yi was very cautious about the copyright of this book. Even the standard of choosing the authorized customers could be described as picky. For a time, no one could satisfy Yang Yi. However, the animation of fairy tales like Shishi's bedtime stories had already begun. Yang Yi and Mantis Shrimp Animation Company reached an agreement. He entered into the game with the copyright and funds to buy 30% of Mantis Shrimp's shares. Starting from the story of Snow White, those classic animations were about to be shown to children on TV in this world. In this world, Labor Day was no longer a small holiday. The country paid more attention to traditional festivals. For an important festival like the Qingming Festival, it became the second long holiday in the first half of the year after the Spring Festival. In the middle of April, the Qingming Festival was a 5-day holiday. Shishi's kindergarten was also on holiday. Yang Yi agreed with Xishi before, and the family happily boarded the plane to travel to Australia. Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport, VIP Lounge. La la la. While waiting for the plane to depart, Xishi was so excited that she couldn't sit still. The little girl ran around the VIP lounge. No one played with her, so the little girl entertained herself. She was humming a tune that came from nowhere. Sometimes, she would watch TV, and sometimes, she would look at what the waitresses were doing. She was as happy as a bird that had escaped from its cage. Yang Yi sat beside Murphy and watched from afar. He only interfered when Xishi might disturb others. However, this little girl, who was as cute as an angel, didn't make a fuss. The other guests in the VIP lounge all smiled kindly at her. This was the first time that he had brought Tong Tong on a plane. Yang Yi had consulted the airline company and bought a direct flight from Shanghai to Sydney. This way, they could minimize the number of takeoffs and landings. At other times, flying was no problem for the 4-month-old Tong Tong. Even if they were in first class, there would still be delays. Their flight was delayed for an hour. Fortunately, Xianxia had bought a first-class ticket. They could eat buffet food in the VIP lounge and wait leisurely. Finally, the ground service girl who had come to confirm the flight information came to inform them that it was time to board the plane. Xianxia called Xixi back. The little girl held her father's hand and became more excited. She chattered, "Papa, now that we're on the plane, will we arrive soon?" Fortunately, Xianxia was very patient. He patiently explained to Xixi, "There's still a long way to go. It'll take more than 10 hours. It'll take about half a day." The first-class ticket that Xianxia had bought was a little different from the ordinary first class. It was called box first class. As the name implied, it was a small box with good privacy. There were only 8 box first-class seats on the entire plane. Xianxia had bought 3 tickets. Compared to the economy cabin, it was obviously much more spacious. There was no overhead luggage rack, so he didn't have to worry about hitting his head due to the small space inside the 2-story plane. The economy class seats were arranged in a 3-4-3 arrangement, while the private rooms were arranged in a 1-2-1 arrangement. The amount of space each person could occupy could naturally be seen through the comparison. Since they were a family, Xianxia bought 2 seats in the middle and 1 on the right. The partition in the middle could be lowered so that Xixi could sit next to her mother without worrying about feeling insecure. After boarding the plane through the special passage, Xianxia and Murphy were still talking to the stewardess. They wanted the stewardess to bring back the small carry-on luggage that they had just placed in the luggage compartment in front of them. Of course, the larger luggage was checked in, because the carry-on luggage contained some necessary baby products such as Tong Tong. At this moment, Xixi was already playing on her seat out of curiosity. Xixi pulled on the door of the private room. There were 2 gates. When one was pulled, the other would automatically close. It was as if she had found a magical mechanism. The little girl let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Humans were always very curious. The more magical the mechanism, the more it would attract people's desire to explore it. Xixi was like that now. She pulled the door open again and sat on the chair. She shook her little feet in boredom. After a while, she looked at the row of buttons on the table inside the seat. There was a joystick handle among them. "What is this?" questions arose in the little girl's mind. Xixi couldn't help but try pressing it. She didn't know which one she pressed. Suddenly, the table beside her slowly flipped up. When it started to move, the little girl was shocked. She thought that she had broken something. She hurriedly stood up from her seat and stood aside helplessly. "What's the matter?" Her father's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xixi was shocked again. The stewardess was very nimble. She had already helped to retrieve it. She even taught Murphy to feed Tong Tong some water or milk from a milk bottle when the plane took off. It was the same principle as adults chewing gum to prevent ear discomfort. Xianxia didn't have anything to do, so he came over to see what Xixi was doing. The little girl felt that she had done something wrong, and she had been discovered. After getting a shock, she lowered her little head in embarrassment. However, perhaps she still felt that her father wasn't looking at her, so she secretly raised her head. Her big, bright eyes looked at her father evasively. In the end, when her eyes met with her father's smiling eyes, she lowered her head in a panic. Xianxia was amused. He patted Xixi's head and smiled. "Come, sit down. Let's see how these things are controlled." Seeing that her father wasn't angry, Xixi breathed a sigh of relief. Her interest in exploring was rekindled. This time, she wanted to explore with her father. After the little girl sat down, she looked at her father eagerly. The seat was quite spacious. Xixi's little but didn't take up much space, so Xianxia sat beside Xixi. The 2 of them squeezed and sat down. He took out an instruction manual from the newspaper and magazine folder near the door. "Look, there's an instruction manual here." Then, Xianxia found the right button and put the appended table back. This way, the space was spacious again. "This TV can still be watched." Xianxia found the button and turned on the LCD screen directly opposite him. The LCD screen was embedded in the board of the private room, and it was at the top of the small sofa at the foot. It was very far away, so Xianxia didn't have to worry about Xixi's eyesight being affected by the TV. However, it wasn't accurate to say that it was a TV. To be precise, it was an onboard entertainment system that could be controlled through the control panel. The joystick could also be used as a mouse. "I want to see the ugly bunny," she said happily as she shook her father's arm when she saw that the TV was turned on. However, this newly aired cartoon wasn't available. Xianxia searched for a while and found that there were many movies and TV series, but there were only a few cartoons for children to watch. The father and daughter didn't know how long they explored until the stewardess came over and told Xianxia to sit tight. As the plane was about to take off, Xianxia fastened the seatbelt for Xi and went to check on Murphy. Tong Tong didn't have any big reaction. The little boy was in his mother's arms, and his eyes were wide open. Because the partition was down, he was curiously watching his father and sister fiddling with the shiny screen. It wasn't as troublesome as imagined. During the takeoff, Tong Tong bit the pacifier of his milk bottle and drank warm water. He was very calm until the flight stabilized. Finally, he could move. The stewardess came over and poured a glass of apple juice for Murphy. She looked at Tong Tong and said with a smile, "He's so obedient, and he's as cute as his sister." "Sister said you're a good baby, good baby." Murphy smiled and reached out to touch Tong Tong's soft little face to tease him. The little boy even grinned, revealing two beautiful little dimples. She couldn't wait to call her father over and continued to explore the mechanisms with her father. "Look, how long are your father's legs?" Xianxia whispered to Xi. Xianxia sat on the sofa, stretched out his legs, and firmly placed them on the small sofa with two pillows. Needless to say, the space in the middle was very big, and people who weren't tall enough couldn't reach the sofa with their buttocks full of seats. She giggled. She also lifted her long legs, but there was no place for her to put them, so she put them on her father's knees. This simple happiness made the little girl smile so much that her eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. When they arrived in Sydney, it was around 5 o'clock in the morning local time. However, it was also around 3 o'clock in the morning in Beijing. Cici had a lot of fun on the plane last night. She crawled around her mother's seat and grabbed her father's seat, asking him to play with her. Xianxia even dug out the dining table to draw and tell stories with the little girl. It was only after 11 o'clock in the morning in Beijing that the little girl fell asleep. Therefore, when they got off the plane, she couldn't get up at all. She looked sleepy. Xianxia helplessly carried her off the plane. The little girl leaned into her father's warm embrace and fell asleep comfortably on her father's shoulder. "Let's go to the hotel to get rid of the jet lag first. We'll go out at noon." Murphy and Tong Tong went to bed early last night. They were full of energy now. Tong Tong was also in her mother's arms, looking around curiously at the world. It was already autumn in Australia in April. However, the weather was still very mild. The only regret was that the temperature difference between day and night was a little big. When they came out of the airport, it was cold outside. Fortunately, the stewardess reminded them to put on their jackets. However, when the sun rose and it was close to noon, the cloudless blue sky couldn't block out the blazing sun. The temperature was so high that they couldn't wear 2 layers of clothes. Murphy changed Xi into a thin long dress. "Let's go see the kangaroos." "Papa, let's go see the kangaroos, okay?" The little girl in a printed chiffon dress held her father's hand and said eagerly as soon as they stepped out of the door. Looking at Xi's expectant eyes, it was obvious that her main purpose of coming to Australia was to see the animals in the photos that Lu Weisha sent her. She wanted to see them with her own eyes. "It's too late today. Let's go to the zoo. It won't be long before the zoo closes. You won't be able to play with the kangaroos for long. We'll go tomorrow." Xianxia patted his daughter's little shoulder and said with a smile. If they didn't go to the zoo today, where would they go to play? It was very simple. The most famous thing about this city, other than some famous buildings, was its more than 70 charming beaches. Of course, with so many beaches, choosing one was also a problem. Xianxia and the others went to Manly Beach, which was said to be the most suitable place for the whole family to play together. They took the ferry there, and from the boat they could also admire the famous shell-like building along the coast. When they passed by, Xianxia even called Xi out to take photos of the little girl on the deck. Of course, Murphy was also there. She pushed Tong Tong in a stroller, so she didn't have to carry him all the time. Tong Tong stayed by her father's feet during the photo shoot. In the camera, the sea breeze lifted Mo Fei's hair under her big sun hat. Her hair fluttered in the wind and reflected the golden light in the sun. She looked at Yang Yi with a happy and displeased expression. Every photo was taken as if she was a model in a blockbuster. It was the first time that she was on a boat, so she was actually a little scared, especially on the deck. The little girl was worried that she would be thrown into the sea by the shaking ferry, but she also wanted to be closer to see the boundless sea in the distance. Looking at her holding her father's clothes tightly, her tangled look was so cute. "Papa, are there any big fish here?" She waited for her father to finish taking photos of her mother, then raised her head and asked weakly. "If it's fish, there might be, but there shouldn't be any big fish here." Yang Yi shook his head and said. This place could be regarded as a wedge-shaped bay. Boats came and went. Even if there were big fish, they would have to stay away from these bigger steel beasts. "Okay," the little girl said with some regret. "It doesn't matter. In 2 days, we will go to another city. We will take a bigger boat and go out to see the whales. There are also big and beautiful coral reefs." Yang Yi smiled and comforted his daughter. "Okay." She immediately became happy and forgot her initial fear of taking a boat. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. There were many beautiful yachts at the dock, but that was not today's theme. Yang Yi took Murphy through the long and narrow, beautiful streets, past a dazzling variety of shops, and arrived at the beautiful beach. No wonder it was praised by many people. The long beach, the sand was flat and fine. Although there were many tourists, it didn't feel dirty at all. It was clean as if it had never been developed before. The deep blue sea and the blue sky, the blue was clean and pure, so beautiful that it was suffocating. The phrase "the line between the sea and the sky" was quite appropriate here. The deep blue sea seemed to be at the end of the field of vision, and the edge of the white sky, forming a contrasting line. Perhaps it was not the right time, and the waves were not turbulent enough, but there were still white waves rolling layer after layer towards the tourists playing on the beach. The white waves seemed to echo the clean clouds on the horizon. If the picture was reversed, it would be difficult to distinguish which was the waves and which was the clouds. In the afternoon, the temperature on the beach was very high. In addition, the temperature of the sea had always been constant, so there were still many people swimming and playing in the sea. In the distance, there were small speedboats dragging people on surfboards surfing on the sea. Even if the waves were not big at this time, listening to their shouts from afar, it was obvious that they were having a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Yang Yi and Murphy did not plan to go into the water. After all, they had 2 children with them. When she reached the beach, she was very excited. The little girl pulled her father's hand and insisted that her father take her to the sea. She wanted to swim in the sea, but she was also a little scared, so she stepped on the waves on the shore. The little girl, who was wearing a long dress, held her dress with her hands. When the waves rolled up the white foam and hit her, she screamed and dodged. When the water slowly receded, the little girl chased after the waves like a general who had won a battle, giggling and stepping on the receding waterline. However, the next wave came back, and she screamed and dodged again. Her bare feet left small footprints on the wet beach. Wearing sunglasses and holding a camera, Yang Yi stood by the side and watched. Looking at his daughter's smiling face, the calm Yang Yi also revealed a gentle smile. Murphy, with Kitty in her arms, also slowly walked over on the sand. Tong Tong was in his mother's arms. He seemed to be very interested in the blue color. The little guy opened his big eyes and looked at the distant sea and the sky. His small mouth was slightly open, and he looked like he was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. "Little brother, it's so fun here." This time, she did not dodge the waves. Her little feet were caught in the foam of the waves. The little girl was not in a hurry. She excitedly stepped on the water and shouted to Tong Tong. However, Tong Tong was attracted by the sea and did not pay attention to her. Stepping on the waves and strolling on the beach, they enjoyed a leisurely time. Of course, it was still tiring to walk on the soft sand. After playing for about an hour, Yang Yi and the others sat at a beach bar to take a break. This beach bar was a big tent with a sunshade, but there were no walls on all sides, so the people sitting inside could enjoy the cool and comfortable feeling while also looking at the blue sky and blue sea. Yang Yi and Murphy did not drink. Fortunately, the bar also sold fruit juice. They sat on the beach chairs and drank the cold fruit juice on the wooden table. The tiredness disappeared without a trace. She was originally a little tired, but the little girl drank the fruit juice for a while and recovered her exuberant energy. She restlessly moved around on the beach chair and even stuck out her little butt. She leaned on the beach chair and watched someone play the guitar and sing. The person playing the guitar and singing was a white guy. However, he was not a professional performer, but a local tourist who came to play. He even brought a guitar with him. On this romantic beach, he played and sang for his female companion. To be honest, this guy's singing was indeed average in the eyes of professional singers like Xianxia, but he sang very passionately. Under his enthusiasm, it was also very infectious. The surrounding customers in the bar also whistled and cheered for the guy. "It's so romantic," Emofe whispered enviously. Xianxia looked at Murphy, who was holding Tong Tong. Suddenly, his vision went back to 2 years ago. It was around this time that he met Murphy for the first time in the dark tube-shaped apartment. At that time, Murphy was arrogant and cold like a black swan, which made him feel disgusted. But at that time, he did not know that arrogance was just a way for Murphy to protect herself in the face of the cruel society. Later, under his company, Murphy removed this disguise. Although she was still a little cold and introverted, she became gentle and considerate. He also did not know that the arrogant black swan was now the mother of his 2 children. Now, she was holding Erwa and sitting next to him. The two of them were as loving as before, inseparable as a shadow. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Xianxia's sigh, the singing guy finished singing. In the cheers of the crowd, he received a kiss from his female companion. Xianxia suddenly had an inspiration. He smiled, put the cup on the table, got up and walked to the white guy. Murphy didn't notice Xianxia suddenly getting up because she was still watching the commotion. However, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. He walked towards the Caucasian guy, and Murphy immediately guessed what Xianxia was going to do. Emofe was surprised and overjoyed. She was still holding little mommy, so she could only use her free hand to cover her slightly opened lips that she couldn't control herself. Xianxia and the Caucasian guy talked for a while, and the happy Caucasian guy enthusiastically handed his guitar to Xianxia. Then, the two of them even cupped their fists and bumped shoulders like men. "God bless you, my brother." Murphy could hear the Caucasian guy shouting excitedly. All the tourists in the bar were still discussing the Caucasian guy with relish. Now that they saw the guy shouting and an Asian man borrowing a guitar, they knew that there was going to be a lively scene again. Immediately, cheers and whistles rose and fell one after another. At the bar next to them, the bartender girl in a bikini also picked up her phone with great interest and used her phone's camera to record. She only filmed half of the Caucasian guy's courtship. She was regretting that if she could film the whole thing, she would have something to brag about to her friends. The enthusiasm of the onlookers didn't scare Xianxia. He also mingled overseas in his previous life, so he knew that foreigners weren't so reserved. He also smiled, raised his guitar, and said loudly, "Friends, now, I'm going to sing a song for my wife to remember when we met. Her beauty and my heart moved." Xianxia said it vaguely. Murphy might have thought that Xianxia was referring to 7 years ago, but he was actually talking about 2 years ago. But it didn't matter. The onlookers all looked at Murphy, saw her and the 2 children, and offered their kind laughter and applause. "She's pretty. Right? Among Asians, I think she's very beautiful." A girl asked her companion. "Her husband is very handsome. He's tall, has a good figure, and a cool face." It had to be said that Xianxia's face might not be considered handsome in China, but among foreigners with a strong 3-dimensional face, he was indeed a handsome guy. Moreover, with his long, strong thighs and slightly open shirt that revealed some strong chest muscles, it really looked like it could stimulate women's hormones. Maybe, but the aesthetics of Asians might be a little different from ours. Her companion wasn't so fascinated. She was very interested in the love between Xianxia and his wife, but at least, they'd been in love for many years. "Look at these 2 cute children, their relationship is obviously very stable. This is enviable." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Xianxia pulled the strings of the guitar and gently patted it, and started playing. Note 1, the lively and cheerful melody was like a cool sea breeze blowing from nature. It immediately relaxed people's restless minds and grabbed people's ears tightly. Everyone closed their mouths at the same time. The beach bar became quiet, and only the sound of Yang Yi's performance could be heard. Murphy sat at the table and listened. Just the prelude had already made her look forward to it. She definitely hadn't heard this song before. This bastard secretly prepared another surprise. The beautiful woman's eyes wandered, and she bit her red lips lightly, looking angry and happy. Will you, don't you, and... Yang Yi's opening made Murphy even more surprised. She didn't expect Yang Yi to prepare an English song. Although the song Let It Go that Yang Yi first sang to She was an English song, he hadn't composed an English song in the past 2 years. Of course, Murphy didn't doubt Yang Yi's ability. She felt that with Yang Yi's talent and his proficiency in English, it shouldn't be a problem for him to create an English song. However, Murphy couldn't figure it out. When did this guy have the time to secretly write an English song? Murphy didn't know that Yang Yi liked this song very much in his previous life, and now it was completely at his fingertips. But this smart and stupid woman wouldn't be entangled in some insignificant problems. If she couldn't figure it out, then she wouldn't think about it. Listen to the song. From the beginning of the prelude, the melody had been very beautiful, and Mo also understood the lyrics. I tried to be as cold as ice, but your passion melted this layer of camouflage, breaking through the cracks of the camouflage, and looking outside. This feeling is wonderful. Now I have to try my best to hide my infatuation. While I can still pretend to be a cold and handsome guy, I have to show my most handsome side. Such straightforward lyrics, such a straightforward confession. Murphy couldn't help but blush as she listened to the laughter of the tourists around them. Suddenly, she remembered 2 years ago, when Yang Yi's personality changed. He and she were both ice cold, but this guy's temper was so bad. But now, this confession made Murphy's heart beat wildly. She was secretly happy, but also embarrassed, because she felt that her feelings for Yang Yi back then were actually the same as Yang Yi's feelings for her. It turned out that the two of them were unknowingly attracted to each other. The surrounding tourists didn't know Murphy's thoughts. They were still laughing softly, and their eyes were full of admiration. Yang Yi's song was indeed good, but until now, no one had recognized that Yang Yi's song was original. They just thought that it was a very good song that they had never heard before, or maybe someone else had, but now, the shy and introverted Chinese in their impression was actually singing such a straightforward song in front of so many people to express his love. This inspired their admiration and enthusiasm for Yang Yi. It seemed that Yang Yi was like them, a person who loved this world. This song was naturally not only straightforward lyrics and a moving melody, but some of its phrases also had a kind of magic that made people want to sway with it, especially after Yang Yi's affectionate M. The song entered the chorus stage with a brighter rhythm. Although there was no drum accompaniment, the clear pronunciation, rhyming, and strong rhythm of the lyrics still made the onlookers in the beach bar unable to help but raise their hands, twist, and sway along with the song. Of course, the biggest impact on Murphy was the strong emotion expressed in the lyrics. Yang Yi was gently twisting his guitar, looking at Murphy affectionately as he sang, "Are you willing to take 2 more steps forward? Are you willing to come closer to me? Darling. Then I will gently bite your ear." Even the open and enthusiastic foreigners couldn't help but grin at this blatant teasing. And when the thin-skinned Murphy heard it, her blush, as if she had drunk alcohol, spread directly to her white jade-like earlobes and neck. Nice. Man. Behind Yang Yi, the white guy who lent the guitar to Yang Yi waved his fist excitedly. Then, he and his girlfriend looked at each other and smiled. Following this passionate feeling, they kissed. When Yang Yi repeated this paragraph again, "But I won't hesitate no more, no more, but I won't hesitate no more, no more, no more." Some enthusiastic tourists couldn't help but sing along, "No more, no more." These lyrics were too easy to pronounce, the melody was still so moving. If it weren't for Yang Yi's sudden and personal confession, there might be a few hot bikini girls who would be willing to stand up and twist their waists to dance for this song, but Yang Yi was still as affectionate as ever. He only had Murphy in his eyes. He emotionally sang the last part of the song, "It doesn't need to be complicated, because our time is short. This is our destiny, I'm yours." Later, Yang Yi didn't hum endlessly like the original singer. He straightforwardly ended the song with a moving melody. Just when Yang Yi and Murphy were still looking at each other affectionately, the tourists in the beach bar couldn't help but laugh and jeer. Kiss. Kiss. He had already sung such a passionate song, how could he be so reserved now? He had to have a beautiful ending. When her father was singing, she turned around like before. But was facing her mother, and her two small hands were on the back of the beach chair. Her big eyes were sparkling as she watched her father's performance with rapt attention. When she heard the upbeat part, the little girl couldn't help but twist around on the beach chair. Luckily, Murphy was holding on to the chair's armrest. Otherwise, Cece would definitely twist herself and the beach chair and fall down. Although her father had finished singing, the enthusiasm of the surrounding tourists still infected Xianxia. The little girl sat on her legs and held onto the armrest with both hands. She looked up at her father and giggled, hee hee. Hee hee. Yang Yi didn't care about the little girl at this time. He looked at Murphy affectionately. When the surrounding tourists' cheers reached a boiling point, he looked around and smiled at Murphy. The two of them could be said to be introverted, but they could also be said to be generous and unruly. After all, Mo Fei grew up in the United States, and Yang Yi did not have a fixed place in his previous life, so he was exposed to more foreign cultures. Yang Yi walked over gracefully, gently wrapped his long arms around Mo Fei, who had stood up, and held her together with little Hua Hua in his arms. In the cheers of the crowd, he kissed Mo Fei's cherry lips affectionately. Ooh ooh. The surrounding tourists shouted as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The girl at the bar also had a smile on her face. She raised her phone and focused on the pair of well-matched couples. Of course, in front of so many people, Murphy was still a little shy. As they kissed, her ears turned red. Yang Yi wasn't too aggressive. He only touched her lightly. However, she couldn't hold back. How could her father only kiss her mother and not she? The little girl in a long dress stepped on the beach chair and appeared in front of the tourists. She shook her thin and long arms, and her delicate little face was full of excitement. She shouted, "Papa, there's still me." Yang Yi smiled. He held Murphy with one hand and Xi's legs with the other. He hugged the little girl who was about to fall to his side and kissed her forehead. This loving scene fell into the eyes of all the tourists. They were finally satisfied, and they cheered and applauded enthusiastically. After a while, the hubbub died down. After all, on this beautiful beach, it would be abnormal if confessions didn't happen 17 or 18 times a day. Please give me 4 bottles of beer. Yang Yi didn't forget to return the guitar to the white guy. He also took a few bottles of beer from the bar for him and his female companion. You sang very well. When the bikini bar girl handed over the beer, she didn't forget to stand on tiptoe. She squeezed her 2 elbows on the bar and winked at Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi acted as if he didn't see it. He just smiled faintly and left with the wine. Awesome. Man. The white guy still clasped his fist and bumped Yang Yi's shoulder. He smiled and said to Yang Yi. Yang Yi chatted with him for a while. When he left, the white guy still couldn't forget to ask Yang Yi, "Brother, what's the name of the song you just sang? It's really good." Yang Yi turned back and smiled. The name of the song is "I'm Yours." Although Yang Yi told the other party the name of the song, the white guy was probably going to be disappointed. This song didn't exist on any of the current music websites. After returning to Murphy's side, they could finally continue to enjoy the leisurely afternoon. However, Murphy's eyes were filled with a strange look. Yang Yi saw it and grabbed her hand. He crossed his fingers and smiled. "What are you thinking about?" Murphy glanced at her daughter. She didn't look at them. The little girl was very interested in a group of big brothers and big sisters playing beach volleyball on the beach. Murphy retracted her gaze. She pursed her lips and whispered to Yang Yi, "I realized that you're still very popular abroad. Why is there a hint of jealousy in your words?" Yang Yi teased with a smile. Murphy gently bit her lips. Because of the juice, her red lips were stained with a little glossy luster. She looked very attractive at the moment. "It's the truth. Look, the bartender lady just now was flirting with you. Was it nice?" "What was nice?" Yang Yi was dumbfounded. "What do you think?" Murphy snorted softly. She saw that the bikini beauty was squeezing her breasts so hard that they were about to burst. How dare I look? I only have eyes for you. Xianxia cleverly chose to say sweet words. Murphy was a little happy. However, Murphy, who was a little insecure, still felt a sense of crisis. At this time, she realized that Xianxia wasn't a very handsome guy in China. However, when placed abroad, he was a real handsome guy. Xianxia's face, which was slightly masculine among Asians, was just right in the eyes of foreigners. He wasn't feminine or too rough. He was the template of a handsome guy. No wonder, when Xianxia was singing, the ones who shouted the loudest were the female tourists. Okay. Don't worry. Xianxia took Murphy's hand and smiled gently. He said, "Didn't I sing for you just now? I'm yours. I'm yours." Murphy was touched, but this insecurity also inspired some of her fighting spirit. Murphy gently bit her lower lip again and looked at Xianxia with seductive eyes. She whispered, "I'm not worried. I'm just thinking, what's so good about other people? When we get back to the hotel, I'll show you more." Looking at Murphy's fighting spirit, like a proud little swan, Xianxia's mouth was dry. Some people were on vacation, some had to work overtime. At Xianxia Production Company, far away in Xiangnan, Luo Jingting, who had just been promoted to deputy general manager, was having a meeting with the company's production team. The ratings of High Energy Challenge are still declining. The company has decided to launch Life in Disguise as soon as possible to take over High Energy Challenge, which will end in May. However, just relying on the past won't solve the problem. If we want to achieve results, we still have to have our own innovative programs. Luo Jingting said ambitiously. But President Luo, innovation isn't that simple. Didn't the few programs that our department thought of not get approved? The manager of the production team said tactfully, the company put too many resources on the 2 new programs. Everyone's enthusiasm has been greatly affected. That was in the past. Now, I'm here to change the situation. Luo Jingting said with some passion. But don't use the old plans to fool me. For an innovative program, you have to consider the market orientation. What's the most popular variety show in the market now? Luo Jingting said. Although he was a little unwilling, the manager of the production team still stammered, "It's the Limit Challenge by China Star Productions." Extremely Picky had already overturned the entire television industry. The brand new reality show gameplay and excellent reputation had attracted more and more attention from the audience. This was also why their company's High Energy Challenge had been getting colder and colder ever since it was broadcasted. Everyone had watched Extremely Picky, so how could they still be interested in a reality show filmed in a studio with ordinary people performing? Then study the Limit Challenge well for me. Dig out the reason why it became popular and the elements that made it popular. We'll make a program like this ourselves. Luo Jingting seemed to have forgotten how he had suspected the Limit Challenge of plagiarizing High Energy Challenge in the past. But, isn't this plagiarism? Someone could not help but ask. Are you stupid? Who told you to copy their entire program? What I mean is, outside of the scope of plagiarism, we'll learn from their strengths and make our own program with our own characteristics. However, we have to ride on the popularity of the Limit Challenge, understand? Luo Jingting said with disappointment. Understood. The manager of the production team hurriedly agreed. I'll go back and talk to them properly. Watch the Limit Challenge more. It's our opponent, but it's also our hope. Luo Jingting nodded in satisfaction. The main purpose of their trip to Australia was to satisfy Xishi's wish to see kangaroos. Therefore, early the next morning, Xianxia and the rest took the ferry to Tarana Zoo on the other side of the river. The zoo was located on a small hill. Looking from afar, the dense greenery was a stark contrast to the steel and concrete forest in the metropolis that Xianxia and the rest had come to. It wasn't easy to have such a large area that could accommodate wild animals in a major international city. For convenience's sake, as well as to not miss out on the opportunity to have close contact with Australia's native wild animals, Xianxia hired a tour guide when he bought the tickets. After chatting with her for a while, Xianxia found out that this female tour guide was a graduate of the University of Queensland. She was actually a tour guide with such high academic qualifications? This made Xianxia and Murphy extremely surprised. However, seeing how she was smiling at Fang Yan, perhaps she was also interested in the tour and was enjoying it. However, tour guides were generally unscrupulous. This female tour guide led Yang Yi and his family into the park and into the souvenir shop. Wow! A giraffe. The moment Xianxia entered, she couldn't move her feet. She held her father's hand excitedly and walked toward a one-scale giraffe plush doll. It's really beautiful. Murphy couldn't help but walk over with Tong Tong in her arms. She looked up at the giraffe's head and said with a smile, "Hubby, look, there are even leaves in its mouth. It's so exquisitely made. Wasn't that right?" The leaves were all made of cloth, but the craftsmanship was equally exquisite. The fur was dense, and its legs were long and sturdy. Even the markings on the giraffe's body were different from others. The more one looked at it, the more beautiful it felt. "Daddy, I want this." Xianxia hugged the giraffe's leg. In front of this huge creature, she was as small and weak as a kitten in front of a human. However, the young lady didn't mind at all. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her father with anticipation. Buy it home, this was the only thought in the young lady's mind. We can't bring this back even if we buy it. Yang Yi's heart almost softened when he saw his daughter's pitiful little eyes when she was begging. However, there was really nothing he could do about it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Look at how big it is. How can we bring such a big giraffe onto the plane, don't you think so?" "Woo, no, I want a giraffe." Xianxia pouted as she twisted her head and said sadly. It was the first time that Xianxia had seen such a big plush doll. She was so excited that she couldn't think about what her father had said. She even saw this big giraffe and was unwilling to look at the short tiger and elephant beside it. Plush dolls, especially large ones, were no less attractive to women than golden coins were to dragons. Murphy also touched the giraffe plush toy reluctantly. It was not easy for her to overcome her desire to buy it. She patted Xianxia's shoulder on behalf of Yang Yi, who was smiling bitterly, and said softly, "Let's go look at something else, okay? Something else might be more interesting." No, I want this." "Papa, can you buy this for me?" Xianxia looked at her father pitifully. However, her father had no choice. "We'll buy it when we get back. There's also a giraffe in the mall near home." Yang Yi could only coax Xianxia. "We don't have it at home." The little girl was almost 6 years old and wasn't so easy to coax. She pouted and shook her head in disagreement. "Yes, Dad can get someone to make it for you. Dad knows a factory." Yang Yi had an idea and said to Xianxia, "Make it exactly like this. Dad promises you that I'll get someone to make it for you when we get back." This time, Yang Yi was not coaxing Xianxia. Although he didn't know a factory, he had always wanted to buy a toy factory. Now that the work of adapting fairy tales into cartoons had begun, he needed to start investing in such a factory to produce peripheral products. This was a very important income, and it was also related to shaping the image of the characters in fairy tales and laying a solid foundation for the amusement park in the future. Since he planned to buy a factory, it was not a big deal to get a large plush toy for Xianxia. What's more, Yang Yi also liked Murphy very much. "Xianxia, come and see. There are penguins and small giraffes here. This is even cuter." Murphy's voice came over. She stood next to a shelf and pointed at the mini plush toys on the shelf and smiled. "We can buy this. It's only this big, so it's easier to carry around." After getting her father's promise, Xianxia finally let go of the giraffe reluctantly. Moreover, the mini plush toy over there was indeed an indescribable sense of adorableness. The little girl skipped over and picked it up with her mother. Looking at Murphy and his daughter's smiling faces, Yang Yi was slightly relieved. He asked the tour guide casually, "How much is this giraffe?" Just now, Yang Yi and Xianxia were communicating in Chinese, so the tour guide just stood there blankly. This time, Yang Yi used English, so the tour guide understood. She waved her hand and smiled. "This is for exhibition only. We're not selling it." Through the incident with the giraffe, Yang Yi suddenly realized that his daughter was not so perfect. The little girl was still like other children. She had a persistent pursuit of what she wanted. This spirit was commendable, but if it evolved into a bad habit of pestering and crying to achieve her goals, that was not what Yang Yi wanted to see. Although Yang Yi was willing to satisfy all of his daughter's requests, he also had the ability to let Xianxia buy whatever she wanted. But too much pampering was not a good thing, so, when she and Murphy finished choosing the souvenirs they wanted to buy, Xianxia stopped them. We can't buy them now. Why? She asked, puzzled. Because we still have to go to the zoo. Don't you want to see real kangaroos and giraffes? Xianxia smiled. It won't be too late to buy them after we finish looking around. But, I want to buy them now. The little girl pouted and was a little unhappy. She was a little reluctant. If you want to buy them, that's fine. But during this process, you have to be responsible for carrying them. You can't let Mom and Dad help you. Mom has to take care of your brother, and Dad has to carry things and take photos of you. Xianxia smiled. You make the decision. Do you want to buy them now, or wait until we finish looking at the kangaroos and giraffes? As he spoke, Xianxia signaled Murphy not to interfere with him with his eyes. Murphy was actually a little confused. But she knew that Xianxia loved his daughter more than she did. He must have his reasons for doing so. She did not expect that her father deliberately made this difficult problem for her. The little girl looked at the plush toy in her hand reluctantly for a while, but finally nodded. What do you mean by nodding? Xianxi's voice was still very gentle, but he did not give in at all. Are you saying that you want to play with Mom and Dad, and then go down the mountain to buy them? Or do you want to buy them now and hold them yourself? I want to buy them now. I'll hold them myself. The little girl said energetically. She did not feel that there was anything strange about it. Instead, she smiled sweetly as if she had made a good decision to help her parents. Okay. Xianxia said in his heart. The test begins. Quacka. Quacka. Strolling along the zoo's quiet path, Shishi's pleasant voice was like a cheerful lark jumping and singing among the towering trees. Xianxia was carrying a bag and walking beside Murphy. In front of them, the little girl was jumping happily, carrying a big zoo shopping bag in one hand and a short-tailed kangaroo plush toy in the other. She was happily calling its name. The short-tailed kangaroo was indeed very cute. Its chubby cheeks, sweet smile, and its habit of loving close contact with humans made it a little fellow that everyone loved. In particular, a small short-tailed kangaroo had curiously and happily taken a selfie in front of the camera. When the video was uploaded to the internet, people could see its charmingly naive appearance, chubby little face, and intimate smile. All of a sudden, this cute creature had become an internet celebrity all over the world. She liked this plush toy very much. It was like a giraffe, and she wouldn't let go once she hugged it. Xianxia didn't interfere and let her hold on to it. After all, it was also a kind of test. We are now in a reptile museum. Australia is rich in reptile resources. The highly educated female tour guide kept introducing the place. At first, Xianxia and Murphy didn't realize what was going on. But, after they entered, they were greeted by a green lizard under the light and leaves. Looking around, there were lizards of different shapes and sizes, turtles, frogs, and even a coiled python. Ah! Murphy was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around and hid behind Xianxia with Tong Tong in her arms. She shivered and said, "Why is it this kind of thing? I hate lizards the most. Hubby, can we go? Let's not look at this, okay?" She didn't have any reaction to the reptiles, but she was frightened by her mother. She thought that something had happened, so she grabbed her father's clothes in a panic and wanted to hide. All right, let's not look at this. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He called the tour guide and asked her to take them around the reptile museum to see other animals. It's really a pity. These animals are very cute. When the tour guide took them to the local animal museum, she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. It seemed that women were different. Many women had a natural fear of reptiles, but some women found them cute. It was much more fun at the local animal museum. The bright sun shone on the small outdoor parks, man-made stone mountains, and planted trees. One by one, native Australian animals appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. Suddenly, there was a feeling of too much for the eye to take in. Papa, is this a piglet? As if she had discovered a new continent, she happily pointed at a wombat that looked simple and honest and moved slowly and leisurely. No, this is a wombat, Xianxia said to his daughter, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He felt that if the wombat could understand Shishi's words, it would cry out, "Do I look like a pig? Don't you see that I have a bear-like fur?" When the tour guide saw that Xianxia and the others' attention was on the wombat, she came over to introduce it. It was not a boring introduction to science. She talked about a lot of interesting facts about wombats, such as the wombat's poop, which was the only square poop in the world. She looked at the wombat for a while, and then looked at the young lady for a while. She was fascinated. The little girl could understand most of the English, but there were some professional terms that she couldn't understand. Xianxia consciously translated a few more difficult words for her. Of course, the young lady's introduction made Shishi more interested in this cute wombat. "Papa, why didn't it poop? Can we see it poop before we go?" Shishi was still reluctant to move. "Then we have to wait for 14 days. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. She also listened carefully to the tour guide's introduction and knew that it took 14 days for the wombat to digest its food. In the end, Shishi couldn't wait any longer, because it was time for them to see the cuter koala. There were limited tickets to get close to the koala. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others came early and bought the tickets in time under the tour guide's reminder. Shishi carried the handbag and followed her father excitedly. The little girl's perseverance was a bit beyond Xianxia's expectations. He originally thought that Shishi would be impatient after carrying the bag for a while, but she had been carrying it for more than half an hour, and climbed the mountain with the adults all the time without saying that she was tired. This performance made Xianxia surprised, but at the same time, he also felt a little gratified. However, he still wanted to see where Shishi's limit was. Shishi didn't know that her father was still scheming against her. The little girl followed her mother's finger and saw the koala sleeping in the branches of the tall eucalyptus tree. "So cute." The little girl couldn't help but murmur. Her beautiful eyes seemed to reflect the bright sunshine, revealing a happy expression. The koala was really cute. It had a big nose, thick lower lip, and a pair of sleepy eyes that couldn't open. It was so cute that people's hearts were about to be melted by it. It was indeed a good time to sleep under the warm sun, but the thick hair on the koala's body looked very much like the cotton of the quilts used by the poor in the past, and it was the kind that had been used for a long time. They needed to find a few masters, draw a bow, and shoot. However, with the koala's habits, which were similar to that of a sloth, even if they shot it, it would probably take a long time before it cried out. Of course, since the koala was so cute, it was better not to bully it. She looked at the koala with little stars in her eyes. If she didn't know that it was impossible, she would probably want to take this cute thing home. Even if she couldn't take it home, she could still hug it. It was just that koalas slept most of the time, and the zoo arranged for them to work very short hours. For example, a young koala would only work for 10 minutes a day, and an adult koala would not work for more than half an hour. Moreover, every 3 days they worked, they would have a day off. No one else could receive such treatment, so when it was time for them to work, there were already many people queuing up. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others came early. The tour guide took the 3 tickets that Xianxia handed over and took them to go through the procedures for entering the cage. It wasn't very complicated. They just needed some training. A zookeeper came and taught them how to hold the koala. Tree, you have to think that you are a eucalyptus tree. Pretend that you are a eucalyptus tree, hee hee. She listened to the strange pronunciation and couldn't help but smile. Listen carefully and respect others. Murphy looked over sternly, and the little girl became more obedient. She could hold the young koala. When the young koala woke up, it was also in a daze. Its 2 protruding ears finally opened, and it looked extremely cute. She, who had been in contact with animals since she was a child, was not afraid to hold the koala. Moreover, when the young koala was pulled into Shishi's arms, it grabbed the clothes on Shishi's shoulders by itself. Just like a human child, it was very dependent on Shishi's embrace. Papa, look. Shishi cried out happily. Perhaps the young koala had also triggered Shishi's protective feelings. The little girl didn't move. The sun shone on her little face, and it was as bright as her smile. Xianxia pressed the shutter in time and took a picture of this loving scene. Just then, the young koala turned its head and happened to be facing the camera. The young koala's somewhat confused and honest face and Shishi's sweet smiling face were all recorded. Unfortunately, Shishi's holding of the koala was also very short. After only 3 minutes, the zookeeper came over and took the young koala away. The little girl looked at the young koala reluctantly. She hadn't had enough yet, however, the zookeeper was not her father. He was a bit dignified like a teacher. She didn't dare to entangle with him. She could only return to her father's side and look at him enviously. When Mo-Fei went to hold the koala, Yang helped to hold little Momo. However, the little guy, who was not sensible yet, seemed to feel threatened by the happy smile on his mother's face when she was holding the koala. He turned his head, looked at it for a while, stretched out a small hand, and began to babble to his mother. "How can you hold another little thing? You don't want your cutest baby anymore." Look at Tong Tong's puckered up. He was so wrong that he was about to cry. This little guy, he hadn't grown up yet, but he had already learned how to be jealous. Fortunately, Murphy could only hold the koala for 3 minutes. She returned the koala and took back Tong Tong. Otherwise, Tong Tong would definitely rebel. After a while, they came out of the koala's cage. She was still a little unsatisfied. She looked back 3 times with every step. She was reluctant to leave this cute thing. When they left, they had to go to the locker to take back the things that they couldn't bring into the cage before. However, when Yang handed Shishi's bag of plush toys to her, the little girl shrank her little hand behind her back. Yang handed the bag of plush toys to Shishi, thinking that the energetic little girl would take it without hesitation. However, he saw that Shishi hid her little hand behind her back. In order to hide her little hand, the little girl stuck out her belly, and her 2 braids hung in front of her chest. She blinked her big bright eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but stopped. "What? Don't you want it?" Yang asked, amused. "Papa, help me take it." Shishi's tone was a little hesitant, but it was a statement. "Why? Didn't we agree that you'd be responsible for holding it until we're done with the zoo?" Yang's lips curled up slightly as he pretended to be confused. "Oh. Papa, help me take it." Shishi frowned slightly, and said sadly and pitifully, "I have been holding it for a long time." Yang almost couldn't stand his daughter's soft and cute pleading. However, there were some things that Shishi still needed to understand. Yang shook his head and said, "That won't do. You see, Papa doesn't have free hands to take things. Moreover, you promised me that you would help me take it at the foot of the mountain. You can't break your promise. Look, your little brother is looking at you. If you break your promise, he will think, 'Sister, shame, shame, shame.'" After hearing what her father said, she subconsciously looked at Tong Tong, who was in her mother's arms. The little guy seemed to have a reaction to being called little brother. He turned his little head and looked at his father, who had said a lot, "I can't lose face in front of my little brother. We are big sisters." She pursed her lips, but she still toughened up. She reluctantly reached out her little hand and said, "Okay. I'll take it." However, a child's mood came and went quickly. When they saw the real giraffe later, Cece, who had become a little fangirl of this big guy that was several meters tall, completely forgot her grievances just now. She held the bag with one hand and waved excitedly at the big guy with the other hand. The little girl was so happy that it was as if she had met an old friend. However, the giraffe ignored her. These big guys were enjoying the best scenery in the zoo. Their heads were held high as they nibbled on the leaves hanging in cages. At the same time, they were leisurely looking at the famous buildings such as the Opera House on the other side of the mountain. Shishi, who was only a meter tall, and Yang, who was almost 2 meters tall, were dwarfs in front of them. Naturally, the scenery in the bay was not as beautiful as it was. Later on, Shishi also saw many Australian animals, such as an ostrich-like emu, a short kangaroo, and a short-tailed kangaroo that slept with its head on its tail, unwilling to show its charm to Shishi. Finally, the little girl saw her real target, a big kangaroo with long legs, long arms, and a long tail. "Papa, kangaroo, kangaroo." The little girl recognized the big kangaroo she had seen in the photos. She turned around happily, pulled her father's hand, and pulled him over. Her voice was clear and crisp. Yang smiled and said, "Come, stand here. This angle is good. Papa will take a few photos of you and the kangaroo." After all, kangaroos were not as docile as koalas. The tourists could only watch them through the cage and take photos through the cage. Even so, Cece couldn't help but ask her father to take a few more photos of her. Looking at the little girl's happy smile in the photos, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, it was even brighter than the sun at noon. After taking the photos, Xixi's excitement gradually subsided. She calmed down and carefully observed the kangaroo in the cage. The kangaroo in the cage was lazily lying on the sand, basking in the sun. Perhaps it felt Xixi's gaze. It pricked up its ears, turned its head, and squinted its eyes at the little girl. I'm not interested. I'm not a poop picker. The kangaroo turned its head and continued to lie on the sand bitterly, basking in the sun and sleeping in. Of course, in Xixi's view, there was another explanation for the kangaroo's expression. The little girl pulled her father's hand and said worriedly, "Papa, why is the kangaroo unhappy?" "Because it's in the cage." "How can it be happy?" Xianxia said. "Why is it unhappy in the cage?" Xixi asked, puzzled. "It's not free in the cage. For example, Xixi, will you be happy if you go to kindergarten?" Xianxia asked. "Children should not like to go to school, right?" However, Xixi said matter-of-factly, "I'll be happy. If I go to kindergarten, I can play with Qiqi, Lu Weisha, and the others." Right, his daughter was a little different from ordinary people. "Well, let's not talk about kindergarten." Xianxia had to change an example. "For example, if Papa keeps you at home, you can't play with Bao Bao, Xiao Guai, and the others, and you can't go out and play with Xian'er, or other children. Will you be unhappy?" "Unhappy. Papa, don't keep me at home, okay?" Xixi finally nodded. She seemed to understand what her father meant. She looked at her father nervously, worried that what her father said was true. "Papa is just giving an example. Why would I lock you up?" Xianxia smiled and patted Xixi's little head. He said, "Through this example, you should be able to understand the kangaroo's feelings. It has no freedom in the cage, and no friends to play with it. It can only be in a daze, so when you see them listless, of course you will be unhappy." However, before Xianxi's voice died away, 2 big kangaroos had already climbed up and gathered together. They were not going to fight, but were rubbing each other's ears and temples, as if they were communicating with each other. They were really undermining him. Xianxia just said that they had no friends. Xianxia was speechless. Fortunately, Xixi did not notice. The kind little girl was worried about the situation of the kangaroos. She frowned and said to her father, "Papa, then, will the kangaroos be happy living outside?" At this time, the tour guide was also introducing the current situation of the kangaroos. Xianxia listened and whispered to his daughter, "You can't say that. Now they are in the zoo. They don't have to worry about food, and there is no danger. They are much more comfortable than living in the wild, but they have lost their freedom. Sometimes, in order to survive, these animals of nature need to make some choices and sacrifices." The little girl looked at her father in confusion. She could not understand this. "When you grow up, you will understand." Xianxia smiled and did not explain the cruel reality to his daughter. At noon, they ate beef burgers and fries in the zoo's restaurant. The beef burgers were made with a lot of ingredients, but the taste was relatively ordinary. Xixi, who was fed by her father's delicious food, only reluctantly ate a little. But taking advantage of this opportunity, she could temporarily get rid of the bag of plush toys that were getting more and more heavy and have a good rest. Including the afternoon, Xixi played in the zoo for almost the whole day. She also saw many animals from other places, such as Japanese hippopotamuses, fishing cats, Sumatran tigers, turkeys, and so on. But when they went down the mountain, no matter how energetic the little girl was, she finally ran out of energy. Xixi did not know that, in fact, they could have taken the cable car down the mountain, but the bad father quietly missed that scenic spot and carried out the big test to the end. After walking down the mountain for a while, Xixi did not want to walk anymore. The tired little girl was nestled in her father's arms and did not want to move. "Dad can carry you, but we have to divide the work. You help Dad continue to carry this bag, okay?" Xianxia smiled and handed the plush toy bag that was destined to leave a deep impression in her memory to Xixi. Although the little girl was listless, she still quickly nodded. Being able to let her father carry her down the mountain, she was very comfortable. Although carrying an extra bag was annoying, it was better than walking down the mountain, Yang Yi stuffed the camera bag into his backpack, grabbed Shishi with his big hands, and prepared to go down the mountain. However, Yang Yi turned his head and saw Murphy's bitter eyes. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi was a little puzzled. Murphy gently puffed up her cheeks and stared at him angrily. After a long time, she faintly said, "I'm tired too." "Yes, as a father, you only know how to test your daughter. You forget that your wife is also carrying a fat son and running around with you," especially when she saw that her daughter was able to be comfortably carried down the mountain by her father after the test. Murphy's legs were weak, and she still had to continue to take care of Tong Tong, who was sleeping soundly in her arms in the afternoon. She suddenly felt unbalanced in her heart. Now that Shishi was sitting on the throne, she seemed to have recovered her spirit. She hugged her father's neck and smiled. She didn't mind watching the fire from the other side of the river. "Tisk, let me carry you. I have good physical strength." Yang Yi used his left hand to hold Shishi's little butt horizontally and stretched out his right hand to Murphy. "Okay. It won't be too tiring to go down the mountain," Murphy said reproachfully and gave Yang Yi a somewhat arrogant look. In fact, Murphy was just complaining. If she really let Yang Yi carry Tong Tong with one hand, she would be reluctant. She was worried that Yang Yi would accidentally drop her son. On the way down the mountain, Shishi was stable in her father's arms, as if she was sitting on a sedan chair. As she recovered her energy, she began to talk more. "Papa, when are we going to send letters to Lu Weisha, Xian Air, Chi-Chi, Shiyun, and Nanjiaoyu?" The little girl was still thinking about this matter. She had collected the address, and Yang Yi helped her transcribe and translate it with a small notebook. Perhaps because she saw the kangaroo, Shishi remembered that Lu Weisha also sent her a picture of a kangaroo, so she was looking forward to sending letters to her friends as soon as possible. "Send letters? Not so soon. We've only been in Australia for 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we're going to take a big boat out to sea. There are beautiful coral reefs, and we might even see whales. Don't you want to take a few more beautiful photos and send them to Lu Weisha and the others?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. The camera that Yang Yi brought over, although it was only a SLR camera, it was very convenient to print out photos from a SLR camera in this day and age. It could be done in a few minutes at any photo studio. Moreover, the pixels were clearer than a Polaroid, so he didn't have to worry about his daughter not having any photos when she mailed it. What Dad said made sense. Shishi thought for a moment and nodded. At the mention of Lu Weisha, Yang Yi and Shishi did not expect that Lu Weisha was not in China at the moment. Taking advantage of the holiday, David's family went back to Sweden. And this time, David unexpectedly received the news that he had been looking forward to for more than a month. In their house, David, who had just returned from the head office, held a symbolic internal company letter and proudly read it in front of his wife. "In view of your excellent performance in the past 2 years in the China branch, we have decided to appoint you as the Senior Vice President of the Market Strategy Research Department of the group." Yes, last time when Yang Yi helped Shishi invite Lu Weisha to dance with her, only her mother brought Lu Weisha along. David was busy applying to the head office for this vacant position. The competition was fierce, but after a long selection process, David succeeded. "David, does this mean that we can come back to Sweden?" Maria asked excitedly. "Yes. Maria, we can stay in our hometown and work." David laughed. But he purposely frowned and said, No, I still need to go back to China because I still have to hand over the work to my successor. But it's okay, we can reunite at home next month, or at the latest next month." Although David had worked in China for 2 years and had some feelings in Jiangqing, Sweden was their hometown after all. He did not want to spend too much time with his wife, his family, and his friends of many years. "You scared me." Maria was stunned for a moment. She cried and laughed as she threw herself into David's arms. Maria was crying tears of joy, and so was David. He hugged Maria and his heart was filled with emotions. "It's a pity that I have just adapted to life in China and have just made some new friends." Maria calmed down and thought of her life in China for more than half a year. She said with some regret. It's okay. David comforted the sentimental woman. Maria suddenly thought of her daughter who was playing at her grandparents' house. "David, we still have to tell Lu Weisha about this." She likes her classmates in China very much. This news, I don't know how sad she will be. Last year when she went to China from Sweden, she cried for a long time. How would Yang Yi and the rest know about the changes in Lu Weisha's house? Now, Yang Yi was carrying Xixi down the mountain as if he was carrying a koala. After resting comfortably in her father's arms for a while, the little girl regained some of her energy. She could not sit still and began to poke her head out again, wanting to tease Tong Tong who was in her mother's arms. Unfortunately, Tong Tong was sleeping soundly. Xixi, have you rested enough? Murphy looked over with a faint smile and asked her daughter maliciously. Xixi was very smart this time. She seemed to have noticed something and quickly hid in her father's arms so that her mother could not see her. Then, she giggled and said, "No, I haven't." "You sly little girl." Murphy was amused by her. It was just a small hill, not very high, and it was easier to go down the mountain. They were about to walk down. As Yang Yi walked, he seemed to casually mention the bag of plush toys. "Xixi, are you tired carrying this bag today?" Xixi thought that her father was concerned about her. She pouted and said, "It's so tiring. Papa, you didn't even help me carry it. Look, we're back to this souvenir shop." Yang Yi pointed at the shop they were about to pass by and said, "Say, if you weren't in a hurry to buy it at that time, you could have bought it back after we came back from the mountain. For example, if you bought it now, you wouldn't have had to carry it so tiring, right?" This logic was very simple, but she did not think so far ahead before. Now that her father said it, the little girl's thoughts were suddenly opened. She was suddenly enlightened, but also stunned. That's right. Why not go down the mountain and buy it? When they reached the foot of the mountain, they didn't need to carry Xixi anymore. Yang Yi let Xixi slowly think about this problem by herself. He took the stroller stored in the storage room at the entrance of the zoo to reduce Murphy's burden. "Honey, you've worked hard. I'll give you a massage when we go back." Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Murphy's shoulders. You're such a sweet talker." Murphy was happy in her heart, but her mouth was unforgiving. On the ferry back to the opposite shore, Yang Yi and Cece sat side by side on the empty bench. Bathing in the afterglow of the golden autumn sunset in the southern hemisphere, Yang Yi began to talk to Cece about the principles of the world. "Do you understand? Papa's suggestion to let you go down the mountain and buy it is the most effective and labor-saving way, right?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. Xixi nodded obediently and said, That's why, sometimes, when you really want something, don't be in a hurry and listen to Papa's opinion." Yang Yi hung his arm on the back of the chair and sat comfortably. "Sometimes, Papa will tell you that we can't buy it yet. That means Papa has a reason not to buy it for you." Xixi turned her head and looked at her father in a daze. "Sometimes, it might be because it's not the right time for us to buy it. Just like when you wanted to buy quokka before going up the mountain, Papa hopes to buy it for you at a more suitable time. It will definitely be good for you and there's no harm in it, right? Of course, it could also be because of other reasons. Either we can't bring it back with us, or it would be a waste if we buy it, or Papa doesn't want you to have something and Papa can't buy it for you. What should you do at that time?" Yang Yi turned his head and looked at Xixi as he asked gently. "What should I do?" The little girl's mouth was slightly open as she asked in confusion. "You should listen to Papa and don't stubbornly hold on to what you want. You have to believe in Papa. Papa is doing this for your own good. If Papa can give it to you, Papa will definitely give it to you." Yang Yi gently patted Xixi's little head with his big hand and said with a smile, "Don't you think so?" The little girl took the opportunity to lean her head on her father's chest. He didn't know if it was because she was tired or because the slightly swaying ferry was like a cradle that lulled people to sleep. At this time, the little girl was as docile as a little koala. Yang Yi put his big hand on his daughter's little shoulder and didn't say anything else. If Xixi could understand, it was just right to stop now. If she didn't understand, there would be plenty of opportunities to continue teaching her in the future. Yang Yi and the others' trip to Australia went on in an orderly manner. On the third day, they rested for half a day in Sydney because they were too tired from playing in the zoo the day before. Then, they arrived in Cairns and checked into the hotel in the evening, which reduced the number of activities they had to play. This was somewhat regrettable, but it was important for a family to be relaxed and happy on a trip. What was this regret, however? Xianxia, who was busy traveling with his family, did not know that he had quietly become popular on the internet. To be exact, he had become popular on the Western internet. Perhaps she was too excited. 2 days ago, the bar girl posted the video of Xianxia singing to Murphy on a mainstream Western video website. The name she came up with was quite good. What a beautiful and romantic song. I really wish I was that woman. After the video was uploaded, it received a lot of hits on the same day. Even though it was just a video of an Asian man singing to his wife, the light and moving song "I'm Yours" and the sweet feelings expressed still convinced the audience who accidentally clicked on it. However, at first, the video was only circulated in a small area. The next day, more people watched it, but it did not reach the level of popularity. Many people left comments below, asking the video uploader the name of the song. No one thought that this song was an original by Xianxia. Even the bar girl did not know. She even forgot to ask Xianxia the name of the song. The question was not answered. The audience who could not find the original version of the song could not help but recommend the video to their friends and ask them if they had heard the song. Gradually, a bar girl who was not very popular posted a video recorded with a phone that was not very professional. It became more and more popular. On the third day, the editor of the video website found it and recommended it to the front page. Suddenly, the video's views increased exponentially. More and more people saw the video. However, compared to the romantic process of an Asian man singing to his wife, people were more talking about this beautiful love song. What is the name of this song? The video had millions of views, but no one could say the name of this song. Some people were already guessing that this song was an original by the Asian man. However, many people were not willing to believe that the lyrics of this song were written so smoothly. The use of words, word order, and even some small tricks were not inferior to those famous English songwriters. As for the songwriter, people subconsciously thought that it should be a white man, and that he should be an American. This was because the usage of words was not the rap style of black people, and it did not have the noble aura of England. An Asian man, it was hard to convince others with his appearance. Of course, the speculators also provided some evidence. For example, when Xianxia spoke English, he had a perfect American accent. When Xianxia played the guitar, there was almost no fault to be found. Another example was Xianxia singing. There were professional musicians who gave him high praises. This man is definitely a professional singer. He has been trained. And then, yes, I like this song. I want to know who he is? What is this song? Bruno Levin. No one would have thought that Bruno Levin's name would appear in the comments section of the video. He was a singer-songwriter in the pop music industry. His songs had squeezed into the American pop music charts many times, and he had also won the Gramophone Award for Best Male Pop Singer. His comments pushed the video to a higher level of popularity. On the fourth day, the number of views of this video had exceeded 30 million, and it had become one of the most popular videos. However, at the same time, no one could find the source of this song. Many people already felt that this song was the original song of the Asian man in the video. Of course, many people heard the news and clicked on the video. They were not attracted by Bruno Levin's doubts. Most of the audience was attracted by this joyous and romantic song played by the guitar. I only secretly replayed the video a few hundred times. Listening to him sing, I almost cried. Yes, the song is romantic, but why am I still single? I really want to find someone to hug. I suddenly understand the title of the video's author. I also want to be that woman. They are so happy. They even have 2 cute children. It was worth mentioning that an Australian national television station found Manly Beach, the bar where he sang, and the Australian girl who uploaded the video. In the interview, the Australian girl described what happened that day to the reporter. In the camera, she had a love-struck look on her face. I don't know. At that time, I was mesmerized by him and his fans. I forgot to ask him the name of the song, and also forgot to ask him where he was from. But from what he and his wife said, he did not seem to be from the United States. Maybe he is Chinese? I don't know. I have never seen such a charming Chinese man. Unfortunately, the reporter could not find the owner of the guitar that the girl mentioned. The young man who successfully wooed the girl was probably also traveling. He probably did not have the time to pay attention to this news. On the 5th day, Yang Yi's trip was coming to an end. That night, they boarded the plane back to China. Finally, there was an American television news report on the most popular video recently. Does anyone know what this song is? At the same time, it also quoted Bruno Levin's comments and the news of an Australian national television station. It was half emotional and half joking, calling for everyone to find the mysterious singer hidden in the sea of people. As soon as the television station broadcast, the video's views increased by leaps and bounds. 50 million, 60 million, back to the 4th day, the 2nd day of Yang Yi's arrival in Cairns. Early in the morning, after a hurried breakfast, Yang Yi and his family boarded a luxurious 3-story twin-body cruise ship at the dock and set off for Green Island. It was a coral island near the continental shelf with coral reefs and tropical rainforests. The island was indeed very close to the mainland. The cruise ship arrived at their destination in about an hour. In fact, before they arrived at Green Island, Yang Yi could already see the looming coral reefs below through the clear blue-green glass-like sea surface. Wow! It's so beautiful. She was called over by her father. She stood at the edge of the ship with her mother and looked down. The little girl couldn't help but be attracted by the beautiful scene. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. The sea surface is so clean. Murphy couldn't help but sigh. Is it because the coral has a purifying effect on the sea? Yang Yi smiled and explained to Murphy, on the contrary, you should say that it's the cleanliness of the sea water that allows the coral to be preserved. The coral itself has strict requirements for its survival environment. The water temperature, salinity, depth, and light all have requirements. Murky sea water will suffocate them. They can only survive in clean sea water. How do you know so much? Murphy asked in surprise. I did some research. Before I came to Australia, I did a lot of research. I can't just bring you and the children to a foreign country so far away without doing anything, right? That would be too irresponsible. Yang Yi shrugged. He wasn't wrong. Yang Yi didn't understand this knowledge before. He had read the information and memorized it by memory. Looking down from the high cruise ship, although they could see some coral reefs, it was still a little difficult after all. When the ship sailed, it broke through the waves, blocking a large part of their vision. But when they arrived at Green Island, they got off the ship and walked on the long L-shaped breakwater, and their vision suddenly became open. Papa, can you hold my hand? Although she was holding her father's hand, stepping on the breakwater, which seemed to be floating on the sea, and listening to the sea below washing the pillars of the breakwater, the little girl felt very insecure and said weakly, "Don't let go." Yang Yi was pulling Murphy onto the breakwater. Hearing Shishi's words, he turned his head and saw the little girl's nervous look, so he picked her up. In her father's arms, Shishi's sense of security soared, and she could finally see the beautiful sea. Papa, where are the big fish? Shishi turned her head in confusion and asked. We'll see the big fish in the afternoon on that big boat. Let's play around this island in the morning. Yang Yi smiled and said, do you want to see the small fish? They're not as big as whales, but they're also very beautiful, and you can see the coral. Okay. Shishi regained her vitality, hugged her father's neck, and laughed. Obviously, seeing the coral reefs on the breakwater was not the best experience. In Yang Yi's customized tour, there was a glass-bottom boat project. On the breakwater, they changed to a glass-bottom boat the size of a bus. As the name implied, the bottom of the boat was replaced with transparent glass, and it was a bit like a submarine. The bottom of the boat was very deep in the water. The tourists sat on small benches in the narrow passage in the middle. This seat was definitely uncomfortable, and it was a little crowded, but it didn't matter. The point was that they could look out of the glass windows on the left and right, as if they were also at the bottom of the sea. She was next to her father. As soon as the little girl came in, she was attracted by this magical underwater world. She didn't have time to sit down, but clung to the glass and looked in surprise. So the bottom of the sea was like this, one stone after another, and then there were many small fish. The scenery here wasn't the most beautiful. When the glass-bottomed boat sailed a little further away from Green Island and finally stopped on top of a coral reef, a beautiful picture unfolded in front of Shishi. Wow! Xixi's eyes widened as she looked out of the glass window. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The bush-like corals were nothing special. At most, they looked like rockery in an aquarium tank. What dazzled Xixi were the colorful little fishes. Some were yellow all over, some were red and yellowish, some were white mixed with red, and some were black and white like a zebra. The most beautiful ones were the little fishes that had many different colors on their bodies but were not messy. They were not very big, about the size of a palm or a finger. They swam happily between the gaps of the coral reef, as if they did not care about the behemoths that passed by them. Of course, perhaps they were used to being watched. So beautiful. Papa, they are even more beautiful than Xianxia's goldfish. Although Xixi was actively telling her father about her discovery, in fact, she did not turn her head. Her line of sight had been firmly glued to these beautiful little fishes. Murphy was also fascinated, but she did not just play by herself. She was also holding the 4-month-old Tong Tong, so that he could also get closer to see the little fish. The little guy's round eyes followed the fish swimming in front of him. After a while, his little head was attracted by another little fish and turned to look at it. After a while, he turned his head and looked at his mother, as if he also wanted to tell his mother about his discovery. "Isn't it beautiful?" Murphy said with a smile, rubbing his little head intimately. Xianxia heard the noise, turned around with the camera, and took photos of Murphy and her son. Just then, the little guy was teased by his mother and opened his mouth, giggling. His pair of little dimples were very cute under the camera lens. "Papa, I also want to take photos of the little goldfish." Xixi remembered what she had done around this time last year, and turned her head excitedly to ask her father for the camera. The little reporter was officially online. She was holding the SLR camera. Although she was not very flexible, she was smart enough to use the small screen to take photos of the goldfish and the coral reef. Looking at Xixi having fun, Murphy and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled, then turned around and sat together with their shoulders leaning against each other. If they wanted to see the whales, they had to go to the deep sea. Xianxia and the others played on Green Island until 11 o'clock, then went back to the cruise ship to eat buffet. After lunch, their luxury cruise ship set off again to the vast ocean. However, it was not a good time to observe whales at this time of year. In Australia, whales migrated from May to November every year, and it was easier to see whales, even giant humpback whales, when they went out to sea to observe in July and September. Xianxia and the others came at a bad time. Maybe they had some hope of seeing the minke whale, but luck was not on Xianxia's side that day. The cruise ship had been sailing for more than 2 hours, and other than the seabirds skimming the surface of the sea, there were no signs of whales. "I'm sorry, friends, but I have to go back." The bearded captain came over, shook his head, and spread his hands as he spoke in the midst of everyone's regretful voices. "Papa, what did he say?" Xixi was confused. In fact, she could understand most of it, but she could not understand the deeper meaning of the captain's words. "The captain told us that we did not see any whales, but we have to go back now." "We can't wait until it's dark," Xianxia said to Xixi. "Papa, why can't we see any whales?" Xixi's delicate little face showed a disappointed expression, which made people feel sorry for her. However, she did not make a fuss this time. Instead, she sat in her father's arms and asked softly. "Maybe it's because the whale wants to leave a sense of mystery in front of you, Xixi, so that it can meet you again in the future," Xianxia said with a smile. "Really?" Xixi was a little surprised. "Really, whales are very smart. They're different from fish. They're mammals like humans. What's a mammal?" The boring journey back passed quickly with her father's witty explanation. However, just when Xianxia thought that their journey in Australia was going to end so peacefully, the tourists on the deck suddenly cheered. "What happened?" A passionate black teenager ran to the cabin excitedly and shouted, "Hey! Guys, come and see, there are dolphins, a lot of dolphins." Xianxia quickly picked up Xixi and supported Murphy, whose legs were a little soft after sitting for a long time. They walked to the deck and to the side of the ship where everyone was gathered. They saw a group of black shadows moving up and down in the sparkling ocean under the sun. "Papa, where's Dolphin?" Xixi had not seen it yet. The little girl hugged her father's neck and looked around anxiously. "Look, there are dolphins." Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, as if they had sensed Lady Cece's arrival, the dolphins in the distance suddenly began to leap out of the sea one after another, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before diving back into the sea. Wow! She saw it this time. The little girl opened her eyes wide and excitedly hugged her father's neck. Her body also rubbed up as if she wanted to go higher to see more dolphins. The dolphins were not afraid of human ships. They deliberately swam close to Xianxia's cruise ship and then jumped out of the water again to dance. At such a close distance, the dolphin's smooth body that looked like it was coated with oil, its short, silly beak, and the splashes of water that sparkled in the sun when they jumped were all clearly visible. Xianxia hugged Xixi with one hand and grabbed the camera with the other to take pictures. He felt that the dolphins' vigorous figures in the camera were very handsome. Although Xixi looked greedily and forgot to speak, the little girl's eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. Her happy smile did not show any regret at all. Xixi, we saw dolphins. In fact, from a scientific point of view, we also saw a big fish. Xianxia said to Xixi with a smile as he watched the dolphins leave. Hee, because dolphins are also very big. Xixi was satisfied to see the dolphins. She giggled and said to her father, "It's not just because of that. Dolphins also belong to the category of whales. They are actually a little similar to whales." Well, compared to the dolphins' dance, this science lesson was a little boring. The 5-day trip was coming to an end. On the last day, Xianxia didn't arrange any activities. Instead, he accompanied Murphy to go shopping. In this country where no one knew them, they were leisurely enjoying the life of an ordinary person. Today, Murphy had dressed Xixi up beautifully and adorably. Her adorableness lay in Xixi's apple-shaped hair. The top part of her hair was tied back with a cute wavy hair clip, while the rest of her hair was let down. The ends of her hair were gently curled by Murphy's fingers. This way, the little girl looked very cute and refreshing. Her beauty lay in Xixi's clothes. Today, Xixi wore a dress again. However, this time, it was a spaghetti strap dress. The thin spaghetti straps hung over her shoulders, and there was a knot at the top. Of course, that was just for decoration. The dress was just above her knees, and the hem of the dress was slightly curled inward. It looked playful and beautiful. During the warm and even a little hot day, this kind of dress was very normal in this coastal city. Moreover, compared to a long dress, it better reflected the advantage of Xixi's slender and long legs. Xianxia was in charge of taking care of Tong Tong today, so that Murphy could relax a little. Murphy, who was also dressed up beautifully, walked in front of the cute and beautiful Xixi while shopping. They were definitely a pair of hot mommies. They were comparable to Victoria and Little Seven. Of course, the shopping had come to an end. It was now time to send the letters to the post office. It was just a random post office on the street, so there weren't many people. Xianxia, who was wearing a baby sling and sitting in front of Tong Tong in his father's arms, came back from the front desk after buying stamps and envelopes. He saw Xixi sitting on a high chair with her mother, arranging the photos that her father had printed out for her. These are the photos for Lu Weisha, and these are the photos for Xianxia. The little girl's face was filled with a happy smile, and she muttered excitedly as she arranged the photos. When Murphy saw that Xianxia had returned, she excitedly explained to Xianxia, "I asked her to send a different picture to each child so that they can bring it to class and share it with everyone." "That's good. Anyway, we have a lot of photos. There are different photos for each scenic spot." Xianxia smiled. In fact, he didn't print it repeatedly, but Murphy thought that her idea was wonderful, and Xianxia didn't expose her. During the process of sending the letters, Xixi had to do it herself, and Xianxia just guided her from the side. Xianxia even taught Xixi how to write the letters when they were resting in the hotel last night. Except for some words that couldn't be expressed in other ways, which required Xianxia to write for her, Xixi used drawings to describe most of the content. For example, when my father and I went to see the big fish on the boat, Xixi really drew a boat and a fish. Although it was very simple, and she didn't draw the characteristics of a whale spraying water, such a simple letter made with crooked drawings looked very interesting. The only difficulty was that after Xixi drew one picture, she had to copy the same content 4 times. After all, she had to show her sincerity. This caused the little girl's patience to run out when she wrote the letter to Nanjiao, and the drawings on the paper became messy and difficult to recognize. However, when it came to sending the letters, she was full of energy. Apply it here. Murphy helped her apply a little glue, and she heard the little girl call out crisply. Then she giggled and stuck the small stamp that her father gave her on the letter. Some of the glue overflowed and stained Xi's small white fingers. She subconsciously wanted to wipe it on the little skirt in front of her. Don't, wipe it here. Murphy hurriedly stopped her. She took out a piece of wet tissue and let Xishi wipe her fingers. The 5 letters were all packed and pasted. The completion of this task made them feel very accomplished. Xishi didn't need her father's help. She held the 5 letters and stuffed them into the red mailbox. Okay, but it will take a few days to send the letters. By the time you go back, the letters won't arrive so quickly. Xianxia smiled and patted his daughter's small shoulders. He said, but let them look forward to it. It will be more fun when they receive the letters. It was a short 5-day trip, so it wasn't particularly enjoyable. After all, they arrived in Australia in the middle of April. It was already autumn, and Tong Tong was still young. Most of the time, the adults, especially Murphy, had to take care of Tong Tong. It was difficult for them to enjoy themselves. Xishi was satisfied. She saw the kangaroo of her dreams and went out to sea with her parents. She also saw beautiful dolphins. She was very happy along the way. However, Xianxia didn't take his daughter to experience diving or the more exciting water skiing experience. He felt a little regretful. But it didn't matter. There was still a long way to go. There would be opportunities to come to Australia again in the future. In the afternoon, they took a direct flight from Cairns to Sydney to Shanghai. Xianxia and his family finally set foot on their journey home. However, during the long flight of more than 10 hours, Xianxia didn't know that the domestic media had become very active because of his success abroad. Qiyu was an international student. He was currently studying at the California Institute of Technology in the United States. Early in the morning, he accidentally saw the news report about Xianxia on the TV in the restaurant. At first, Qiyu only thought that Xianxia in the video looked familiar. At first, he didn't think too much about it. However, when the camera turned and Murphy appeared in his field of vision, Qiyu was stunned. To be honest, the video taken by the girl in the bar was very amateur. The camera angle was not good enough. Her hands were shaking and the video was shaky. However, the pixel of her phone was still quite clear. In the video, he could see the faces clearly. F***ck, isn't that Murphy? That's Xianxia? F***ck. No wonder he looked so familiar. Qiyu's jaw almost dropped. He was a fan of Xianxia and Murphy. Although he was overseas, the circle of international students also paid attention to the domestic entertainment industry. But why was Xianxia singing an English song? At first, Qiyu was attracted by the song's lively melody and beautiful voice. However, he did not expect Xianxia or an Asian singer to sing it, but now, not only did Xianxia sing an English song, but he also sang it so well. Her fluent, natural, and perfect English accent made Qiyu, an international student from one of the top universities in the world, feel ashamed of himself. Is he that good? Qiyu saw that the TV news also interviewed Bruno Levin. This famous singer praised Xianxia. Qiyu couldn't help but grumble happily. Qiyu also felt honored that his fellow countryman was recognized by a foreigner. Who knows who this person is? No one can find him. I like this song a lot, but I can only watch this lousy video. It's so uncomfortable. Qiyu was grumbling in Chinese. Now, a handsome white guy at the table next to him was talking to his female companion. Baby, if I know what song this is, I will definitely learn it and sing it for you. Qiyu listened and couldn't help but smile. Hey, brother, do you want to know who he is? Let me tell you, Bruno Levin is right. It's very likely that this song was written by the man in the video. Qiyu smiled. Even though he was still single, the pride that Xianxia had inspired made him proud enough to speak to other couples with his head held high. You know who he is? The handsome white guy was overjoyed. Of course. Qiyu turned on his phone and logged into a domestic website. He found Xianxia's introduction with a picture of Xianxia. He turned it to the handsome white guy and said proudly, he's a Chinese singer and songwriter. He has written many good songs. Oh. By the way, the beauty in the video is his wife. She's also a very famous singer in China. Like Chuyu, there were many international students who recognized Yang Yi from the news or the videos recommended by video websites. Although not everyone was like Chuyu, who enthusiastically introduced Yang Yi to their foreign friends, most of the international students who recognized Yang Yi couldn't wait to tell their friends in China about their new discovery through microbroadcasting or SNS. Song Ji, a second-year student at Haojing University in China, was also an out-and-out celebrity chaser. Not only did she chase after fresh meat, but she was also a fan of Yang Yi and Murphy. That night, Song Ji had just returned from the library when she received an SNS message from her sister who was studying abroad. She sent 2 links and said there was a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Song Ji opened the first link suspiciously. She skillfully used her technology to cross the Pacific Ocean and successfully connected to a foreign video website. The first link pointed to the video of Yang Yi singing to Murphy. Women were more sensitive than men in this aspect. Song Ji just started watching and immediately recognized Yang Yi and Murphy. However, there were no subtitles and Song Ji couldn't understand what Yang Yi was singing. She only knew it was English and could only understand a few words. Then, Song Ji looked at the second link. It was a news video. This one was clearer and had complete subtitles. Song Ji still couldn't understand what the foreigners were saying. After all, she was like most of her countrymen and learned mute English, but from the subtitles, Song Ji could roughly understand what was happening. Song Ji sent 3 exclamation marks to her sister. Surprise, right? Her sister quickly replied, I knew you'd like it. What's going on? It seems like the foreigners don't know Yang Yi. Song Ji couldn't help but ask. How would they know our celebrities? Also, let me tell you, the song Yang Yi sang was too good. Now, no one knows where this song came from. A bunch of foreigners are worried to death. They love that song. Song Ji saw her sister's message and replied without hesitation, Yang Yi wrote it. It must be Yang Yi who wrote it. How do you know? Do you have proof? Song Ji said matter-of-factly, I don't have any evidence, but such a nice song must have been written by Yang Yi. You're just making things up. You think I don't know that you're crazy about Yang Yi? If it wasn't written by Yang Yi, then it would be awkward. The elder sister was referring to Song Ji's awkwardness. Anyway, I believe it. When has Yang Yi ever sung other people's songs? Song Ji excitedly discussed with her sister. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to class. However, her sister had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. She only reminded Song Ji to pay more attention to the domestic news and to let her know if there were any developments. Song Ji looked at her sister's grayed-out profile picture and curled her lips. How boring. Song Ji had not finished chatting with him yet. She opened a fan group of Yang Yi and Mo Fei established by a fan and quickly sent 2 links to it. Before the administrator was about to question her, she typed a line of words. Wow, Yang Yi doesn't want to play with us anymore. This bastard, this pigeon, he brought Murphy abroad to show off their love. Suddenly, the group chat exploded. Many people asked, are you serious? You'll know once you watch the video. Now Yang Yi is a hot topic abroad. Song Ji quickly replied. The link can't be opened. Sister, are you sure you didn't send it wrongly? There were many computer noobs in the group. There were also those who knew a bit about technology. They said proudly, it's open. You have to go through the obstacles. It's actually a video from a foreign video website. No one thought of moving the video over because there were copyright restrictions. Unless they had the authorization of the video's original author, they could only do so. Those who got there first could not wait to watch the video. They did not know what to do and could only stand on the wall and watch. They even wondered if Song Ji was deliberately mystifying or trying to achieve her own goals, but soon, news came from the front. The netizens who watched the video first excitedly said that Yang Yi sang a love song to Murphy in front of a group of foreigners. There are no subtitles and no lyrics. Can you understand it? Song Ji asked him curiously. I can understand it. The sound in the video is very clear. Obviously, this netizen was a low-key top student. Song Ji was excited. Brother, do a listening translation of the lyrics. I've listened to this song that Xianxia sang a few times, but I don't know what to sing. Okay, don't say that you're abusing single people later. Hee. Anyway, I think the lyrics are too sweet. Their conversation completely whetted the appetites of the netizens who were watching before. Hurry up, which expert can tell us how to open this link? Forget it, I'll write a guide for you. Xianxia was very straightforward. While waiting for someone to translate the lyrics, she shared the method of crossing the mountains and crossing the seas with the fans in the group. Finally, more people were able to see the video. Later, when the fans were excitedly bragging, or condemning Xianxia and Murphy for showing off their love in front of foreigners, the netizen who went to do the listening translation came back and posted the translation of the lyrics. It's really sweet, very Xianxia. The second link, the news said that they don't think this song was written by Xianxia. I think it's true. Although it was only this fan group that was talking about it at first. But the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Although it was the middle of the night in China, there were still many night owls gossiping with relish. After the news spread, some screenshots of the video were posted on microbroadcasting and quickly spread. Today's media, especially the entertainment media, no one dared to underestimate the power of microbroadcasting. There were even many entertainment reporters who no longer waited for the big stars, but sat in front of the computer all day long to browse microbroadcasting, looking for big star news from various passers-by's microbroadcasting. As a matter of fact, the news of Xianxia becoming popular abroad had just spread in China, and there were already some reporters who got wind of it. It wasn't difficult for them to find the link and get more foreign media reports on this video. Chief Editor, have you decided on tomorrow's headlines? Who? Yi Qing? AI, compared to Xianxia, he's already past his prime. Chief Editor, hurry up and change it, I have a big news here. Yes, that Xianxia who was with Murphy. Both of them are in this news. They went on a trip to Australia, and then Xianxia sang an English song for Murphy. I don't know how it suddenly became popular abroad. Now the foreign netizens all say that Xianxia sang really well, and they like it a lot. Yes, it's definitely a big news. It hasn't spread in China yet, so if we report it first, the sales will definitely double. AI. Alright, it's settled then. Xianxia and his family arrived at Shanghai's airport in the middle of the night. It was too late to rush back to Jiangqing, so Xianxia and his family found a hotel to rest. At the airport, Xianxia and Murphy met a few reporters, but these reporters didn't know that a few entertainment media outlets were quietly brewing big news. Xianxia and his family answered a few reporters' questions, then carried the sleepy Xixi and Tong Tong and hurriedly left. The next morning, Mo Fei, who was tormented by little Momo on the plane and did not sleep well, was still lying in bed, unable to get up, but her mobile phone suddenly rang as if it was her life. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels came from afar and echoed in the corridor of Phoebe's studio. A slim office lady appeared at the end of the corridor. Passing by the office area, the employees who came early saw her and quickly greeted her. Good morning, Sister Xiaowan. Sister Xiaowan, you're back? Sister Xiaowan, why are you so beautiful today? Mo Xiaowan couldn't be reserved anymore. She tapped her fingers and smiled brightly. Look at you guys, you're all glib tongues. I haven't seen you for a few days on vacation, but your mouths are smeared with honey. Go to work. Sister Xiaowan, you haven't started work yet. You're here too early. Mo Xiaochuan's secretary came over quickly and opened the office door for her with a smile. Huai brothers and Phoebe Studio were connected and managed by Mo Xiaowan. Although Xianxia and Murphy were the leaders, these two guys didn't care about anything. Therefore, Mo Xiaowan had to be like Niao Miling, in charge of the entire company's employees. However, Mo Xiaochuan's personality was very different from Niao Miling's. She was more wild and like a boy, she hated evil and was more loyal. Therefore, she didn't treat her subordinates coldly and ruthlessly. Instead, she created the atmosphere of the company like a big family. This respect and closeness could sometimes coexist. Is there any news about the company's artists today? Mo Xiaowan took the tea from the secretary and asked casually. Sister Xiaowan, I was just about to tell you. The secretary pressed a few buttons on her phone and showed Mo Xiaowan a micro-broadcasting. This morning, in the car, I looked at the micro-broadcasting and saw that some netizens were asking about it. I don't know if it's true. Mo Xiaowan looked at it carefully. When she saw the screenshot of the video, her face showed a surprised expression. It was indeed Xianxia and Murphy. Are there any more detailed reports? Mo Xiaowan frowned. The only information that she could decipher from the netizens' vague micro-broadcasting was that Xianxia had sung for Murphy and had become popular in the US. The problem is Xianxia and Murphy are not in the US. Let me check. The secretary hurriedly picked up her phone and searched the internet. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just micro-broadcasting. During her time in the company, some websites had already reposted the news from the entertainment tabloids and reported on this matter. Mo Xiaowan had a complete understanding of what had happened from the detailed report. They didn't even inform me that they were causing such a ruckus in Australia. Mo Xiaowan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When she saw the keyword Australia, she could already confirm that this was not fake news fabricated by netizens. Sister Xiaowan, what should we do? Should we respond? The secretary asked doubtfully. I'll call and ask Sister Fei. According to the schedule, they should be back soon. Mo Xiaowan flipped through her notebook and waved her hand to ask the secretary to leave first. See if Manager AI is here? If she is, ask her to come to my office. Xiao AI was the manager of the public relations department, so Mo Xiaowan still had to discuss with her. The phone rang again and again, but Murphy did not pick it up. Are they not back yet? But if they are still on the plane, their phone should be turned off. Mo Xiaowan mumbled. Just as she was about to hang up, the phone was picked up. Hello. Mo Fei's sleepy voice came from the other side of the phone. It was still a nasal sound. Sister, it's me. You're still sleeping? Mo Xiaowan asked in surprise. You're not back from Australia yet? We're back. Murphy yawned and was a little more awake. I didn't sleep well on the plane last night. Mommy refused to sleep and caused a ruckus for a long time. I just came back and came to the hotel to rest. I haven't slept enough yet. Where are you now? Mo Xiaowan asked with concern. Do you want me to send a car to pick you up? No, Xianxia drove. Murphy murmured. You called early in the morning. Don't tell me you want to disturb my sleep? Early in the morning. What time is it now? Mo Xiaowan said helplessly. Let's get down to business, sister. Did someone take a video of you and brother-in-law in Australia? Did he give you a video of him singing an English song? At this time, Xiao AI knocked on the door of Mo Xiaowan's office. She sat down in front of Mo Xiaowan and saw that Mo Xiaowan was explaining to Murphy about the influence of the video. Wait, what song did you say it was? Mo Xiaowan quickly picked up a pen and wrote it down in her notebook. I'm yours. Well, okay, how are you going to deal with this? Xiao AI saw Mo Xiaowan's speechless expression. Okay, I'll deal with it. You go back to sleep. Then, Mo Xiaowan agreed with a wry smile and hung up the phone. What did Sister Fei say? Xiao AI asked knowingly. In fact, after working for Murphy for so long, she also knew Murphy's character. She told us to deal with it ourselves or not. Mo Xiaowan shook her head helplessly at Xiao AI. She really didn't know what to do with her cousin. Murphy just wanted to sleep on the phone and didn't care about this matter at all. It's like I'm famous? Oh, there's nothing else. Although Sister Fei doesn't care, we can't miss this opportunity. Xiao AI pondered and said, Sister Fei is also in a semi-comeback state. If she can return to the public's view in this incident, it will be worth dozens of promotions we arranged. This song was written by your boss. That's the name of the song. Mo Xiaowan copied the song name on a sticker and handed it to Xiao AI. You can make some appropriate responses. When they come back to Jiangqing later, I'll ask them for some photos. Seize the opportunity and moderate the publicity. We'll do what we need to do. In Shanghai, after Murphy was woken up by Mo Xiaowan, she was in a half-asleep state. She curled up in bed in a daze until she heard Tong Tong crying. The little guy woke up, Murphy couldn't rest, so she had to get up, change Tong Tong's diaper, and feed him. While she was doing this, the door was pushed open and Yang walked in with Shishi. He had just taken Shishi to the restaurant downstairs for breakfast. At this moment, Yang also came up with a large bag of packed breakfast in his hand. "Mom, Papa, and I bought breakfast for you." Shishi giggled as soon as she entered the door. She threw half of her body on the bed and chattered to her mother for praise. "It's good that you're awake. It's still warm." Yang smiled and opened the bag on the table in the hotel room. He took out the breakfast inside one by one and introduced it to Murphy. Blood glutinous rice mixed with meat sauce, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. Don't think that this name is bad, but it's actually the best local breakfast in Shanghai in this hotel. This is soup dumplings, your favorite. Shanghai wonton, soy milk. Shishi jumped out of bed, licked her little tongue, and pointed at the rice dumplings and said to Murphy, "Mom, this is super delicious." The little girl's stomach was already bulging, but she had already lost her appetite. "Just listening to you guys, my stomach is growling." Murphy smiled and hooked Shishi's little face. "At this time, your stomach should be hungry." Yang stretched out his hand. "Give me the rice dumplings. You go eat breakfast." N. Murphy sweetly agreed. Her heart was overflowing with happiness at this moment. Murphy ate breakfast while chatting about what Mo Shawan called in the morning. Yang Yi and Shishi were playing with Tong Tong, who was lying on the bed. The little guy tried to turn over, which was a new skill he had mastered not long ago. Compared to turning over with the help of his mother's strength, Tong Tong could now turn over on his own. Moreover, he was very interested in this sport and enjoyed turning over and over. It should be that bar girl who took it. It's normal for it to be popular. Who asked me to sing you such a good song? Yang Yi casually responded. Yang Yi's attitude was similar to Murphy's. Anyway, they were already public figures. These popularity and media reports could be completely ignored. No matter how others made a fuss, it would not affect the peaceful life of their family. However, after hearing Yang Yi's words, Murphy immediately turned her head and swept her sharp eyes over. You really paid attention to her at that time. Humph. Some people were happy while others were sad. Li Manman went to Shangnan to record High Energy Challenge as usual today. However, as soon as she got off the plane, she was surrounded by reporters at the airport exit. Li Manman, photos of Do Zun being in intimate contact with a man in a nightclub, what do you think? Is it true that your relationship with Do Zun is broken and that your marriage is only in name? Shuazai once again summed up the evidence of your relationship problems with Do Zun. For example, you rarely hold hands in the same frame. How do you plan to respond to these questions? The reporters blocked Li Manman's way and bombarded her with questions. Li Manman took Hei Chao without any expression. Under the escort of her agent Yi Chi and several airport security guards, she got into the nanny van. Of course, in order to appear friendly, Yi Chi stayed and answered a few questions on behalf of Li Manman. Regarding this news, we have already made a response on microbroadcasting. The rumor of Do Zun and Manman's relationship problems is not true. He went to the nightclub as a normal social interaction. The so-called intimate photos were just a misunderstanding caused by the shooting angle. Moreover, everyone will think that it's ridiculous. Do Zun is already married, how could he be in intimate contact with a man? Yi Chi said. Was Li Manman angry after seeing the photos? Did she quarrel with Do Zun? The reporter asked. Husband and wife need to trust each other to go far. Manman understands Do Zun's character and is willing to believe him, so their relationship has always been good. Thank you for your concern. Yi Chi maintained her formal smile and nodded to the reporters. Then, she got into the nanny van and left. So annoying. After the van left, Li Manman angrily stomped her feet. The cold and aloof expression she maintained just now disappeared. Do Zun, that fool, I told him to pay attention to his personal image after marriage. He even took photos when he went out to play. Alright, Man, don't be angry. Isn't he just like that? The company also told him to pay attention in the future. Yi Chi comforted. The most annoying thing is this Shuazai. Why does he target me every day? As a paparazzi, doesn't money work? Li Manman was annoyed. What this person wants is fame. You see, he frequently appears in front of the stage. I'm afraid this paparazzi's ambition is big. Ichi snorted. He probably wants to use you as an example to increase his popularity. Ichi inadvertently revealed LVU's secret, but it was useless to know LVU's purpose. She said helplessly, but the company has checked. This person is backed by a new internet media platform, microbroadcasting. I don't know who is supporting him, so his style of doing things is different from other paparazzi. He would rather expose than ask for money. The company can't do anything to him. Good afternoon, Sister Man. Li Man arrived at the shooting location of Xianxia. Along the way, many people greeted her. Li Man was in a bad mood today, but as a celebrity, she still squeezed out a smile and reluctantly nodded to the other party. However, when she walked into the lounge, some of the staff started gossiping. Do you think it's really like what Shuazai said, that Li Man and Dozun are only a married couple on paper? When Li Man was recording the program, she didn't see Dozun come to visit. It's possible. I feel that Shuazai's revelations are more realistic. But they often show off their love on microbroadcasting. Li Man also sent the dishes she cooked for Dozun. Their show of love is very fake. It always gives people the feeling that they are showing off their love for the sake of showing off their love. You see, Yang and Murphy are different. They don't show off their love on microbroadcasting. At most, they share some interesting things about their children's daily lives, but they are often photographed by the media together. Hey, did you see the news this morning? Yang and Murphy were photographed by passers-by playing in Australia. Yang sang an English song for Murphy. This video also became popular abroad. They went to play again. You said that Murphy is not in a hurry to come back and go on more programs. Why is she playing every day? She married a good husband. If I had a multi-talented, considerate and gentle man like Yang as my husband, I would be willing to die. Wishful thinking. The topic changed a little. But, listening to their conversation, an ordinary scriptwriter in the planning department suddenly asked, "What did you say Yang and Murphy went to Australia to do?" Oh, you can search the news later. You will definitely see it. They probably went to Australia for a holiday during the Qingming festival. During the trip, the gossipy companion excitedly told her about Yang singing for Murphy. But the scriptwriter was in a trance and didn't listen. Yang was the program designer of the Limit Challenge. A few days ago, Luo Jingting asked the planning department to study the Limit Challenge more, hoping to innovate and come up with new ideas. Everyone thought for a long time but couldn't think of a way to jump out of the framework of the Limit Challenge. But now, a few keywords suddenly connected in the scriptwriter's mind: travel, challenge, celebrity. It seemed that a new program idea was on the verge of appearing, but she still needed time to think carefully. Yang and the others returned to Jiangqing in the afternoon. In the evening, Lan Xian, who had just returned from kindergarten, came to visit them. Uncle Yang, is she home? The little girl was very polite. She greeted Yang sweetly at the entrance of the courtyard. Yes. We just came back from Australia and bought some delicious food. We will bring it home for you later. Yang was watering the flowers in the flower bed. He smiled as he opened the courtyard door. Really? There's delicious food? Hearing Yang words, Lan Xian was suddenly energized and said excitedly. Xian air. She, who was playing on the balcony on the second floor, heard Lan Xian's voice. She leaned on the railing and looked down, shouting happily. She. Lan Xian looked up and shouted happily, She, you didn't go to kindergarten today. Chi and I missed you so much. He, I missed you too. She responded happily. Lu Weisha didn't come to kindergarten either. Lan Xian said, you and Lu Weisha didn't come. Why didn't Lu Weisha come? I don't know. Lan Xian shook her head in confusion. The two young ladies didn't think that it was strenuous to talk like this, so they just chatted loudly. After a while, Lan Xian remembered that Uncle Yang wanted to bring her snacks, so she couldn't wait to run to the living room. There were quite a lot of snacks bought from Australia because he wanted to bring some for Shishi to share with the children in kindergarten. Now that Lan Xian was in a favorable position, she couldn't wait to tear open a bag of jerky. The long jerky was filled with saliva as she chewed on it. Looking at the way she smacked her lips, it was very tasty. Xianxia, I've sent you a letter. I sent letters to you, Lu Weixia, Qiqi, Chen Shiyun, and Zhaoyu. She came downstairs and couldn't wait to tell her friends. In front of delicious food, everything was fleeting clouds. Lan Xian took another bite and chewed in her mouth, then said slowly, I didn't see your letter. I sent it yesterday. My papa said it would take many days to send it. She counted with her little fingers for a while, then giggled and said, oh, I don't know when it will arrive. You went to Australia with your parents. Was it fun? Lan Xian asked curiously. It was fun. She happily introduced it to her friends, Papa and Mom, and I saw a lot of fun things. There was a big giraffe, but Papa said we couldn't buy it back, she said excitedly, while Lan Xian ate excitedly, occasionally looking up at she. Listening to stories? It was nothing more than a spice for her. Lu Weixia did not come to school for several days in a row. The kindergarten teacher only told other concerned children that Lu Weixia had not returned home yet, so this situation lasted for a week. A new Monday arrived. Yang Yi sent Shi to kindergarten. When he was about to walk out of the gate of Springfield Kindergarten, he finally saw a familiar figure. David. He was standing beside his car, looking at the kindergarten's teaching building, and his gaze fell on the location of the upper class. David. Yang Yi greeted him with a smile. Yang Yi spoke Swedish, and he had a lot of topics to talk about with him. It could be said that Yang Yi was one of David's closest friends in China. When he saw Yang Yi, David was also very happy. The two of them exchanged greetings in Swedish on the side of the road. You and Lu Weixia went back to Sweden for a long time. She missed you so much. She was talking to me last weekend. When will Lu Weixia come back? I can only tell her that she will be back soon. Yang Yi shrugged and said, now she should be very happy to see Lu Weixia. David shook his head with a wry smile and sighed, I'm sorry, my friend. Although Lu Weixia is back, maybe you should go back tonight and comfort Shi. Hey, this lovely little girl is Lu Weixia's best friend in China. In Yang Yi's surprised eyes, David told Yang Yi about the changes in his work and the subsequent arrangements for Lu Weixia's life and study. It turned out that they came back so late because David needed to go through some procedures at the Swedish headquarters of Wall Motors. Originally, David did not intend to bring Lu Weixia back to China because Maria would not come back. She would stay in Sweden to help David take care of his life after he came back. However, Lu Weixia missed Shi and the others, so she had to say goodbye to her good friends. Lu Weixia couldn't bear to leave her friends and cried in Sweden for a few days. I could only bring her here so that she could play with her friends for a few more days. When I'm done handing over my work at the end of the month, we have to go home. In the future, Lu Weixia will also need to go to primary school in Sweden. David sighed. By the end of the month? It was already late April, and there was only 1 week left, I can understand. After all, your hometown is Sweden. Yang Yi gently patted David's shoulder and said calmly, it's okay. Even if they are halfway across the globe, I believe they will still remember this friendship and the joy of the past year. Having said that, Yang Yi could imagine how sad Shi would be when she found out about this. Shi was a girl who valued relationships a lot. It could be seen from the way she kept talking about writing to Lu Weixia when she was traveling in Australia. Compared to his daughter, Yang Yi felt a little ashamed. When he treated friendship, he was actually a little indifferent. Especially when he got along with David, he completely interpreted the old saying, the friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. Hearing the news that David, his friend, was leaving, his heart did not waver. He was only more concerned about how sad Shi would be. Would you like a cup of coffee? Yang Yi felt that he should learn from his daughter and invited David. David had just returned to China, and now was the time to hand over his duties. He was not in a hurry to go back to work, so he gladly accepted the invitation. It was the same coffee shop on the corner. Ding Xiang and Guozi had already returned from Shanghai before the Qingming festival. Now, Ding Xiang was at the bar with Sugar Cube, taking care of the shop's business. Which one of you can move aside for me? Yang Yi shrugged and smiled. I'll make a cup of coffee for David. The space in the bar was limited. It was okay for 2 people, but it would be very crowded with 3 people. Ding Xiang was the one who was familiar with Yang Yi's habits. She took out Yang Yi's treasured coffee beans from the counter, then walked out with a smile. Sugar Cube was also quite clever. She quickly wiped the table with a rag and helped take out the coffee grinder, saying, "Boss, I'll help you." It did not take long to grind 2 cups of coffee. After a while, Yang Yi and David held the coffee and leaned against the bar, drinking and chatting. Sugar Cube watched for a while, then went to Ding Xiang and whispered to her, "Sister Ding Xiang, what is the boss talking about with that foreigner? It doesn't sound like English." "That's David, a Swedish. Brother Yang should be speaking Swedish with him." Ding Xiang looked up and smiled. "The boss can speak Swedish?" Sugar Cube clicked her tongue. "Didn't the news say that the boss sang English songs a few days ago? How does he know so many things?" "That's why he's the boss." Ding Xiang smiled and pinched Sugar Cube's face. She said, "Stop gossiping and work hard. One day, you'll be as good as the boss." At first, Yang Yi only talked about coffee with David. As they chatted, David, who was a little sentimental, sighed with emotion. "Although most of the coffee shops in China sell terrible coffee, it's different here. Moreover, I can drink the best coffee here. In fact, many things are the same. When I first came to China, I felt that I couldn't adapt to everything. But gradually, I found that I liked the life in China. Just as I got used to it, I had to leave again." Yang Yi smiled slightly. "That's right. China is a magical country. It has rich and beautiful scenery, more than 5,000 years of culture, and strong, tolerant, and friendly Chinese people. The more you understand it, the easier it will be for you to like it. My friend, there's one thing you missed out." David laughed. "It's very safe in China. Did you know? My bicycle was once stolen. 2 days later, the police helped me find it. I found it hard to believe." Yang Yi was speechless. In fact, he wanted to tell David, "That's because you're a foreigner." David was in high spirits. He continued, "It's different in Sweden. We took in a lot of refugees from war-torn countries. Although we saved their lives out of kindness, it's difficult to mix different cultures. It often causes social conflicts. Moreover, guns are controlled in China, but not in Sweden. To be honest, when I go back to Sweden, I want to send Lu Weixia to a proper school, but I'm still worried about the safety of my family when I pass through some mixed neighborhoods." David paused and said, "In China, I'm not worried about these problems. Some of my employees' children are studying, and they let their children go home on their own." Yang Yi could see David's anxiety about the country he was usually proud of. He could not help but fall silent. This situation was the same in Europe. Under the influence of refugees, the environment abroad was not as good as before. It was not like what many people who worshipped foreign things thought, that the moon was round abroad. In contrast, the public security in China was much better. Of course, in terms of social welfare, who was good and who was bad, it was a matter of opinion. But, home is home after all. It's the place you dream of. Isn't it? Yang Yi could only say this to David. David had also figured this out. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes. Home is home. No matter what, I still love Sweden, my hometown. No matter what, I'd like to congratulate you on your promotion, my friend," Yang Yi said with a smile. "Thank you, Yang. If you and your children come to Sweden to play, you must look for me. I'll take you to try Swedish coffee and berry pie." David drank his coffee and said goodbye to Yang Yi. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Shi, who didn't know what was going on, quickly spotted Lu Weixia, who was surrounded by Qin Shiyun and Nan Zhaoyu. Of course, Shi was so happy that she didn't notice the melancholy on Lu Weixia's face. "Lu Weixia. You're back?" The little girl ran over in surprise, pulled Lu Weixia's hand and said. Lu Weixia saw Shi and seemed even sadder, her eyes turning red. Lu Weixia doesn't seem happy." Chen Shiyun said loudly to Shi as if she was making a report, "Hey, quickly ask her why she's unhappy. It's really worrying people to death." Chen Shiyun didn't know where she learned the word worrying people to death, but she liked to use it recently. Nan Jiaoyu scratched his head and muttered, I also don't know why Lu Weisha is unhappy. We didn't bully her. She was also very confused. She pulled Lu Weisha's hand and asked, Lu Weisha, why aren't you saying anything? Did someone bully you? I can help you tell the teacher. Chen Shiyun puffed out her chest and righteously snatched Lan Xian's line. Who asked Lan Xian not to arrive yet? His friends chimed in one after another. Although it was a bit noisy, their deep concern was still revealed. This made Lu Weisha even sadder. She didn't know how to tell her friends this bad news. Fortunately, Teacher Mu came over to help Lu Weisha out. After a while, when all the children arrived, she held Lu Weisha's hand and helped Lu Weisha announce the news. Before this Friday, Lu Weisha will continue to attend classes with everyone. Thank you, Lu Weisha. You brought us a lot of happiness this year. You've also warmly helped the other children learn to speak English. We will definitely not forget our friendship with you. Children, right? Teacher Mu asked gently. Wang Shijuan, who liked to be in the limelight, and a few children who were used to answering the teacher's questions responded, yes. There were also many children who were in a daze, such as Shi. It was unknown if she was still unable to accept this fact or if she really did not understand. She looked at Mr. Mu in confusion, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Nan Jiaoyu was more honest. He said, Teacher. Jiaoyu, what's wrong? Mr. Mu looked over. Nan Jiaoyu asked in his hoarse voice, Lu Weisha went back to her home abroad. Does that mean we won't be able to see Lu Weisha again? Why are you so smart? Why do you have to say it out loud? Lu Weisha's mouth twitched, and large drops of tears slid down her freckled face. Yang Luoqi and Lan Xian, the two easily emotional girls, could not help but start sobbing when they saw Lu Weisha's sad appearance. Lan Xian cried and shouted, I don't want Lu Weisha to go home. At this time, Mr. Mu, who saw that the situation was not good, hurriedly said, It's not like that. Although Lu Weisha is going back to her home abroad, you'll still have a chance to meet in the future because you're good friends. Lu Weisha, when you go back, you'll also remember these friends who played with you, right? Mr. Mu asked kindly as he squatted down and wiped Lu Weisha's tears with a tissue. I miss you all. Lu Weisha nodded, choking with sobs. After nearly a year, Lu Weisha's Chinese had really improved by leaps and bounds. Although there were still some shortcomings in grammar, at least there were no problems with her accent. In the future, if you have the chance, you must come back to China and see these friends, okay? Mr. Mu smiled. Okay. Lu Weisha was still shedding tears. Hey, what's there to cry about? Chen Shiyun said casually, I'm going to Lu Weisha's home to play in the future. I haven't been to Lu Weisha's home yet. Obviously, Chen Shiyun did not understand the teacher's meaning. However, Lan Xian's fighting spirit was inexplicably aroused. She sniffed and shouted, I also want to go to Lu Weisha's home. I'll ask my mother to take me abroad to play. I can go to Lu Weisha's home. I want to go first. Chen Shiyun was not convinced. I want to go first. I want to go first. I want to go first. I want to say it first. The two little girls had forgotten their sadness and started to quarrel. Mr. Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Mr. Mu did not interfere with them because the two little girls' quarrel had diluted some of the sadness of parting. It's okay, you're still in class with everyone this week. Mr. Mu caressed Lu Weisha, who was still crying, and said softly, let's not think so far ahead. Let's spend this week happily, okay? Lu Weisha did not respond, or perhaps she did not understand. Mr. Mu looked around and found that Shi was not crying. She also knew that Shi and Lu Weisha had the best relationship, so she brought Lu Weisha to Shi and let the two girls hold hands. Shi, I know you're the most sensible. Now, I'll give you a task, okay? Mr. Mu squatted down and said softly. In fact, when Shi found out that Lu Weisha was going to leave everyone and go abroad, she was also very sad. Shi's eyes were red. However, when the little girl saw Lu Weisha's helpless look, she did not know why, but she did not cry. Perhaps it was because this scene was familiar. When Lu Weisha first arrived, wasn't she also at a loss in the crowd? Lu Weisha is very sad now. You're her good friend, so spend more time with Lu Weisha. We'll make her happy. We'll let her have a happy last week in China, and she'll always remember you as her good friends, okay? Mr. Mu's voice brought Shishi back to her senses. Mr. Mu's trusting eyes gave Shishi a wonderful sense of responsibility. The little girl nodded her head obediently. Shishi, I want to go home, but I don't want to leave you guys. After Mr. Mu left, Lu Weisha suddenly spoke in Swedish, as if she had opened up a chatterbox. Lu Weisha, don't be sad. Shiryun told Xianxia that we'll go to your house to visit you and play with you. Shishi also spoke in Swedish. Compared to a year ago, Shishi's Swedish was much more fluent. Will you come too? Lu Weisha looked at Shishi expectantly. I'll definitely go and play with you. Shishi nodded her head seriously. Really? Lu Weisha asked in surprise with tears in her eyes. Aya. You guys are speaking Swedish again. We can't understand it. Can you speak in Mandarin? Chen Shiryun came over. Her voice was a little funny, and she spoke in Mandarin with a lot of emphasis. I'm telling Lu Weisha that I'll also go to Lu Weisha's house with my papa. Shishi wasn't as carefree as Chen Shiryun. The little girl's mood was still a little heavy, so her tone was very serious. Xianxia and I will go too. Chichi, will you go too? Chen Shiryun asked. Yang Luochi wasn't very assertive. The little girl rubbed her teary eyes and whispered, I want to ask my father. I want to ask too. Nan Jiaoyu interrupted. No need to ask. I have pocket money. I can go by myself. Chen Shiryun had 2 yuan of pocket money in her pocket. She was so generous that she waved her hand and said generously. I also have a lot of pocket money and a red packet for the spring festival. My mom bought me 2 big pigs and asked me to save them. Shishi said, but, I think my papa can take me there. Lan Xian was very good at managing money. Her eyes lit up and she said, Shishi, your father can take you there. You can give your pocket money to Chichi and Jiaoyu so that they can go too. Yes, Xian, that's a good idea. Chen Shiryun said excitedly. Yang Luochi and Nan Jiaoyu looked at Shishi expectantly. Shishi, who now had 2 piggy banks, had become the hope of the whole village. The little girl was a little reluctant, but she nodded generously and said, well, I'll give it to Chichi and Jiaoyu. Yang Luochi and Nan Jiaoyu both laughed happily. Perhaps because of their smiles, Lu Weisha felt warm in her heart and her sadness faded a lot. Lu Weisha hugged Shishi's arm and said excitedly, I'll come to China to play with you too. My father will agree. We'll always be good friends. It seemed that the little guys had recovered. Shishi also told Lu Weisha the story of her trip to Australia. Lan Xian and the others, who had heard it several times, even chimed in to help. It was a lively scene as usual. At noon, in the studio, Murphy, who had just received the news and was worried, asked Yang Yi to call. Yang Yi was a little surprised by Teacher Mu's response. Teacher said that Shishi didn't cry, and she did a great job. She even helped teacher to comfort Lu Weisha. Yang Yi put down his phone and said to Murphy in confusion. That's my daughter. Look, she did a great job. She's so sensible. Murphy said proudly. No, I think something's wrong. According to Shishi's character, it's impossible for her not to feel sad. Yang Yi spent the most time with his daughter, so he knew Shishi better than Murphy. What's wrong? Do you have to be satisfied when your daughter cries? Murphy was a little puzzled and said with a smile. Don't worry, maybe Shishi has grown up. Yang Yi didn't understand the situation until he received Shishi in the evening. Today, Yang Yi was still the same as before. He didn't let Shishi wait for long and came early. After a while, Mr. Mu appeared in the classroom with him. Yangshi, your father is here to pick you up. Goodbye, Shishi. Shishi was very popular. As soon as she woke up, the classroom was filled with people saying goodbye to her. Of course, many children's voices were filled with envy. They also wanted their parents to come and pick them up earlier. In the past, Shishi would respond enthusiastically. But today, she seemed to be in low spirits and forgot to respond, especially when she saw her father's concerned eyes. The little girl carried her small school bag and slowly walked over. Her small body leaned into her father's arms as he squatted down. Yang Yi felt his daughter hugging his neck and her small head leaning over. It was very similar to how she used to behave when she was sad. He seemed to understand something. Xianxia carried Xixi and gently patted his daughter's soft hair as he said softly, "Say goodbye to the teachers and students." Xixi was still very obedient. After her father reminded her, she waved to her friends as usual and said goodbye to them tomorrow. However, Xianxia could still see that she was in low spirits. After coming out of the classroom and walking down the stairs, Xianxia asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sad?" In her father's warm embrace, Xixi finally shed tears. As if she was afraid that others would find out, the little girl lowered her head and leaned on her father's shoulder, sobbing softly. This was actually what Xianxia had expected, although he didn't want to see Xixi cry. "Don't cry, don't cry." Xianxia gently patted Xixi's back and comforted her softly. "Is it because of Luweisha?" Xixi pursed her lips and nodded as tears fell. She took the opportunity to shrink her head into her father's broad chest. "Didn't you do very well today? Miss Mu also said that you helped her comfort Luweisha. You did a great job. When Mom heard about it, she was very proud of you. Why are you sad now?" Xianxia asked. Xixi sobbed for a while before she said, but I don't want Luweisha to leave. Luweisha wants to go back to her hometown because her parents are going back. She can't be left alone in China, right?" Xianxia explained. Her words did not have any effect. Xixi was still very sad. Xianxia carried Xixi out of the kindergarten and back to the car. The little girl cried in her father's arms for a while, venting out a lot of the sadness that had accumulated for the day. Of course, it was still difficult to let go of it. "Come, tell Dad. How did you help your teacher comfort Luweisha today?" Xianxia wanted to pick something happy to talk about. "Mom and Dad are very proud of you for being so sensible." When Xixi heard her father's words, she seemed to be even more wronged. The little girl sat in the car and grabbed the hem of her clothes. She pursed her lips and said tearfully, "Luweisha cried first. I want her. Don't cry." Luweisha is very pitiful. Although he did not know where the pity came from, Xianxia could still feel Xixi's pure and kind heart. "So you didn't cry because you wanted to comfort Luweisha?" Xianxia asked. He was not in a hurry to start the car and go home. Instead, he wanted to coax his daughter first. "Yes." The little girl pouted her lips that were red from crying and nodded seriously. Perhaps she did not feel it before, but now that she was talking about it with her father, Xixi seemed to have suffered a lot. Xianxia looked at his daughter's sensible appearance, and his heart almost melted. His heart ached as he hugged Xixi and kissed her tear-stained little face. After a while, he said, "It's okay. You did very well. With Dad here, you can vent whatever sadness you have in your heart." Of course, Xixi still had some sad things in her heart. The little girl sniffled, grabbed her father's hand that was wiping her face, and said pitifully, I even gave my little pig to Qiqi and to Xiaoyu, because Xian'er said that they could also give it to them, and they could also play with Luweisha." "What?" Xianxia was confused when he heard this. The little girl did not cry as hard as before, but she was still sobbing. Therefore, after sobbing for a while, Xianxia finally understood the gist of it. "You mean, Qinshiryun said that she wanted to use her pocket money to visit Luweisha." Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry at these children's brain circuits. "Then, Xian'er suggested that you generously give your 2 piggy banks to Qiqi and Xiaoyu, right?" The little girl's face was full of reluctance. Her little body twisted in her father's arms sadly and said, I don't want to give my piglet to them. But Qiqi and Xiaoyu can't go to Luweisha's house to play." Xianxia was really moved by his daughter this time. Although these little guys' logic was ridiculous, their innocence was reflected in the absurdity. Especially Xixi, the pocket money in her piggy bank might not even be enough to buy a plane ticket. Because a large amount of Xixi's pocket money had been cheated by Murphy, who helped her open an account and save it. The piggy bank was full of loose money. But for her good friend, she was willing to give away the piggy bank that she had saved for more than a year. Xianxia did not know what to say. Whether the little girl was silly or too naive, Xianxia would rather she keep this sincerity, kindness, and enthusiasm for longer. This was something that was worthy of Xianxi's protection. "This shows that you love everyone very much," Xianxia said softly, Because you have a good relationship, you are willing to do things for each other, don't you think so? But Lu Weisha wants to go home. Papa, I won't be able to see Lu Weisha in the future, right? The little girl was still entangled in this problem. I don't like this. It's not that you won't be able to see her, but you may not be able to see her often in the future. Yang Yi pointed to his heart and said softly, but, what does it matter? As long as you are still good friends, you will be happy to see each other again after a long time. Really? The little girl had already made a concession in her heart. Really? It's like you took a few months off during the summer and winter holidays. You didn't see each other, but when school started, you were still very happy. It's the same principle, but it may take a longer time, maybe a few more months, to see each other again. But it doesn't matter, in addition to seeing each other, you can also call each other, or chat online with Lu Weisha about your recent situation. Yang Yi said with a smile. Just like me and Grandpa? Shishi quickly understood. Yes. Yang Yi smiled and patted Shishi's little head. But, Papa, will you take me to Lu Weisha's house to play? The little girl finally stopped crying after her father coaxed her for a long time, but she still asked nervously. She had not yet asked her father this question. Of course I will. Yang Yi said with a smile, Dad promises you that next summer, when Mom and Dad are free, we will take you to Lu Weisha to play. Shishi was not completely happy. After all, although Lu Weisha could still play with them for a week, and although they could still see Lu Weisha in the future, she still knew that after Lu Weisha returned to China, there would be fewer opportunities for them to see each other. Therefore, when the little girl went to kindergarten the next day, she was still in low spirits. However, Yang Yi did not try to persuade Shishi anymore. He only tried to guide her a little so that she would not get into a dead end. All good things must come to an end. Everyone would experience such disappointment, and Shishi was no exception. Yang Yi believed that there was no need to interfere too much. After a few days, Cece would be able to walk out of this matter. After all, how could a child hide so many things in her heart? Sometimes, it was hard to tell whether Shishi was precocious or precocious. Compared to children of the same age, Shishi was not only tall, but also obviously smarter. She learned things very quickly and was very sensible at the same time. Sometimes, Shishi was so sensible that it made people feel sorry for her. For example, when it came to her concern for Lu Weisha, Yang Yi would actually rather that she cried like Xianxia and then continued to eat, drink, and play without a care. However, it was not right to say that she was precocious, because she was still very naive, like a piggy bank. She still foolishly believed in Xianxia's wild ideas. Another example was that she believed in the existence of a fairy tale world. Although she rarely talked about it, the little girl would sometimes sing Let's Go and still look forward to seeing Sister Elsa one day. There was a small episode about the piggy bank. After Yang Yi and Murphy talked about it in the evening, Murphy felt emotional and felt that it was interesting. She could not help but share this naive little story of the children on micro-broadcasting. Yang Yi followed and shared some details. For example, Shishi was considerate when she took care of her foreign classmates, and Shishi's tears only fell when she threw herself into her father's arms after school. Even though there were only a few words, Yang Yi's writing style always gave people a feeling of immersion. Just look at the comments below the micro-broadcast and you'll know. Although Yang Yi, this bastard, still doesn't give Shishi a picture, why does my mind keep thinking of Shishi's tearful face? My heart aches. How can I let my wife be wronged? Although you are my father-in-law, I still have to fight for my wife. She is so sensible. I feel that Yang Yi and Murphy are good at educating her. Share more parenting tips. Our family's devil is 2 years older than Cece, but he only knows how to be naughty every day. I really want to give Shishi a hug. Once I hug her, I can't bear to let go. Shishi actually has foreign classmates? I can't help but lament the life of the rich. The children of celebrities receive a superior education. This comment was a little sour. I love Shishi so much. The autistic Wang Mai in the movie actually has so many friends in real life. It's a pity that Yang Yi doesn't bring his child to variety shows. Except for a few scenes, I never see Shishi again. Previous poster, let me remind you. In the video of Yang Yi singing for Murphy in Australia, Shishi appeared. She popped her head out of the beach chair and watched her father sing. She looked so cute. Could it be that this story was deliberately made up? It's too cute. How can a little girl who is not even 6 years old know so much? Anyway, I've seen children who can't even speak properly at such a young age. How can they hold back their sad emotions? Previous poster, your logic is a little far-fetched. Children in this world are not all made from the same mold. What's so strange about Xianxia being a little more sensible? In my poor hometown, some children from poor families start cooking and washing clothes at the age of 6. They take care of their younger siblings like adults. They know more than Xianxia. It's possible that a certain celebrity made up a story to gain fame. But Xianxia and Murphy? Forget it. The two of them are famous for keeping a low profile. After Xianxia acted in the movie, she didn't accept a single interview. How many variety shows have invited Xianxia? What happened in the end? 2 months after the movie was released, there was not a single show. Although there were still some voices of doubt, it couldn't hide the fact that most fans liked Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. And this daily routine gave the netizens a new understanding of Xianxia. It also made them like Xianxia and pity this sensible little girl. It had been almost a week since Xianxia sang an English song and became popular. However, the domestic media was still reporting the reactions of the foreign media. It was as if Xianxia's recognition by the foreign media was a feat that brought glory to the country. Of course, the foreign media's reports made them feel proud. Long before the domestic media started to report, there were already overseas students who revealed Xianxia's identity to the foreign media. Later, Mo Xiaowan confirmed the news on behalf of Xianxia. The domestic reporters also quickly spread the name of the song overseas. Although it didn't cause a sensation in the whole of America, some American media's entertainment section still reported this news. It turned out that Bruno Levin's judgment was right. This Asian man was not only a professional singer, but he was also a very famous singer-songwriter. He had tens of millions of fans in China. The Americans were a little surprised. Tens of millions. To the sparsely populated Americans, this was a huge number. Just 2 days ago, a media outlet accidentally received a piece of news that no one else had noticed. Through their report, the Americans found out that the original novel of the TV series Prison Break, which they were crazy about this year, was actually written by this man. This news was confirmed by the director of Prison Break, Paul Tanyi. Oh my God, is this person a god? To be able to write such a beautiful song and to come up with such a wonderful plot like Prison Break. A reporter expressed his shock in his column. Compared to a song that didn't have a source, the news of the already popular Prison Break was more eye-catching. The domestic media also crazily reposted the foreign news and hyped up Xianxia as a national hero. He had conquered the Americans. Of course, these rumors were all exaggerated. Xianxia did not conquer the Americans. The Americans only sighed with emotion and then gave up. They wouldn't waste too much energy on an Asian. Only some domestic media outlets and domestic fans were still celebrating. However, Xianxia did not participate. He was in a good mood. No matter how the domestic media reported, he did not respond and did not get complacent. After a short break, Xianxia and Murphy started to work again. Xianxia wanted to release an English song himself. Of course, he did not want to be the only one in the limelight. Under Xianxia's coaxing, Murphy also recorded Let's Go with him. It was not that the two of them had to be inseparable. Xianxia felt that this was a good opportunity. It was rare for there to be so much international attention. It was a good opportunity to push Murphy out of the country. Xianxia was very curious. With Murphy's singing skills, how high could she reach in the international market? That afternoon, Xianxia and Murphy came out of the recording studio. Mo Xiaowan walked in with a notebook and reported to them, "Sis, brother-in-law, there are 2 things now. The first is about Sister Luo Xian. She wants to invite. It's best if the 2 of you can go on her Xixin interview." Mo Xiaowan looked at Xianxia and the others. She hesitated for a moment. And said, "Sister Luo Xian means that it's best to invite the 2 of you. If it's not possible, either you or brother-in-law can go. However, I feel that Sister Luo Xian's favor." Yes, the favor was the biggest problem. Luo Xian helped a lot to get the Shanghai TV station. Of course, even if this was not mentioned, Luo Xian and Murphy were close. She was one of Murphy's few good friends in the industry. Since she made this invitation, Fei was too embarrassed to refuse. Let's go. We'll go together. Yang Yi nodded at Murphy and made the decision for the troubled Murphy. Obviously, Luo Xian also wanted to freeload. The second thing is that when you were recording the song, director Chen Fengchen called. He wants to meet brother-in-law at the coffee shop tomorrow. Mo Xiaowan said. Director Chen came to Rivertown? Murphy was a little surprised. Hasn't Drawing Sword finished filming? Mo Xiaowan also shook her head in confusion. She did not know why Chen Fengchen was looking for Yang Yi. This old man doesn't visit without a reason. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm afraid he's looking for me for something. Was it day-night journey? Or we're leaving grocery store? Yang Yi was too lazy to guess. He would know when he saw Chen Fengchen tomorrow. Chen Fengchen was already very familiar with Rivertown, especially in the past 2 years. 2 big-budget TV series were filmed in the Jiangnan military region of Rivertown. Chen Fengchen even joked that he was almost half a Rivertown citizen in a CCTV interview program. Therefore, after the old master dealt with some reporters who caught him at the airport, he took a taxi alone to the Media University of Rivertown in Tingshan District. It was drizzling in Rivertown today, especially in Tingshan District. The Tingshan District was backed by the humid Tingshan District, so the rain was even more plentiful. The drizzle had been falling since dawn and hadn't stopped, dyeing the banks of the Grand Canal into the color of ink. Chen Fengchen got out of the taxi. He didn't need an umbrella. He was wearing a jazz hat and a windbreaker, so he wasn't afraid of the drizzle. However, the puddles on the road were a little troublesome, so the old master had to quicken his pace. Ring ring. Just like more than a year ago, Chen Fengchen pushed open the door of the coffee shop at the corner of the street. The wind chime at the door rang clearly, and at the same time, the warm atmosphere in the coffee shop and the faint folk song were pushed to Chen Fengchen. Time never came back, only leaving the bleak years behind. Ideals obliterate feelings, I just want to leave. On the small stage in the middle of the coffee shop, 2 boys were playing the guitar and singing affectionately. Note 1, the beautiful melody of the folk song and the slightly sad and hoarse singing made the coffee shop seem to be plated with a layer of golden age, intoxicating people. The customers in the coffee shop were also listening quietly. They didn't even care about the disturbance caused by the wind chime when Chen Fengchen arrived. At the bar counter, Sugar Cube was looking at Miao Chuan with infatuation. Although Lu Xiaoxiu was the lead singer, Miao Chuan's introverted and melancholic aura was like a prince in a purple robe, with a unique charm. Ding Xiang reacted in time. She stretched out her finger and poked Sugar Cube. Only then did Sugar Cube run out of the bar counter in a panic and greet Chen Fengchen. Hello, teacher, hello, what would you like to drink? Seeing Chen Fengchen, Sugar Cube was a little hesitant. She thought that Jiang Chuan's teacher had come, so she greeted him nervously. Let's not talk about what to drink first. I came to the coffee shop to look for Yang Yi. Chen Fengchen smiled at Fong Tang. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi's coffee shop also changed. Not only did the decorations change, but there were also 2 more waitresses. More than a year ago, when Chen Fengchen came over, he saw that Yang Yi was still fighting alone. Of course, this was understandable. After all, Yang Yi's identity had changed a lot. Ah? Are you looking for our boss? Fong Tang exclaimed in a low voice. She hesitated for a moment before asking Ding Xiang for help. However, the 2 of them were no longer needed. Yang Yi, who was sitting in a quiet private booth, had sharp ears. When he heard the commotion, he took the initiative to welcome him. He shook hands with Chen Fengchen and said with a smile, Director Chen, if there's anything you need, you can just give me a call. Why do you have to come to Jiangqing personally? And it's raining outside. Until now, Yang Yi still didn't know that Chen Fengchen came in a taxi. He thought that such a big director like Chen Fengchen would have a private car to send him to Jiangqing. I might be old, but my body is still robust. Walking around more is healthier than staying at home all day long. Chen Fengchen said without any trace of politeness as he continued, but of course, I'm here to discuss something important with you. Yang Yi led Chen Fengchen to his private booth. Chen Fengchen liked to drink tea, so Yang Yi had already prepared a tea set. He made tea while chatting with Chen Fengchen. Sitting down and waiting, reality has made me understand that the place where the dream collapsed is now covered with moss. While Yang Yi was making tea, Thousand Mile Chuanchu's song gradually came to an end, and the deep sorrow in the lyrics came back to haunt him. What's wrong with the two kids singing in your coffee shop? Why are their songs so lifeless? Chen Fengchen didn't get straight to the point. Instead, he frowned and said with dissatisfaction, young people should be filled with hope for the future. Their voices must be filled with vitality. Yang Yi smiled and told Chen Fengchen about Qianli Chuanchu's experience. Wait a minute. You're talking about Tang Rong from Shangnan? Chen Fengchen had heard of him. You did this? Chen Fengchen was indeed experienced. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. What does it have to do with me? I just couldn't stand it, so I paid for their lawsuit. Tang Rong was investigated. Someone who hated him for a long time probably took the opportunity to give him a fatal stab. Yang Yi obviously wouldn't admit it. He changed the topic. This song, Ideal Monologue, was written when they were at their most desperate. Under such circumstances, it's understandable that they would write desperate lyrics. Chen Fengchen nodded. But people should always look forward. Director Chen, don't worry. They've already adjusted themselves. If you don't believe me, I'll get them to sing a song that was written last month. Yang Yi smiled. He walked out and whispered a few words to Lu Xiaoshu, who had just come down to rest. Lu Xiaoshu nodded. He and Miao Chuan carried their guitars up the stage and gently plucked the strings. Facing the microphone, they said softly, "Sorry, we're back." The students in the coffee shop laughed. However, they didn't make a ruckus. They didn't want to disturb the peaceful atmosphere of the coffee shop. This time, I'll bring you our new song. Of course, some of you have already heard Growing Up Gradually several times. Lu Xiaoshu finished his simple speech and started to play. Note 2, Yang Yi boiled water and used the posture of Kung Fu tea to brew tea. He washed the cup and brewed tea again. Then, he poured a cup for Chen Fengchen. Chen Fengchen drank while listening. There's always a gap between people. There's always a problem in life. There's always too much hope. In the end, if things don't go your way, it'll be extinguished by time. This phrase was actually still filled with confusion and confusion. It still conveyed negative energy. Chen Fengchen couldn't help but look at Yang Yi. However, although the second verse was still hummed slowly, the meaning of the lyrics had changed. Since I'm still growing up, then I'll struggle bravely. And realistically, I've always believed that dreams will eventually bloom into flowers. Growing Up Gradually was about a person who walked into society full of expectations. After encountering setbacks, he experienced confusion. In the end, he chose to face the difficulties bravely and fight bravely. In fact, this song was also describing the feelings of Thousand Miles Chuanchu and the others for the past 2 years. However, here, they turned the various deceptions and restrictions they encountered into common problems that people encountered in society. Chen Fengchen listened to Thousand Miles Chuanchu's ballad very respectfully before revealing a satisfied smile. That's right. Young people should be full of confidence in life. If you don't dare to continue after encountering a small problem, then you're a coward. Director Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you should still be busy editing Drawing Sword. You took the time out of your busy schedule to come to me. Don't tell me you want to talk to me about this? Yang Yi smiled. Which of my works have you taken a fancy to? However, Chen Fengchen surprised Yang Yi. He took out a thin book from his bag, pointed at the title, and said, Shawshank's Redemption. Shawshank's Redemption? Yang Yi looked at Chen Fengchen in surprise. He frowned and said, Director Chen, you should be able to see that the story I wrote in this book is aimed at making a movie, right? But you're shooting a TV series. Kid, you're underestimating me. If I can shoot a TV series, why can't I make a movie? Chen Fengchen said angrily. Yang Yi smiled apologetically, but said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Director Chen, that's not what I meant, but you haven't made a movie before, have you? You're a famous TV series director, but there's still a difference between directing a TV series and a movie. You see. It was not a problem for a director who had directed a movie to make a TV series, but it was difficult to estimate the effect of a TV series director making a movie. Yang Yi did not want to use such a classic movie for Chen Fengchen to practice. Chen Fengchen looked at Yang Yi angrily for a while, but suddenly smiled and said with a little pride, "To tell you the truth, when I was young, I also made a movie, although it was only a few decades ago. However, this old man won't argue with you. Besides, who told you that I'm going to make a movie based on this book as a director?" Yang Yi was dumbfounded. What does this mean? This is, not as a director? Aren't you the director? Yang Yi frowned. However, he reacted in the next second. Looking at Chen Fengchen's white hair and wrinkles on his face, he seemed to have understood something. He asked uncertainly, "Director Chen, you want to be an actor?" Chen Fengchen looked into Yang Yi's eyes and said with slight satisfaction, "Your brain is still very flexible. Which role do you want to play? Fu Rueda?" Yang Yi's frown did not loosen. He did not think that Chen Fengchen was suitable for the role of Fu Rueda. Fu Rueda was considered a supporting actor similar to the male lead. It was not necessary to play Fu Rueda at a certain age. At the very least, one had to be a veteran actor with the acting skills of a best actor in this world. Moreover, Fu Rueda's bones were bigger, which allowed him to be like a fish in water in prison in his early years. Chen Fengchen was not tall, less than 1.7 meters tall. As time passed, he even shrank a little. "I want to play old Bu Ruk," Chen Fengchen said. Bu Ruk was the old prisoner who was affectionately called Old Bu by everyone. He was the manager of the prison library. This role was also quite outstanding, especially the inner torment before and after he was released from prison, as well as the final one-man show, which would leave a deep impression on the audience. Chen Fengchen was still not satisfied with sitting down. He pulled his chair back and stood up. His back was slightly hunched, making him look even more humble. However, when paired with his slightly open mouth and stiff facial muscles, he looked like he had aged 10 years. The old man's left hand seemed to be holding something. He was performing an intangible performance. He walked on the spot, but his steps were unsteady. He looked to the left in confusion, then he staggered slightly to the side. The posture of his legs was as if it had been honed over the years in prison. Yang Yi remembered this scene. Old Bu came out of prison and walked on the street, but he saw the outside world that was completely unfamiliar to him. He saw the streets full of cars. Although he was moving forward, he lost his direction. Chen Fengchen was acting out this scene. Yang Yi didn't know if Chen Fengchen had ever been an actor before, but he guessed that as a director, Chen Fengchen must have tried out a character he liked. Plus, as a director, he knew how to act in order to achieve the desired effect of the script. From the looks of it, the old man's acting wasn't bad. Chen Fengchen's stooped body, his hesitation in the crowd, was vividly reflected in his simple movements and eyes. It gave off the feeling of the original old cloth. "How is it?" After Chen Fengchen finished acting, he sat down and looked at Yang Yi, wanting to get his evaluation. "Director Chen, if I were the director, I would really like to let you try out this role, or even act in other parts. For example, the part where Old Bu asks Andy for worms and feeds the birds. Let's see if the effect is as good," Yang Yi said with a wry smile as he shrugged. When Chen Fengchen heard Yang Yi's words, he immediately acted out the scene for Yang Yi. He even pursed his lips slightly, holding the worm that he had just received, and smiled brightly. Although the old man's face had deep wrinkles from his smile, the corners of his mouth were raised high, and the smile that came from the bottom of his heart gave people an inexplicable sense of comfort and joy, as if it was strongly infectious. Yang Yi helplessly watched the old man's outstanding performance. He explained, "Director Chen, I'm not the director, and I haven't started preparing for this movie yet. Before the real director arrives, we have to confirm the actors first." "Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Chen Fengchen put away his humility and revealed an unfathomable smile. "Actually, I'm here today to bring you a director. You think I'm not suitable, then? Wu Yan, what do you think?" Yang Yi was no longer a newbie in the entertainment industry. Wu Yan was a national treasure director in China. Not only had he won countless awards for his movies in China, but he had also filmed many award-winning blockbusters when he came to America to develop his career 20 years ago. He was a director who was good at using the language of the camera and rich colors to deal with delicate emotional relationships. He could also film artistic effects in commercial films. This was also the reason why his movies often won awards. Yang Yi thought about the movies that Wu Yian had filmed, and he could basically come to a conclusion. The Shawshank Redemption was the most suitable movie for director Wu to film. You know director Wu Yian? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Of course, he knew that he was being silly when he asked this question without thinking. Xiao Yang, don't underestimate the name Chen Fengchen. Chen Fengchen said unhappily. In front of me, Wu Yian still has to respectfully call me teacher. Do you understand? Chen Fengchen's age and seniority were both higher than Wu Yian's. Although Wu Yian's reputation was indeed higher than Chen Fengchen's and his achievements were greater than Chen Fengchen's, Chen Fengchen was still a person of virtue and prestige. Wu Yian had to respectfully address him as teacher. Director Wu Yian is willing to film my movie? Yang Yi asked. Are you tempted? Chen Fengchen saw Yang Yi's expression and knew that things had become simple. He relaxed a little and proudly teased Yang Yi. Now you see how important your grandpa Chen is, right? Not only can I invite Wu Yian, but I can also help you find many experienced actors with real acting skills. For example, the requirements for the casting of Fu Rueda in your movie are quite high. But let me recommend you one, Li Baogua. What do you think? Chen Fengchen asked. Don't tell me you don't know who Li Baogua is? Yang Yi actually knew this person. Back when he was filming The Fugitive, Xiang Jianlei had instructed Geng Sha to learn from Li Baogua when he was guiding him. Li Baogua could be said to be the Li Shuajian of this world. Although Li Baogua was close to 60 years old, when he was in his 30s, his acting skills were already very good. In a TV series filmed in the 80s, he played a character from 30 years old to 60 years old, and now, when he was close to 60 years old, his acting skills had reached the peak. It could be said that whatever he played, he was exactly like the original character. There was no trace of Li Baogua himself. Xiang Jianlei held Li Baogua in high esteem because of Li Baogua's acting skills. On the other hand, it was because of Li Baogua's professionalism. Being low-key and down-to-earth acting was too rare in this impetuous society. However, Yang Yi heard Chen Fengchen speak as if the casting had already been decided. Li Baogua is getting on in years. Now that he's taking on fewer shows, if you were to invite him, I'm afraid he might not be able to get you a slot. But if I were to tell him in advance, even if Li Baogua doesn't have a slot, he would still squeeze out a slot. After all, Chen Fengchen and Li Baogua had worked together many times, but that wasn't the point. Yang Yi looked at Chen Fengchen suspiciously and asked, Director Chen, have you already discussed it with Director Wu Yian? Why do I feel like you already have a rough candidate for the role? Chen Fengchen suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't expect Yang Yi to be so sharp. He laughed dryly and said, Aren't I helping you find a role? You tell me, is Li Baogua suitable? If Li Baogua is willing to play the role of Fu Rueda, then it would be perfect. Yang Yi said honestly. But don't we still have to discuss it with Director Wu Yian? And the role of Old Bu? He still has to come back from Europe. He's currently in France for an award. Chen Fengchen saw that Yang Yi had loosened up, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, It will probably take another 3 to 5 days. I saw that your book is being eyed by many film companies, and I'm afraid that some unknown director will ruin a good work, so I came to talk to Wu Yian first. If I had such bad eyesight, the copyright of The Shawshank Redemption would have been sold last month. Yang Yi smiled. I still hope that this movie can be handed over to a suitable director. Isn't that fine? I'll help you find a suitable director, and you help me persuade Wu Yian to give me Old Bu. Chen Fengchen said as he winked at him. He wasn't as humble as when he was playing Old Bu, so you haven't talked to director Wu Yian about you playing the role of Old Bu. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really trapped by this old man. Although Chen Fengchen was beating around the bush, Yang Yi had to admit that the old man had studied the book thoroughly and grasped his desire for a perfect interpretation of the work. The plan provided by the old man was indeed the best director and cast combination that Yang Yi could think of. No, it should be said that Yang Yi couldn't even think of it. Without Chen Fengchen's strong connections and background in the entertainment industry, Yang Yi wouldn't have been able to gather a group of veteran actors to make a movie. Chen Fengchen didn't direct the blockbuster work himself, but was so enthusiastic about being Wu Yan's lobbyist. Obviously, he loved the book very much and had deep feelings for the character of Old Bu. Of course, this had to wait for director Wu Yan to come back from France to discuss further. However, Yang Yi also had the same intention. For this kind of instant agreement, it was estimated that only the details of the contract were left. At Springfield Kindergarten, the children were still playing around as usual. Lu Weisha was also smiling brightly as she squeezed in the middle of her friends, as if they had all forgotten about tomorrow's separation. But this was also good. Since they were going to separate, it was better to play happily than to be gloomy all day. Moreover, the happier they were, the better the memories left behind. During lunch, the little girls were still circling Xixi, eagerly waiting for Xixi to take out the food that her father made. Of course, Nan Jiaoyu was also holding his bowl, licking his lips and whispering, "What delicious food did Uncle Yang Yi make today?" After Xixi opened the lunch box, the dazzling and fragrant dishes made them all mesmerized. This is steamed pork ribs, this is sour, sweet, and super delicious fried meat with pineapple, this is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and there are green vegetables. My papa said that we should eat more vegetables. Cici happily introduced the vegetables to her friends. This was her favorite part every day, just like Grandma Wang selling melons and praising herself. The little girl's memory was very good. She could remember what her father said when he packed the food for her. When she repeated it to her friends, she could also recite most of the content. At this moment, the expectant and admiring gazes of her friends gave Xixi a great sense of satisfaction. "I want to eat pineapple fried meat. Uncle Yang Yi's pineapple fried meat is the best." Lan Xian bit her small spoon and couldn't wait to cry out. "I want to eat too." Lu Weisha also smiled happily. Looking at their smiling faces, it was as if endless mountain flowers were blooming brilliantly. She also quietly forgot the fact that Lu Weisha would rarely eat such delicious Chinese food in the future. However, among the children, there was one who behaved very strangely. When it was time to eat, Chen Shiyun's brows were furrowed, and she didn't fight with Lan Xian and the rest to get her favorite dishes. Instead, she sat there in a daze and grabbed her small spoon, looking as if she had lost her appetite. When everyone's excitement died down and they started to eat, Xixi realized that something was wrong with her friend. "Shiyun, why aren't you eating?" Xixi asked vaguely with her small mouth full. Chen Shiyun frowned sadly and muttered, "I don't want to eat." "Why don't you want to eat?" "Xixi's father's pineapple fried meat is super delicious. It's sweet and sour. I love it." Lan Xian swallowed the food in her mouth with all her might before replying. Although Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian were usually in a competitive relationship and the two children often fought for food, now that Chen Shiyun didn't move, Lan Xian's one-man show was meaningless. Lan Xian felt that something was missing. "But my teeth don't feel good." Chen Shiyun bared her front teeth and pointed to one of her teeth. She said unhappily, "My father said that my tooth is going to fall out. It hurts." "It's going to fall out?" Xixi turned pale with fright. "Why is your tooth falling out?" Fortunately, Lu Weisha understood this. She also opened her mouth and revealed her teeth. There was a black hole between the 2 rows of teeth that were still stained with food. "Look, my tooth is falling out. Just like Chen Shiyun." Lu Weisha pointed to her teeth and showed them to everyone. "My father said that an adult's tooth will grow out." Lu Weisha was somewhat lacking in vocabulary and had to switch to Swedish. Fortunately, Xixi helped to translate. "An adult's tooth will grow out." Xixi curiously stood up from her chair and went closer to take a look. The other children also joined in the fun and came around to watch. This was something new. The children all forgot to eat. "Hey, Lu Weisha, your tooth is gone." Xixi asked in confusion. "My mother said that if a tooth falls out, it will grow back." At this time, Chen Shiyun had new knowledge to share with everyone. In the evening, Xixi returned home. At the dinner table, she remembered the strange thing that happened at noon and told her parents about it. "Papa, why did Lu Weisha and Shiyun's teeth fall out?" Xixi asked in confusion. At noon, the 6 of them couldn't figure out the reason. After all, their knowledge was still relatively limited. However, before her parents could answer, the little girl tilted her head and suddenly said, "Is it because they don't brush their teeth properly?" "Papa, I'm obedient and brush my teeth every day. So my teeth won't fall out, right?" "Even if you brush your teeth every day, when you reach a certain age, your teeth will fall out." Murphy told Xianxia this cruel reality. This is a rule that every child has to go through. Ah? Xianxia looked at her mother in surprise. The little bit of luck in her heart disappeared. "Look at your brother, he's about to grow teeth. When he grows teeth, the teeth at this stage are called baby teeth, just like your teeth now. When it's time for you to change your teeth, they will fall out and grow new teeth. But it doesn't matter, because after this time, you don't have to change your teeth anymore. The new teeth will accompany you for the rest of your life." Xianxia explained to his daughter with a smile. But can I not have new teeth?" Xianxia pursed her lips and said with grievance, "My teeth are very beautiful now. Lu Weixia's teeth fall out, they won't be beautiful anymore." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand. Murphy understood. She chuckled, patted Xianxia, and said, "Look at your daughter, she loves to be beautiful. She's afraid that if one of her teeth falls out, her mouth will leak air and she won't be beautiful anymore." Xianxia nodded seriously, "I don't want to lose my teeth." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said to Xianxia, "Changing teeth is something that everyone has to go through in their growth stage. After you change your teeth, you will be beautiful again. Look at your mother, her teeth are very neat now, aren't they? So don't be afraid. After you change your teeth, you will find that your teeth will become more beautiful. The most important thing is to pay attention to brushing your teeth. If you brush your teeth clean, they won't fall out easily. When you change your teeth in the future, the new teeth will grow back as soon as possible." Murphy said to Xianxia. Xianxia was a little confused when she heard her mother's words. However, the little girl understood a truth: you have to protect your teeth. When they went to bed at night, Xianxia applied toothpaste for Xianxia. The little girl looked at him anxiously. She seemed to feel that it was not enough and whispered, "More, Papa, more toothpaste." Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the weekend. The date had also crossed into May. And this weekend, the day to send Lu Weixia off had finally arrived. However, there was still a piece of good news. The letter that Xianxia had sent across the ocean had finally reached Lu Weixia at the last moment after a long journey of nearly half a month. At least we didn't miss Xixi's letter. Xianxia and his family rushed to Lu Weixia's house and prepared to send them to the airport. David pointed at the letter in Lu Weixia's hands and smiled as he told Xianxia about this very coincidental matter. They had also received the letter last night. Lu Weixia was happy the whole night because of it, and it had also washed away a lot of the sadness before the departure. In the car, Xianxia and David sat in the front row. Murphy sat in the middle row with Tong Tong in her arms. The two girls, Xianxia and Lu Weixia, sat in the last row. They chattered about Xixi's letter. The photos and other things were fleeting. Lu Weixia was most interested in Xixi's handwritten letter. Like a guessing game, Lu Weixia used Swedish to translate the picture on the letter word by word. Then, Xianxia would tell her whether it was correct or not. Lu Weixia beamed with joy and said, This is me and my father climbing a mountain." Yes, the zoo requires us to climb a mountain. It's very tiring. My father and I are going to Yangcheng to see the zoo, so we don't need to climb a mountain." Xianxia also replied happily. "Is this a kangaroo? I don't know what it means. My father said that this is your father fighting with a kangaroo." Lu Weixia pointed at a picture of a human face, a cross, and a crooked animal picture and asked. "It doesn't allow them to fight." David smiled as he turned his head around and said. No. Xianxia waved her hand and smiled at Lu Weixia. This is. Xianxia realized that she didn't know how to say giraffe in Swedish, so she turned her head to ask her father. After a long while, she struggled to explain that she wanted to buy a giraffe plush toy, but her father didn't give it to her. "Its neck is very long, very long." Xianxia was still gesturing as she introduced it. Seeing the two girls chatting enthusiastically in the back of the car, Murphy said to David in English with some regret, "In the year that she has been friends with Lu Weixia, Xianxia has learned to speak Swedish. Their relationship is very deep." It's a pity that you have to go back to work in Sweden. It will be difficult for the two of them to sit together and talk so happily in the future. I think we should also thank Xianxia. Not only has Xianxia learned to speak Swedish, but Lu Weixia has also learned to speak Chinese. This is an amazing improvement. Chinese is the most difficult language to learn. David smiled. Lu Weixia can have so much fun in China and make so many good friends because of Xianxia. Keep in touch. It's not easy to have a good friend. Xianxia smiled and said in English. This way, Murphy could understand and wouldn't isolate her. Internet communication is very convenient now. When you have time, you can also let them meet through online video. At the same time, you can also practice their foreign language. That is indeed necessary. David nodded. They arrived at Xianxia Airport. David and his family had to take a flight to Beijing to transfer to an international flight. However, they had to part eventually. Xianxia and his family could only send them there. In the departure lounge, Xianxia pulled her father's hand. When her father squatted down, she whispered in his ear. Why? Do you want to send them off now? Xianxia asked with a smile. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia took off his backpack and placed it on the chair. It was mainly filled with spare items for Tong Tong, such as clean diapers, pacifiers, small quilts, baby straps, and so on. However, there was a gift box in the compartment of the backpack today. Xianxia took it out and turned to David with a smile. When I heard that you were going back to Sweden, Xianxia and I started to prepare a farewell gift for you. We made all the handicrafts ourselves, but Xianxia also helped and put in a lot of effort. Originally, he wanted to give it to Lu Weixia before Lu Weixia boarded the plane. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia couldn't wait and wanted to give it to her friends as soon as they arrived at the airport. However, she didn't have a partner. David looked at Xianxia in surprise as he took out the gift box and handed it to Xianxia. He looked up and couldn't help but laugh. Why did you think of the same thing as me? David took out a box from his luggage and handed it to Lu Weixia. Lu Weixia also said last night that she wanted to give this to Xianxia. We were hiding it and prepared to take it out when we parted to make Xianxia happy. We didn't expect you to prepare a gift for her too. However, I have to say that this gift for Lu Weixia was not made by us. Yang, I can't compare to your craftsmanship. David laughed. In China, we say that the gift is light but the thought is heavy. No matter what kind of gift it is, it's a very precious souvenir for both of them. Murphy said from the side. Regardless of the adults, Xianxia hugged the gift that her father handed to her and gathered together with Lu Weixia. Although the two girls were still looking at each other and giggling, they seemed to have felt that they were about to separate. The two of them squeezed on the same chair and stuck close to each other. It was also a little fun. Lu Weixia, Daddy, and I made this for you. It's a panda made of wood. You'll always remember me, right? Xianxia accidentally revealed the gift, but the little girl didn't care about anything else. She looked at her friend eagerly, hoping to get her promise. Yes. We'll always be good friends. Lu Weixia nodded vigorously. She handed the gift over and called out to Xianxia, this is also for you. It's very beautiful. I like it very much. You'll definitely like it too. Xianxia couldn't wait to open the box and saw a brightly colored little wooden horse inside. The horse was completely red, and only the saddle was made up of white, green, yellow, and blue. It was also the color of the saddle that made the little red horse have a special charm. This is our country's most famous Dala wooden horse. It's the best gift for children. When I left Sweden, I gave this little horse to Lu Weixia. She likes it very much. Now, she wants to give her favorite toy to Xianxia. David explained to Xianxia and Murphy. It turned out that this palm-sized little wooden horse was Lu Weixia's favorite toy. And now, she gave it to Xianxia. This revealed the purest feelings of a child, and Murphy couldn't help but be touched, and her eyes turned red. Xianxia and the others weren't as touched as the adults. However, Xianxia also fell in love with this Dala wooden horse at first sight. She happily held it in her arms and exclaimed excitedly to Lu Weixia, "Wow! It's so beautiful. You have to protect it well. I'm giving it to you." Lu Weixia was actually still a little reluctant, but when she saw Xianxia's expression, she said with relief, Yes, yes. She nodded vigorously. It was unknown if she understood this kind of preciousness. Then, Lu Weisha also saw the wooden panda that she gave her. Although it didn't have bright colors, Lu Weisha still fell in love with this simple and cute panda. It's very cute, just like a cat. Lu Weisha also held it and couldn't put it down. My papa carved the wood, and then I painted it. Look, its eyes are black and big. Hee hee. She introduced it to Lu Weisha as if she was asking for credit. Although she was wrong, and the panda's eyes were not big at all, Lu Weisha still listened with great interest. The happy time was short, and in the end they still had to say goodbye. It was time to board the plane. After the two girls hugged, David took Lu Weisha and left. She also gently waved her hand and said goodbye to Lu Weisha. Of course, the little fellow had already started to cry. But it wasn't that intense, perhaps because the joy just now had diluted the sadness at this moment. She just took her father's hand and clung to her father's leg, and didn't cry. Are you okay? Xianxia saw that Lu Weisha disappeared from his sight, then squatted down, next to his daughter, and lovingly wiped the tears on the little girl's face. Do you want daddy to hug you? She was not like when she was 3 years old, she didn't want to walk and wanted her father to hug her. Now that the little girl has grown up and likes to walk by herself, her father's hug has become much less. Unless she is tired from walking, otherwise, running around freely on the ground is more interesting than being hugged by her father, but now, the little girl didn't say a word, pursed her lips, and squeezed into her father's arms. Her head rested on her father's shoulder, showing a strong sense of dependence. Do you feel very uncomfortable now? Xianxia signaled to Murphy with his eyes, then slowly walked out of the airport with the little girl in his arms. To Xianxia's surprise, the little girl's tears gradually stopped. She wiped her tears and just whispered to her father, Papa, Lu Weisha and I will always be good friends. Yes. You two have promised many times, and Daddy is listening. Xianxia said with a smile. Papa. After a while, when they were about to reach the car, she opened her mouth again. Yes? I like the pony Lu Weisha gave me very much. The little girl whispered. Lu Weisha also likes the panda you gave her very much. You two have each other's precious gifts. Xianxia said. Yes, yes. Although this conversation was somewhat confusing, the little girl seemed to have recovered some of her spirit. The sadness will eventually pass. The children's recovery speed was faster than Xianxia had imagined. Perhaps it was because Lu Weisha had called Xi after returning to Sweden, but Xi found that there seemed to be no changes in her life. When she went to kindergarten on Monday, the little girl was full of vim and vigor. She was giggling early in the morning, looking forward to seeing her good friends as usual. Today's topic should have been Xi's letter from Australia, but to Xi's surprise, everyone's attention was attracted by Chen Shiyun, who had just had her tooth pulled out. Of course, when Xi saw that Chen Shiyun had a black hole in her tooth like Lu Weisha, she forgot about the incident in Australia. She had already told her friends about it countless times. The little girl's eyes widened, and she went over with Yang Luoqi and the others in surprise. Chen Shiyun wasn't in the same listless state as last week, where her teeth were loose and she couldn't eat or sleep well. The boxing girl had regained her usual vitality. She even proudly opened her mouth, showing off the tooth that had been pulled out for everyone to see. She felt that if she lost her tooth, she wouldn't be pretty anymore. She had been worried about it for a long time and brushed her teeth hard every day. Perhaps every parent would want her to share some of her hard work with their children who didn't like to brush their teeth. Chen Shiyun didn't have Xi's concerns at all. She didn't think that losing her tooth would affect her image at all. Instead, she was like a man who saw a scar as a military medal. With this mentality, she showed off to everyone. When she saw a few teachers, she tried hard to raise her head and show off her black hole, as if she was worried that the teachers couldn't see it. But Shiyun, will it hurt a lot? When your tooth was pulled out. Lu Weisha said it was super painful. She asked worriedly. Yeah. Yang Luoqi and Lan Xian, the two little girls who were afraid of pain, echoed. Nan Jiaoyu also drooped his eyebrows and nodded as if he was experiencing it himself. Chen Shiyun recalled the weekend when her mother took her to the dentist's office for a tooth extraction. Back then, she had cried for her parents and was so scared that she pissed her pants. Before Xixi came, Qin Shiyun was the leader of the children. Although she was now playing with Xixi and the others and had not been the big brother for many years, the little girl still liked to show off and save face. How could he tell such a shameful thing to his friends? Qin Shiyun's image was majestic, brave and fearless. She was worshipped like a hero. She shook her head vigorously and said indifferently, "It doesn't hurt at all." Sure enough, Qin Shiyun saw Nanjiaoyu and Yang Luoqi's admiring gazes. The little girl straightened her back and was extremely pleased with herself. As for her previous cowardice, she had long thrown it to the back of her mind. Xixi's thirst for knowledge was not over yet. She still held Qin Shiyun's hand worriedly and asked, "What about now? Shiyun, do you feel pain now?" It doesn't hurt at all." The exact same answer, but this time, Qin Shiyun did not need to boast, because after the tooth extraction, it did not hurt anymore. However, just as she finished speaking, Qin Shiyun proudly bared her teeth and revealed her military medal. She reached out to touch it and said, "Xixi, look, it doesn't hurt at all." "Can I touch it?" Xixi looked at her eagerly. She did not know why she was a little envious. She was not envious of the tooth falling out, but envious of the hole in Qin Shiyun's tooth that she could put her finger in. Qin Shiyun had raised her head just now. Now that she lowered her head, she saw Xixi's big sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Qin Shiyun did not hesitate much and agreed, "Okay. I want to touch it too." Yang Luoqi said happily. "Me too." Lan Xian was keen to join in the fun. "You have to line up." Yang Luoqi pouted. "Okay." Lan Xian stood behind Yang Luoqi. Xixi was the first. She was about the same height as Qin Shiyun, so she could easily raise her hand and then put her finger into Qin Shiyun's open mouth. "Grind to M." Qin Shiyun said vaguely. Saliva was quickly accumulating in her mouth. Xixi touched the tender flesh of Qin Shiyun's gums. However, there was a thin protrusion on it, as if a small stone was embedded in it. "Eh? What is this?" Xixi asked in surprise. Qin Shiyun made a whimpering sound that no one could understand. "Hee, I don't know what you are talking about." Xixi was still studying that thing. She pointed with interest, as if she was using her finger to hit a mole. Qin Shiyun finally could not help but grab Xixi's hand and pull it down. Then, with a gulp, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Aya, this is my tooth too." Qin Shiyun could finally speak clearly. She explained eagerly, "My mom said that it will grow back in the future." However, after dealing with Xixi, Qin Shiyun saw that there were still 3 friends waiting in line behind her. She had to continue suffering. "It's my turn." Yang Luoqi raised her hand happily. After all, Qin Shiyun was the big brother. She waved her hand and said generously, "Come on." Yang Huan had classes on Monday, but she only had classes in the afternoon. Therefore, she only rushed back from Min province this morning after filming until 10 at night. Ding Xiang drove Tyrant to the airport to pick up Yang Huan and Guozi. "Did you have fun filming this time?" "I heard that you guys went to Jiahe Island to play." Guozi took over driving for Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang and Yang Huan sat in the back. "It was fun, and exciting." Yang Huan chuckled. "Don't listen to her, Sister Ding Xiang. We had a narrow escape this time." Guozi said pitifully. "The production crew almost broke us. In the end, I was the one who saved them." Ding Xiang was confused and asked in puzzlement, "What's going on?" "Hee, nothing. The production crew made a few real explosions to scare us, but we were still very safe. It was just for the show's effect. The situation was like this, let me tell you." Yang Huan started telling Ding Xiang. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the small building of the coffee shop. Guozi helped to drive the car into the backyard. Of course, this was where the girls lived. In order not to get his legs broken by Yang Yi, Guozi stopped the car and quickly grabbed his bag to leave. Oh, right. Guozi remembered something. He turned around and took out a small box from his bag. He handed it to Ding Xiang and smiled. "Sister Ding Xiang, this is a souvenir we saw on Jiahe Island. It's for you." He made it sound like he had bought many of them. "Wow, when did you buy it?" why haven't I seen it before? Yang Huan's eyes lit up and she snatched it from Ding Xiang's hands. She looked into the box from the transparent side and saw that it was a piece of art made purely of seashells. There were two birds standing on a reef. It was delicately made. One of the birds was tilting its head and looking at its companion. The expression drawn by the brush was very lifelike. I saw it when I got out of the car to do my mission. I thought it looked good, so I bought it. Guozi stared at the box that Yang Huan snatched away and said, after I bought it, I asked my cameraman to help me carry it. Is there anything else? Yang Huan said in annoyance. I forgot to buy a souvenir for my brother. I think he would like to collect art pieces like this. Yang Huan said this because of Guozi's tone and his nonchalant attitude when he passed it to Ding Xiang. It seemed like he had bought a lot. Yang Huan extended her hand and looked at Guozi. She had no intention of asking for it for herself. She was not a collector anyway. Moreover, Ding Xiang had the souvenir at home, and Yang Huan could see it. Why should she get one for herself? She simply wanted to give one to Yang Yi. Otherwise, Yang Yi might find out that Guozi had bought a souvenir for Ding Xiang and blame her for being heartless. Guozi was troubled. It was not that he did not want to give one to Yang Huan, but he really did not have any left. He had only bought one for Ding Xiang. When he bought it, all he could think about was Ding Xiang, so he did not buy another one. He had said it so casually just now because he was worried that Ding Xiang would not accept it if she heard that he had bought it for her. I don't have much left. The rest I still have to give away. Why don't you make a call and see if the crew is still in Min province? Guozi said vaguely, looking troubled. Ding Xiang saw that he was troubled and said, Huan, why don't you give this to Brother Yang? I'm fine with it. I've received Xiaoguo's kindness. However, Yang Huan was suspicious. Her bright eyes glanced at the backpack that Xiaoguo was holding, and she started thinking quickly. She had to admit that participating in the ultimate challenge was indeed a training exercise. Even a girl as carefree as Yang Huan was now thinking clearly. She remembered that Xiaoguo's backpack did not have much space. Apart from the things he had brought with him, there was only enough space for one box. Then why was he holding an empty backpack? If he really had it, he would have put it in his luggage. Moreover, she did not intend to take his things. Why was he so nervous? Perhaps Yang Huan would not have been able to come up with any other plan. However, when it came to gossip, women were Sherlock. Yang Huan recalled some of Guozi's strange actions after Ding Xiang came back this month. Then, she thought about how Guozi had pretended to be nonchalant when he handed Ding Xiang an art piece. A bolt of lightning flashed across Yang Huan's mind. F***CK, Yang Huan's eyes lit up like a few kilowatt light bulbs. Cough. Yang Huan saw through her but did not expose her. She put on a serious expression, stuffed the shell back into Ding Xiang's hands, and said calmly, forget it. How can I accept Sister Ding Xiang's gift? At most, I'll pick another one for my brother during the next recording. He didn't say anything about it in the past when he didn't have any souvenirs. Ding Xiang could only put it away. Just as Guozi was about to leave, Ding Xiang remembered something. She turned around and called out to him, Xiao Guozi, don't forget to go for a run at 8:30 p.m. Guozi wailed as usual, and then nodded dejectedly. In fact, this guy's weight loss was pretty good. Even if he hadn't slimmed down, the muscles on his body had become a lot stronger. In these 2 months, his weight had also dropped by more than 10 pounds. Night jogging had become a habit of his, and it was something he looked forward to. After all, he could be alone with Ding Xiang. However, this guy was still very lazy. He needed Ding Xiang's supervision, or he would act shamelessly like a naughty kid. Yang Huan stood aside, her eyes rolling back and forth between Guozi and Ding Xiang. No one knew what she was thinking. Ding Xiang and Yang Huan went upstairs. While Yang Huan was packing her clothes, Ding Xiang walked in and out with the shell artwork given by Guozi. Huan, where should I put it? Ding Xiang couldn't make up her mind. Put it in your room. Yang Huan said without raising her head. Ding Xiang said, it's not impossible to put it in my room, but we usually stay in the living room. It's a pity to put it in my room. Yang Huan suddenly raised her head and looked at Ding Xiang. She rolled her eyes and said, "Sister Ding Xiang, I see that you like it very much." Ding Xiang didn't understand the meaning of Yang Huan's words. She nodded honestly and said with a smile, "I think it's pretty. Look at the two birds, one bent its head and the other bent its ear. They look like they're whispering to each other. How cute." Yang Huan wanted to tell Ding Xiang that there was an idiom called pairs are pairs, however, she found that Ding Xiang didn't seem to know about Guizi's abnormality, so she didn't expose her rashly. She was afraid that her interference would ruin the plan. "Sister Ding Xiang, you can put it in the living room. Put it next to the TV cabinet in the living room. If you sit there and do your homework, you can see it," Yang Huan suggested to Ding Xiang. In the evening, Yang Huan came back from class and sat with Ding Xiang to read a book. "Sister Ding Xiang, how did you spend your time in Shanghai? Are you going to shoot a movie with Xiaogua?" Yang Huan couldn't help but ask. "Haven't you asked this question before?" Ding Xiang was confused. She remembered clearly that she had told Yang Huan about her experience in Shanghai many times. "Sigh, my memory isn't as good as yours." Yang Huan chuckled. "Tell me more." Ding Xiang didn't think too much and told Yang Huan, "It's not that I have to follow him to the set, but he's the main lead. It's inconvenient if he doesn't have a manager or an assistant by his side. So, if I don't have anything else to do, I try to go. However, I don't have much to do. Sometimes, I'll help him buy some drinks to drink with the other actors and directors." Under Yang Huan's guidance, Ding Xiang told some stories that had happened on the set. Or accidents. One time, they were filming an action scene. When Xiaogua turned around, his right thumb poked the car and twisted it. He didn't say anything, but his forehead was sweating. It was cold at the time and I thought it was strange. Later, I saw his hand behind his back shaking, and I knew he had twisted it. After that, I asked him why he didn't tell the director that he had to take a break. Xiaogua said that if I took a break, the scene wouldn't be able to continue, and the set would go to waste. Furthermore, this was just a small matter. I often asked for leave to film, and the crew allowed it. Now, I'm dragging down the progress because of this small matter, and I feel bad about it. Ding Xiang said all this in the hope that Xiaogua's concentration during filming could influence Yang Huan so that she could also work hard to be a good actress. However, Yang Huan's attention wasn't on this. She looked at Ding Xiang's face and asked with a smile, "How did you treat Xiaogua's broken finger?" "I didn't have a choice back then. When I went back, I saw that his finger was swollen, and it was in great pain. So, I bought some herbs from a Chinese medicine shop and made him some medicine that is specially made in our village. He recovered after applying it for 2 days," Ding Xiang said simply. "He twisted his finger, and it's his right hand." "How did you apply the medicine?" Yang Huan pretended to be confused. "I was the one who applied it, of course. I was the one who made the medicine. If I didn't do it, how would he know?" Ding Xiang smiled. "So that was the case." Yang Huan smiled along with Ding Xiang, and her smile was meaningful. She finally understood how Guizi developed his feelings for Ding Xiang. It was all because of Ding Xiang's meticulous care for Guizi in Shanghai, which made him fall in love with her. Of course, Yang Huan wasn't completely right, but it was more or less the case. After chatting with Yang Huan for a while, Ding Xiang raised her head and looked at the time. "It's almost time. I'll bring Xiaogua for a jog. Do you want to come?" "It's fine. You guys can go. I have martial arts practice every morning, and I don't need to lose weight." Yang Huan immediately waved her hand. Since she knew about it, she didn't want to be a third wheel. Zhang Shirley was a reporter from the New Entertainment Morning Post. That's right, he was a serious entertainment reporter. He usually attended the press conferences of some celebrities and management companies. He didn't have to do the hard work of a paparazzi like when he first debuted. Today, Zhang Shirley flew to Jiangqing from Guangdong province to attend the press conference of a certain management company in the afternoon. However, at the airport, he unexpectedly saw a low-key figure. It was indeed low-key. The person didn't have a big windbreaker, cap, or mask. Generally, he wouldn't attract the attention of reporters. Moreover, his ordinary face and old-fashioned large-framed glasses made him look like a middle-aged businessman returning from a business trip, which reporter would pay too much attention to businessmen at the airport. if Jean Shirley hadn't seen the news of the French Film Festival in the newspaper when he was waiting for the plane in Guangdong province, he probably would have missed the big fish like the other reporters. Isn't this director Wu Yian? Jean Shirley's eyes lit up. He was afraid that he would recognize the wrong person, so he secretly walked to the front and pretended to walk past the other person. This time, when Jean Shirley looked at his face, he could basically confirm that this person was director Wu Yian. Unless there was a second face like this in the world, an old reporter like Jean Shirley couldn't recognize the wrong person. Wasn't Wu Yian, an international director, still a judge in France? Why did he suddenly come to Jiangqing? Jean Shirley quickly checked with his phone and confirmed that Wu Yian wasn't from Jiangqing and had nothing to do with Jiangqing. He guessed that this was probably going to be big news. Jean Shirley was ecstatic. He didn't care about going to the hotel first, but quietly followed behind Wu Yian. The slightly troublesome thing was that the camera was still in the suitcase. He couldn't take it out now. He could only secretly take out his phone and take 2 photos of Wu Yian's back. The image quality wasn't very good, but there was nothing he could do. After a while, Jean Shirley saw 2 people coming to pick him up. It was a man and a woman. He didn't know any familiar faces. The man seemed to be a handyman. At first, he was holding a sign with Mr. Wu written on it. Later, he helped with the luggage. The woman, on the other hand, looked more like a manager. She started chatting with Wu Yian. Jean Shirley only cared about taking a photo. The other party started to move again. After leaving the airport, Wu Yian got into a nanny van on the side of the road where cars were coming and going. Jean Shirley didn't even bother to take photos. He hurriedly waved his hand and flagged down an empty taxi. "Follow that car, the license plate number is." Jean Shirley said anxiously as he looked at the rear of the minivan that was gradually disappearing from the car window. "Okay." The taxi driver quickly started the car and followed him. Jean Shirley finally had the time to take out his DSLR from his suitcase and started taking pictures of the van. "Are you a reporter?" The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and asked. Jean Shirley replied casually, "Oh, yes. Master, you really have sharp eyes." In fact, he was just being polite, but the driver's chatterbox had been opened. The driver even said somewhat proudly, "Hee, generally, there are 3 situations when people get on a car and want to follow others. Police, paparazzi, but they usually call themselves reporters. From the camera you took out, you are the second type. What's the third situation?" Jean Shirley asked curiously. "Catch them in the act. But usually, there's no need to take a plane to catch an adulterer. Moreover, I don't see you flustered and exasperated." The driver smiled ambiguously. Jean Shirley laughed awkwardly but didn't lose his politeness. "Actually, I'm not a paparazzi, I'm a proper reporter. It's just that this situation is special." Jean Shirley tried to explain. "It's okay, I've hired a lot of reporters. Anyway, you're willing to pay, so let's have a good cooperation. Am I right? Why don't I rent this car to you for the day?" The driver flattered Jean Shirley without revealing anything. Sure. We'll see how it goes later. Maybe I'll have to take your car." Jean Shirley didn't say anything definite. He didn't expect that the following would take a long time. From Binhai to Tingshan district, the opposite minivan drove for more than an hour, and he also followed for more than an hour. On the way, he even had time to call back to report to the chief editor of the newspaper. When the chief editor heard that there was news about Wu Yian, he decisively asked him to skip the scheduled press conference of a management company. Following the international director was more important. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The car stopped in front of a building, and Jean Shirley's taxi also stopped on the opposite side of the road. Jean Shirley didn't get out of the car, but took out his camera to take pictures. "Is this Xianxia?" Jean Shirley finally saw a familiar face, but he muttered uncertainly. "Yes, it's Xianxia." The taxi driver also looked out of the window curiously. When he saw Xianxia's appearance, he laughed. "I remember now, there's only one big entertainment company in Tingshan district. It was reported in the news before that big stars like Dan Hongkue, Jia Yuchen, and Yuan Yan have all been here. This is Xianxia's company." Jean Shirley ignored the driver and pressed the shutter furiously. It wasn't until Yang Yi and Wu Yan went upstairs that he came back to his senses. Because he had to keep an eye on them, he really did rent this taxi for the day. Since he had nothing to do, he chatted with the driver. Why do you say that there's only one big entertainment company in the whole district? Zhang Shirley asked, puzzled. Because there are many entertainment companies in the coastal area. Tingshan district is mostly barren. Oh, there's also a university town, and the transportation is not as convenient as the coastal area. Who would open an entertainment company in such a place? The driver laughed. But Yang Yi is a special case. The news said that he doesn't care about fame and fortune. He likes to keep a low profile, so it's reasonable that he opened it here. But I quite like Yang Yi. His songs are good, and his Soldier Assault and The Ultimate Challenge are also very good. The driver said proudly. Jiangqing is a place with clean water, and it's full of talents. However, Yang Yi wasn't a native of Jiangqing. For the sake of today's friendly stalking trip, Zhang Shirley didn't expose him. Just as he was chatting with the driver, another car drove over. Zhang Shirley, who had been looking outside vigilantly, saw Yang Yi coming down from upstairs to pick someone up. The person who got out of the car, isn't that Chen Fengchen? Zhang Shirley pressed the shutter and thought in confusion, what's going on? Two famous directors, Wu Yan and Chen Fengchen, are appearing in Yang Yi's company at the same time. Big news, no doubt, but what kind of big news was this? Zhang Shirley felt a headache coming on. If it was just Wu Yan and Yang Yi, he could make up a big news story, such as Wu Yan and Yang Yi working together to make a big movie. But Chen Fengchen was also there. Two directors, one making movies, the other making TV series. What were the two of them doing together? This news, even if it was made up, the audience wouldn't believe it. Of course, Zhang Shirley kept this question to himself. He didn't tell the driver, but continued to chat with him. As they chatted, the conversation returned to the difference between paparazzi and reporters. Zhang Shirley tried his best to explain that he was a reporter, a normal reporter. Forget it. If you're a normal reporter, why do you have to take photos secretly like paparazzi? And they're all men, what kind of scandals can they create? Why don't you just interview them openly? The driver complained. His words awakened the dreamer. Zhang Shirley patted his head. That's right. When they come out, why don't I just interview them directly? Why do I have to make up a story? Wu Yan to work with genius Yang Yi to finalize a new movie, with Chen Fengchen helping to pull the strings. The next day, the news from New Entertainment Morning Post blew up everyone's minds. Wu Yan's influence was undeniable. As an international director, the news quickly topped the headlines of major websites and micro-broadcasting's trending searches. Zhang Shirley did manage to interview Wu Yan and Yang Yi later. Although they were vague and unwilling to reveal more information, Zhang Shirley could confirm that Wu Yan and Yang Yi were indeed discussing a movie project. As for which book Yang Yi was going to film, Zhang Shirley was unable to find out. When Zhang Shirley asked Chen Fengchen about the purpose of his appearance, the old man slyly said, "Take a guess." Zhang Shirley would never have guessed that the famous director Chen Fengchen was there to play a small supporting role. Therefore, he could only guess that Chen Fengchen was the middleman who helped Wu Yan and Yang Yi get to know each other based on their past collaborations. As soon as the news came out, it attracted the attention of the entire entertainment industry. Yang Yi had been doing well in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years, especially this year. Yang Yi had exploded in the film and TV industry. The Fugitive, which he wrote and acted as the male lead, was actually able to earn 460 million yuan at the box office during the off-season. Moreover, with the help of its good reputation, the energy that erupted from it stunned those who had previously looked down on the film. The 2 shows that Chen Fengchen worked with him on were also very exciting. Soldier's Assault was broadcast at the beginning of the year. Due to the advantage of Central TV's platform, it quickly became popular and became a spring hit that people all over the country were talking about. Moreover, if there were no stronger competitors, the show would basically be the champion of the year's Central TV ratings. Drawing Sword, which was expected to be broadcast at the beginning of next year, was also very popular. As early as when it was being filmed, it had already garnered a lot of attention. It could be said that it was a hit before it was broadcast. Not to mention, the upcoming popular TV series Prison Break was also produced by Yang Yi. The fact that Yang Yi was so popular in the United States showed that Yang Yi's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Now that the internationally renowned director Wu Yan was going to work with Yang Yi, there was no need to guess that this would be a blockbuster film. Even if it failed at the box office, it would still attract enough attention in the early stages. Therefore, after hearing the news, all the major entertainment companies were ready to make a move. They all showed their abilities and approached Wu Yan and Yang Yi. Mo Xiaozhuan's phone was almost exploding with calls. She didn't know how many agents wanted to push their artists over, trying to get a share of the action and gain popularity. Of course, they were destined to be disappointed. Although Yang Yi and Wu Yan had not finished their discussion, he had basically acknowledged Wu Yan's strength, so the casting would be decided by Wu Yan. This movie was destined to win an award. Wu Yan would not give face to those entertainment companies. He would rather use good actors who were not famous than accept any popular fresh meat with no acting skills. Of course, this was all for later. The Shawshank Redemption had come to an end for the time being. Yang Yi and Wu Yan's negotiation was only left with the details, so Yang Yi handed it over to the professional negotiation team he had placed in Sahara Publishing to continue the discussion with Wu Yan. Time passed quickly, and it was the middle of May. In between, other than Yang Yi and Murphy making a trip to Shanghai to record a show, nothing major happened. Today was another Saturday. Lan Caokai had finally returned from Jinling City in triumph. Over at Jinling City, although the work efficiency of the government was average and some leaders liked to put on a show, fortunately, there were no problems in the end. Yang Yi saw the grand ceremony where Lan Caokai signed the contract with the mayor of Jinling City from the news. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. After Lan Caokai returned to Jiangqing, he rushed over to Yang Yi's place without stopping. He lay comfortably on the sofa in Yang Yi's study room and smiled at Yang Yi. It's been hard on you. Good things come with setbacks. Being able to get this piece of land, a huge stone in my heart, has finally been lifted. Yang Yi sighed. Yang Yi was not exaggerating. In fact, the land was secondary. With money, he was not worried about not being able to buy the construction land for the amusement park. However, there was only one piece of land in the ancestral hall of the Yang family. If something happened in the next 6 months and he was unable to buy it, there would be a hurdle in his heart that he would not be able to cross. Lan Caokai did not think so much. He waved his hand and said indifferently, actually, it was the officials of Jinling City who wanted to get political achievements. There were many things to do. A piece of land that no one wanted delayed us for 4 to 5 months. If it was in Jiangqing, we could have signed the contract 2 months ago. There was no need to wait until now. You didn't leave any evidence for others to use against you in your connections, right? We can't build an amusement park on this piece of land in the future. It can't be sealed off halfway, Yang Yi said with a smile. Lan Caokai waved his hand and said calmly, eating, giving gifts, these small things are done quite often. As for other big things, you can rest assured that we won't be implicated. Besides, we bought a piece of land that no one wants. If it wasn't for the fact that the people of Jinling City wanted to show their faces in the province, the people of Wuchun County would have given the land to us so that we could develop it earlier and revitalize the economy there. Why would we need to do anything illegal? Boss Lan was a big shot in the Jiangnan real estate industry. He had seen his fair share of storms and knew his limits. If he said there was no problem, then there should be no problem. Right, when do you plan to start this amusement park? Lan Caokai asked curiously. It's a matter of money now. The amusement park is a bottomless pit. With the amount of liquid capital I have now, it won't be enough unless I sell the shares of Sahara. Yang Yi looked deeply at Lan Caokai and said, however, I feel that even if I wanted to sell it, you wouldn't have that much liquid capital, right? Why do you want to sell it? Has Sahara's development reached a bottleneck? Lan Caokai frowned. He had seen the financial reports of Sahara's online shopping mall. It was still developing rapidly. On one hand, it had won the battle for market share. On the other hand, with the development of the mobile internet and the improvement of people's living standards, the scale of the online shopping industry was also expanding. However, Lan Caokai was not confident. He did not have the emperor's confidence in the internet industry like he did in the real estate industry. If it wasn't for Yang Yi bringing him into the industry, he would still be an outsider. It's far from a bottleneck. Yang Yi smiled faintly and said, as for why I want to sell it? When I talked to you last year, didn't I already tell you that I wanted to pool my funds to build this amusement park? Also, we agreed that if you help me get this piece of land, within 5 years, if I sell the shares of Sahara's online shopping mall, will you have the priority to buy it? That was what they had agreed on back then, but Lan Cao Kai's thinking was completely different from last year. When Lan Cao Kai came to visit Yang Yi, the three of them came together to eat and drink. After eating and drinking to their fill, he went to the study with Yang Yi to discuss business matters. While they were chatting, Wu Jingjing and Murphy were playing with Tong Tong in the living room. Tong Tong, who was almost 6 months old, was very lively. He was not satisfied with being carried in his mother's arms or lying on the bed in boredom. As long as he was awake, the little guy was very energetic. He would turn over on his own and even crawl for a short distance. Of course, if he could be supported by his father or mother and stagger on the ground for a few steps, he would be even happier. Now, Murphy supported him by his armpits and let him stand on her knees. He could not stand steadily. However, it was obvious that Tong Tong liked this position. Under his mother's protection, he trembled as he put his 2 white and tender chubby legs together and happily bent his knees to jump up and down. It could not be said that he was jumping in the true sense, because the strength of little Momo's legs was not enough for him to jump. However, the little guy still happily kicked his 2 little feet and stepped on his mother's legs. With a little more strength, he jumped again, and then curled up, and kept repeating. "Ayo, not bad, not bad. You can do it." Wu Jingjing watched from the side and was full of joy. She could not stop smiling as she said to Tong Tong. Murphy looked at Tong Tong with a smile. Perhaps the little guy was a little tired from jumping, so he stopped to rest for a while. He raised his little head and looked at his mother with his round eyes. He could not help but open his little mouth and giggle. "Ayo, Tong Tong is so cute. Look at his smile, he even has dimples." Wu Jingjing said to Murphy with a smile. She doesn't have dimples, right? Yes, she doesn't, but her brother does. Actually, Yang Yi also has dimples when he smiles, but they are very shallow. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see them. That's why I told him that his dimples are only passed down to males, not females. Murphy laughed. That's great. When mommy grows up, I don't know how many girls will fall for his dimples when he smiles. Wu Jingjing smiled and reached out to touch Tong Tong's chubby cheeks. It was a baby's Tong Tong. Now, his chubby cheeks were the most fun to touch. Tong was stunned for a moment when his cheeks were touched. He turned his head and looked at Wu Jingjing for a long time. She went upstairs to the master bedroom to play. She also showed Lan Xian the little red horse that Lu Weisha gave her. This is so beautiful. Lan Xian held the little red horse and couldn't bear to put it down. She said enviously, "Why didn't Lu Weisha give it to me?" There was nothing special about the little red horse. It was just a piece of wood, but its color was brighter. There's only one Lu Weisha. She helped to explain. She gave it to me, so it's gone. She doesn't have it anymore. But I want it too. Lan Xian muttered, "I like it." She was in a dilemma for a while, but fortunately, she thought of her omnipotent father. Her eyes lit up and she said, "You want it too? Xian, I'll ask my papa to make one for you, okay?" Lan Xian thought it was a good idea. She was happy and asked curiously, "Can your father make this little horse?" "I'll go and ask." Cece giggled and got up from the ground to look for her father. "I'll go too." Lan Xian giggled and ran with Shishi in the house. At this moment, in the study, Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai were talking about the shares of Sahara Online Mall. However, Lan Cao Kai's idea had changed a lot from last year, especially when he saw the products of Yang Yi's other company, Microbroadcasting, became popular after the Spring Festival. He had a deep understanding of Yang Yi's vision in the internet industry. Lan Cao Kai waved his hand and said, No, Yang Yi, I don't want your shares. If you weren't in Sahara, I wouldn't have the confidence to continue investing in Sahara Online Mall. Yang Yi looked at Lan Cao Kai doubtfully and said, "If you take the shares of Sahara, they will only appreciate in the future." It is impossible for them to depreciate. Even if you hold them for a long time after the listing, you will still make a profit. Don't you believe in my judgment? If I sell the shares to you, will I cheat you? Then I earn money from my brother? Do you think I will feel guilty? Lan Caokai asked with a smile. You make money without losing money, and I take advantage of other people's difficulties to earn it for myself. Is this what a brother would do? How can you think like that? I don't want the goodies to flow into other people's fields. I also need the funds to build an amusement park. It's better to sell it to you than to others. Besides, didn't we agree at that time? You help me get the land, and I will sell my shares to you in a few years. Yang Yi would not sell it now, but he did have plans to free up his hands and gather funds for the amusement park. Alright, let's talk about it one by one. I helped you get the land in Wu County, and I also bought some of it, right? Lan Caokai smiled proudly. Also, I have a share in your amusement park, right? Yang Yi nodded. Then isn't it fine? Me helping you to buy this land is a good thing that will benefit both of us. We are in a cooperative relationship, so why do we need to talk about so many conditions? Lan Caokai shrugged. You can keep the shares of Sahara Online Mall. You don't need to sell them to me at a low price. But if you really think that this company has reached its peak, then it's time to sell your shares. We will sell them together. Lan Caokai did not have any advantages when it came to investing in the internet. But he was a person who knew his limits and knew how to use people wisely. Yang Yi looked at Lan Caokai in surprise and said, Don't regret it. My 34% shares of Sahara Online Mall will not be as simple as a few billion when it gets listed in the future. Lan Caokai shook his head and smiled. You don't have to earn all the money for yourself. If there is money, everyone will earn it. It is more important to have a long-term income. Yang Yi shook his head lightly. He felt that Lan Caokai might have made a wrong choice. Even he could not predict the limits of Sahara Online Mall. Of course, following Yang Yi and other investments was not necessarily a bad thing. For example, the amusement park. In Feng Yu's previous life, Disney had swallowed up Marvel, Lucas, Fox, and other big companies. However, Yang Yi might not be able to build an amusement park on such a large scale. He wasn't that ambitious. No matter what, this was Lan Caokai's choice. But if I don't sell my shares, where will I get the money to build the amusement park? The amusement park needs a lot of money. Yang Yi spread his hands and said, In the end, won't I have to sell my shares? Brother Yang, you don't know anything about business. How did you earn so much money? Lan Caokai helplessly covered his forehead and said, Don't you know that there is a place in the world where you can gain something without risking anything? It's called a bank. Don't you know that you can use your shares and land to loan a lot of money as early investment? And you don't know that building an amusement park is a big project. You can do it in several phases. In this way, won't the financial pressure be a lot less? In this way, after Sahara is listed, we only need to cash out a small part of the shares, and the virtuous cycle of funds can be guaranteed. Yang Yi might have heard of these concepts separately, but if he were to operate them, he might not even be able to recall them. After all, he was not a business tycoon in his previous life. Lan Caokai saw that Yang Yi was suddenly enlightened. He smiled proudly. See, you really need a partner like me. In terms of investment, I am not as good as you, but in terms of capital operation, Brother Yang, I have a lot of experience. As they were talking, suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the study. In fact, the soundproofing effect of the study's door was not that good. After Xi and Lan Xian knocked on the door, Yang Yi and the others stopped their discussion. At this time, the two little girls were giggling outside, and their laughter could be heard through the study's door. Who is it? Yang Yi asked even though he already knew the answer. Lan Caokai smiled and said to Yang Yi, Oh, not bad. They even know how to knock on the door. Xian is at home. She never knocks on the door when she goes to any room. At this time, she said in a muffled voice, not knowing if she was covering her mouth or pinching her nose. She said, I'm Mom. Yang Yi and Lan Caokai were amused when they heard that. The two little girls were still pretending. Yang Yi pretended not to know and asked, Your mom? What about the other one? I heard two people knocking on the door. Hee hee, I'm also Mom. I'm Xian's mom. Lan Xian also said. The little girl's voice was relatively loud, and her voice was very clear. Oh, Xian, you didn't pretend to be your mom's voice. Xishi's voice was a little anxious. Yang Yi and Lan Caokai looked at each other and smiled. He shook his head, got up, and went to open the door. The two little girls were outside the door. Their little heads were together, and they were discussing a remedy strategy. Suddenly, the door opened, and a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. Xishi and Lan Xian subconsciously looked up and saw Yang Yi looking down at them with a smile. The two little girls were suddenly shocked. They screamed and were excited as if they had been caught red-handed. Of course, they grabbed each other guiltily and giggled. What are you doing? You don't even know how to pretend to be a mother. Yang Yi shook his head and laughed. Xishi looked at Lan Xian, as if she was looking at the person who didn't look like her father. Alas, it's all Xian's fault. Papa found out. Why are you looking at Xian? Yang Yi couldn't help laughing and said, Dad is talking about you. Who would claim to be his mother? Doesn't your mother have a name? Xishi and Xian both stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. Xishi blinked her bright eyes and said with a smile, My mom is Murphy. I also know my mother's name. Her name is Wu Jingjing. Lan Xian also replied. Now in front of Yang Yi, the two little girls showed an obedient look. Of course, when Yang Yi turned around later, they would play wildly again. Why are you looking for Dad? Yang Yi teased them for a while and finally returned to the main topic. Papa, Xian said that she also wants a little red horse, but Lu Weisha only has one. If she gives it to me, there will be no more. She hasn't learned how to tell a story succinctly and comprehensively. She said a lot at once. I want one too. This is very beautiful. Lan Xian added, pointing to the Dala Trojan horse that Xishi was holding. This horse is Swedish, right? I think I've seen it before. Lan Zhou glanced at it and said. Yes, Lu Weisha is Swedish. Yang Yi explained to Lan Zhou. In fact, Lan Zhou also knew about it before, and he had also met David before. It was just that he was forgetful, so he didn't remember it for a while. Papa, can you make a little red horse for Xian? Xishi looked at her father expectantly. I want the same one as Xishi. Then I can have a little red horse like Xishi. Lan Xian jumped on the side and said excitedly. Xian, how can you disturb your Uncle Yang with this kind of thing? Lan Zhou was now talking about important things with Yang Yi. He subconsciously put Yang Yi's position at the same level as his, so he felt that it was a little inappropriate. He said in a slightly reproachful tone, when we go back, I'll ask someone to buy it for you from Sweden. Lan Xian was stunned for a moment. She was a little confused and didn't know how to choose. Should she buy a new one or ask Shishi's father to make a new one for her? Both seemed to be equally good. No, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand to Lan Zhou and said, It's just a palm-sized Dala Trojan horse. I can make it in 2 or 3 days. You ask someone to go to Sweden to buy it, but you don't even know where to buy it. How easy is it for me to make one? Yang Yi said that he had a lot of time. He had an extra day to buy the special paint. Otherwise, this kind of small Trojan horse that didn't require much craftsmanship would be much easier to carve than a chubby panda. Since Yang Yi said so, Lan Zhou shook his head helplessly and didn't interfere anymore. Xishi took Lan Xian's little hand and couldn't wait to translate for her little friend. My papa said that you'll have a little red horse soon. Lan Xian was so happy that she stretched out her arms to Yang Yi. Yang Yi thought that Lan Xian wanted him to hug her, so he squatted down. Unexpectedly, Lan Xian hugged Yang Yi's neck and kissed him on the cheek. She said happily, I like Uncle Yang Yi the most. After saying that, the little girl turned around and ran out. Although she was a little fat, she was still very agile. Xishi shouted and chased after her. From afar, the laughter of the two little girls could be heard. Hee hee, you kissed my papa. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Lan Zhou and said with a smile, Big brother Lan, if you don't spend more time with Xian, who knows when I'll kidnap her. I'm busy and don't have time to accompany Xian. Isn't it all because of your land? Lan Zhou Kai rolled his eyes. His heart was filled with an indignant desire to complain. He said, "Do you think everyone is like you? How could he easily earn billions by staying at home? It's hard to do business these days. If I don't run around outside, how can I support my family?" Indeed, he had to complain. Lan Zhou Kai thought about business all day. He also had to make connections everywhere. He was so busy that he was about to lose weight. In the end, he didn't even earn as much money as this guy who did nothing all day. He just stayed at home to play with his children, raise cats and dogs, carve and make handicrafts. In comparison, Lan Zhou Kai's stomach was full of grievances and bitter tears. Of course, joking was just joking. Xianxia was still grateful to Lan Zhou Kai from the bottom of his heart. He smiled and patted Lan Zhou Kai on the shoulder. He said, "All right, I know it's been hard on you. I won't take Xianxia away and will even take care of her for you. If you don't have time, you can send her to my house and let the two little sisters play together. At my house, you don't have to worry about them going hungry." Lan Zhou Kai rubbed his chin and said, "These are small matters. But speaking of which, since I'm back, shouldn't we continue looking at those private schools and find a good school for Xianxia and Xixi? I've done some research during this time, but it seems that Huijia Primary School is still the best." Xianxia got up and added some hot water to the teapot. He said, "And there's a problem. Xixi and Xianxia often play with Qin Shiyun, Qiqi, and Nanjiaoyu. These children also said in private that they want to continue to go to school together." This topic originated from the question Lan Zhou Kai asked Xixi and Lan Xian if they wanted to go to primary school together. The two little girls remembered it very clearly. When they talked about it in kindergarten, the other three children naturally didn't want to be separated. Originally, there was still Lu Weisha, but Lu Weisha came back to China. Xianxia didn't want his daughter to be sad again. Naturally, he also hoped that this group of children, who had a pure and strong friendship, could grow up together. "I've talked to several parents. Huijia Primary School is the best choice." Xianxia said to Lan Zhou Kai, "The tuition of other private schools is a big problem. Think about Nanjiaoyu's family situation. Although Naniyun is in good health, his family's income can't be compared to ours. They can still accept the tuition of Huijia Primary School. In addition, Qiqi's father is in the education industry. He has learned that the overall quality of the children in Huijia Primary School is indeed higher than the children in other schools." Lan Zhou Kai didn't care about these. He only cared about whether Lan Xian could go to school with Xixi. He said with a wry smile, "Huijia Primary School is indeed good, but it has exams. Our 5 families, children, and parents all have to take the school's exams or interviews. What if they don't pass? Or, if Lan Zhou Kai was eliminated alone, how would he explain it to Lan Xian?" We'll think of something." Xianxia muttered. "Xian, let's go home." When Xianxia and Lan Zhou Kai came out of the study, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Wu Jingjing walked to the stairs and called Lan Xian, who was playing with Xixi on the second floor. "I don't want to go home." "You can go." Lan Xian was having fun. How could she be willing to leave? She ran to the stairs on the second floor, stuck out her little head and shouted. Hearing Lan Xian's words, Lan Zhou Kai remembered what Xianxia had said before. He shook his head to Xianxia and Murphy with a wry smile and said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. She's playing so much that she doesn't care about home. She's going to kick her parents away." "Aunt Jingjing, can Xian play in my house?" Another little head stuck out from the stairs. It was Xixi. In fact, Lan Xian often came to play with Xixi. On weekends, she often stayed in Xianxi's villa to sleep with Xixi. Xixi looked downstairs expectantly, hoping that she could play with her friends until late as usual. "Not today, Xian. Your father just came back today. How can you ignore him and go out to play?" Wu Jingjing said. Murphy smiled and helped Wu Jingjing. "Xixi, you and Xian come down first. We'll talk about it later." The two little girls came down from upstairs. However, Lan Xian was still stubborn. She didn't want to go home with her parents. Wu Jingjing was slowly persuading her. At this time, Tong Tong, who was sitting on the carpet and playing by himself, turned his little head and saw the little red horse in his sister's hand. The bright color immediately attracted the little guy's attention. Ah! The little guy smiled happily, waved his little hand, and shouted at his sister. What are you talking about? Murphy, who was at the side, shifted her gaze back to her son. She smiled and hugged him, intimately holding his little face as she asked. At this moment, Tong Tong was unwilling to interact with his mother. He pushed his mother's face away with his meaty little hands and pointed at Xi. He said anxiously. What do you want? Do you want a sister? Murphy misunderstood and greeted Xi with a smile. Sister, your brother wants to play with you. Xi was looking at Xianxia and her mother. When she heard her mother call her, she ran to her mother's side. However, she didn't have time to play with her brother right now. She blinked at her brother and then turned to look at her friends. Mom, why can't Xianxia stay and play with me? Xi snuggled up to her mother and started talking to her. Of course, Tong Tong didn't want to play with his sister. His eyes were fixed on the little red horse that his sister was holding with both hands. He saw his target approaching from afar and finally stopping in front of him. It was like an airdrop smashing his face. The little guy's lively eyes flickered. At this time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't even cry out. He grinned, leaned forward, and reached out with his right hand to grab the little red horse. Xi noticed Tong Tong's actions. The little girl lowered her head and looked at her brother in surprise. Your brother wants to play with your little red horse, Murphy said with a smile when she saw it too. Xi had a very good personality. She wasn't selfish. Although she wasn't willing to give away her favorite things to others, she would never be unwilling to let others take a look. It wouldn't spoil even if they took a look. Xi's attitude was very good. Hearing her mother's words, the little girl looked at her brother, who was drooling while staring at her little wooden horse. She generously pushed the little red horse into her brother's arms and said, "Okay, you can play with it." Oh. Murphy felt that this scene was very heartwarming. She hurriedly turned to tell Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai, "Look. Just now, Xi wanted to play with sister's little red horse." She didn't say a word and took the little red horse away. "She's so sensible?" Lan Cao Kai praised. Wu Jingjing was also moved like Murphy. She cried out and said, Xi is so kind. Xianxia, you have to learn from Xi. I don't want to. I don't have a brother. Lan Xian was still throwing a tantrum. Yang Yi also smiled and gave his daughter a thumbs up, although he had seen the scene just now. However, Xi was a little confused. She said, "Mom, I said something. I said it to brother. Brother, you can play with it." This semantic misunderstanding made the adults laugh one after another. Xi frowned. She didn't understand why they were laughing. However, at this time, Tong Tong, who was holding the little red horse, pushed it to the ground in front of everyone. The little red horse was actually not heavy. Although it was not a suitable toy for Tong Tong, Tong Tong did push it to the ground on purpose. He even stuck his head out and watched the little red horse fall with his big bright eyes. Fortunately, there was a soft carpet on the ground. When the little red horse fell, it only made a dull thud. It wasn't a big deal. Hey! Little brother lost my little red pony. Xi heard the noise and immediately squatted down. She held the little red horse in her arms and pouted. She didn't see that Tong Tong had pushed it to the ground. However, Xi liked the little red horse so much that she treated it as her baby. Naturally, she was unhappy that it fell on the carpet. Hey! When his sister picked it up, the little guy stretched out his little hand and asked for the little red horse again. What was worse was that Tong Tong didn't think that it was a bad thing that he threw it. He thought that his sister was playing with him. Therefore, he smiled happily, showing his little dimples. Looking at Tong Tong's innocent big eyes and cute smiling face, Xi's heart softened. She hesitated for a moment. After checking that the little red horse wasn't damaged, she stuffed it into her brother's arms. Okay, I'll let you play with it. But brother, don't drop it. Xi pouted and said. However, Tong Tong was even more obvious this time. He pressed the little red horse with both hands and patted it on his legs. Then, he leaned out and pushed the little red horse with great effort. Pfft! The little red horse fell to the ground. The little guy thought that it was very funny. He danced and giggled. He looked at his sister and smiled as if he wanted to tell his sister that it was very interesting. The adults were about to burst out laughing. Oh! She finally couldn't take it anymore. She picked up her little red horse again and ignored her brother this time. She turned her head and plunged into her father's arms. She pouted and complained to her father unhappily, "Papa, brother is too naughty. He did it on purpose. You can't let him play with you." At this time, Xian ran out of her mother's arms and angrily ran to Xi's side. She said with righteous indignation, "Your brother will damage the little red horse." Okay, don't get involved. Hua is still so young. How can she understand these things? Wu Jingjing smiled and pulled her back. At this time, Tong Tong cried out again. He looked at his sister who had run into his father's arms. He didn't realize his mistake at all and was even smiling and waving his hands. Okay, don't bully your sister. Your sister loves you so much. Murphy pulled Tong Tong's hand away and said with a hint of reproach, "You'll hurt your sister's heart." Actually, Tong Tong didn't understand these things. Children who liked to grab and throw things they liked were common behaviors of children at this stage. They might not be playing pranks, but they might be training some kind of ability of theirs. Fortunately, Xianxia had a way to coax Xi. He moved closer to his daughter's ear and whispered, "It's okay. Your brother doesn't understand, but I can help you. Tomorrow, when I make a little red horse for Xian, I'll make a smaller one. And it'll be a little ugly. It won't be as pretty as your little red horse. If your brother wants it, you can give him the smaller one. He can throw it however he wants, okay?" When Xi heard this, she felt that it was quite interesting. The grievance in her heart disappeared. Then we don't want my brother to play with it now?" Xi asked softly. "Okay, we'll secretly hide your favorite one. Tomorrow, we'll give him a fake one." Xianxia smiled as he discussed with his daughter. The little girl nestled in her father's arms and smiled until her eyes almost turned into crescents. On a rainy day, Xianxia sent Murphy to the studio to practice dancing, and he came to the coffee shop alone. Last time, Xianxia heard from Guozi that he used to study at Huijia Primary School. Wasn't he preparing for the exam of Huijia Primary School? Therefore, he wanted to invite Guozi over for a chat and learn from someone who had been there before. However, Guozi was still in class, and so were Ding Xiang and Fong Tang. Yang Huan was the only one in the coffee shop. It was raining outside, and no students came to buy coffee at this time. Yang Huan was innocent. Seeing that there was no one in the coffee shop, she was bored, so she changed into her uniform and came down to help. As a result, she met Xianxia and was scolded by this guy, who had completely carried out the old saying that an elder brother was like a father. If you have nothing to do, why don't you study? Even if you don't have many cultural classes, it's good to watch movies and study other people's acting skills. Yang Huan was not convinced. She said, "Brother, our teacher said that it's useless to just watch movies. We have to practice from acting. We have to reflect and summarize." "Don't talk back." Xianxia glared. "I'm not teaching you the method, but the attitude. You have to have a good attitude. If you want to be a good actor, you can't relax. Look at Xiaogua, she has already started to play the leading role. With your acting skills now, who dares to give you the leading role?" Yang Huan's eyes lit up. She said, "There is. Brother, Sister Ding Xiang received a call the day before yesterday, saying that a director wants to invite me to play the leading role, the female lead." "What movie? Which company is it?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "It's not a very famous company. Sister Ding Xiang doesn't feel comfortable, but it's just a youth romance movie, and I'm the female lead." Yang Huan looked at Yang eagerly and said, "Brother, do you think I should seize this good opportunity?" Yang Huan's words made Xianxia understand. "Why would someone give you the leading role? Have you auditioned?" Xianxia asked. "There's no need for an audition. He said that my image and temperament fit the role of the first female lead. Besides, I'm very famous, so there's no need for an audition, Yang Huan said. Isn't the point the last sentence? Yang Yi smiled faintly. Yang Huan hesitated for a moment before she mumbled, Sister Ding Xiang said the same thing. She said that other people value my fame, and a movie that wants to ride on my fame won't be a good movie. Of course. If you act in director Chen Fengchen's movie, do you think director Chen will let you be his actor without an audition because of your fame? Yang Yi snorted. But brother, I heard from a senior sister that if you haven't played the leading role before, your luck will always be suppressed. No matter how good your acting skills are, others will only let you play the supporting role. I think it's rare to have a leading role. Even if it's a bad movie, at least I've played the leading role. Chances will keep coming in the future. Yang Huan was a little stubborn at this moment. No, if your acting skills are not good enough, you'll be irresponsible for yourself and the movie if you play a role that you can't play well. Yang Yi frowned and said, I didn't ask you to participate in the limit challenge so that you can gain fame and take the opportunity to play the leading role. I know. You've said many times that I should learn more from Brother Shan and Brother Jia, Yang Huan said sullenly. Yang Yi nodded and said, fame is a consumable, and it will be used up one day. Only by honing your acting skills will you be able to walk on this path for a long time. Yang Huan was also at a rebellious age. Actually, at this time, she was not in the mood to listen to so many preachings. The more she listened, the more she felt that Yang Yi was like their father, Yang Chonggue. It was so annoying. Oh, I know. I'm just thinking about it. I'm addicted to playing the leading role in the movie. Yang Huan rolled her eyes and changed the topic. By the way, brother, there's something that I'm not sure about. I want to discuss it with you. What's the matter? Yang Yi asked. I'm telling you, but you're not allowed to tell anyone else. You can tell my sister-in-law, but you can't tell anyone else, Yang Huan said to Yang Yi mysteriously after looking outside the coffee shop. Yang Yi could not keep a straight face at this time. He smiled and said, Tell me. What is it? You're so mysterious. Yang Huan leaned on the bar counter and lowered her head. She whispered to Yang Yi, Don't you think that Gui is interested in Sister Ding Xiang? The two of them? Yang Yi looked at her in surprise. He really didn't feel anything. Previously, he had reminded Yang Huan to guard against fire, burglars, and Xiaogua. However, when he saw that Guizi really didn't have any feelings for Yang Huan, he didn't care about Guizi becoming best friends with Yang Huan and Ding Xiang. Moreover, when Yang Huan mentioned this, Yang Yi remembered that when he and Guizi first met Ding Xiang, Guizi liked Du Yuanlei. Ding Xiang also knew about it. Therefore, there should not be any sparks between them. If there was, after knowing each other for 2 years, the sparks would have started a fire. Impossible. Yang Yi shook his head. Really? Yang Huan was excited when she started gossiping. She told Yang Yi, I have a lot of evidence. For example, last week, Guizi and I went to Min province to record a show. Guizi secretly bought a gift for Sister Ding Xiang. Yang Huan proudly described how she saw through Guizi's clumsy lie. Then, she said that she had secretly inquired about Ding Xiang and Guizi's life in Shanghai. There's more. Yang Huan said with a smile. Didn't Guizi give Sister Ding Xiang a crystal hairpin for her birthday last year? Yang Yi remembered the crystal hairpin. He nodded. I was joking with them back then. But it was a joke, so we didn't take it seriously. Now that I think about it, Guizi must have liked Sister Ding Xiang back then. Yang Huan said with certainty. Yang Yi heard some clues from Yang Huan's words. He furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a little complicated. As a friend, he was happy to know that Guizi liked Ding Xiang. After all, Ding Xiang was a real girl. Yang Yi saw her as his second sister. Guizi was a good person too. If the two of them liked each other, they would be a good couple. However, Yang Yi was past the age of believing in fairy tales. Guizi and Ding Xiang were very different in terms of status and background. Guizi was a combination of the second generation of an official and the second generation of a rich family. It could be said that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Of course, his silver spoon was not as big as Lan Xian's, but it was still a prominent family. On the other hand, Ding Xiang's background was poor. Not to mention Guizi's family background, if her mother-in-law was slightly snobbish, she would also look down on Ding Xiang's background. If he did not know Guizi's character, Yang Yi would definitely send his second sister, Ding Xiang, far away. He would rather break up a couple than let Ding Xiang get involved in the mess of a wealthy family. What's Ding Xiang's attitude toward Guizi? Yang Yi asked Yang Huan after some hesitation. What was Ding Xiang's attitude towards Guizi? Yang Huan couldn't figure it out herself. I think Sister Ding Xiang likes Xiaogua. She helped Xiaogua lose weight so seriously. She even took care of Xiaogua's diet when they were in Shanghai, Yang Huan said. Yang Huan said. Then, he scratched his head and said, but I don't know what's going on between them. They like each other, but they seem to be lacking a little bit. How should I put it? Passion. Yang Huan didn't know if she had used the right word. She found it strange. Guizi liked Ding Xiang, but they had been in Shanghai for a long time, and there was no progress in their relationship. Ding Xiang's situation was even more confusing. More than a friend, but not yet a lover? Yang Yi thought of a popular saying in his previous life. Yes. Yang Huan nodded happily. Not yet a lover. Girls were emotional creatures after all. Even a carefree girl like Yang Huan was no exception. When she heard this word, she felt that it was very beautiful. However, this state of more than a friend, but not yet a lover, was actually nonsense. Behind the beauty, there were more delays and injuries. Yang Yi and Yang Huan chatted until Yang Huan couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, Brother, why don't you say anything? Xiaogua and Sister Ding Xiang are like this. How can we help them? Help them? Don't worry about anything. You can't even handle your own affairs, so why should you care about others? Yang Yi waved his hand and pulled a long face. After a while, Guizi came over after class. Yang Yi talked to him about Huijia Primary School. Speaking of which, the test is actually very simple. For the parents, it's a personality test. The questions are randomly selected from their question bank, and there's no right or wrong choice. Because of the large number of questions and the short amount of time, the parents can only think about how they usually do it. They don't have time to think about which method is better. Guizi said. Give me an example, Yang Yi said with interest. He had never done such a test before. For example, there's a question like this, are you willing to have a wide social circle? A. Yes. B. If I have a choice, I would prefer to be alone. Guizi was able to recall everything easily. A person with a good memory was indeed different. I choose B, Yang Yi said. However, as soon as he said that, Yang Yi regretted it. He asked, in this case, should I choose A? Because Huijia Primary School might want the parents to be sociable and outgoing. Guizi shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. You can choose either option because according to my observation, in Huijia Primary School's test for parents, they don't care about the parents' introverted or extroverted personality. Instead, they pay more attention to the parts of the parent's personality that may affect the child, such as honesty, enthusiasm, positivity, etc. For example, if they find out that the parents repeatedly choose against their own subjective wishes in the test and try to pretend to have a perfect personality, they will deduct a lot of points because they think that if you're used to deceiving, the children's personality might be affected and they will be extra cautious during the screening. Of course, this is only one of the factors. In the personality test, if they find that the parents are not enthusiastic about the children's education and do not care about the children, then they will also think that in the next 6 years, the school's education may not receive the cooperation of the parents, and that this is a hidden danger. Also, the parents' personalities cannot be too extreme. If a teacher points out some problems with the children, the parents will not patiently teach, but will use scolding and beating to provoke the child's rebellious nature, or stubbornly blame the mistakes on the school, affecting the school's teaching order. As Yang Yi listened, he marveled at the wonders of this world. It was just a personality test, but there were actually so many twists and turns in it. Then how can we pass this test? Yang Yi waited for Guizi to finish, then asked with a frown, we have 5 children, 5 pairs of parents. It's best if we can all pass. Don't let anyone be suddenly eliminated. Like your big brother Lon, he's a respectable person. He can't afford to lose face like this. Yang Yi himself was also a little uneasy. Although he had used Lan Cao Kai as an example, how could he not lose face like this? To be foolproof, you all first have to examine yourselves to see if you have a stubborn and extreme side, said Guozi seriously. No, these parents all have pretty good characters, said Yang Yi. He was worried about himself, then it's not a big problem. Answer the questions according to your own situation, and don't cheat. Guozi said, there are a lot of questions, and they're randomly distributed, so there may be repeated parts. If you try to go against your conscience and choose a choice you think is good, you may give yourself away in some part later on. In any case, you all just have to answer the questions according to your own heart. That's all? Asked Yang Yi, a little surprised. He noted it down carefully, preparing to tell Lan Cao Kai and the others when they got back. I'm not done yet. Guozi suddenly smiled slyly and said, just go ahead and take the exam. Leave the rest to my aunt. I'll give the name list of your 5 families to my aunt. My aunt is a board member of Huijia Primary School. If you all pass, that'll save a lot of trouble. If by any chance there's someone who can't pass, my aunt will help take care of it and let you all pass. Yang Yi was speechless for a moment. Yang Yi looked at Guozi for a while, then used a finger to point at this guy and complained, isn't this still going through the back door? You beat around the bush for so long, why are you talking about this personality test? Hee hee. Guozi laughed slyly. It looked like he had also learned bad things from that bunch of old foxes. Not taking a shortcut when there was one, Yang Yi was not so pedantic. He only frowned and asked, if there's such a relationship, why didn't you say so last time? You didn't ask. I thought you all wouldn't go to Huijia Primary School and would go to some other school for the elite. Guozi shrugged and said, Big Brother Lan is such a rich person. He doesn't seem like someone who would be willing to send his children to Huijia Primary School. Guozi did not like to talk about his family background. He changed his mind. Yang Yi shook his head. Speaking of which, how do you know so much about these tests? When you were in primary school, you were still very young, right? Could it be that you studied it back then? Guozi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I actually heard about it. 2 years ago, I have a relative whose child also wanted to take the exam for Huijia Primary School. My aunt told them a lot. At that time, the family was having a meal together during the New Year. I was sitting at the side. Why can't your aunt be sent in directly even though she's already a board member? Why does she still have to take the exam? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. My dad said that we shouldn't set a bad example for our children. We should try our best to follow the procedures and take the exam like other children. It's best if they pass, but if they don't, then we'll think of other ways. We can't let them take the back door for granted, Guozi said. No wonder Guozi's personality was not as arrogant and despotic as other second-generation officials. The influence of family was very important. His father, Guo Jingyan, was now the executive deputy mayor of Jiangqing. However, he had been in charge of disciplinary work in the past. As expected, he was full of righteousness. You have a point. Yang Yi thought about it carefully. We should do the same. We should let the children do their best to prepare for the exam and try not to take the back door and get in on their own. Now, tell me, how are the children's exams? The two of them chatted for a long time, all the way until noon before this topic ended. At noon, Yang Yi found a restaurant to treat Guozi to lunch. He still had to talk to Guozi about Ding Xiang's problem. After the heavy rain, the sun finally peeked out from behind the dark clouds. The golden sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sword and spread down. The mountains, rivers, and the human world suddenly became bright. Yang Yi and Guozi walked out of the coffee shop. They stepped on the spotless concrete and walked past the grass that had absorbed enough rainwater. Breathing in the fresh air after the rain, they instantly felt refreshed. The mountains were good, the rivers were good, and the people were even better. Even Ding Xiang, who was walking towards them, looked fresh and beautiful. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the tanned and thin sister Ding was now plump, and her skin was much fairer. It was as if a girl really changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Under the nourishment of Jiangnan, she looked more and more like a healthy and beautiful girl. Perhaps it was because of Yang Huan's words, but Guozi's eyes lit up when he saw Ding Xiang. Yang Yi didn't know whether it was because of Guozi's words, but he felt that Guozi was full of energy when he saw Ding Xiang. "Hey, Sister Ding Xiang, I'm going to eat with Brother Yang. Do you want to join us?" "No need. Brother Yang invited you alone." Ding Xiang looked at Guozi and then at Yang Yi and smiled. "If you don't go, I might not be able to hold myself back when I see plates of delicious fatty meat." Guozi joked. "I'll give you a break today. You and Brother Yang can eat to your heart's content. However, you have to exercise twice as much tonight to consume the extra energy." Ding Xiang gave Guozi enough face. "Hee, don't worry, Ding Xiang. Let's go for a sweet meal. There's not much meat. It won't affect his diet." Yang Yi smiled and pulled Guozi to his side like an eagle catching a chick. It was just a joke. Yang Yi didn't really take Guozi to eat grass. They went to a food stall at the east gate of the school and ordered a few dishes. They ate and chatted slowly. "Why did you only invite Ding Xiang and not Huan Huan?" Yang Yi suddenly asked when he heard Guozi rambling. "Ah?" Guozi was caught off guard and stammered, "I saw that Sister Ding Xiang just came back, so I thought she hadn't eaten yet." Yang Yi looked at Guozi. His calm eyes put a lot of pressure on Guozi, who was trying hard to cover up his lie. He spoke for a while and then stopped. "Do you really like her?" Yang Yi did not beat around the bush and cut to the chase. Guozi looked into Yang Yi's eyes and hesitated for a moment before nodding dejectedly. "I remember that when you liked Director Du in the past, you acted very carefree. Moreover, you can't wait to tell us all your thoughts and preparations. Why did it seem like he had made a mistake? And you're hiding this idea and not telling anyone?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Xiaogua, this is not like you." At this moment, Guozi's heart seemed to be locked by heavy shackles. He shook his head heavily and said, "Because in the past, I didn't know anything. I thought that I could risk my life for love. But now I understand." Using a sentence from a book, it is love as a kind of responsibility. At this moment, Yang Yi looked at Guozi with some surprise. He didn't expect that in these 2 years, Guozi, who had grown from 16 to 19 years old, had made great progress mentally. It seemed that society was indeed a place to train people. In this regard, Yang Yi also overturned some of his previous judgments about Guozi. He deliberated over his words and said, "I shouldn't interfere with the relationship of you young people, but Ding Xiang is different. You know that she had a hard time in the past, and now she has finally stabilized. I understand what you mean, Brother Yang. I also know that I am not good enough for Sister Ding Xiang. She is so gentle and kind, and she treats me so well. I shouldn't hurt her. When I met her, I still liked someone else. Although it was 2 years ago, now that I suddenly say that I like her, I don't know if I am a strong-willed person," Guozi said dejectedly. Yang Yi was speechless for a while. After a while, he rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think we don't know what kind of person you are? You are usually flirtatious, but to be honest, you are a good person. You are not a half-hearted person who deceives a girl's feelings." If Guozi was such a person, he wouldn't be a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships, and he wouldn't have made so many silly reflections after discovering that he liked Ding Xiang. Guozi scratched his head, somewhat confused. "I don't object to you liking Ding Xiang, but I am worried that your liking is just lip service, and you are impulsive? Or do you really like her, and have a long-term plan?" Yang Yi's face became serious. "If it is the former, I don't want you to hurt Ding Xiang. After all, she is our friend. Moreover, Ding Xiang is a very simple girl. If you hurt her, I will really beat you." Guozi was anxious and blurted out, "How could I? I am not impulsive. I have thought about it for a long time. I really like Sister Ding Xiang, and I want to marry her." This blurted confession to Ding Xiang might have been suppressed in Guozi's heart for a long time. After saying it, his face and ears turned red, and he was a little emotional. "You want to marry her? Give her a lifetime? This is a very heavy promise, and not a child's play," Yang Yi said seriously. However, Guozi was a little discouraged. He lowered his head dejectedly and said, "I know this is not a child's play, so I didn't dare to say it out." "Why?" Yang Yi asked. Because I don't know if I can do it. Brother Yang, I am very confused. Guizi seemed to have found support in Yang Yi. His eyes were red, and he shook out the heavy burden that he had been carrying in his heart for the past 2 months. I don't know, if I am together with Sister Ding Xiang, and I want to marry her, will my family give her a lot of pressure? It turned out that what Guizi was worried about was the same as what Yang Yi was worried about. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to consider for Ding Xiang. He didn't dare to take that step rashly, fearing that they wouldn't even be friends in the future. Of course, Guizi obviously couldn't bear to let it go. He had been wavering and hesitating. After understanding Guizi's thoughts, Yang Yi felt a lot more relaxed. If your family doesn't agree, why can't you fight for their approval? Yang Yi asked. It's just like how you are now an actor, trying your best to chase after your dreams. Didn't you also gradually gain their approval? Guizi was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and said, they didn't completely approve of me. It's just that they don't know what to say about me now that I have become famous because of the limit challenge. That's because you're not strong enough. Yang Yi said in a low voice, you're still too weak. When your strength is enough to be on the same level as your father and your family, when you can talk to them as equals, then you will have the ability to resist the pressure from your family. Only then will you have the capital to choose your own future. Smart people don't need to say much. Guizi immediately understood what Yang Yi meant. He fell into deep thought. Most of the time, this world isn't fair. When we meet the love of our life, we always seem weak and unable to give the promise that we want to give. Don't complain. Why didn't you let me meet the right person at the right time? What we should do is to make ourselves stronger as soon as possible. Yang Yi said faintly. That afternoon, no one knew what Yang Yi and Guizi talked about. It was as if the conversation at noon didn't exist. Everything went on according to its original plan. However, after that afternoon, Guizi quietly became more diligent. Guizi was not the only one who wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. There was also Yuing, who insisted on attending classes at Sahara Publishing every Friday. Yuing, who had received 50,000 yuan in support, did not seem to have much change in her life, except for her residence. She moved out of the dark and crowded urban village and brought her family to live in an ordinary but quiet and beautiful old-fashioned community. This was a welfare housing community of a state-owned enterprise that had been built for more than 20 years. Yuing rented the house from an old employee who had moved out. Although it was still a staircase house with 2 bedrooms and a living room, compared to the urban village she used to live in, the house now was much more spacious. The windows were bright and clean, and the air was airy. It was more comfortable and warm to live in. However, Yuing continued to work in the restaurant. She did not dare to quit her job to concentrate on writing. Yes, she did not have the courage to cut off her means of retreat, but this was indisputable. After all, she still had the responsibility of raising her daughter. How could she dare to cut off the family's only source of income before she had a new stable income? Of course, it was still very hard to write while working. Moreover, Yuing worked in the food service industry and worked very long hours. But Yuing still persevered. Moreover, she still insisted on attending classes at Sahara Publishing every Friday. She was 10 times, 100 times more hardworking than when she was a student. Yuing worked hard to become stronger in order to fight for a better future for her family. On the 3rd Friday of May, Yuing came to Sahara Publishing again. However, Sahara Publishing was a little lively today. There was a banner at the door and some decorations were placed. There were also some people who looked like reporters gathered, either taking photos or chatting. They walked inside in 2s and 3s. I have a dream, Sahara Publishing Children's Book Author Support Fund. First supported work press conference. Yuing softly read the content of the banner. Note 1, a familiar voice came from the side, Donai. Editor Wen. Yuing turned her head and found that it was her editor, Wen Xiefeng. He happened to be receiving reporters at the door. What did you say? Wen Xiefeng smiled. Donai, the protagonist of today's press conference, is a new author supported by the support fund like you. He is also a father. His book is published today. As it is the first work completed and published with the help of the support fund, the publishing house arranged a more grand press conference for him. It had to be said that this guy was a very lucky guy. so fast? His book has already been published? Ying was a little surprised. Her manuscript was progressing very slowly, and she was only at the third story. Of course, this was also because she had followed Chief Editor Lu's instructions and treated her work with excellence. For example, every time after listening to a lecture at the Sahara Publishing House, she would constantly revise or even rewrite the previous manuscript according to the new understanding she had obtained until she was satisfied. "Don't worry, you're different from Donai." Wen Xiefeng comforted her. "Donai wrote a short story, and he's also an artist, so it's faster to publish a book. You're writing a long story, so of course you'll need more time to write it." Wen Xiefeng was wrong. Tang Nai was not an artist. He was just a student who graduated from an art major. Before he met the support fund, he was even worse off than Ying. He was poor and could only rely on drawing portraits for people in the square to earn some money for milk powder for his children. The Sahara Publishing House gave him a chance to change. Not only did they give him support, but they also taught him how to change his original style and cater to the children's preferences. Of course, Tang Nai also put in a lot of effort to get the picture book published. This was a very inspirational story, and it would definitely be reported by many media outlets tomorrow. However, people not only needed inspirational stories, but also needed to face reality. Ying asked Wen Xiefeng realistically, "How much money can he make after his book is published?" "How would I know? It depends on how much he can sell." Wen Xiefeng and Ying walked into the publishing house and whispered with a smile, "However, I don't think it'll be too bad. The marketing department did a survey before, and the children's literature market is very big. Think about it, Mr. Yang's first collection of children's stories has been published for more than a year, and he still earns a few million after tax every month. Tang Nai can't compare to Mr. Yang, but he can at least earn a few 100,000, or even a few million, right? Even if it was a book that earned so much, it would completely change Tang Nai's life." "That much?" Ying's eyes widened in surprise after hearing that. "Yes, that's why you should write well. Meeting Sahara Publishing House and Mr. Yang is an opportunity that others can only dream of." Wen Xiefeng suddenly pursed his lips and motioned Ying to look to the other side. Ying looked over and saw that at the entrance of Sahara Publishing House's largest conference hall, Chief Editor Lu and several higher-ups of the publishing house were surrounding Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was shaking hands with a man with a smile. "That's Tang Nai." Wen Xiefeng sighed, "The first author to publish a book is very lucky. Because he's the first, the publishing house's publicity will be more grand. For future authors and published books, there may not be such a grand press conference. At most, some authors whose books have sold well will be invited to attend some events or book signings." Ying didn't care about these formalities. She saw Yang Yi shaking hands with the other party, and after a few words, he left from the back with a bag. "The press conference hasn't started yet, right? Why did Mr. Yang leave?" Ying asked Wen Xiefeng, puzzled. "Isn't he going to attend the press conference?" "He's not attending. Mr. Lu invited Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang said that Tang Nai is the main character today, and it's not good for him to steal the limelight," Wen Xiefeng said. Indeed, Yang Yi was too famous. If he appeared at the press conference, he would definitely steal the limelight, and the reporters' questions would undoubtedly fall on him. "Then why did Mr. Yang come?" Ying asked, puzzled. "He came to see Tang Nai and give him some encouragement. This is Mr. Lu's request. I didn't expect that a busy celebrity like Mr. Yang would take the time to come." Wen Xiefeng sighed, "That's why I said that meeting Sahara Publishing House and Mr. Yang is an opportunity that many people can only dream of. Mr. Yang's family business is huge, and he doesn't care about this small amount of money. Therefore, our publishing house gives the authors the most generous treatment, and we have a complete supply chain to help the authors develop their works. Even if you don't know how to draw like Tang Nai, the publishing house has dozens of artists who can help you produce a picture book." After chatting with Wen Xiefeng, Ying still went to the free training class held by the publishing house every Friday. However, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Ying's mind kept replaying Tang Nai's excited smile outside the conference hall, and his face was flushed red. "I can be as successful as he is." A new desire arose in Ying's heart. In addition to the initial need for money, this was the second flame of why right that ignited in her heart. Of course, money was still the most important. Publishing a book might earn her hundreds of thousands, or even millions. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about not having an income. She could quit her job and write at home. She could also spend more time with her daughter. End of chapter 760. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.